Chapter 101. It turns out that this is the truth. As Boss Leopard's voice fell, the entire room became completely quiet. The white fish dragon and the fire snake stared at Boss Leopard in amazement. They could never have imagined that they would hear such explosive news. However, could this be true? Personal guard? Emperor Qi Tian's personal guard, one of the 18 personal guards? What are personal guards? They are the people who are closest to you and whom you trust the most. They also have to possess extraordinary strength to be qualified to be called personal guards. None of these conditions can be missing. The most important point is loyalty. The mysterious return of Boss Leopard, who resounded throughout the underground world of Eastern Province, turned out to be one of the legendary personal guards of the abandoned emperor? How is this possible? This is impossible. Fire Snake's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Boss Leopard and said, "Impossible? How is this possible, Boss Leopard? We are all friends today. Although we can joke around, I think we should not make jokes like this." Bai Yilong did not speak, but fell into deep thought. Horror and doubt flashed in his eyes from time to time, and he looked at Yi Tianqi, who was calm and indifferent, from time to time. Boss Leopard smiled slightly and said, "Joke, Fire Snake, do you think I'm someone who would make a joke casually? Besides, what evidence do you have to say that I'm not one of the Emperor's personal guards? Is it because you know me? Because I'm in the underground world of Eastern Province, by your side, so, I shouldn't be this identity? Then your assumptions are pure and illogical. Besides, I'm not kidding. Otherwise, where do you think I went all those years ago, when I came back? Why was I able to quickly deal with the entire family? Even when I chose to fight, I was able to sweep away the enemy." Boss Leopard smiled gently and just told the truth. Although this is true, it is still a bit too scary. While the fire snake was still speaking, the white fish dragon shook his head slightly, then looked at Yi Tianqi with a complicated expression, and then turned his gaze to Boss Leopard. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yilong whispered, "If you are one of the legendary abandoned emperor's personal guards, then why haven't you been by the emperor's side all these years? Moreover, does the emperor have personal guards? Why haven't we ever heard of them?" Yes, the 4 heavenly kings, 8 heavenly lords, and 36 guarding divine generals of the heavenly palace are famous throughout the world, but no one knows the words heavenly emperor's personal guards, as if these people have never existed, and even the name has not been spread. If that were the case, it would be fine if the outside world didn't know about it, but in fact, even among the people inside the heavenly palace, there are very few people who know about the heavenly emperor's personal guards. In response to Bai Yilong's question, Boss Leopard shrugged and said, "We are personal guards and only accept orders from the abandoned emperor. Besides, do you really think that the abandoned emperor's strength requires us to protect him? We are called personal guards, but we can't really say we are protecting him. We just follow orders and obey the orders of the emperor. We don't actually belong to the Celestial Palace Order. To be more precise, we belong only to the Celestial Emperor. Apart from the Celestial Emperor, we don't care about anyone else." White Fish Dragon and Fire Snake could understand what Boss Leopard said, but they also found it incredible. Emperor Qi Tian owned the entire heavenly palace and possessed the power of a throne. Why would he form an 18-man personal guard? Moreover, they were not affiliated with the heavenly palace and were hidden. There may be some secrets involved, but they cannot guess what they are. Bai Yilong was silent for a moment, then looked at Boss Bao and said, "This matter is absolutely confidential." Boss Bao, why are you telling us this? Is it just to tell us not to be afraid of Mr. Zhou's backers? I don't think it's that simple. Furthermore, if the identities of the Heavenly Emperor's personal guards are top secret in the Heavenly Palace and known to only a few, then you probably shouldn't take the initiative to reveal your identities. The Emperor of Heaven has disappeared for a long time. Where did he go? Why weren't you by his side? To become the Heavenly Emperor's personal guard, loyalty is probably the most important thing. Without orders, I believe you will never reveal your identity. Then, there is only one person who can command you, and that is the Heavenly Emperor. So, when did the Heavenly Emperor give you the order? Heavenly Emperor, do you know who we are? Or is it that the legendary Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned Emperor, is right beside us? Having said that, Bai Yilong looked at Yi Tianqi with extremely serious eyes. He didn't say anything, didn't ask any questions, just watched quietly. The more he watched, the more frightened he became, and the more pressure he felt. He was openly asking Boss Bao, but in fact, he was asking Yi Tianqi. As for the fire snake, it really seldom uses its brain, especially around the white fish dragon. Even though the white fish dragon had explained it so clearly, it still didn't understand. Instead, it looked at Boss Leopard and asked, "Yeah, where is the Emperor of Heaven? Is it really like the fish dragon said, that the Emperor of Heaven knows about us? Who is he? Boss Leopard didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. And Byalang said in a deep voice, Uncle Fire Snake, don't worry, I think Mr. Yi will give us an answer. Mr. Yi, instead of Brother Tanchi. This change in address represents the entanglement and shock deep in Byalong's heart at this moment. Perhaps, he still couldn't believe the guess in his mind, but even if it wasn't true, the truth was not far off. If Boss Bao was really the personal guard of the Emperor of Heaven, then who can Boss Bao respect and obey his orders? Who can it be? What's more, Byalang actually saw a lot of things from the beginning. It seemed that Boss Leopard was a little casual in front of Yi Tianqi and not very respectful, but his eyes couldn't lie. The respect, worship and awe in those eyes cannot be faked. Before, Byalang didn't understand yet, but now he understands. The fire snake was not a fool. After hearing what the white fish dragon said, he was shocked for a moment, and then looked at Yi Tianqi with disbelief. Yi Tianqi finished his drink, smiled slightly, and said, the Emperor's personal guards are just a name they call themselves. In reality, there is no such structure. They shoulder more important responsibilities and are completely independent of the Heavenly Palace's structure. It's a pity that I disappeared without a trace and hid my identity due to an emergency. Many things were put on hold otherwise. These 18 people should be the guards of hell. 18 levels of hell, 18 guards. This is the name and identity they should have. As soon as these words came out, Boss Leopard's eyes flashed with brilliance, as if with Yi Tianqi's words, the seal on his entire body was lifted, and he was filled with murderous aura and arrogance. At this moment, how could the white fish dragon and the fire snake still not understand who Yi Tianqi is? Who else could this person be, other than the 10th throne, the abandoned emperor, who could make Boss Leopard submit to him willingly, could tell secrets that outsiders were completely unaware of, could comment on and casually build a force that was opposed to the Heavenly Palace? Yes, if there is heaven, how can there be no underworld? If there is underworld, how can there be no hell? The 18 levels of hell just need 18 prison lords to guard them. 18 lords of hell. Chapter 102 18 Guards, or Prison Masters. What is true dominance and what does it mean to be the only one who matters? With such momentum and courage, who else in the world has it? And Yi Tianqi deserves this dominance. A man who has accomplished countless earth-shaking things at a young age, a man who has reached the pinnacle and become a legend at a young age, why can't he be domineering? In the name of Heavenly Palace, they formed a force and exerted their power over all directions. In the name of the Emperor of Heaven, he issues orders to the world, and no one dares to disobey. But who knew that he actually wanted to establish the underworld and form the 18 levels of hell? What was he trying to do? This means I am the only one who is supreme in the world. Who wouldn't be shocked by this name that is so exaggerated that it is almost crazy, and yet who wouldn't be frightened? The white fish dragon and the fire snake looked at Yi Tianqi and swallowed their saliva violently. They didn't know what to say. At this time, Boss Bao shook his head and said, what do you mean by 18 guards or 18 prison masters? We are just your personal guards, nothing more. Already admitted, it is equivalent to admitting it in person. Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, don't worry, the glory that belongs to you will always belong to you. You are different from the Heavenly Palace. And the Heavenly Palace also needs checks and balances. Facts have proved that my previous assumptions were not wrong. After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at the white fish dragon and the fire snake and said with a smile, now, you should be able to rest assured. Don't worry, how can I not be worried? The 10th throne, which had disappeared for many years, reappeared. How could they not be at ease? How could they not be at ease? What Mr. Zhou's backers, in front of the real master of the Heavenly Palace, they are all a joke. Although no one knows why Yi Tianqi has been hiding his identity for so many years, and no one knows why Yi Tianqi and Mr. Zhou have been pretending to be friends, it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that Yi Tianqi's identity and status are here, and they are fortunate to witness the legend reappear with their own eyes. The fire snake was no longer as calm as before. His whole body became stiff, as if he was extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he didn't even dare to sit down. He stood up and looked at Yi Tianqi with shining eyes. You really are the abandoned emperor? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, nodded, and said, sit down, Brother Huasha, this is the real deal. I think few people would dare to impersonate this name. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to fool anyone. What's more, Mr. Zhou's backers are Yunting Tianjun and Dong Tianwang. Soon, people from the Heavenly Palace will come to Dongzhou, then we'll see the outcome. As soon as these words were spoken, all doubts disappeared. There is no need to tell such a lie that will be exposed at the slightest touch, and there is no benefit in doing so. Yi Tianqi was already a guest of honor in the Bai family and a person whom Mr. Bai respected immensely. He only needed to tell Mr. Bai whatever he wanted and there was no need to lie. So, it can only be true, not to mention, Boss Leopard is here to endorse it. When Huasha heard the three words Brother Huasha, he no longer dared to call Tianqi brother. Even if he could not call him Emperor Tian, he had to respectfully call him Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are a legend. It is Fire Snake's greatest honor to meet you in person. I have admired you for a long time. If you have anything to say, just tell me and I will do my best. This may be the flash of the kingly and domineering aura that makes everyone bow down in worship. This so-called kingly and domineering aura was actually earned by Yi Tianqi through real swords and guns, and after experiencing countless life and death dangers. At this time, Bai Yulong looked at Yi Tianqi and whispered, does the old man know your true identity? In his study, all the precious calligraphy and paintings have made way for your paintings, like stars surrounding the moon. Before, I didn't understand, but now I may understand. Moreover, the old man's respect for you is not just as simple as saving his life. It's as if your words can decide the life and death of the entire Bai family. Now, I think, the old man must know your identity. Only this explanation is the most reasonable, otherwise, Bai Yulong can't find a better reason. Old Master Bai is his biological grandfather, and he, Bai Yulong, is the heir of the Bai family. No one knows Old Master Bai better than him. Everything abnormal now seems to be the most normal thing. However, what Bai Yulong never dreamed of was that Yi Tianqi actually shook his head. No, Mr. Bai doesn't know that I am the abandoned emperor. I am very sure of this. After hearing this, Bai Yulong was stunned. Old man, you don't even know? But how could that be? And then, Bai Yulong understood everything, but he was also shocked. Old man, maybe you saw my special monogram in my paintings, so you guessed my real name, Qi Tian. Qi Tian? What is Yi Tianqi's real name? After hearing this, the fire snake and the white fish dragon became thoughtful, feeling that Yi Tianqi's identities were a bit too many. And then, Bai Yulong looked at Yi Tianqi somewhat numbly, not knowing what mood he should feel. Qi Tian, these two words were only somewhat familiar to him at first. However, since these two words alone could make Mr. Bai treat them so carefully, it was obvious that this name was not ordinary. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to find out who Yi Tianqi is, the person with this name. So, Mr. Yi, you're not just the abandoned emperor of heaven, but also the exiled immortal of the Qi family, the noble young master who, in his teens, had already overwhelmed all his peers? Without waiting for Yi Tianqi's answer, Bai Yulong said to himself, yes, that's the only way, otherwise, how could a 10th throne appear out of thin air in this world? Calculating the time, when Qi Tian disappeared, the abandoned emperor began to show his prominence, and the heavenly palace was slowly established. When the abandoned emperor disappeared by that time, you had already arrived in Dongzhou, and all of this matched up. Bai Yulong was smart enough not to ask how Qi Tian had offended the Qi family and became a taboo of the Qi family. He also did not ask why he gave up the 10th throne and came to the East Province incognito. If Yi Tianqi was willing to tell him these, he would know them without asking. If he was unwilling to say it, then it would be ignorant for him to ask. And Huasha finally figured out who Yi Tianqi was, and the respect he felt for him was beyond words. Qi Tian's identity is definitely not more shocking than the three words abandoned emperor. But when all these identities are superimposed together, everyone will be disappointed to find that people really cannot be compared. There is no way to compare. There is no way to compare. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, nodded, and said, there's nothing strange about this. Haven't you seen me? I have the same nose and two eyes as everyone else. I am just Yi Tianqi now. Nothing more is for my other identities. I hope you'll keep them secret. Now is not the time for me to reveal them. The white fish dragon and the fire snake immediately swore solemnly that they would never reveal Yi Tianqi's identity. Yi Tianqi nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, then we can talk about what Mr. Zhou wants to do without worry. I also need your help. After all, we are all friends. I don't think you will refuse. I'm not helping. Risha's not qualified. Besides, since he dared to use Chi Tian's identity to threaten and expose me, there's a grudge between him and Mei didn't kill him because he colluded with Dong Tian Wang and the others. I really want to see what the Heavenly Palace has become like in all these years since I was away, so, if he wants to put on a show, I'll just cooperate with him. After hearing these words, Bai Yilong and Huasha immediately stated that they would obey Yi Tianqi's orders in everything. There is only one reason they can't even defeat the King of the East, and they don't even dare to fight. What's more, what about Yi Tianqi, the real master of the Heavenly Palace? What's more, they now feel really honored to be able to sit and have dinner with Yi Tianqi and treat him as a friend. What reason do they have to refuse? Yi Tianqi doesn't think highly of the forces they have. Even if they do, submitting to Yi Tianqi may not be a bad thing. On the contrary, it may be the beginning of their stepping onto the big stage. Mr. Yi, there's no problem with Uncle Fire Snake and me, and there's no problem with Boss Leopard either, so, if you want to continue this show, you still need the consent of the Sui family and Red Snake. They don't know your identity, so if Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I'm willing to come forward and help you solve this problem. Bai Yilong is taking the initiative to show goodwill when the opportunity comes. He must seize it. No matter how conceited Bai Yilong is, he is not conceited enough to be compared with Yi Tianqi. 103, Chapter 103. I want to clean up more than just this place. Not to mention Yi Tianqi's identity as the 10th throne, even Chi Tian's identity as a banished immortal from the Qi family made Bai Yilong fascinated and admire him. Putting himself in Yi Tianqi's shoes, Bai Yilong believed that he definitely did not have Yi Tianqi's ability. Yi Tianqi glanced at Bai Yilong and did not reject his advances. He chuckled and said, "Then, let Xiaohua cooperate with you. I think these things are not a problem for you." After hearing Yi Tianqi's reply, Bai Yilong immediately became excited. He knew that this was equivalent to Yi Tianqi's recognition of him. Although it was not yet clear whether he could board Yi Tianqi's giant ship, this was the best start. Next, it all depended on whether he could do things to Yi Tianqi's satisfaction. "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, Yulong will definitely not let you down." Huashi immediately understood what Bai Yilong meant, and he became excited. Dong province was not small, but it was also too small. The world was very big, and the water was very deep. Without a good platform and backing, Huashi would probably have to stay in this small pond for the rest of his life. Even with the addition of the white fish dragon, they were just jumping around in the rivers. If they want to stand out on the world stage and compete with geniuses from all sides, they are not qualified. It is not just about personal strength, but also about an admission ticket. But now, they may have such qualifications. I used to be depressed because others had good opportunities and achieved a high position. Now, they have the same opportunities, no, better opportunities. If they can't grasp this, they will regret it to death. At this time, Boss Leopard smiled and raised his wineglass, saying, "Fire Snake, Fish Dragon, then we are family, happy cooperation." The white fish dragon and the fire snake quickly picked up their wineglasses, not daring to be arrogant at all, and drank them all in one gulp. Their whole spirit and energy were completely different. Yi Tianqi chuckled at this time and said, "Although I believe that you, Yulong, can handle the Bai family's affairs, and I know what you want to do, after all, they are all your relatives, even your closest relatives. If you need help, I can talk to the old man." Hearing this, Bai Yilong looked at Yi Tianqi and shook his head slightly, saying, "I won't bother Mr. Yi with such a small matter. If I can't even handle such a small matter as the family, then I will have failed Mrai's expectations of me. Please rest assured that I can handle it. Besides, it's better for me to handle this matter personally." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi said no more, just nodded and said, "Well, I just want to tell you that you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Since we are already friends, it is only right to help each other. You can naturally handle the Bai family's affairs. However, since it involves family issues, how many people can really avoid psychological pressure? In short, just take care of it. If you have any questions, just tell me." After saying this, Yi Tianqi checked the time, stood up and said with a smile, "Well, today was a pleasant day. Let's each take care of our own affairs for now. When we have free time, we'll get together again. Fish Dragon, Fire Snake, get ready. Regardless of whether there are external factors or not, the structure of the underground world in Eastern Province does need to change. It's not just the underground world of East Province. I think the structure within the country needs some changes as well. Some people and some families have become powerful, but they are rich and unkind, committing crimes. They really need to be rectified. However, this is all a matter for the future. Let's finish the old man's birthday banquet first. By then, I should have a rough analysis and decision." The white fish dragon and the fire snake quickly stood up, their eyes filled with excitement. How could they not understand what Yi Tianqi said? This time, not only the underground world of East Province was going to change, Yi Tianqi was planning to reorganize the underground world of the entire Dragon Country and even the structures in other areas. If someone else said this, it would be a complete joke, but if this person was Yi Tianqi, then this was the inevitable fact. Because he has the qualifications, and there are very few people in the entire Dragon Country who are more qualified than him. Mr. Yi, let us take you there. The White Fish Dragon and the Fire Snake were about to send Yi Tianqi away, and Boss Leopard also stood up and wanted to leave with Yi Tianqi. However, Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "No need, I don't like to show off. If I ask you to send me off in person, then I think I can keep a low profile at all. You guys stay here and continue chatting and discussing Showa, you stay too. I am leaving first." After saying that, Yi Tianqi left alone, leaving only Baialong, Fire Snake, and Boss Leopard in the room. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Yi Tianqi left, the heavy pressure and solemnity in the whole room suddenly dissipated a lot, and the White Fish Dragon and the Fire Snake couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had not experienced this kind of pressure for a long time, but they did not expect to experience it again now. However, this time, they did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed, but rather excited. After all, that was Yi Tianqi, the legendary man, and they witnessed the legend with their own eyes, and even almost stepped half a leg onto the boat. Boss Leopard looked at the White Fish Dragon and the Fire Snake and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi is very approachable. He is very gentle to his friends and even strangers, except when he treats his enemies." As one of Yi Tianqi's personal guards, no one would deny Boss Leopard's right to speak. It's easy to say, but the key point is that Boss Leopard is very familiar with Yi Tianqi after all, and they have experienced a lot of things together, but the White Fish Dragon and the Fire Snake are different. They had just started to get in touch with Yi Tianqi. This familiar, it still takes time to adjust. Bai Yulong looked at Boss Bao and chuckled, "Boss Bao, I don't know how to address you now. Should I address you as Lord Guardian or Lord Prison Master?" Yi Tianqi personally admitted that Boss Leopard was one of the guardians of the 18 Hells in the underworld in his plan, so there was nothing wrong with this title, although the 18 Hells seemed to have no whereabouts yet. As long as Yi Tianqi said it, as long as he wanted to do it, then this force could be established at any time. As for wanting to shock the world, that is even simpler. The 10th throne abandoned emperor disappeared for several years and then reappeared with the force he personally formed. This alone is enough to make him famous and make countless people in awe. Boss Ba shook his head and said, "Just call me Boss Ba. What about Guardian or Prison Master? Even if I will be one in the future, I'm not one of them now. Besides, those titles are for outsiders. Since we're family, there's no need for so many rules." Mr. Yi has left, but we still have to deal with the things he instructed us to do. Since he asked me to cooperate with you, what are your plans? Just as Bai Yulong was about to speak, his cell phone rang. The caller was none other than his younger brother, Bai Shuqing. If Bai Shuqing had nothing to do, he would never call him at this time, because this was the time when Bai Shuqing would accompany the old man as usual. If he called, it would prove that Bai Shuqing already knew about it, and the old man must have known about it too. Bai Yulong's eyes turned slightly cold, and he looked at Boss Bao and said with a smile, "Before doing those things, I think we should sort out the internal affairs of the Bai family first. Otherwise, it will affect efficiency. Look, my brother who claims to be able to replace me called me if nothing unexpected happens. The old man should be right next to him. It seems that what I did and said to my third uncle has spread throughout the Bai family now. I wonder how they plan to deal with me." 104, Chapter 104. Are you Mr. Yi? The call was from Bai Shuqing, but Bai Shuqing was not with Mr. Bai at the moment. Instead, he was outside alone with important things to do. Even Bai Yulong didn't know that Bai Shuqing's destination was the Bai family hotel. Bai Yulong had just learned of Yi Tianqi's identity. Although he knew more and more deeply, Bai Shuqing had been personally reminded of it by old Master Bai, so he knew one thing clearly, that is, Yi Tianqi was the noble son of the Qi family, Qi Tian. Lin Xingyue is Yi Tianqi's wife, and Lin Xingyue is staying at the Bai family hotel, so after he heard the news, he rushed over immediately. Bai Shuqing didn't know about the divorce yet, but after learning that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian, Bai Shuqing couldn't help but take it seriously. After a little inquiry, he found out that Lin Xingyue had come to Dongzhou and had moved in. How could he not come here immediately? On the way here, Bai Shuqing received a call from Bai's third uncle. On the phone, the third uncle of the Bai family was not only aggrieved, but also angry to the extreme. Even if Bai Shuqing was not by Bai Laosan's side, he could feel Bai Laosan's boundless anger. He didn't know the reason, but he knew that his third uncle must have suffered a great injustice in front of Bai Yulong, otherwise, he would never have done this and would not even have to convene a clan meeting to judge Bai Yulong. This made Bai Shuqing anxious and he immediately called to find out. The moment Bai Yulong answered the phone, Bai Shuqing's car had already arrived at the hotel entrance. "Brother, what happened between you and third uncle? Did you hit him, really?" Bai Shuqing was satisfied with everything about his elder brother, but there was one thing just like what old Master Bai was worried about. Bai Shuqing also felt that his elder brother was sometimes too cold and cruel in doing things and did not care much about family affection. The whitefish dragon's voice was extremely indifferent. "What?" he complained. "Oh, let him do what he wants. The Bai family must be reorganized and a thorough internal investigation must be carried out with these ignorant parasites around. The Bai family will never be able to make any progress and you still have the nerve to complain. You really don't know how to live or die." Bai Shuqing was stunned by these words. Bai Lao San didn't tell him these things, however. The words from Bai Yulong's mouth shocked him. This was not just a small conflict, it was a life and death feud. Besides, what does Bai Yulong want to do? What does it mean to rectify the Bai family? What does it mean to conduct an internal investigation? What is the purpose of this? Once these words were spread, they would definitely cause a huge uproar. The entire East Province would be shaken. Bai's birthday party was approaching, and he would also be extremely angry. "Brother, you must be kidding me. What happened? You want to clean up the Bai family, investigate the Bai family? No, this is absolutely not possible. I know you are doing this for the good of the family, but this is too sudden, and Grandpa won't agree." Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong just said a few words. "Shuqing, just continue to be your good boy. I will do all the bad things by myself, that's all." After saying that, Bai Yulong hung up the phone. Bai Shuqing's face turned red with anxiety, and he was angry and annoyed. But he understood that Bai Yulong was not joking. If he said he would do this, he would definitely do it. What's more, Bai Yulong really had enough qualifications and authority to do such a thing. No one can stop it except the old man. But once this matter gets to the old man's ears, what good will happen to Bai Yulong? Just now, the old man was still saying that Bai Yulong had a bad temper and was too unkind, and now he was going to reorganize and investigate the family. It was impossible for the old man not to be furious. And it is not impossible that in a fit of rage, he would revoke Bai Yulong's qualification as the heir. Bai Shuqing gritted his teeth in anger and glanced at the Bai family hotel outside the window. He didn't know whether he should rush back immediately or go find Lin Qingyue first. After thinking about it, Bai Shuqing decided to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw Yi Tianqi coming out of the hotel. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly opened the car door and walked in front of Yi Tianqi. "Hello, Mr. Yi, do you still remember me? I am Bai Shuqing from the Bai family." There was passion and admiration in Bai Shuqing's eyes. Ever since he knew Yi Tianqi's identity, he had carefully read some legends about Yi Tianqi. The more he read, the more he felt that this man was unfathomable. Now, he had seen it with his own eyes. If he was not excited, he would be lying. What's more, this is the old man's savior. Yi Tianqi looked at Bai Shuqing, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "I have some impression of you, Bai Shuqing, Bai family. By the way, you are the gentle and elegant young master that the old man mentioned." Upon hearing this, Bai Shuqing quickly shook his head and said, "I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Just call me Shuqing. I didn't know you were already in Dongzhou, so I'm really rude. I saw you coming out of the hotel. Are you and your wife staying in the hotel?" Hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, "I don't live here. I am just here to do some business. Oh, by the way, your eldest brother is in the hotel. I just met him." When these words were spoken, Bai Shuqing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yi Tianqi had already met Bai Yulong. Then, he began to worry, fearing that Bai Yulong's personality would clash with Yi Tianqi. "Mr. Yi, my eldest brother has an impulsive personality and doesn't consider the consequences of his actions. If he has offended you in any way, please don't take it personally. I apologize." Yi Tianqi was stunned by what he said, then he shook his head and smiled. "No, we had a good chat. Nothing you worried about happened." "Ha, Bai Shuqing, it seems that you know my identity. Did the old man tell you?" From Bai Shuqing's eyes and attitude, Yi Tianqi could tell he figured out some things. Otherwise, even if he was Mr. Bai's savior, Bai Shuqing shouldn't have such an admiring look at him. It was not normal. The only explanation is that Mr. Bai did not tell Bai Yulong his identity, but told Bai Shuqing. Come to think of it, it's true. Compared to Bai Yulong, Bai Shuqing is obviously more favored by the old man. Bai Shuqing didn't expect Yi Tianqi to be so straightforward. He nodded awkwardly and said, Grandpa told me, but he also told me not to reveal it to anyone except myself. Mr. Yi, please rest assured. Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, okay, it's okay, I believe you. See you later when you have time. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come when the old man celebrates his birthday, don't worry. After saying that, Yi Tianqi was about to leave. Bai Shuqing saw that Yi Tianqi had no intention of continuing the conversation, and did not dare to stop him. He could only watch Yi Tianqi leave, thinking of what Yi Tianqi said, that his elder brother was in the hotel. He did not care about anything else. The important thing was to find Bai Yilong first. He must figure out the matter, and even stop Bai Yilong from changing his mind, otherwise, he doesn't know what will happen next. 105, Chapter 105. Do you believe in Big Brother? Bai Shuqing actually wanted to ask how Yi Tianqi knew Bai Yilong, but it was too late. It would be funny if he couldn't even find his eldest brother's room in the Bai family's own hotel. Soon, Bai Shuqing arrived at the door of the room, pushed it open and walked in. Sure enough, the white fish dragon was here, and the fire snake was also here. As for the other one, he seemed familiar with it, but he couldn't remember it. Bai Shuqing, why are you here? Bai Shuqing silently walked up to Bai Yilong, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, brother, although I don't know what happened between you and third uncle, he is now uniting the clan members to hold a clan meeting to judge you and even expel you from the Bai family. This is no small matter, brother. What exactly happened? After saying that, Bai Shuqing looked at Huasha and respectfully called out, Uncle Huasha. The fire snake smiled and nodded. Then Bai Shuqing looked at Boss Bao and asked softly, may I ask who you are? He knew his elder brother's temper. If he could sit at the same table with him and chat and laugh happily, and if Fire Snake was also there, then it was obvious that their status was comparable. At the very least, he was worthy of Bai Yilong's attention. And how could the person who could make a proud and arrogant elder brother like me care about him be a simple person? Before Boss Leopard could answer, Bai Yilong said calmly, this is Boss Leopard. Even if you haven't seen him, you must have heard of him. When Bai Shuqing heard this, he was shocked. Of course he had heard of it. How could he not have heard of it? Among the 3 giants and 2 bosses in the underground world of East Province, Boss Leopard is the most mysterious and also known to be the most terrifying one. He has been living in seclusion in recent years and has not been concerned with worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, he sat together with his eldest brother. However, how these 2 people knew each other was not something Bai Shuqing could know. It's Mr. Leopard. I apologize for not recognizing you. Sorry. Bai Shuqing bowed respectfully and apologized. Boss Leopard waved his hand and chuckled, it's okay, we've never met before, so it's normal that you don't recognize me. If you really did recognize me, then I'd have to ask you why you collected my information. This was said as a joke, but to Bai Shuqing, it sounded like a reminder. You're joking. Boss Leopard chuckled and said, this kind of joke is harmless and there's nothing wrong with it. However, why are you questioning your eldest brother? Old Third Bai wants to hold a clan meeting to judge your eldest brother, so, without asking what happened, you rush over to question your own eldest brother. Is this old Master Bai's idea, or yours? Don't be afraid, I don't mean anything else, I just want to know what you think. These words were not meant to be nosy by Boss Bao, but as he said, only by settling the internal affairs of the Bai family first could he do a better job for Yi Tianqi. Otherwise, there will be internal and external troubles and numerous troubles. Bai Shuqing was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, Grandpa doesn't know about this yet. He heard it from third uncle. He didn't give the specific reason, but no matter what the reason, my eldest brother can't hit third uncle's the elder. If this gets out, it will probably cause a huge uproar and damage my eldest brother's reputation. Also, I hope my eldest brother will give up on this matter of rectifying the Bai family and conducting a thorough investigation immediately. I know that many members of the Bai family are secretly committing crimes, taking bribes, and even violating laws and disciplines. However, we can proceed gradually and not resort to such harsh measures right away. This will cause panic among everyone and lead them to unite against my eldest brother. And the old man has always had some complaints about Big Brother's tough behavior. If he knew about this, I'm afraid it would be bad for Big Brother, so I'd like to advise Big Brother to apologize to third uncle and deal with this matter first. As for future matters, it's not too late to discuss it later. Bai Shuqing's analysis was very logical, and every word seemed to show his concern for Bai Yilong and his fear that Bai Yilong would be hurt. Of course, in fact, Bai Shuqing was really sincere in doing so. Otherwise, he would not have to care about this trivial matter. If Bai Yilong really fell, he, Bai Shuqing, would be the biggest beneficiary. With the old man's favor and many clansmen willing to deal with Bai Yilong, he will naturally become the next definite heir of the Bai family. But he doesn't want to. Mr. Bai and everyone else's evaluation of Bai Shuqing was correct. He was too gentle and thought too much about everything. He was a good person and might be a good head of the family. However, he was definitely not someone who could lead the Bai family to become stronger. Bai Yulong's character is too strong, and his character is too soft. Boss Bao listened to Bai Shuqing's words, looked at Bai Yulong and smiled. It seems that your brother really cares about you and has no bad intentions otherwise. At this time, even if he didn't add insult to injury, he should have just watched from the sidelines. Bai Yulong smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Shuqing has a gentle temperament and is not a bad person. However, the current situation of the Bai family may seem to be normal, but there are many hidden dangers. Serious illnesses require heavy medicine to treat, and scraping bones to heal wounds is an inevitable process. Shuqing, you don't need to worry about this matter. Let them make trouble. I am just afraid that they won't make trouble enough. Otherwise, how can I openly and ruthlessly scrape the bone to cure the poison? The white fish dragon's voice was indifferent, but full of murderous intent. This made Bai Shuqing stunned. He could hear that all this was within Bai Yulong's expectations. He did it on purpose to take the opportunity to make a big fuss. However, once the incident gets out of hand, it's irreversible. Big brother. Bai Shuqing shouted anxiously, wanting to say something else. Bai Yulong shook his head and said indifferently, I told you not to worry about anything. As for the old man, you don't have to worry. I will discuss it with Uncle Fire Snake and Boss Leopard later after I finish some things. I will go back to see the old man. You can go back first and tell him that I will be back soon to give him an explanation. Tell him that the Bai family must change, and can only change. No one can stop it, otherwise they will be the sinner of the Bai family. The era of great contention has arrived, and a reshuffle is about to begin for my Bai family. If we don't advance, we will retreat. If we retreat, we will be defeated, and if we are defeated, we will perish. I think the old man is very clear about this principle. Bai Shuqing trembled a little after hearing these words. This is a gamble for the entire Bai family. It seems that if Bai Yulong doesn't do this, then the future of the Bai family will only be destruction. Can you say that? Do you dare to say it? If others knew, Bai Yulong would only add another crime to his charge. If old Master Bai knew, he would definitely be extremely angry. Also, Bai Yulong and Fire Snake being together is normal, but how is he involved with Boss Leopard as well? What are they plotting? What do they want to do? It was already common knowledge that Fire Snake supported Bai Yulong. In addition, the power that Bai Yulong secretly controlled in the Bai family was enough to compete with anyone. Now, if the unfathomable leopard boss, Bai Shuqing, was added to the mix, I couldn't imagine what would happen next. Bai Yulong looked at the somewhat bewildered and anxious Bai Shuqing, sighed softly, and said, Shuqing, don't you believe in Big Brother? Trust me, and do as I say. Over the years, when have you ever made mistakes? When have you ever truly harmed the family? 106, Chapter 106. The truth is more terrifying than you can imagine. Bai Shuqing looked at Bai Yulong and finally sighed helplessly. He knew that he could not convince Bai Yulong. Instead, he was somewhat shaken by what Bai Yulong said. He knew clearly that this was wrong. At least, there were many solutions and gentler ways to change step by step. However, Bai Yulong chose the most difficult path and put himself in bad reputation. He could not understand and did not agree with it. But, I can't refute it. Brother, I know I can't convince you, but since you think things have reached the point where this is the only way, then, do it your way. I will speak for you with Grandpa. Just because of Bai Yulong's words, believe in Big Brother, Bai Shuqing immediately made his own choice. Bai Yulong's eyes held a hint of relief as he nodded gently, saying, Okay, tell Grandpa I'll be back soon. You should go back early to stay home and don't get involved in their affairs. Let them collude, and don't try to do anything. It's time for the Bai family to be reborn. Bai Shuqing had no choice but to nod silently. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Shuqing looked at Bai Yulong and said, Brother, I just met Yi Tianqi, Divine Dr. Yi, when I came here. Although Grandpa asked me not to tell you for the time being, I think I should tell you now. It may not give you any additional help, but it may prevent you from making some mistakes that you shouldn't have made. The identity of Divine Dr. Yi is not simple. He is not just the one who saved the old man's life. He has an even more mysterious identity, an extremely shocking one. Bai Shuqing had not intended to tell Bai Yulong, but now, given the situation, he had no choice but to tell it. The relief in Bai Yulong's eyes became more and more intense, and the look he gave his younger brother became more and more doting. In other big families, it is not impossible for brothers to be friendly and respectful to each other, and for fathers to be kind and for sons to be filial. However, when it comes to huge interests and even the issue of inheritance rights, not to mention brothers killing each other, it is not uncommon for fathers and sons to turn against each other. But here, Bai Shuqing could obviously become the most advantageous beneficiary, but he chose to support and believe in his eldest brother just this point. Moved by Yulong very much. Shuqing, are you saying that because of the special signature on Rai's painting, you guessed Rai's identity? I know. No? Bai Yulong actually knew Yi Tianqi's true identity, which was really unexpected by Bai Shuqing. As expected, his biological brother was much more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined, and even more profound than his grandfather had imagined. How did you know? Wait, do you know Mr. Yi? I just saw Mr. Yi walking out of the hotel, and I thought he was with Lin Xingyue. Could it be that he was with you? If that's the case, then he witnessed everything that happened to third uncle, and he also knows what you're going to do. Bai Shuqing felt as if he didn't understand this world at all, as if he knew nothing. The fact is, he really doesn't know. Bai Yulong nodded gently and said, "Don't go looking for Lin Xingyue. These matters are very complicated and involve Rai's affairs. Remember one thing, don't say too much, don't ask too many questions, and don't tell anyone." Mr. Yi witnessed everything that just happened. He also knows that I want to clean up the Bai family and investigate them, and this has been approved by Mr. Yi. Shuqing, remember what your brother said, never underestimate anyone, and never think you know the whole truth. The truth is often more terrifying than you imagine. Do you understand? Oh, by the way, if you have trouble explaining it when you go back, you can tell Grandpa that our third uncle doesn't even intend to give face to Boss Bao, and Boss Bao has a close relationship with Mr. Yi, and now he is also our friend. After saying this, Bai Yulong looked at Boss Leopard and smiled slightly. Boss Leopard also smiled and nodded. He had a better impression of Bai Shuqing, whose deep affection for his own brother outweighed all self-interests. Your brother is right. Bai Lao San wants to represent the Bai family and start a war with Me. Is he courting death? Boy, your methods are too soft and your temper is too gentle, but fortunately, your eldest brother will take care of you. Just continue to be kind. As for other things, you can't intervene, so don't intervene. Just remember, your eldest brother is not harming the Bai family. He is here to save the Bai family. Bai Shuqing looked blankly at Boss Leopard, then at Bai Yulong, and then at the fire snake. Finally, he shook his head and left. If he doesn't understand, he won't do it. Now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. Even the fact that Bai Lao San offended Boss Leopard is probably just a fuse, not the real reason. In this world, with all the conspiracy and scheming, did Mr. Bai still want him to prepare to remedy the white fish dragon? Perhaps they were overthinking it. Although Bai Yulong is tough and cold, he is extremely scheming and considerate in everything he does. His seemingly reckless actions are actually well thought out. How can he make amends? After all, they all underestimated the white fish dragon. Thinking of this, Bai Shuqing laughed and his mood became much better. The better and more powerful the elder brother is, the better it is for him. He has never intended to compete for the inheritance rights of the Bai family. He knows his own situation and knows that he is not suitable, especially when the situation changes. He is unable to control the overall situation. After Bai Shuqing left, Boss Bao looked at Bai Yulong and said with a smile, "Your brother is really quite good. It's not easy to find someone with such a kind heart in a big family. This relationship is worth cherishing." Listen, when Boss Bao praised Bai Shuqing, Bai Yulong felt much happier than when he was praised himself. Boss Bao, you're too kind. Shuqing is just too kind on a daily basis. However, he truly doesn't have any bad intentions. I hope he can always maintain this kindness. I will face the complexity and darkness of this world. Well, Boss Bao, Uncle Fire Snake, if you're not busy, why don't you come with me to the Bai family to see how those clown-like members of my clan are forcing the emperor to abdicate and how they plan to deal with me. Upon hearing this, Huasha's eyes flashed with excitement. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I will go. If it weren't for old Master Bai's sake, I would have dealt with many people in the Bai family long ago. Now, Yulong, since you've made up your mind, Huasha, will stand by you this time, even if I have to risk being blamed by old Master. I want to see who dares to say anything and who dares to be so arrogant." Being able to say such words, it was obvious that Huasha had been really angry for quite some time now. He finally had the chance to vent his anger, and he did it so openly it would be strange if he was not happy. Boss Leopard also smiled slightly, nodded gently, and said, "We are all friends, so we should go together." Boss Leopard would naturally look upon someone recognized by Yi Tianqi with new respect. Moreover, he had been in the eastern province for a long time and was quite familiar with Bai Yulong. This person is very capable and has a strong character. He can be said to be a rare talent. He only needs a good platform. Bai Yilong's achievements are definitely not limited to this. As long as Bai Yilong can seize this platform this time, Yi Tianqi will give him the opportunity to spread his wings. At the same time, Yi Tianqi had returned to the villa. Mr. Zhou was also there, as was Xiaolang and Tang Shizhou. Several people were staring at each other. Obviously, Mr. Zhou had discovered Tang Shizhou, and Tang Shizhou's identity was not simple, and the things involved behind it were even more serious. This made Mr. Zhou somewhat dissatisfied. 107, Chapter 107. Who dares to disrespect you? If they had only discovered Tang Shizhou, there would actually be no problem. After all, Mr. Zhou still needed Yi Tianqi. It was impossible that he would be dissatisfied just because Yi Tianqi brought back a beggar, or even a friend. Not to mention bringing him back, even if Mr. Zhou personally gave Tang Shizhou wealth and glory, it would be nothing. But the key to the problem is that in Tang Shizhou's cognition, Yi Tianqi is noble and inviolable, and he is the last hope to save his young lady Tang Qingyu. What is Mr. Zhou? How dare you speak without respect? Even from a few words, Tang Shizhou had figured out that Mr. Zhou seemed to have threatened Yi Tianqi. This was simply outrageous. This is why Tang Shizhou spoke so disrespectfully towards Mr. Zhou. Even though he became a beggar and hid everywhere, he was from the Tang family after all and once held great power in the Tang family in the past. A person of Mr. Zhou's level could only enter his sight, and that was all. Yi Tianqi didn't know the specific situation, but after thinking for a while, he was able to come up with a general idea. After entering the door, Yi Tianqi nodded slightly to Mr. Zhou as a greeting, but he looked at Tang Shizhou with great enthusiasm. Uncle 19, it's true that clothes make the man. After dressing up like this, you've regained your former elegance. Tang Shizhou quickly shook his head and said respectfully, I dare not. Who dares to talk about elegance in front of you? I also want to thank Mr. Yi for allowing Shizhou to regain his dignity. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, Uncle 19, you're too serious now. Our situations don't seem to be much different, huh? Let's not talk about this anymore. This is a bit modest, but it is indeed somewhat similar. Yi Tianqi was expelled from the Qi family, listed as a taboo, and forced to hide his identity. As a result, he established the Tiangong and sat on the throne, but left silently and became Yi Tianqi, abandoned by a woman. Who would believe this if you tell others? But this is the fact, and this fact is somewhat similar to Tang Shizhou, who was driven away and even hunted by the Tang family while hiding here and there. Of course, it was just a joke after all, but when Tang Shizhou heard this joke, he immediately misunderstood it, or rather, he had already misunderstood it. Tang Shizhou's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said murderously, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I am here. Anyone who dares to threaten you or even disrespect you will be punished. I may not be as strong as I used to be, but I still have the strength to fight. If you want to humiliate you, you must first step over my corpse. After saying that, Tang Shizhou stared at Mr. Zhou fiercely, almost calling his name directly. Mr. Zhou was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who did he offend? Tang Shizhou just had a problem with him and couldn't seem to get along with him. Was Mr. Zhou disrespectful to Yi Tianqi? He treated Yi Tianqi as the chief consultant of the Zhou group and even promised to introduce him to some important figures in the Heavenly Palace. He respected him enough, right? But what, when Yi Tianqi came here, maybe it was a bit too much, so he couldn't get over it. And Yi Tianqi, isn't he taking Mr. Zhou too lightly? From the moment he entered the door, Mr. Zhou smiled at him, but in return he got a faint nod from Yi Tianqi. He nodded calmly. I, Mr. Zhou, am not even worthy of a greeting from Yi Tianqi. Instead, you are getting heated with this old beggar. What kind of thing is this? Old beggar is how Mr. Zhou described Tang Shizhou. Although Tang Shizhou no longer looks like a beggar, Mr. Zhou naturally has his own sources of information. How could he not know what Tang Shizhou looked like before he was taken away by Xiaolang for a makeover? Of course, Mr. Zhou now knew very well whether Tang Shizhou was a beggar or not. How could a beggar know Yi Tianqi? How could he have such murderous intent? There was clearly something behind his words. But, no matter what, why did you provoke me? The more he thought about it, the more depressed Mr. Zhou felt, and he even got a little angry. Tang 19, why are you looking at me? I, Zhou, have always been respectful to Mr. Yi. Everyone knows this. Why do you hold so much resentment towards me? If someone doesn't know, they might think I've done something to you. Mr. Zhou couldn't help it and questioned Tang Shizhou directly in front of Yi Tianqi. When Tang Shizhou heard this, he saw that Mr. Zhou dared to refute him, he glared at him and said coldly, Mr. Zhou, others may be afraid of you, but I, Tang Shizhou, am not. Don't think I don't know who you are. You just made a name for yourself in the underground world of Eastern Province. Do you think that this gives you the right to act tyrannically? You're wrong. Also, you were so respectful to Mr. Yi. How come I didn't see how you were being so respectful? Do you really think I don't know what you think and do? I'm telling you, Mr. Yi is kind and generous and won't argue with you, but I, Tang Shizhou, don't tolerate any injustice. If you dare show me any disrespect for Mr. Yi, I'll skin you alive. The hostility is not just heavy, it is simply murderous. Nothing happened yet, just a few words, and he threatened to skin Mr. Zhou alive. Mr. Zhou had never experienced such anger in his life. Okay, you're really that arrogant, then I want to see what qualifications you have to threaten me, let alone say the words skin me alive. I, Zhou, have been roaming the world for so many years and have never suffered such injustice. After saying this, Mr. Zhou looked at Yi Tianqi angrily and said, Mr. Yi, although this is your friend, please forgive me for not giving him face. I want to see what ability Tang Shizhou has to dare to humiliate me like this. Without waiting for Yi Tian, as soon as he opened his mouth, Mr. Zhou glared at the little wolf standing next to him and said, Little wolf, are you a fool? Don't you see that your boss, I, have been humiliated? What are you still standing there for? Break the limbs of this fool and throw him out. Mr. Zhou was really dissatisfied with the little wolf. Where was his previous cleverness? Where was his protectiveness that had always stood up for him and wouldn't let anyone say anything about him? Didn't I just say a few words to him before? But that was just to show for Yi Tianqi. Why did you keep silent now that Yi Tianqi is not here? Even if Yi Tianqi is here now, Tang Shizhou is not Yi Tianqi. What are you afraid of, little wolf? What are you worried about? The little wolf was almost feeling wronged and suffocated. He really wasn't deliberately showing off to Mr. Zhou because of what happened before, as Mr. Zhou thought. In fact, he really didn't dare to do it. As someone who already knew how terrifying Yi Tianqi was, and even didn't know if he could survive if it weren't for Yi Tianqi's mercy, he really wanted to cover Mr. Zhou's mouth quickly to prevent him from saying too much and making too many mistakes, so that Yi Tianqi would lose the mood to flatter him. By then, it would be hard to say whether Mr. Zhou could still be alive. 108, Chapter 108. Why don't you try not giving me face? Seeing that the little wolf was still standing there hesitant to speak after hearing his order, Mr. Zhou's anger immediately rose. Good, it's really good. Good, you little wolf, now even you dare to disobey my orders. Fine. After saying that, Mr. Zhou was about to call his men in again. Today, he was really angry. Yi Tianqi sighed softly at this time, looked at Mr. Zhou, and said, Mr. Zhou, why are you so angry? This is not your style. Uncle 19 is just eager to protect me. There are some misunderstandings. It's alright if we explain them clearly. Mr. Zhou, are you planning to kill me? After hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Mr. Zhou slowly calmed down, but he was still unwilling to give in. Mr. Yi, I have great respect for you. I think you should be able to sense this. Of course, I, Zhou, am not afraid of being misunderstood. However, no matter how incompetent I am, I cannot be humiliated by anyone. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Mr. Yi, I don't know what your relationship with this Tang 19 is. Let me make it clear first, I've been extremely friendly to him since I met him. It's him who has always disliked me. I've tolerated it time and time again, but I can't tolerate it anymore. I can still give Mr. Yi face this time, but please, Mr. Yi, discipline your friend properly, otherwise, don't blame me, Zhou, for not giving you face. As soon as these words were spoken, the little wolf broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. He just felt that Mr. Zhou was dancing on a cliff and might fall into the abyss in the next second. Threaten Yi Tianqi in person. Still not giving me face? Mr. Zhou knows that if Yi Tianqi hadn't kept him around, he probably wouldn't know where he is anymore. Why doesn't he give him face? However, Xiaolang would not dare to say a word even if he was beaten to death. He was very clear about Yi Tianqi's temper. It was not that he was afraid of death, but he was afraid that if he said more, Yi Tianqi would be even more angry. Mr. Zhou, who originally had hope of survival, would be gone if he turned back. Therefore, he could only keep silent and let Mr. Zhou misunderstand him, and he did not dare to offend Yi Tianqi. Tang Shizhou, seeing that Mr. Zhou dared to disrespect Yi Tianqi and even used himself to threaten Yi Tianqi, immediately got angry. He was in a miserable state, and his fighting ability was not as good as before, but he did not think that he could not even kill Mr. Zhou. However, Yi Tianqi did not give Tang Shizhou a chance to speak. Instead, his eyes gradually became indifferent. He looked at Mr. Zhou, chuckled, and said, Mr. Zhou, how do I, Yi Tianqi, do you really think you can control me? No respect? Ha, you really make me curious. If you don't give me face, what can I do? In other words, Yi Tianqi, don't care about this face if you don't give me one. I really want to see what the consequences will be if you don't give me face. Yi Tianqi's tone was indifferent, his eyes were blank, and it was obvious that he was unhappy. If he wants to deal with Mr. Zhou, he can do so at any time. He is just pretending to be nice. Does Mr. Zhou really think he is a nobody and doesn't give him face at every turn? Yi Tianqi was already feeling annoyed about Tang Qingyu's matter. Mr. Zhou had thrown himself into the seeking death, so he couldn't be blamed. Anyway, for him, there is no difference whether Mr. Zhou is there or not. It's just that the process is a little more complicated. But Tang Shizhou was different. Although he called him Uncle Shizhou, in fact he had no blood relationship with Tang Shizhou. However, Tang Shizhou's loyalty to Tang Qingyu made Yi Tianqi very satisfied. He already felt guilty towards Tang Qingyu now. He must not let anyone bully Tang Shizhou, who had always protected Tang Qingyu. He could regard this as a way to make up for his guilt, or anything else, but he could not allow it. He simply could not allow it. Mr. Zhou never dreamed that Yi Tianqi would actually dare to break up with him, Mr. Zhou, just for Tang Shizhou. Why? Yi Tianqi, can't you really tell the difference between the important and the unimportant? These words did not give Mr. Zhou any face at all. Yi Tianqi, are you really going to break up with me just for this person? Haven't you considered the consequences? As a result of? Yi Tianqi smiled, looked at Mr. Zhou, and said calmly, what consequences are you talking about? The consequences of you attacking me, or the consequences of threatening me? Mr. Zhou, I gave you face, but since you don't want it, then don't talk to me about consequences if I don't say anything. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm really curious about what you, Zhou, can do to me. Why don't you give it a try? I'm standing here, not going anywhere. Try to move. Mado, you have the ability to do it. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you this illusion? Mr. Zhou's face turned pale with anger at Yi Tianqi's words. I couldn't speak for a long time. However, he was very clear that what Yi Tianqi said was the truth. First, he needed Yi Tianqi. Second, the relationship between Yi Tianqi, Baialong, and Fire Snake was beyond his imagination. If he touched Yi Tianqi, then if Baialong and Fire Snake knew about it, they would never let it go. Although he planned to make the underground world of East Province uniform even without Yi Tianqi, the problem was that this uniformity was not the way it was now. If he really provoked these people in advance, he would not be prepared for many things, and it would ruin his plans. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. More importantly, today, Yi Tianqi went to Sixintang, and Boss Leopard also went there. Although he had not yet had time to ask the little wolf about the specific process, it was obvious that Yi Tianqi would not go there casually and must have met Boss Leopard, so he didn't know what was said or what was discussed. But within this short period of time, Yi Tianqi has already contacted the Bai family, the Fire Snake, and Boss Leopard at the same time. This means that half of the power of the underground world in East Province has been connected by Yi Tianqi. On this point, Mr. Zhou, even if he was extremely angry, he would not dare to express it. He also realized that the underground world of the Eastern Province was all of the same. With the help of Yi Tianqi, it was very likely to be achieved easily. Although he had no idea what Yi Tianqi's ability was, perhaps this was Yi Tianqi's ability, and this was the true ability of the exiled immortal of the Qi family who could make things happen with a wave of his hand. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said coldly, I know you have already reached some agreement with Baialong and Boss Washabao, but don't forget, even without you, this East Province underground world is completely clean, and I can still succeed. What exactly is my trump card, Mr. Yi? Have you forgotten it? Do you really want to go against me and even my backers for this person? You are very smart, you should know how to choose. This is, seeing that he could not suppress Yi Tianqi, he moved out of the heavenly palace. And Yi Tianqi smiled. He laughed extremely wildly. Yunting Tianjun, Dong Tianwang, that's all you want to say? Okay, I admit, I'm still interested in them. However, as a human being, there are things you should and shouldn't do. I haven't been happy for many years now. I want to be happy, and no one can stop me. Whoever makes me unhappy, I will make him unhappy. No one is exempt. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with my answer? 109, Chapter 109. You have too many enemies, I am afraid. Answer? Are you satisfied? What kind of answer is this from Yi Tianqi? It's almost like an ultimatum. He makes anyone who makes him unhappy unhappy, and he has been unhappy for many years. Mr. Zhou really wanted to mock Yi Tianqi, but when he saw the madness slowly flashing in Yi Tianqi's eyes, he instinctively felt danger at this time. He decided not to provoke Yi Tianqi. This was the truest thought in his heart. Danger, danger, extremely dangerous. Mr. Yi, have you thought it through? Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, looked at Yi Tianqi, and asked again. Yi Tianqi sneered, looked at Mr. Zhou playfully, and said, "You shouldn't be asking me this question, but have you thought it through? Becoming my enemy is a small matter, but can you afford to delay your performance in front of the master? To put it even more bluntly, you've delayed something important they wanted to do. How can you apologize?" As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, hitting Mr. Zhou's heart hard. That's right, this is the most important thing. It is not worth it to fall out with Yi Tianqi for Tang Shizhu. If he delays things and offends the big shots in the Heavenly Palace, he will be in trouble even if he wants to die. Mr. Zhou is obviously not such a shallow person, so how could he be angered? Today, he seems to be different from before, as if he is not himself anymore. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhou reflected for a moment. Perhaps Yi Tianqi's performance was far beyond his imagination, making him feel out of control, so he felt a sense of crisis? Or maybe he was finding it increasingly difficult to see through Yi Tianqi, and always had a bad feeling, so he was anxious and wanted to test him? But no matter what, the result was a failure. After a moment's silence, Mr. Zhou suddenly smiled. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "You're right, Mr. Yi, I lost my composure. Perhaps I've been too anxious lately, to the point where I haven't been myself anymore. I hope Mr. Yi will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. We still need to work together sincerely. Only in this way can we achieve the result we all want." Mr. Zhou is a master at changing his face at will. However, it seems that this is also a necessary skill to become a big man. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Zhou deeply and laughed. "That's fine. I understand having conflicts doesn't matter. Solving them is the most important thing. As for me, Mr. Zhou, please don't take my attitude just now seriously. I haven't seen my 19th uncle for many years. He fell into this situation because of my fiancé, so I must protect him. Whoever wants to touch him is touching me. Hope you understand." Mr. Zhou smiled and nodded, but he froze halfway through. Fiancé? What fiancé? Where did the fiancé come from? Didn't you, Yi Tianqi, just get divorced? How come you already have a fiancé? But if she was not Yi Tianqi's fiancé, then it could only be that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian's fiancé, and the status and position of the fiancé of the exiled immortal of the Qi family can be imagined. The more Mr. Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that things seemed to be beyond his expectations. Then, Tang Shizhu's murderous aura and momentum are understandable. How weak can a family be that can marry into the noble son of the Qi family? How low can one's status be if one can become someone close to a core member of the clan? No wonder he dared to look down on me. No wonder he didn't allow anyone to say a word against Yi Tianqi. It turned out that he was not a beggar, but a big man in the past. But this is not important. What is important is that Qi Tian has become a taboo. Tang Shizhu has been hiding everywhere. It is conceivable how much changes have taken place in the meantime. Yi Tianqi clearly wanted to protect Tang Shizhu. At the same time, he personally acknowledged the word fiancé. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to rekindle his relationship with this fiancé. If that's the case, wouldn't the Qi family know? Would the fiancé's family agree? Not to mention the obstruction of the two major families. Even if one of them knew about it, they probably would not let Yi Tianqi go. How would Mr. Zhou cope with it then? No matter how arrogant he is not arrogant enough to be compared with the Qi family. That is the difference between an ant and a colossus. He doesn't want to be trampled to death. More importantly, the backers behind him wanted to keep a low profile and had no intention of entering the territory directly with great fanfare. Otherwise, would they have needed to find Mr. Zhou, a person who was only slightly famous in the underground world of East Province? Even without the strength of the Heavenly Palace, the strength of the Eastern King himself is enough to swagger into the territory and directly step into the top sequence. What Yi Tianqi is causing now has become the biggest variable. Mr. Yi, who is the fiancé you mentioned? Also, what is the true identity of this Mr. Tang? It's not that I want to pry into your privacy, but I'm afraid there are quite a lot of things involved. Yi Tianqi guessed what Mr. Zhou was going to ask, and he had no intention of hiding anything. If you want to know, then I'll tell you. I once had an engagement just like what you think. It was made when I was still Qi Tian. Not many people know about this, and now, I'm afraid not many people dare to talk nonsense. The person she is engaged to is Tang Qingyu from the Tang family, and Uncle 19 is one of Mr. Tang's former adopted sons. He was also the one who once commanded more than half of the Tang family's guards. As for the story between Tang Qingyu and me, I think there's no need to say more after all, it involves a lot of privacy, hee. It's so simple. Mr. Zhou's face turned pale looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression. He trembled in his heart. The Qi family is already powerful enough, and now there is another Tang family. Yi Tianqi's fiancé turned out to be from the Tang family in the imperial capital. This was actually nothing, but the key point was that Yi Tianqi and Tang Qingyu did not end up together. This probably involved a huge secret. And Tang Shizhou is indeed a big figure for a big family like the Tang family. The so-called protection force is not just as simple as the security chief. It controls the protection, security, and even violence of the entire Tang family system. No wonder Tang Shizhou is so arrogant and looks down on himself. He does have the qualifications. However, now is not the time to talk about this, but what Yi Tianqi wants to do. Tang Shizhou has been kicked out. Obviously, there are new changes in the Tang family now. I see it was my fault for being short-sighted and neglecting Mr. Tang 19. No wonder he treated me like that. I brought this upon myself. But, Mr. Yi, are you planning to rekindle your relationship with Miss Tang? Since Mr. Tang Shizhou has come here and is hiding everywhere, I'm afraid there's something complicated going on. Yi Tianqi nodded gently and smiled. Of course it's not simple. I am already a taboo in the Qi family and have been expelled naturally. The Tang family doesn't approve of this marriage, so they arranged another marriage for Qingyu. However, the other party is a well-known evil young man, not a good person. Is such a person worthy of marrying Qingyu? What's more, I heard that this person was shouting at me from a distance. Tell me, can I tolerate this? I've already let Qingyu down, so I can't bear to watch her enter the fire pit. Otherwise, would I still be a man? It's just the Qi family, the Tang family, and the Yi family. I, Yi Tianqi, have nothing to fear. Tell me, isn't that right, Mr. Zhou? We're both men, and I think you should understand my feelings. What's more, we're all on the same boat now. Mr. Zhou, you won't turn a blind eye and watch me suffer such a great humiliation, right? Right? Is it right? What a big-headed ghost. Even if Mr. Zhou is not in the imperial capital, it does not mean that he does not know the names of the top forces. Which of these forces can he afford to provoke? Those were the beings that he had tried every possible means and begged for, but he still couldn't see them. As a result, they popped out of Yi Tianqi's mouth one after another, and it seemed that they all had a deep hatred for each other. After that, he said that we are all in the same boat. You, Mr. Zhou, can't just turn a blind eye and drag me into revenge together and become enemies with the three major forces. Mr. Zhou, how many heads do you have? Do you dare to go? What a shitty boat. He suddenly regretted riding on the same boat with Yi Tianqi that was courting death. Death. 110, Chapter 110 Betrayal. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath. The current situation was completely out of his control and beyond his expectations. All this was due to the appearance of Tang Shizhou. If he hadn't appeared, Yi Tianqi wouldn't have known about the affairs of the imperial capital, nor would he have known about Tang Qingyu's situation, and there would have been no problem of offending the three major forces. But now, it's too late to say anything. But it's not hopeless. There is still a chance. As long as Yi Tianqi can be convinced, we can completely pretend that this matter does not exist. Now that Yi Tianqi has done a lot of things, it is probably impossible to throw him off the boat halfway. Otherwise, the unified plan of the underground world in the eastern province will become more difficult once Yi Tianqi intervenes and obstructs it. But convincing Yi Tianqi is no easy task. Mr. Zhou looked at Yi Tianqi and said solemnly, Mr. Yi, may I have a word with you? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi said calmly, if you want to persuade me, Mr. Zhou, there's no need. Since you know I'm Qi Tian, you should know that the decision I made is impossible to change. What's more, you're afraid, but I'm not. Besides, Mr. Zhou, do you really need to be afraid of this? Don't forget who was backing you. If you do this, won't you lose face for Yunting Tianjun and even the Eastern Heavenly King? As one of the four Heavenly Kings of the Heavenly Palace, and even their leader, how could the Eastern Heavenly King be afraid of a few powerful forces from the Dragon Kingdom? These words were obviously meant to provoke. What he said was true. The King of East Heaven has nothing to fear, but the key point is that Mr. Zhou is not the King of East Heaven. This completely goes against the strategy of the King of East Heaven. At the same time, why would the King of East Heaven offend these three major forces? In the territory of Longhua, what's the point of offending three powerful forces that are not easy to provoke, not to mention the top ones, but definitely the first tier ones? Are you just after Yi Tianqi? Then why can't Yi Tianqi be handed over in exchange for the goodwill of the three major forces, so that King Dong Tian's plan can be carried out more smoothly? With the help of the three major forces, the King of the East will be like a fish in water and will be more adept at it compared with the goodwill of the head of the four heavenly kings of heaven. These three major forces will definitely not miss it. You can be friends, but you choose to be enemies. Are you out of your mind? When Mr. Zhou thought about this, he suddenly understood. Yes, he could completely avoid offending them. Why should he offend them? He could even take advantage of this opportunity to connect with the three major forces and make things smoother. Why not do it? Isn't this a ready-made opportunity? Mr. Zhou's eyes kept flickering and changing. It seemed that the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had turned a bad thing into a good thing. Yi Tianqi looked at the change in Mr. Zhou's eyes, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He saw through what Mr. Zhou was thinking at a glance, but he just didn't want to expose it. After all, it's not easy for me to think of this, and this is also a normal thought. But why not be bolder? Why not take a chance? Since we know that he is Qi Tian, and since we know the miracles he has created in the past, why don't we believe that he can still create miracles today? Even if you don't believe this, you still regard him as a man who is brave but not wise, who will do anything for the sake of his beloved. I assent that a bit too much of a disdain for him. Mr. Zhou, think carefully about what I said. Everything has its pros and cons. It all depends on your choice. Will you choose me, Yi Tianqi, or those three forces in the imperial capital who want to kill me? Everything is entirely up to you. Of course, if you can't make the decision, why not ask your backers? There's still time. Don't rush. Since I promised to help you solve the Dongzhou issue, I won't give up halfway until it's resolved. Mr. Zhou looked at Yi Tianqi, took a deep breath, and didn't want to say anything more. He knew that he could not convince Yi Tianqi. Nodding slightly, Mr. Zhou said, Mr. Yi, I will convey your intention to Yunting Tianjun, and even Dong Tianwang. However, have you really thought it through? After all, those are the three major families of the Dragon Kingdom. They are not easy to deal with. I don't think I need to remind you, Tianwang and Tianjun. Do you really want to offend them? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and said, just ask. Tell me when you have an answer. As for the rest, Mr. Zhou, don't worry. I, Yi Tianqi, believe that my value is no less than that of the three major families. In fact, it far exceeds them. It all depends on whether King Dongtian has the vision. My goodness, Mr. Zhou couldn't say a word after hearing this. It's more than just crazy, it's the kind of arrogance that is simply lawless. Do you think your own value is greater than that of the existing three major families, or even far exceeds them? Yi Tianqi, arrogance is not just engraved in your bones, it is engraved deep in your soul. How dare you say such things? However, it's okay. The more confident he is, the better. Mr. Zhou has made preparations for both situations. Naturally, he has to report the situation. However, it is hard to say whether he will help Yi Tianqi or the three major families. Of course, everything ultimately depends on the Eastern Heavenly King. But before a formal decision is made, Mr. Zhou will not fall out with Yi Tianqi. Mr. Yi, if that's the case, then I won't bother you anymore. I will report the situation immediately, and I will let you know as soon as I get a response. Yi Tianqi heard this and said with a smile, okay, then Mr. Zhou, have a good trip. He won't see you off. Mr. Zhou nodded, then stopped and looked at the little wolf with a frown before leaving. Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, I'll let someone else accompany you. I want to take little wolf away. He's a little ignorant now. Just now, the little wolf didn't know how to protect its master, and even started to not report some things, which made Mr. Zhou very angry. However, when Xiaolang heard this, his face turned pale and bitter. His loyalty to Mr. Zhou was evident to all. Everything he did was for Mr. Zhou's own good. He even begged Yi Tianqi for this, but Mr. Zhou didn't know. Now, it's misunderstood. He couldn't explain it either. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, that's not necessary. I am pretty good at using little wolf. It's only going to take a few days, so there's no need to change Hemas for his ignorance. If Mr. Zhou doesn't trust me to help educate him, then you can educate him yourself after this is over. Yi Tianqi refused Mr. Zhou's request to take the little wolf away. It was not because he was afraid that the little wolf would talk nonsense, but because he was really used to it, or perhaps he was too lazy to remember another person's name. Little wolf is not a fool. After knowing his own identity, he no longer has to avoid him in many things. That's good. If he changes to someone else, it will be more troublesome. When Mr. Zhou heard this, he didn't say much. He just looked at the little wolf deeply and left. After Mr. Zhou left, Xiaolang knelt down in front of Yi Tianqi, trembling without saying a word. Please forgive Mr. Zhou for his disrespect. Mr. Yi, he didn't know your identity, he had no choice. Yi Tianqi looked at the little wolf calmly and chuckled. Did I say anything about him? Besides, how do you know he has no choice? Mr. Zhou, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. He is not going to ask the Eastern King to help me now. I am afraid his goal is to use me to gain the favor and alliance of the three major families, huh? 111, Chapter 111 Miracle? I am the miracle. Yi Tianqi saw through Mr. Zhou's thoughts at a glance, but as a little wolf, he still couldn't believe it. No, maybe it's not that I don't dare, but that I can't and I don't want to. Yes, on one side was the abandoned son of the Qi family. Even if his personal abilities were exceptional, they were ultimately limited. Moreover, Mr. Zhou didn't know the specifics. On the other side, there were three major Dragon Nation forces, each of which was incredibly powerful. How to choose? It seemed that there was no need to think too much about it. But this is the worst case scenario. Mr. Zhou doesn't know, but the little wolf knows. It is because I know this that I understand how wrong Mr. Zhou's choice was. Looking at Yi Tianqi's playful expression, Xiaolang knew that everything was under Yi Tianqi's control, including Mr. Zhou's life and death. Alright, no need to say more. Your Mr. Zhou is just a normal person. What would a normal person do in this kind of situation? It's quite normal, isn't it? I don't resent him, of course. I'm more curious about what the Eastern Heavenly King would do. That's why I asked him to ask, hee. Little Wolf didn't dare to say anything more. He was in awe of Yi Tianqi to the core, not only because of Yi Tianqi's identity, but also because Yi Tianqi had a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. It seemed that all secrets were no longer secrets to him, and no one could hide them. At this time, Tang Shizhou's face was already solemn. He had not spoken since the beginning, but he was not deaf. He heard the conversation between Mr. Zhou and Yi Tianqi clearly. Only then did he realize that there were so many things involved. If it was just Mr. Zhou, Tang Shizhou really wouldn't care, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. What is Yunting Tianjun? What is Dong Tianwang, and what is Tiangong? No matter what, Tang Shizhou couldn't figure out how this huge monster was involved. Yes, Tang Shizhou, how could you not know the existence of the Heavenly Palace? The larger the force, the more clear it is about the capabilities of the Heavenly Palace and its top leaders. Even if you have the advantage of terrain, it is difficult to defeat the enemy. To put it bluntly, any Heavenly King from the Heavenly Palace who came to Dragon Country to take root would definitely not be weaker than their Tang family. Now in this time, the Heavenly King is involved, so this is no longer a matter for the top leaders of the Heavenly Palace. Can you afford to offend such a person? Tang Shizhou, you're not crazy yet. Mr. Yi, you and this Zhou just mentioned the Heavenly Monarch and the Eastern Heavenly King, and the power of the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace is behind this Zhou? Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, yes, Mr. Zhou has someone from the Eastern Heavenly King faction standing behind him. Otherwise, why do you think he would be so bold as to want to wipe out the Eastern Province's underground world, on his own? That would be wishful thinking. Of course, the person who helped him complete the cleanup of the East Province underground world was not the East Heavenly King's men, but Miha. This is another matter. Uncle 19, don't worry, I know what's going on. Tang Shizhou really believed in Yi Tianqi. After all, this gentleman was no ordinary man. He was a man who had created unbelievable miracles at such a young age. But even so, Tang Shizhou still felt cold all over this time. Mr. Zhou is one thing, but Tiangong is another matter entirely. Moreover, it seems that because of himself, Zhou got a piece of news, that is, Yi Tianqi is now facing the hostility of at least three major families in the Dragon Kingdom. Whoever helps Yi Tianqi will become an enemy of the three major families. Whoever can provide Yi Tianqi or even capture Yi Tianqi will take this as an opportunity to stand with the three major families or even form an alliance. As for the people of Kingdom Tian, they may not be afraid of the three major families, but will they really offend the three major families for Yi Tianqi? How to choose between the friendship of the three major families and the friendship of Yi Tianqi alone? It seems that any normal person will have the same answer, unless they trust Yi Tianqi extremely. But the question is, will they believe it? Tang Shizhou could never have imagined that his appearance would bring such great trouble to Yi Tianqi. If things go wrong, not only will Tang Qingyu not be rescued, but even Yi Tianqi might be implicated. Mr. Yi, the Heavenly Palace cannot be provoked. I deserve to die. I actually dragged you into such a dangerous situation. I really deserve to die. Mr. Yi, I know you insist, but if even you are in danger, then Miss Qingyu will have no one to rescue Heronly by keeping the Green Mountains alive. Can there be a chance? I will leave now. Mr. Yi, please quickly find Mr. Zhou and ask him not to tell the King of the East about this, just pretend it never happened, everything should be as if it never happened. Tang Shizhou spoke sincerely, he was really afraid. Not only was he afraid, who wouldn't be afraid? The three major families are already difficult enough to deal with, but he still holds out hope. However, if the big shots from the Heavenly Palace also get involved and join forces to deal with Yi Tianqi, it will be a dead end, a dead end. No matter how much he believed that Yi Tianqi could create a miracle, this was no longer a miracle, it was simply impossible. Yi Tianqi looked at Tang Shizhou's nervous expression, shook his head gently, and said with a smile, Uncle Shizhou, why worry so much? Perhaps things are not as bad as you think, or perhaps the King of East Heaven thinks I am more useful than the three major families, or even if the worst possibility is the case, do I have no power to fight back? Uncle 19, just relax, I won't do anything I'm not sure of course, it may seem a little risky sometimes, but you should understand how I do things, and you should also know me very well. Could it be that you don't trust me either? Listen to Yi Tian. Tang Shizhou was conflicted by Yi Tianqi's words. His reason told him that Yi Tianqi was comforting him after all. This was a dead end, but his experience and emotions told him that he should believe Yi Tianqi after all. This man had never made a mistake in what he said and did as long as he wanted to. Seeing Tang Shizhou still hesitant and embarrassed, and extremely distressed, Yi Tianqi couldn't bear it any longer. He chuckled and pointed at Xiaolang, saying, he is Mr. Zhou's confidant. Why do you think he didn't dare to protect his master just now when he knew everything, and why did he immediately kneel down and beg me to let Mr. Zhou go after he left? Uncle 19, doesn't he know how powerful the Eastern King is and how powerful the three great families are? But he clearly knows, so why would he do this? Have you never thought about it? Yi Tianqi did not tell Tang Shizhou his true identity after all. The matter was of great importance. It was not that he did not trust him, but that the time was not right yet. However, some things could be leaked, allowing him to guess and think for himself. And Tang Shizhou was indeed stunned. I was so shocked just now that I missed the facts in front of me. That's right, Xiaolang, why did you beg Yi Tianqi to let Mr. Zhou go when you knew that Yi Tianqi was doomed to die? This is totally unreasonable. Unless, Xiaolang knew that even if the big figures of the Heavenly Palace and the three major families joined forces, they would not be Yi Tianqi's opponents. But, is this possible? 112, Chapter 112 Great Changes in Eastern Province. Xiaolang also heard the conversation between Yi Tianqi and Tang Shizhou, but how could he respond? He is not qualified to answer anything. Since Yi Tianqi didn't tell Tang Shizhou his identity clearly, would Xiaolang dare to tell him? What's more, Xiaolang actually didn't know, but he was clear about one thing, that is, Yi Tianqi was too mysterious and too terrifying, and everything he did was certain. Looking at Tang Shizhou, Xiaolang smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Tang, just like Mr. Yi said, I believe him. Don't you still believe him? What's more, do you have any other solutions? Yes, if we don't trust Yi Tianqi, is there any better way? No, all hopes are based on Yi Tianqi. We can only hope that Yi Tianqi can create a miracle again. I'm sorry, Mirai, it's my fault. I should have trusted you, but in the end, I developed a feeling of distrust towards you. Please punish me. After Tang Shizhou finished speaking, he knelt on one knee and asked for punishment. Tang Shizhou had never been a scholar. He believed in loyalty and righteousness. Didn't Yi Tianqi know how dangerous it was? He knew it, but he didn't hesitate. Instead, he poured cold water on Yi Tianqi and had a distrustful thought. He couldn't forgive himself for this. Yi Tianqi sighed, helped Tang Shizhou up, and shook his head, saying, You're also thinking about me, so why would you punish me? Uncle Shizhou, don't worry, I know what's going on. Qingyu has suffered so much injustice for so many years, and I will definitely rescue her, no matter what the cost. Even if rivers of blood flow and mountains of bones pile up, I will not hesitate. Besides, even if Whisper hadn't happened, I already had plans to return to the imperial capital. Over the years, there are so many people who owe me so much. Just because I don't look for them doesn't mean I've forgotten them. I don't seek revenge because I still have a shred of goodwill towards them, and for the sake of countless people. But, if this is a mistake, then I will personally correct it. Not to mention Xiaolang, even Tang Shizhou didn't know what Yi Tianqi had experienced over the years, and he didn't know who else owed Yi Tianqi besides the Qi family. But they could all tell from Yi Tianqi's attitude and the murderous look in his eyes that there were many people who owed Yi Tianqi, and there were many secrets involved. It's not that Yi Tianqi is incapable of revenge, but that he has been hesitating, but now, he no longer hesitates. Otherwise, he would never say such words as blood flows like rivers and bones pile up like mountains. If he says it, he can definitely do it. Tang Shizhou could even imagine what kind of earth-shaking changes would happen in the future. Yi Tianqi stopped talking and looked at Xiaolang. Although I ate a little outside, I haven't seen Uncle 19 for a long time. Have someone prepare some food and wine. I want to have a drink with Uncle 19 tonight. And Chadi haven't paid much attention to the situation in the imperial capital over the years, so Uncle 19 can explain it to me in detail. When Yi Tianqi was at the Bai family hotel, he had already eaten and drunk a lot with Bai Yulong and the others, but he was not drunk. Tang Shizhou was here tonight, so he had to accompany him to eat and drink. Xiaolang hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare wine and food. Tang Shizhou did not refuse. Although he had chosen to believe Yi Tianqi, there was still some worry in his eyes. Yi Tianqi looked at Tang Shizhou and chuckled, "Uncle Shizhou, don't worry about anything, I'll take care of everything. Also, take good care of yourself for a few days after you've recovered, and I've made all the arrangements. I'll send you back to the capital. Someone will accompany you and protect Xingyu. Don't worry, no one can hurt Xingyu. I say no, and it means absolutely no." Yi Tianqi's words revealed strong self-confidence. If he said no, then there definitely wouldn't be any. Even if there was someone who could really hurt Tang Xingyu, they would be rare with Yi Tianqi's methods. If he didn't even have this little confidence after so many years, he would have died long ago. What's more, among the so-called 18 personal guards, only Boss Leopard has appeared now, but in fact, there are at least 5 more people in the territory of Dragon Country. They are silently waiting for Yi Tianqi's call, just like Boss Leopard. However, everyone's situation is different. Some people are always active in everyone's sight, while others secretly control everything. But without exception, one can imagine the ability of someone who can become one of the personal guards. At this moment, Yi Tianqi was not worried about anything else. Everything was under his control. Looking at the night that had already completely darkened and listening to the sudden thunder that broke out again, he knew that tonight would be a sleepless night for many people. And when the night passes and the sky gradually brightens, there will be a sudden thunder in the eastern province, and the center of the outbreak will be at the Bai family. Thinking of the Bai family, Yi Tianqi couldn't help but think of Lin Xingyue. He sighed slightly and shook his head gently. His eyes were full of indifference, but he couldn't erase the fleeting sadness and loneliness. After all, they had feelings for each other and had truly lived together, but they had come to this point today. Yi Tianqi was not wrong, but what could he do? Lin Xingyue was cruel enough. She even wanted to make Yi Tianqi unable to speak anymore and throw him into a mental hospital just based on this point. All the feelings and emotions were gone. Yi Tianqi no longer has any psychological burden. But he didn't have it, and Lin Xingyue didn't have it either. At this moment, Lin Xingyue was in the presidential suite of the hotel, and she had arranged for the hotel to send wine and food again. This time, there were only her and son Xiaoya. At this time, the two were chatting, and they looked like real sisters, without any signs of wanting to draw their swords against each other as before. "Xiaoya, what are you planning to do? When can we meet up with Boss Bao? If it's not convenient for me to come along, don't forget to apologize to Boss Bao for me." When Lin Xingyue thought about this, she felt extremely regretful. How could she have been so possessed as to offend Boss Bao? Although the situation at the time seemed to be the right choice, however, thinking about it afterwards, it was clearly wrong, completely wrong. From beginning to end, whether facing Boss Missouri or Bai Lao San, Boss Leopard's expression never changed, and he remained calm. Moreover, it was obvious that he knew Bai Lao San's identity, but he still remained the same. It can be imagined that he was not afraid at all. How could such an obvious thing be overlooked at that time? How could no one see it? In the final analysis, it was because Boss Missouri had frightened them before, and they were intimidated by Bai Lao San's identity as a member of the Bai family. For a moment, they had no time to think about anything. This is how I made the wrong choice, which led to the current situation. But now, it's too late to regret. I can only hope to get Boss Leopard's forgiveness as soon as possible, and then rebuild the relationship. Fortunately, today, she finally understood who is the real big shot in the Bai family and who has the final say. Bai Yulong, who would have thought that Bai Yulong, the third generation of the Bai family, is the person that the Bai family should not mess with the most. Sun Xiaoya sneered in her heart, but her face was full of enthusiasm. "Xingyue, don't worry, as long as I can meet with Boss Bao, I will definitely speak up for you. But are you really not going to contact the 5th young master Qian? I think it's almost time after all. Young Master Bai has also met him. I am afraid the news about you and Dongzhou can't be hidden for much longer. Also, I heard that young Master Bai seems to be unmarried. I feel that the reason he helped you so much, even at the cost of beating up his own uncle, wasn't just because of Boss Bao, but more importantly, it was for you. Xingyue, I'm still not sure what Mr. Qianwu means, but Mr. Bai clearly has a crush on you. Don't you want to give it a try, even if it's not bad to have a backup? Sun Xiaoya was just enjoying the fun, but this was exactly what Lin Xingyue was thinking. She was just making the situation clear. Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment after hearing this, but she felt a little unhappy in her heart. These words should not be said by Sun Xiaoya, especially the Xingyue. Although she called her that on weekdays, they were still best friends after all, but today it sounded really harsh. She felt that Sun Xiaoya did this on purpose. She thought that after meeting Boss Bao, they could be on equal footing with her, and she began to disrespect her. Of course, it was just a feeling. Even if it was true, she couldn't say anything more now. Xiaoya, you're right, but, hey, let's see, fifth young Master Qian is still more powerful and influential. Otherwise, why would Boss Bao and young Master Bai come forward to help us? It's all because of fifth young Master Qian's face. 113, Chapter 113. Sir, come quickly. Until now, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya still thought that it was young Master Qianwu who asked Boss Bao and young Master Bai to come in person. It was no wonder that they thought so. After all, when it comes to real strength, the Qian family is indeed much stronger than the Bai family. Young Master Qianwu's position in the Qian family is also extremely important. Therefore, it seems reasonable that young Master Bai and Boss Bao can give him face. But in reality, the truth is not like this at all. At least, Boss Leopard doesn't even know Mr. Qianwu, so where does the face come from? Boss Bao refused to give face to the Bai family, let alone a child of a noble family outside the East Province. The same is true for the Whitefish Dragon. They knew each other, but to say how familiar they were was nonsense. As for face, if you were willing to give him Bai Yilong, then give it. If you weren't willing, what was the point of you, Mr. Qianwu? This is the truth. Unfortunately, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya have no idea at all now. Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue and nodded gently, saying, yes, the Qian family's power should not be underestimated. Even the Bai family cannot compare to them. There are also rumors that the Qian family is now involved with the big families in the imperial capital. Their future prospects are limitless. Xingyue, if you can capture the fifth young Master Qian, then you really don't have to worry about anything in the future. Boss Missouri, this kind of thing will never happen again. This bastard, I want to kill him every time I think of him. When Sun Xiaoya mentioned Boss Missouri, she started shaking with anger. She was almost killed by Boss Mo. This was not only a great humiliation, but was almost driving her to death. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, if something really happened, Sun Xiaoya would not be able to seduce Boss Bao or other big shots. She might not even be qualified to contact Lin Xingyue's younger brother, the fool Lin Duotsai. That would be really sad. Lin Xingyue also hated Boss Missouri, but her feelings were not as deep as Sun Xiaoya's. After all, Sun Xiaoya was the one in the most danger at the time. But could she say this? If she did, wouldn't it make Sun Xiaoya hate her even more? That's right, this bastard is not a human being. He deserves to die. This end is too easy for him. Boss Leopard should have broken all 4 of his limbs. No, he should have broken all 5 of his limbs to get rid of his hatred. Let's see what qualifications he has to mess with women in the future. When a woman becomes cruel, she can be really cruel. Boss Mo now has a broken arm and a leg, plus other injuries. Even if he is not completely disabled, he is almost dead. But Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya still feel unsatisfied at this moment, and they even want to make Boss Missouri unable to even be a man. It's okay, Xiaoya, there's still a chance. This is just the beginning. We've already gained something here in Dongzhou. As long as we keep going, sooner or later, all those who look down on us will kneel down and look up at us. It will happen very soon. If Lin Xingyue follows her idea and continues to move forward smoothly, then what she says now may really come true. Unfortunately, she was wrong from the very beginning, extremely wrong, so the result was destined to be the opposite of what she wanted. Sun Xiaoya was confident, but when she looked at Lin Xingyue, she sneered in her heart. Do you want to make those who once looked down on you kneel down and look up at you? This naturally includes Lin Xingyue, of course. She cannot say this. Xingyue, let's not talk about this anymore. I am actually worried about young Master Bai. Is anything going to happen? You heard today that young Master Bai not only beat up third Uncle Bai, but he also threatened to clean up the Bai family and thoroughly investigate them's going to make an enemy of the entire Bai family. Can he really do that? I'm not questioning young Master Bai's abilities. No matter how powerful he is, his position is built on the foundation of the Bai family. His position in the Bai family is high. But is it high enough to overhaul the entire family? You know very well that a large family like the Bai family has many hidden secrets. If he does this, he will undoubtedly be making an enemy of the entire Bai family. Is this possible? Sun Xiaoya's worries were actually also Lin Xingyue's worries, but things had come to this point and their worries were unnecessary. In fact, they had no qualifications or ability to stop anything. Lin Qingyue frowned, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said, "Xiaoya, what do you want to say? This kind of thing is not something we can get involved in." Sun Xiaoya quickly said, "Qingyue, I know, but we have no right to get involved. However, Master Qianwu does have it. If you tell Master Qianwu about this, then it will probably be a good opportunity for him to do you a favor. Although they are friends, there are differences between friends. If you help someone in need, Master Bai will surely be even more grateful to you in the future." Is Sun Xiaoya really so kind? Lin Qingyue was deeply skeptical, but it was not a good idea. Everything has its pros and cons. Not everyone can rashly intervene in the changes that happen today in a big family like the Bai family. If you are not careful, you will get into trouble. However, after thinking about it, Lin Qingyue nodded and said, "That's right. No matter what the fifth young master decides, we have to tell him the news. It's a good opportunity to thank him, otherwise, we would be in danger today." After saying that, Lin Qingyue immediately took out her cell phone and called Mr. Qianwu. However, the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. However, within 2 minutes, Mr. Qianwu called back. "I was busy just now and didn't hear the phone ring. Qingyue, what's the matter with you calling me so late?" When Mr. Qianwu's gentle voice came, Lin Qingyue's whole body seemed to turn pink, and her eyes revealed tenderness and sweetness, as if just the voice made her infatuated. "Fifth Master, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. It's like this. I called to thank you. If it weren't for your friend's help today, Xiaoya and I might have been in big trouble." Speaking of this, Lin Qingyue's tone became aggrieved, as if she was still frightened. As expected, Master Qianwu immediately said, "Something happened." "What happened, Qingyue? What's wrong? What do you mean?" Just as he was waiting to ask, Lin Qingyue quickly told Master Qianwu all about how Boss Missouri bullied her today. As she spoke, her voice choked with sobs. On the other hand, Master Qianwu was silent for a moment before saying, "It's good that you're alright. That Imogai deserved death. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get revenge. But, you said that Boss Leopard and White Fish Dragon from the East Province Underworld went to rescue you, are you sure?" Although the voice did not show any emotion, it seemed quite surprised. Lin Qingyue thought that Fifth Master Qian hadn't expected such a coincidence, and quickly said, "It's true, Fifth Master, thank you. They saved Xiaoya and me because of you. If it weren't for you, how could they have offended Boss Missouri and even Third Uncle Bai for us? Fifth Young Master, you must tell me when you come to Dongzhou. I will definitely thank you very much." "Oh, there's one more thing I feel I need to tell you. Young Master Bai Yilong seems to have fallen out with Third Uncle Bai, and he's threatening to completely overhaul the Bai family and investigate it. I think this is a big deal, so I wanted to tell you what you think." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Qianwu's voice rose several tones. "What did you say? Bai Yilong wants to clean up the Bai family. He wants to investigate the Bai family. Is this true? Are you sure? This kind of thing is no joke. If things go wrong, something serious could happen." After receiving Lin Qingyue's confirmation, Master Qianwu immediately said, "Okay, I understand. That's it for now. This matter is of great importance, and I must verify it immediately. Qingyue, your information is very timely. Thank you. I will look for you when I arrive in Dongzhou." After saying that, Mr. Qianwu hung up the phone directly, as if he was really anxious. In fact, young Master Qianwu was indeed very anxious at the moment. He was not in Dongzhou, but not far away from Dongzhou, playing with the young man sent from the imperial capital to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday. Coincidentally, the person who came from the imperial capital seemed to be the lackey of Yi Xiao, the evil young man of the Yi family who wanted to marry Yi Tianqi's fiancée Tang Qingyu. 114, Chapter 114. I want to call you Master, but I'm not qualified. The Bai family is supported by Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai has made an indelible contribution to the family's decades of reputation. The influence of the Bai family may be limited to the eastern province and its surrounding areas, but don't forget that Mr. Bai is a member of the Bai family, but his power radiates throughout the southeast. Even in the imperial capital, there are still many bigwigs who have to give face to Mr. Bai. This involves a lot of old events. Of course, that's if Mr. Bai is willing to use his influence. In a private room of the nightclub, several young men from the imperial capital were drinking, singing and dancing in the company of many beautiful women, and they were all having a great time. After Mr. Qianwu finished his call, he just returned to the room and two beauties ran over and stuck to him, wanting to continue having fun. But at this time, Mr. Qianwu was no longer in the mood. "Fifth Young Master, what's wrong with you? You look so worried. Are you worried about something?" A young man in his 20s was currently surrounded by women, his face covered in lipstick marks, looking extremely frivolous. However, when Mr. Qian Wu looked at the young man, he immediately put on a smile. Master Shi, I just received a call and got some very important news. How about stopping for a moment and let's talk? Young Master Shi is from the Shi family in the imperial capital. Although the Shi family is only a third-tier family in the imperial capital, it is still an existence that ordinary people can look up to with the strength of the Qian family. They may not be afraid of the Shi family. However, the fifth young Master Qian is one of the many heirs of the Qian family. While young Master Shi is the first heir named by the Shi family, there is a huge difference between them. The biggest difference is that Shi Shao is Yi Zhao's younger brother and lackey. The Yi family is the most powerful family in the imperial capital. In recent years, Yi Zhao is a notorious evil young man. With such a master, Shi Shao's status naturally rises. The reason why Mr. Qian Wu treated Mr. Shi in this way was actually because he wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Yi Zhao and the Yi family, so that his position in the Qian family would become unbreakable. Shi Shao looked at the serious-looking fifth young Master Qian and laughed heartily. Fifth young master, this isn't the imperial capital. How could anything so serious happen here? Let me tell you, you guys haven't been to the imperial capital before. Otherwise, you'd know that what you consider a major event is nothing more than a small ripple in the imperial capital. There has never been a shortage of classes in this world. There are even regional chains of contempt. What qualifications did Shi Shao have to speak so arrogantly here? But he said so, and he believed it in his heart. Because he was born in the imperial capital, because he followed Yi Zhao. Just based on these 2 points, he was more than capable of looking down on others. Although Mr. Qian Wu was unhappy, he smiled. He approached Mr. Shi and said softly, "Of course, how can a small family like us from the countryside compare with the powerful forces in the imperial capital? But, Mr. Shi, this matter involves the Bai family, and aren't you going to the Bai family to celebrate their birthday?" Upon hearing this, Shi Shao frowned slightly. It was a different story when it came to the Bai family. Although, in the eyes of Shi Shao and others, the Bai family was not that great. Even old man Bai only had the face he had today because of the relationship with his ancestors. Now that he was old, no one knew how long he could live, but after all, he was still alive. And he came to celebrate the birthday, and also to deliver a message for his master, so he couldn't be negligent. Oh, what happened to the Bai family? Young Master Qian Wu leaned close to Master Shi's ear and whispered, "There might be a power struggle going on within the Bai family." As soon as these words came out, Shi Shao's eyes widened. He looked at Master Qian Wu in shock and shouted, "What, are you telling the truth?" However, the room was too messy at this moment. Shi Shao no longer had any intention of playing. He looked at everyone and shouted, "Get out, everyone, get out, turn off the music, immediately." In an instant, the originally noisy room became quiet with the departure of others. Only 3 or 4 people including Mr. Qian Wu and Mr. Shi were left in the room. Shi Shao then looked at Master Qian Wu and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the details of what happened." Mr. Qian Wu immediately told Mr. Shi all the news that Lin Xingyue had told him. There is no exaggeration or deliberate concealment because there is no need. After hearing this, Shi Shao's brows furrowed even more. Bai Yilong, did he say that himself? Master Qian Wu nodded heavily and said, "Lin Xingyue wouldn't lie to me about something like this. Besides, she was at the scene and was involved. However, I can't imagine how Bai Yilong would dare to do this. Does he really think that he can rely on Mr. Bai's favor to fight against the entire Bai family? He wants to purge all his relatives, and Mr. Bai won't support it. What's more, he is doing it on Mr. Bai's birthday at this critical juncture." Upon hearing this, Shi Shao stood up, paced back and forth, and finally sneered, "Interesting, really interesting. This Bai Yilong is well known even in the imperial capital. He has been so low-key in recent years. I thought he had become honest, but I didn't expect that he would actually give me such a big gift. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. This is valuable. This is worth winning over. Master Shao likes people who are capable and decisive. It depends on whether Bai Yilong is really worth it. However, fifth young master, I didn't expect you to have such a big reputation in Eastern Province, and even in the entire Southeast. There are only a few people who are worthy of Mr. Shao's memory. You can easily get 2 of them to give you face and protect the woman for you. I really admire you. When the time comes, I will need your help to introduce them." Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian Wu nodded in assurance, but in his heart, he was extremely confused. Even the white fish dragon might not give him face, let alone the leopard the boss, but at this time, of course he has to accept it, which will increase his importance in the heart of Night Owl. This is no joke. As long as Master Shao needs it, Master Shi will give you everything you need. Then, Master Shi, what do we do now? Right now, Bai Yulong is alone and helpless even if he is well prepared. He has so many members of the Bai family, and the ties of family will be very difficult to overcome. What's more, there is also old Master Bai. If we help him at this time, he will surely be grateful. Sher Shao nodded, revealing a smug smile. He said, "You're right, give the order and we'll set off immediately tonight. There shouldn't be any violent clashes, but after daybreak, everything is uncertain. We must catch up. If Bai Yulong is obedient and willing to submit to Master Shao, then we will help him. If he is disobedient, then we will help other members of the Bai family. In short, what Master Shao wants is the power of the entire Bai family and the influence of Master Bai. As for who is in power, it doesn't matter. It would be best if it's a white fish dragon, but if it's not, it's no big deal. Of course, it's too late now. Tomorrow morning, I will call Master Shao immediately to explain the situation and ask for his opinion." He calls Yi Shao master all the time, almost treating him as his real grandfather, and he never gets tired of it. But then again, with the energy and influence that Yi Shao represents now, there is no way for others to call him ancestor. Afterwards, the group immediately set out overnight and rushed to the Bai family. Their coming this time was fake to celebrate the birthday, but real intention was to win over someone this time. It was a godsend opportunity. Young Master Shi looked at Fifth Master Qian with a hint of ambiguity and said with a smile, "Fifth Master, who is Lin Xingyue? She's such a talented person. I'm becoming more and more interested in her. Could you introduce her to someone so I can see her in person?" Of course, if the fifth young master is reluctant and wants to keep his beautiful wife in a golden house, then just pretend I didn't say anything. 115, Chapter 115. Other people's women are more interesting. Young Master Shi actually mentioned Lin Xingyue. What introduction, what glimpse of beauty! It's obvious that he just wants to have sex with her. That's right, if he wasn't curious about the woman that Boss Leopard and Bai Yulong personally came out to defend, it would be fake. What's more, Master Shi himself had this kind of bad taste. No matter how good your own things are, they are not as good as others. Only when you get others' things can you experience that strong sense of satisfaction. When Mr. Qianwu heard this, his face changed. He had heard about Mr. Shi's romantic affairs a long time ago, but many people dared not speak out. But at this moment, he didn't expect that the same thing would happen to him. Although Lin Xingyue is not Mr. Qianwu's woman, Mr. Shi doesn't know that this means he has no respect for himself at all. This made Master Qianwu very angry, and he even wanted to turn against him. However, this face is not so easy to change. Who knows if Master Shi did it on purpose? Master Shi, how could I hide a beautiful woman in my golden house? However, Lin Xingyue is not my woman. I met her because her husband is an extremely capable man with superb medical skills. He cured Mr. Bai's illness, and this divine Dr. Yi seems to have some connection with my Qian family. I got to know Lin Xingyue for investment purposes, and I secretly helped her. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao became even more interested. You mean, Lin Xingyue's man is a miracle doctor, and he saved old Master Bai? Huh, interesting, really interesting. Then I really want to meet this miracle doctor and see what his abilities are. Of course, I'm even more curious about Lin Xingyue. Does the fifth young master mind? As long as the fifth young master doesn't mind, everything else is not a problem. Things have come to this point, even old Master Bai has been mentioned. If young Master Shi still wants to do so, young Master Qianwu will naturally weigh the pros and cons and agree immediately. Once he arrives in Dongzhou, he will be available anytime as long as young Master Shi needs him. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Great doctor, of course only a doctor who works for me is a great doctor. A doctor who can't work for me, a doctor who doesn't give me face, isn't really a great doctor. Let's go, fifth young master on the way. Tell me about this Dr. Yi, of course, more importantly, tell me how charming this Lin Xingyue is, ha ha ha." At this time, Shi Shao had no idea who he was about to offend. He didn't know any divine Dr. Yi, but he was also from the imperial capital. Even though he was still young at the time, he had experienced the pressure that Yi Tianqi exerted on the imperial capital. What's more, his master Yi Shao always wanted to step on Yi Tianqi. However, who could really step on Yi Tianqi just like that? And Master Qianwu was also exposed at this moment. He had no idea that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian, otherwise, he would never have said such words. Of course, even if he knew, if he had to choose between Yi Shao and Qi Tian, then anyone with a little bit of rationality would probably choose Yi Shao, who was at the peak of his career, rather than Qi Tian, who was kicked out of the Qi family and even rumored to have been beaten to death. At this moment, they are heading to Dongzhou with great enthusiasm, thinking that they can solve everything, but in reality, who really takes them seriously? When we get to Dongzhou, it will be hard to tell who will be watching whose show and who will bully whom. At this time, Lin Qingyue, who had just finished the call, looked at Sun Xiaoya and said with a smile, "I've already told the fifth young master that he's not very comfortable talking right now, but he told me that he'll be here right away. It seems he'll also be bringing a big shot from the capital with him." Sun Xiaoya smiled, but did not look very happy. This did not seem to have anything to do with her now. She had not even caught Boss Leopard, let alone other people. Seeing Lin Qingyue's amorous look, Sun Xiaoya felt so angry that her teeth were itching. "That's great. Qingyue, you're having a lot of good news right now. You've met young master Bai, and the fifth young master is coming too now. It looks like you might even get to know some big shots from the capital this time. Your meteoric rise to fame is just around the corner. However, Qingyue, I still want to advise you, while it's good to cast a wide net, you still have to focus on catching the right ones. Catching just one is a win." These words clearly describe Lin Qingyue as a scumbag. Who would feel comfortable hearing this? Besides, what's with this tone of teaching? Sun Xiaoya, when did you dare to speak to Lin Qingyue in this tone? It seemed that she also had the support of Mr. Qian Wu at this time. Lin Qingyue didn't want to pamper Sun Xiaoya anymore. After all, she hadn't gotten the favor of Boss Leopard yet. How could she not distinguish between the big and small kings? "Xiaoya, I noticed you've been talking a bit too much today. I understand what you're saying, but I do want to advise you that since you've already got Boss Bao's contact information, you should be more careful about your words and actions. Don't end up with nothing by then. It will be too late to cry." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Qingyue and frowned. "Qingyue, what do you mean by this?" Lin Qingyue sneered and said, "What do you mean, Xiaoya? Why do you have to say it so clearly? Who are you and what do you think? Don't I know it? Let's not talk about these big shots. Just Yi Tianqi, do you dare to say that you didn't seduce him in the past?" As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaoya's face turned pale instantly. Lin Qingyue knows everything. But what she said was true. Sun Xiaoya had indeed seduced Yi Tianqi, and more than once. At the beginning, Lin Qingyue's family conditions were extremely poor, and although Yi Tianqi was not a rich man, he was much better off than ordinary people. The key was that he was tall, handsome, and gentle, and he exuded a charm that made people want to get close to him. Sun Xiaoya thinks she is no worse than Lin Qingyue, so why did Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue end up together? She is not happy. She wanted to fight for him, and even tried to seduce Yi Tianqi. However, Yi Tianqi was as unmoved as a piece of wood, which almost made Sun Xiaoya doubt her own charm. This is also a knot in Sun Xiaoya's heart. The more she cannot get it, the more she wants to prove herself. Therefore, even after Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi got married, Sun Xiaoya tried to sow discord between the two more than once, and even offered herself to them. However, the results were always the same, which made Sun Xiaoya hate Yi Tianqi so deeply. That's why she felt extremely disgusted when Yi Tianqi was mentioned. She had completely lost face in front of Yi Tianqi. She thought Lin Qingyue didn't know, but she didn't expect that Lin Qingyue actually knew everything. "So, you've always known this, but you didn't say anything. Are you laughing at me? Did that bastard Yi Tianqi tell you?" Sun Xiaoya was a little angry and embarrassed. It was as if the deepest secret in her heart was torn open, and the humiliation made her almost extremely angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue sneered and said, "Yi Tianqi is a loser. He keeps his mouth shut, but what you did was too undisclosed. Besides, there are cameras in my house. Don't you know? You dare to come to my house in broad daylight to seduce. Many think it's hard for you not to know. I didn't argue with you about these things because we are best friends. I am telling you now just to remind you that I, Lin Qingyue, am not a fool. If you are good and don't ruin my business, I will pretend nothing happened and continue to help you. But if you dare to ruin my business and make trouble behind my back, don't blame me. Oh, by the way, do you still want Yi Tianqi? If so, I'll ask Uncle Bao to hold him still for now, so you can have a good time. Then I'll deal with him. Of course, if you want to marry him and live with him, that's fine too. I don't mind. Besides, I can even spare him as long as you can make him shut up. Everything will be fine. How about that? I, as a sister, really care about you, don't I? Consider? This was a complete humiliation, but Sun Xiaoya was afraid of Lin Qingyue and did not dare to continue arguing with her. Yi Tianqi is a piece of shit. Even if all the men in this life were dead, I wouldn't be with him. Just let Uncle Bao cripple him. I am still waiting to return to Mingzhou and see him weep and repent in person. Hearing this, Lin Qingyue laughed heartily and said, "Xiaoya, I know you're smart and ambitious, but remember, not everyone can seduce you. Otherwise, you'll be a worthless bitch, understand?" 116, Chapter 116, Killing Each Other. What you said was a bit harsh. But at this moment, Sun Xiaoya could only endure it and secretly swear in her heart that when her value was greater than Lin Qingyue, she would repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Xingyue, I understand your good intentions, don't worry. I want to be your good sisters when the time comes. You must help me more also. You can call Uncle Bao to talk after all. We have already met Boss Bao, so Uncle Bao can rest assured. Sun Xiaoya was trying to change the subject and didn't want to continue the discussion. Lin Xingyue didn't care, besides, it was indeed a serious matter. That's right, Uncle Bao is still useful. I still say that you can't always rely on others, you must have your own power to do things. However, if you want to win Uncle Bao over, money alone is not enough, you also have to solve his worries. I'll call him now. Then the call was connected quickly. Lin Xingyue's voice became increasingly high-pitched and cold. Uncle Bao, how is Yi Tianqi? Is he locked up? Uncle Bao has now returned to Mingzhou as requested by Yi Tianqi. He guessed that Lin Xingyue would contact him, so he had already thought of a countermeasure. Don't worry, Lin's been locked up, but without your official order. I haven't done anything to him. I can't say I've been treated to good food and drink, but I haven't let him suffer much either. Mr. Lin, are you calling me now to ask me to take action? Hearing this, Lin Xingyue glanced at Sun Xiaoya and chuckled. No need, keep him under good care, he'll still be useful when Xiaoya and I return. Right now, Xiaoya really hates this loser. When the time comes, let her vent her anger. Upon hearing this, Uncle Bao immediately nodded in agreement. But Lin Xingyue smiled and said, Uncle Bao, let's not play these empty games between us, just do your job well for me, and I'll do yours for you. I have good news for you. I've already met with Boss Bao and the eldest son of the Bai family today. We had a great chat, so your business is no longer a big deal, understand? Of course, whether it's a big deal or not also depends on how you behave. If Uncle Bao hadn't known that Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao were having dinner together today, and hadn't known how respectfully Boss Bao treated Yi Tianqi, he would have really believed Lin Xingyue's lies. But now, trying to trick him, is it possible? Maybe Lin Xingyue really met Boss Leopard, which only means that Lin Xingyue's fate will be even worse. Okay, then I'll have Mr. Lao Lin say a few kind words for me. I am very grateful. If you have any instructions, just let me know and I'll do my best to serve you. Lin Xingyue nodded lightly, enjoying the feeling, and then hung up the phone. Okay, done ha, sometimes, it's just that simple. Xiaoya, learn a little. Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. The fifth young master will be here tomorrow. We won't get any news from the Bai family tonight. When we wake up, we'll know what's going on. Sun Xiaoya smiled and nodded, but her face was filled with indignation. Still need to learn something? What to learn? If she, Sun Xiaoya, had Lin Xingyue's resources, would she still need to learn? But at this moment, she could only return to her room in anger to rest. Looking at Boss Leopard's cell phone number, a look of longing appeared on her face when she thought of the handsome and domineering Boss Leopard. Her little heart beat happily and her eyes were dazed, as if Boss Leopard was right next to her. At this time, the center of the storm is the Bai family. Although it was late at night, the lights were bright and the crowds of people were surging. Originally, because it was Mr. Bai's birthday, those who could make it back had already done so, and those who couldn't would arrive soon. The third uncle of the Bai family issued an extremely urgent order to convene an emergency family meeting, requiring all clan members and senior leaders of the Bai family to participate. Moreover, they had to attend even if they could not make it back. They had to participate via video conference. As Mr. Bai's biological son, Bai Laosen holds considerable influence within the Bai family. Most of his words are given to him out of respect. What's more, he used the tone that the Bai family would only use when their survival was at stake. Plus, Mr. Bai's birthday was approaching, which really made people wonder if something had happened. Therefore, no one refused to participate. Of course, Bai Yilong was not among them, and none of the people who were on good terms with Bai Yilong were among them. At this moment, Bai Yilong and Huoxia were not even at the Bai family, but were on their way. They should have arrived earlier, but there are always unexpected events. Even if Bai Yilong was sure that he could control everything, even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, not to mention these restless members of the Bai family. Who can guarantee that they will not resort to desperate measures and fight to the death? Therefore, Bai Yilong and Huoxia chose to rush to the Bai family only after making corresponding deployments. At the same time, Boss Leopard supported them from the outside, ready to help and enter the Bai family at any time. In fact, it was just as Bai Yilong and the others had expected. After the third son of the Bai family returned to the Bai family, he immediately met with several people who controlled the Bai family's guard force. By controlling the Bai family's guards, he controlled the safety of all the Bai family members, or in other words, their lives. It seems calm as usual, but in fact, everyone can feel that a storm is about to come. Mr. Bai is sitting in his study at this moment, writing calligraphy attentively, as if he knows nothing about everything in the Bai family, but in fact, at this moment, Bai Shuqing is in Mr. Bai's study. Grandpa, how can you still hold your temper? Third uncle is already holding an emergency family meeting. I don't even need to go to know what he's going to say. He already has control over all the Bai family's guards. What is he planning to do? Bai Shuqing shouted anxiously. And Mr. Bai, ignoring Bai Shuqing until he finished writing the last word, then he let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and said, "Come, Shuqing, take a look at how Grandpa writes these two words." Bai Shuqing almost cried. It was already this late, and he still had the mood to practice calligraphy. However, he still walked over and saw only 4 words written on a piece of rice paper. Endure, be still, kill, and change. These 4 unrelated words made Bai Shuqing fall into silence at this moment. Grandpa, what are you doing? Mr. Bai's eyes sparkled, and he said calmly, I just wrote 4 words. Do my thoughts really matter? Is it your eldest brother who listens to me, or is it the third brother who listens to me? I'm old, and no one listens to what I say anymore. Shuqing, tell me, who are you on this occasion? Your eldest brother wants to clean up the Bai family and investigate the clan members, while your third uncle and his men fight back, even at the risk of their lives. Who do you think is right and who is wrong? How should we choose? Bai Shuqing was at a loss when he heard this. On one side was his elder brother. He did not think that Bai Yulong's idea was wrong, but the method might be too radical. But at the same time, Bai Laosan and the others must have made mistakes, otherwise, would they be so afraid of rectification and investigation? However, their methods are equally fierce. If you are not careful, what will happen next is a bloody feud between relatives. This is something Bai Shuqing cannot imagine and does not want to see at all. Grandpa, I don't know. I only know that this can't happen. We shouldn't be like this. We are all family, all members of the Bai family. 117, Chapter 117. Then, let's scrape the bone to cure the poison. Bai Shuqing is not Bai Yulong. He couldn't be as ruthless and heartless as Bai Yulong. Even though he knew that Bai Yulong was right and that the Bai family members were becoming more and more unscrupulous and lawless, he still couldn't do it. Relatives are relatives, clansmen are clansmen, they are all blood relatives. How can they fight to the death? Old Master Bai looked at Bai Shuqing with a look of relief and sighs in his eyes. Bai Shuqing was just as he thought, kind-hearted and gentle, always putting family first in his heart. He was also extremely capable, but he was too kind. Bai Yulong, just as he described, is unruly and ambitious, but cruel and ruthless, and does not recognize his relatives. Perhaps in Bai Yulong's heart, he also puts his family first. However, the family in Bai Yulong's mind does not include all members of the Bai family. He had worried about this kind of thing before, so he asked Bai Yulong to cultivate his character and adjust his personality. As a result, he didn't expect that a few years later, his first move would be so earth-shattering. When Mr. Bai wrote these words, his hands did not tremble, but his heart was trembling, and even had a hint of anger. Shuqing, you've met your elder brother. You didn't succeed in persuading him, did you? You were even persuaded by him, is that right? Bai Shuqing nodded silently. It was indeed like that. He went to persuade him, but in the end, Bai Yulong persuaded him back. However, after arriving at the Bai family, he saw the many lively faces of the Bai family and the murderous looks of many members of the Bai family. He was afraid, not of death, but of killing each other. Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I don't have this ability. Old Master Bai sighed, shook his head, and said, I don't blame you. You've tried your best. However, it would be truly extraordinary if you could convince your eldest brother. I've been busy writing and haven't had time to listen to you in detail. Come on, tell me the details while there's still time. Otherwise, your third uncle and your eldest brother will be here soon, and I won't have time to listen. At this point, Mr. Bai glanced at Bai Shuqing and said hesitantly, if, even I can't stop it this time. Are you ready? Bai Shuqing was stunned for a moment. Preparation? What preparations? However, the next second, Bai Shuqing's expression changed drastically. He looked at Old Man Bai with a pale face and said, Grandpa, you don't really want to destroy my eldest brother, do you? I can't do it. I can't support this family. Old Master Bai looked at Bai Shuqing, nodded bitterly, and said, yes, you can't hold on. Don't know how much longer I can live. If your third uncle and his men succeed this time, your eldest brother will have no chance to turn things around. Then they will become even more unscrupulous. Even if this family is handed over to you, you will be nothing more than a puppet. I never thought that my Bai family would fall to this point. But if your eldest brother wins, many members of the Bai family, including your third uncle, will probably not have a good ending. How should I choose? What a great 80th birthday. Do you really want to make the blood of my Bai family members cover the entire Bai family to celebrate my birthday? Ha! Mr. Bai's smile was vicissitudes of life, and he looked a little lost, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. Throughout his life, he stood tall and upright, fearless of death. Even when facing extremely powerful enemies, he never bowed his head or gave in. His bones were hard, his blood was hot, and he had a glorious past. But now, he had to face a huge change in his family. How could he not feel discouraged, painful and sad? Okay, Shu Qing, tell me what your elder brother thinks, why he suddenly made this choice, and how he convinced you. Tell me everything you know. It also lets me know what kind of person this good grandson of mine is. Old Mr. Bai sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. He seemed very tired. Bai Shuqing did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly told Old Master Bai everything he knew. From the time he went to find Ling Xingyue to the time he met Yi Tianqi, Bai Shuqing did not hide a single thing. Mr. Bai opened his eyes immediately, looked at Bai Shuqing and said, "Have you seen Mr. Yi?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shuqing quickly said, "Yes, Grandpa, and I also had a few words with him. You'll know if you listen." As expected, only Yi Tianqi could cause such a reaction from Mr. Bai. One can imagine how important he is. Come to think of it, it makes sense after all, this is the banished immortal from the Qi family. Bai Shuqing also knew that after listening to what he said, the old man would probably know what choice to make. Sure enough, when Bai Shuqing said that he saw Boss Leopard and his eldest brother together, and Fire Snake was also there, the old man's eyebrows raised. Obviously he didn't expect that Boss Leopard was also among them. And then, after talking about what happened and saying that Bai Yulong already knew Yi Tianqi's identity, Mr. Bai could no longer bear it and stood up. "You said your elder brother knows Mrai's identity? Are you sure you heard correctly? Moreover, you also said that Yulong has met Mr. Yi and talked with him. He even wants to rectify the affairs of the Bai family. Mr. Yi, do you know?" Mr. Bai's brows furrowed more and more, as things seemed to be beyond his expectations. He was most worried that Bai Yulong would be ignorant of his own limitations and offend Yi Tianqi, but he didn't expect that things would turn out completely the opposite of what he expected. Bai Yulong actually knew Yi Tianqi's identity, and he also knew Yi Tianqi, and even caused something like today. Yi Tianqi probably played a big role in it. The wait made Mr. Bai think more. Bai Shuqing nodded gently and said, "My eldest brother also said that he not only knew, but also asked me not to delve too much into it, because the truth is more terrifying than I imagine. Grandpa, I think this is for you." This is not a provocation, but a fact. What Bai Shuqing knew was what Old Master Bai told him, and Bai Shuqing obviously knew nothing. So, who could Bai Yulong tell this to? Mr. Bai fell silent. He looked at the painting hanging in the middle of his study, sighed softly, and said, "Perhaps, I am really old. If that's the case, then let me help him again." Scraping the bone to cure the poison, scraping the bone to cure the poison, well done, my Bai family has become a cancer. Do we have to clean it up? Yes, in this era of great change, those who can't keep up are destined to be eliminated. Yulong is more talented than I imagined, so, let it be. Mr. Bai was somewhat relieved, but also somewhat dejected as he sat on the sofa, looking at Bai Shuqing and said, "Go ahead, ask your third uncle to come over. Go to the gate to pick up your eldest brother and tell him to go ahead and do it. He is the one who makes the decisions for the Bai family." Bai Shuqing was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly looked at Old Master Bai and said, "Grandpa, what do you mean by this?" Old Master Bai looked at Yi Tianqi's painting on the wall and said with a complicated expression, "If you hesitate when you should make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. I am old and indecisive. Under your eldest brother's leadership, the Bai family will move towards an unprecedented glory. What I have to do is support him and even help him establish his authority. Shuqing, go ahead. The future of our Bai family is in your hands." 118, Chapter 118, Expelled from the Family. After Bai Shuqing left, Old Master Bai stood in front of Yi Tianqi's painting and sighed softly. "Mr. Yi, you have been hiding your identity for so many years now. Are you finally willing to come out again?" "I'm very excited and thrilled. I can even imagine what kind of changes will happen in the future because of you. I am old, but Yulong is still young. I didn't expect that he would have the honor of meeting you. Then, do as you wish. How far Yulong's future can go is how far the future of the Bai family can go. I just hope that he won't let you down." Old Master Bai had a complicated expression ever since he knew that Yi Tianqi had talked with Bai Yulong and even supported Bai Yulong in doing so. Old Master Bai has become a completely different person. Although he didn't know what had happened or what was about to happen, Mr. Bai could feel the heaviness of the coming storm. A person who has been hiding his identity for many years and never participates in anything, as if he is afraid of disrupting his peaceful life, but when this person actively chooses to re-enter the world, what will be brought about will inevitably be earth-shaking changes. Perhaps others can't do it, but if it's Yi Tianqi, then he can definitely do it. Is it a blessing or a curse? Mr. Bai didn't know, but he didn't want to stop it. He even wanted to get involved personally. The Bai family, perhaps, really needs a radical cure, as Bai Yulong said. The old man has not been concerned with worldly affairs in these years, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how many shameful things these clansmen have done in secret to bring shame to the Bai family. However, he has turned a blind eye to them. As he has grown old, he has become more soft-hearted. But now, the white fish dragon is forcing him to change, so let him change. At this moment, Bai Laosan didn't know that Mr. Bai had already made the decision. He was in the conference room, frantically talking about Bai Yulong's crimes and what would be the end if they failed and were at the mercy of others. It has to be said that considering what Bai Yulong had done in the past, everyone felt that there were many dangers. So, everyone, this is no longer the time to be soft-hearted. We must unite. While the white fish dragon remains inactive, by then, we will be united as one, and no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to do anything to us. Right now, the best way is to expel Bai Yulong from the Bai family. Only when he leaves the Bai family can we rest easy. So, I'm going to initiate a vote now. Do you support or oppose it? Those who oppose, raise your hands. No one raised their hand. Perhaps some people did not support it, but whoever raised their hand at this moment would become the target of public criticism. The people attending the meeting, at least on the surface, had no connection with Bai Yulong for their own interests. They certainly wanted to drive Bai Yulong out. After all, who would not feel pain when there is a sword hanging over their head that can be cut down at any time? Bai Laosan looked at everyone, smiled, and said, "All right, then I declare that with more than 2/3 of the senior management voting in favor, Bai Yulong will be expelled from the Bai family from now on." At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. The guards outside the door were not unable to stop Bai Shuqing, but they had no intention of stopping him. Bai Shuqing was not Bai Yulong, so Bai Laosan had to treat him differently. Otherwise, if he dealt with Bai Shuqing as well, he would not be able to get past old Master Bai. "Uncle San, what are you trying to do?" "You secretly convened a family meeting and announced that my eldest brother, Bai Yulong, would be expelled from the Bai family. Who gave you the authority? Have you reported this to Grandpa?" Bai Shuqing's face turned ashen at this moment. Although he had expected this result, when he saw that so many members of the Bai family did not object, the anger made him want to attack his family members for the first time in history. Bai Laosan looked at Bai Shuqing and said calmly, "Shuqing, don't worry, your elder brother is your elder brother. And you are you. We will not implicate you because of your elder brother's evil deeds. You've come at the perfect time. After Bai Yulong was expelled from the Bai family, the position of heir to the Bai family has become vacant. Someone must fill it. You are the perfect choice. Moreover, only you can convince and satisfy everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces became uncertain, but no one said anything. Bai Shuqing and Bai Yulong were originally the two heirs designated by Mr. Bai, and in fact, Mr. Bai had always been wavering. But if it was Bai Shuqing, then they actually didn't object much. After all, people would be afraid of ferocious and brutal beasts, but who would be afraid of a gentle and cute little lamb? Bai Shuqing is, without a doubt, a harmless mascot in the eyes of these people. Third uncle, I think it would be better for you to fill the position and become the heir. Bai Yulong, you are my elder brother. Aren't you afraid of my revenge later?" Bai Shuqing sneered. Bai Laosan laughed heartily and said, "I don't think I have the ability to lead the entire Bai family. Besides, if I did that, then what would happen to the expulsion of Bai Yulong from the Bai family today? Someone who didn't know would think we were banding together to seize control of the family. We can't afford that accusation. As for what you said, I believe you have been kind and soft-hearted since you were a child. You care about your family and your relatives the most. You are different from your eldest brother. Your eldest brother is a cold-blooded devil, but you are not. Alright, now I declare that I support the family's decision to name Bai Shuqing the first heir. If anyone objects, please vote immediately." Of course, no one objected. Just as Bai Laosan said, no matter who became the heir, he would face many doubts and would not be able to pass the old man's test. But if Bai Shuqing is, then there is no problem, and the old man will be satisfied. And they will not suffer any loss, and may even get a better environment. Let them do whatever they want, why not? Alright, since there are no objections, I declare this to be effective immediately. Bai Shuqing will be the heir to the Bai family from now on. Tomorrow morning, after I consult with the old man, I will announce it to the public. Bai Shuqing's face was extremely ugly. Seeing that Bai Lao San was controlling everything in the Bai family like a dictator, he immediately understood that what the old man said would really come true. If his elder brother were no longer around, Bai Shuqing would not be able to control these villains. By then, he would be the head of the family in name only, but actually just a puppet. A mascot, huh, just a mascot. Congratulations, Shuqing, from now on, you are the true heir of our Bai family, no doubt about it. Bai Lao San looked at Bai Shuqing and smiled. Bai Shuqing glanced at Bai Lao San calmly, turned around, and said, Grandpa is looking for you, you'd better think clearly about how to explain it. After saying that, he left. Bai Lao San chuckled at the horrified expressions of the crowd. What are you afraid of? Aren't we all prepared? Besides, how could the old man really not know about such a big thing happening to the family, and he only let Bai Shuqing come to us now? I guess he must have been struggling with this for a while. Being entangled is not a bad thing. It means that he is also against the white fish dragon. You guys wait here and start making your own arrangements. I am going to go see the old man now. Don't worry, I'll bring you good news. After saying that, Bai Lao San laughed and left the meeting room. At the same time, on the way to find the old man, Bai Lao San had as many as 20 guards, and at the same time, all the guards of the Bai family were under his control. In his opinion, he was the one who decided the life and death of everyone in the Bai family, no one else. 119, Chapter 119. I have to return this life to him. Tonight, I am destined to be sleepless. After Yi Tianqi finished talking with Tang Shizhou, he learned about Tang Qingyu's past over the years and couldn't calm down at all. He even wanted to rush to the imperial capital immediately to rescue Tang Qingyu, but he couldn't. Fortunately, in order to stabilize Tang Qingyu, the Tang family did not put excessive pressure on her, so her safety was guaranteed. However, she would probably have to endure the inner torment for now. Yi Xiao, the evil young man who has been in the limelight in recent years, is not just excessive, he is simply extremely evil. After Yi Tianqi knew many of the things he did, he wanted to skin him alive. It can be said that almost all of Tang Qingyu's pain over the years was caused by Yi Xiao. Of course, when it comes down to it, Yi Tianqi hated himself. If he had not protected Tang Qingyu well, how could this have happened? While tossing and turning in bed, at Ziyuan Villa, Bai Yilong and Huoxia had not returned yet, but Xiaolang had already received news that the Bai family was making a big move. Yi Tianqi knew that Bai Yilong would definitely win, because there was no possibility of losing. He had the help of Fire Snake and Boss Leopard. In addition, Bai Yilong was hiding very deeply in the Bai family, and no one could figure out his background. Therefore, he would not lose, and it was impossible for him to lose. But I'm afraid that Mr. Bai will be in great pain. After all, they are all members of his Bai family now. The family is in internal strife and killing each other. Mr. Bai is old and it is his birthday. The pain and entanglement in his heart can be imagined. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, not feeling sleepy at all. He immediately called Xiaolang over and asked him to prepare the car. Yi Tianqi was going to the Bai family. Maybe tonight will not be the time to decide everything, but tonight will be the time for everyone to make an effort. Once the time comes, the changes in the Bai family will be decided. Old Master Bai is an elder whom Yi Tianqi respects, and Bai Yilong's actions are supported by him. In this case, if something happens to Old Master Bai because of this matter, it is something Yi Tianqi does not want to see. His presence will not hinder the progress of the Bai family's affairs, but he can protect Mr. Bai's life and give him peace of mind. What's more, tonight may also determine how Mr. Zhou will treat me. Yi Tianqi sat in the car, looking at Xiaolang, and chuckled. Mr. Zhou should have contacted Yunting Tianju and Shilong. By then, it may not be me who won't let him go, but he who won't let me go, he. The little wolf looked pale and focused on driving, not knowing what to say. What Yi Tianqi said was not alarmist, but a choice that any normal person would make. Even if an abandoned child of the Qi family has some value, how can he compare with the friendship of the three major families in the capital? It seems that the choice is self-evident. At this time, what qualifications did he, Xiaolang, have to talk nonsense and beg for mercy in front of Yi Tianqi? He had already begged more than once, but it couldn't stop Mr. Zhou from courting death. What's more, now, at this stage of life and death, what right did he have to beg for mercy? Mr. Yi, I am a nobody and my words carry no weight. I cannot influence anything. I am very grateful for your care and tolerance. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. I dare not say much, but if that day really comes, please forgive me, little wolf. for being disrespectful to you. After all, my life was given to me by Mr. Zhou, and I can only return it to him." Xiaolong's words left Yi Tianqi silent. He didn't care much about the little wolf, but he was deeply moved by his loyalty. Doesn't he also have such a group of brothers? Although, perhaps some people no longer regard him as a brother, and there have even been conspiracies, betrayals, and so on, but they have also really paid for each other. There was no conversation along the way. Yi Tianqi didn't know what to say now, but his mind began to keep recalling things, especially the people he would probably meet, such as Dong Tianwang and Yunting Tianju, and they were all his good brothers in the past. And just as Yi Tianqi expected, Mr. Zhou was in the secret room at this moment, contacting Yunting Tianjun through the encrypted video system. It has been several hours since he left Yi Tianqi, but he has not been able to get in touch with him. The matter is urgent, so at this moment, he finally got in touch with him. In the picture, Yunting Tianjun, who is in his 30s, still has blood on his face. He looks murderous, and just a glance can make people tremble with fear. This was not the first time Mr. Zhou had seen Yunting Tianjun, but he had never seen Yunting Tianjun like this. Obviously, Yunting Tianjun was doing something bad at this moment. "Why are you looking for me so urgently?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou quickly said, "Lord Tianjun, I have an urgent matter to report to you. This matter may be related to Lord Tianwan's Dragon Kingdom plan." After saying this, Mr. Zhou did not dare to hide anything and quickly told everything about Yi Tianqi. He had originally intended to give Yunting Tianjun a surprise, but in the end, it seemed to backfire. However, who knew if it would become a bigger surprise? So, he immediately made a detailed report, including his own analysis, as well as the comparison of Yi Tianqi's true identity and the strength of the three major families in the imperial capital. After hearing this, Yunting Tianjuan's eyes lit up immediately. He said, "Yi Tianqi, is that the Qi Tian who was once praised as the banished immortal? Ha, good, good, you have made great contributions. However, you are also right. If Yi Tianqi can be used by me, it would be great, but if I offend the three most powerful families in Dragon Country for him, it would be a loss. Of course, we are not afraid of these three families. However, if we can live in harmony with them, or even directly form an alliance with them, then the role of this abandoned child of the Qi family will not be so significant. There's no need to consult His Excellency Dong Tianwang on this matter. I can make the decision myself. You can use my name to contact the three major families first and test their attitudes if necessary. You can throw Yi Tianqi out. This is the sincerity of our alliance. I think they won't refuse to form an alliance with His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King. It's a win-win situation for both sides. However, the Heavenly King's people still have concerns, but I will help him dispel these concerns. Tell the three major families that if they are willing to form an alliance, Yi Tianqi will be their leader. If they are not willing, then Yi Tianqi will be a member of our Tiangong. Let them decide for themselves." After that, after saying a few more words, Yunting Tianjun cut off the contact. Mr. Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not do anything wrong and even received praise. Now the task of contacting the three major families was given to him. Just based on this, his status would be greatly improved. What about the Bai family? What about the fire snake? What about Boss Leopard? Does he still need to care about them in the future? As for Yi Tianqi, he had been disrespectful to him in the first place, but now he finally didn't have to endure it anymore. Of course, he still had to continue acting before the three major families officially signed an alliance with Yunting Tianjun. Mr. Zhou walked out of the secret room, his face radiant. If it wasn't too late, he would have wanted to contact the three major families right now, but he couldn't communicate clearly over the phone. "Someone, book me a flight immediately. I want to fly to the capital early tomorrow morning." 120, Chapter 120. Whoever dares to block the way will be killed without mercy. Mr. Zhou sold Yi Tianqi out after all. He even couldn't wait to book a flight to the imperial capital, wanting to negotiate directly with the three major families. At this moment, Yi Tianqi was on his way to the Bai family. He was still unaware of this matter. Of course, he had expected to be betrayed. What's more, they were just acting together. At this time, when Bai San arrived at Mr. Bai's study, Bai Yulong and Huoxia had already arrived at the gate of the Bai family. Looking at the gate with more than 10 guards just outside, the family that he usually came in and out with had now become a den of dragons and tigers. The white fish dragon looked at the fire snake and chuckled. "It seems that my third uncle must have planned this long ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so quickly." Hearing this, Fire Snake sneered and said, "I've disliked this bastard for a long time. Does he think this is enough? I've already arranged for my brothers to break in at any time with a single order." Bai Yulong shook his head and said, "No need, I just hope he goes all the way. The more extreme he is, the clearer it will be for the old man then. No matter what I do, the old man will be speechless." At this point, Bai Yulong sighed and said, "But I'm afraid this will make the old man sad on his birthday. He has to face this situation with his own eyes. It always feels a bit unfair to him." Hearing this, Huosha's eyes dimmed a little. He sighed softly and said, "You have no choice. Besides, the Bai family will have to be reorganized sooner or later. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. I will personally apologize to the old man for this matter and explain it clearly. Don't worry, the old man will understand." Bai Yulong nodded gently and said, "I hope so. I am right, old man. You will know it sooner or later. Uncle Huosha, let's go." After saying that, Bai Yulong and Huosha got out of the car, and then everyone in the long convoy following behind them got out of the car at the same time. There were more than 100 elite soldiers, all of whom were Huosha's men. Of course, they couldn't come without any preparation. Looking at these ferocious men, Bai Yulong was silent for a moment and said, "Uncle Huosha, let them stay outside at this time. My third uncle hasn't made any moves yet, and I don't want to give him any chance to make trouble." When Huosha heard this, he wanted to refuse. They had already fallen out with Bai Yulong. If he wanted to go alone, it would be too dangerous. The Bai family today was no longer the same Bai family as before. Bai Laosan was capable of anything. "No, Yulong, this is too dangerous. I know you want to have a legitimate reason to do so. You're afraid that Bai Laosan's attempt to force the emperor to abdicate will become your fault, giving him an excuse. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Safety comes first." Looking at the Bai family guards who were already on high alert, Bai Yulong smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Huosha, I know what's going on." Huosha looked at Bai Yulong deeply, knowing that he could not convince him. He knew Bai Yulong too well. Bai Yulong would not easily change his decision. Moreover, Bai Yulong rarely did things without certainty. Now that he dared to enter the Bai family, it must be that the Bai family had a backup plan for him. After all, he, Bai Yulong, is the ruthless man known to everyone in the Bai family. "Okay, I'll go in with you." Afterwards, Huosha ordered all his men to stop and wait where they were, and then followed Bai Yulong towards the Bai family. The guards of the Bai family looked at the approach of Bai Yulong and Huosha as if they were facing a great enemy, and had no intention of opening the door at all. Stop! Bai Yulong frowned slightly, looked at the guards, and said, "Don't you recognize me? Oh, there are quite a few unfamiliar faces. It seems that my third uncle has replaced all the guards of the Bai family. No wonder. My name is Bai Yulong. Everyone get out of my way." Even though many guards were not originally from the Bai family, they had heard of Bai Yulong's name. Although they knew that Bai Yulong was now an enemy, they were still a little frightened. Fire Snake also said in a cold voice at this time, "I am Fire Snake who gave you the courage to block our way. Get the hell out of here, otherwise, I will peel off your skin." Compared to Bai Yulong, the young master who has kept a low profile for several years, Huosha is one of the giants in the underground world. The blood on his hands is almost gathered into a river. It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. But they are also afraid of Bai Laosan. Fortunately, at this moment, Bai Shuqing walked out of the courtyard and said calmly to the guards, "I am following the old man's orders to invite my eldest brother in. Anyone who dares to stop him is a traitor to the Bai family. I know you all obey your third uncle, but don't forget, my grandfather still calls the shots in the Bai family. You will decide for yourself." With Mr. Bai's order and the fact that there were only two people, Bai Yulong and Huosha, the guards stopped trying to stop them. "Shuqing, are you really here on the old man's orders? What does the old man say? Does he prefer third uncle?" Bai Yulong looked at Bai Shuqing and spoke softly. Bai Shuqing was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, Grandpa asked me to tell you that the Bai family may indeed need a radical cure. He said that the future of the Bai family is in your hands, but he doesn't want you to bear the accusation you shouldn't bear. He will help you establish your authority." Kindness? Upon hearing this, the white fish dragon and the fire snake looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Because, it's impossible, this is not the old man's style. Unless the old man was a few decades younger, maybe it was possible, but the current Mr. Bai is not the same as before. Something must have changed Mr. Bai's mind, otherwise, at most Mr. Bai would not help either side, let alone establish his authority. "Are you sure these are Grandpa's exact words?" Bai Shuqing nodded and said, "Because Grandpa knows that Mr. Yi supports you from the moment he knew about it. He seemed to have made a decision. Brother, I know I don't have the ability to persuade you right now, but if possible, please try to be merciful and don't make things too difficult for Grandpa. He really can't bear such a big blow." Now, Bai Yulong and Huasha finally understood why Mr. Bai had such a huge change. It was because of Yi Tianqi's support. Mr. Bai not only believed in Yi Tianqi, but also because he knew that Bai Yulong had a good chance of winning, and with Yi Tianqi's support, he would not fail. And Yi Tianqi is related to the future of the Bai family. Uncle Fire Snake, it seems that our preparations may not be of much use. I didn't expect that in the end. We still have to rely on Rai's reputation to solve the problem. Fire Snake nodded, sighed, and said, yes, but it can also be regarded as a way to avoid some bloodshed. Although the old man does not care about worldly affairs, the Bai family seems to be divided into many factions. However, if the old man waves his hand, I think there will be many people who will truly be loyal to the old man. Both Fire Snake and White Fish Dragon firmly believed in this. Mr. Bai was old and soft-hearted, but no one would doubt his methods. Who would dare to doubt the control over the family of a man who had brought the Bai family to its current height and had been in charge of the Bai family for his entire life? Let's go and see the old man. Perhaps I really need to have a good talk with him no matter what. In the end, the old man chose me, not third uncle. Afterwards, Bai Yulong and the other two walked towards the old man's study. At this moment, in the study, Bai Lao San was unaware of this. He thought he was in control of the entire family and had the support of most people. Surprisingly, even old Master Bai looked down on him. His words were full of arrogance and domineering. 121, Chapter 121. Hundreds of charges. Bai Yulong is disloyal and unfilial, and a traitor. If such a rebellious son is not expelled from the family, he will surely bring disaster to our Bai family. Regardless of whether you approve or disapprove, and regardless of how much you love this grandson, he cannot continue to stay in the Bai family. Being kicked out is the best outcome for him. Otherwise, I'm afraid many people would want him dead. Bai Lao San looked at Mr. Bai, who was sitting on the sofa with a calm expression, and spoke directly. After entering the door, Mr. Bai didn't say a word and asked him directly what he wanted to do. Mr. Bai was also very happy and directly told him what he wanted to do. To put it simply, Bai Yulong must leave the Bai family, otherwise, Bai Lao San will not agree, and more than half of the Bai family members will not agree. Old Master Bai looked at the extremely conceited third Bai, whose eyes flashed with a fierce light, and said coldly, Yulong is the heir of the Bai family. Even if he made mistakes, they are not so bad that he must be expelled from the family. He hit you, his uncle, and you lost face, but even if you lost face, you shouldn't be so heartless. When Bai Lao San heard this, he immediately sneered. Old man, you're confused, aren't you? Am I heartless? I think you're quite heartless. Bai Yulong is your grandson, it's true, but I'm also your son since ancient times. Have you ever heard of a younger generation beating an elder? If this isn't treason, what is it? Beating up your own uncle for an outsider would be a huge joke if it got out. I, Bai Lao San, can save my reputation, but do you still want to save the reputation of my Bai family, yours? Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai said in a deep voice, even so, you were at fault first. I already know what happened. There's no need to quibble about what you did. Do you really think I'm confused because of my age? Besides, what did Bai Yulong say? He wants to clean up the Bai family and investigate the Bai family members. Is that wrong? He is in charge of the family's supervisory power. He has the power and qualifications to do so. If you have a clear conscience, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Of course he was afraid of being investigated. Bai Yulong was famous for his ruthlessness. If he really found out something, Bai Lao San didn't know what would happen to him. It is the only way, and the only way that must be done, to strike first. Old man, please don't say anything more. I just want to ask you one question. Will you choose to help me or Bai Yulong? Of course, I know you are in a dilemma. My advice to you is to help neither of you. The Bai family is not without an heir. Just because Bai Yulong is gone, how can we not pick out a more qualified heir than him in such a large family? It's a joke. It's you who has been too indulgent towards him. Otherwise, how could he become like this today? But his lawlessness has come to an end. There is no place for him in the Bai family anymore. This is the last respect I, as his uncle, can give him. Neither of them can help each other, and there is no better heir? Do you blame Mr. Bai for being too indulgent towards Bai Yulong? Are you blaming Mr. Bai? Mr. Bai laughed angrily. He looked at Bai Lao San, shook his head, sighed, and said, so, do you want to be the heir, or who wants to be the heir? Upon hearing this, Bai Lao San immediately shook his head and said firmly, don't worry, I'm only targeting Bai Yulong to eliminate the cancer for my Bai family. I have no intention of taking the position of heir, and neither do others. Haven't you always been very satisfied with Bai Shuqing? Yes. After Bai Yulong leaves the Bai family, Bai Shuqing will be supported by all of us, so, you can rest assured. I, Bai Lao San, simply wish to clean up the Bai family. I have no intention of seeking personal gain. The sun and the moon can attest to my heart's intentions, otherwise, I wouldn't have nominated Bai Shuqing as the heir. It sounds simple, but in fact, once Bai Yilong is expelled from the Bai family, once this precedent is set, the power of Bai Lao San and others will expand unprecedentedly. Does it matter who becomes the head of the family? It's just a puppet. It is just a temporary transition to appease Mr. Bai. Once Mr. Bai passes away, it is still unknown who will be the head of the family. It is even hard to say whether Bai Shuqing's life safety can be guaranteed. Bai Lao San, these people are capable of doing this. None of them are easy to deal with. They look kind, but in fact, how cruel and ruthless they are in secret, I am afraid only they themselves know. Old Master Bai looked at old Third Bai and knew that he could not convince him. He had gone crazy. What if I don't agree? I'm the one who makes the decisions for the Bai family. I am not only your father, I'm also the head of the Bai family. If I don't agree, are you going to force me to agree? Wouldn't that be disloyalty, unfilial, and a traitor? Old Master Bai asked a soul-searching question. Yes, you, Bai Lao San, used this reason to deal with Bai Yilong, so now, what are you doing? Bai Lao San seemed to have anticipated that Mr. Bai might do this. He sighed and said helplessly, Father, why are you forcing me? We're just expelling Bai Yilong from the Bai family. We're still a family, with a loving father and filial son. Isn't that good? To tell you the truth, even if you don't agree, Bai Yilong's expulsion from the Bai family has become a foregone conclusion. I have already convened a meeting of more than half of the family's senior leaders, and they all voted in favor of this proposal. So, old man, can't you see the situation clearly? As for what you said about me being a traitor, you don't have to worry about it. Bai Yilong has committed many evil deeds. He is disloyal and unfilial, unkind and unjust, disrespectful to his elders, disrespectful to education, cruel and ruthless, and doesn't recognize his relatives. He has become a public enemy. It's just that you, old man, are confused and can't tell the difference. So, we are doing this to save you and the Bai family, not to be disloyal or unfilial. So, old man, you'd better agree to it and personally announce that Bai Yilong will be expelled from the Bai family. This will make things better for everyone. Otherwise, don't blame your son for being unfilial. The Bai family is no longer under your control now. I have the final say in the Bai family. Bai Lao San finally revealed his true face. He was actually threatening Mr. Bai. He even said shamelessly that he had the final say in the Bai family. This shows that he doesn't take Mr. Bai seriously at all. Old Master Bai smiled, a smile that was a reflection of his anger, but his eyes were filled with sadness. So, if I don't agree to your request, you will not only deal with Bai Shuqing, but also with Meido. You dare to kill your father? Hearing this, Bai Lao San shook his head slightly and said, I can't commit patricide yet. However, if you are truly so foolish, I'll ask you to go to another place to recuperate. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to take care of your daily needs. From now on, you will completely disappear from the Bai family's sight. Bai Lao San actually wants to imprison Bai Lao Mian. This is truly treasonous. Mr. Bai was completely disappointed. He looked at Bai Lao San, sighed softly, and said, You are really my good son. Tell me what you want me to do. Tell me clearly. Bai Lao San laughed heartily as if he had won a victory and said, It's simple, father. Please sign your name on Bai Yilong's charges, then leave the rest to me. After saying that, Bai Lao San yelled, Someone come. In an instant, more than a dozen security personnel rushed into the old man's study. One of them handed a thick stack of documents full of Bai Yilong's crimes to Bai Lao San. 10 major sins, 100 minor sins. Old man, look at this Bai Yilong. He is simply insane and worse than pigs and dogs. If we eliminate him, then my Bai family will eliminate a deadly cancer. 122, Chapter 122. Shocking change. 10 major sins and 100 minor sins. It's amazing that Bai Lao San and the others could come up with this idea. How much hatred must one have for Bai Yilong to be so deliberate and painstakingly list so many crimes? Even the notorious treacherous ministers and evil villains since ancient times are no more than this. When Mr. Bai looked at the charges handed over by Bai Lao San, his hands began to tremble. It's all false accusations. Any one of these crimes would be enough to kill Bai Yilong without a burial place and never have a chance to turn over a new leaf. But here, there are 10 major crimes and 100 minor crimes listed. This is not a trial of Bai Yilong, but a trial of him as the head of the Bai family who has designated Bai Yilong as the heir. His wolfish ambition is obvious. Sign it, old man. Bai Lao San looked at the old man and spoke calmly, as if he was sure of victory. Old Master Bai slowly stood up, trembling as he picked up the indictments. He looked at Old Third Bai and angrily said, Are you asking me to sign these indictments? Are you fabricating these indictments to slander Bai Yulong, or are you trying an old man like me as well? The grandson I personally raised, the heir to the Bai family, ended up being the traitor and the unforgivable criminal among all the crimes you accused me of. What about me? Who am I? What about kidnapping women and forcing women into prostitution? What about child trafficking, murder and arson? What about treason and killing relatives? Do you have a pig's brain? Do you have a pig's brain? You've already won, why are you still doing this? Do you want the whole world to laugh at the Bai family and me, you beast? Even if you want to justify your actions, even if you want to have a good reason, can you really fabricate these charges? Do you want everyone in the Bai family to become a laughingstock? How can you be so stupid? You are so stupid, idiot, idiot. Old Master Bai was so angry that his face turned pale. He covered his chest and could hardly breathe. He was disappointed, sad and upset, but he could still endure it. But after seeing with his own eyes the charges against Bai Yulong, Old Master Bai was so angry that he almost died. What kind of stupid person could write such an idiotic charge? Bai Yulong is no one else but the one who carries the blood of Bai family and has been the heir of Bai family for so many years. Such a person should not be humiliated like this. Even if he is really guilty, this humiliation is for the entire Bai family. Once this charge is made public, everything the Bai family has built over the years will be destroyed immediately. Bai Laosan, how can you be so stupid? How can you be such an idiot? Mr. Bai now wanted to strangle this stupid thing to death himself. With this kind of brain, he still wanted to control the Bai family and get rid of Bai Yulong. He even wanted to imprison him? It's so sad that it makes people cry. Old Master Bai also wanted to slap himself at this moment. He had actually thought about protecting Bai Laosan before, and even almost leaned towards Bai Laosan between Bai Laosan and his other clansmen and Bai Yulong. How stupid must he be to make such a choice? It was almost, just a little bit, and the Bai family would have been completely ruined. He finally understood thoroughly how important the bone scraping and poison treatment method mentioned by the white fish dragon was. If the Bai family doesn't make up their minds now, it will really have no future. Bai Laosan looked at the extremely furious Mr. Bai, and his face turned blue and white. He had never seen Mr. Bai like this before. It was not just a question of whether he was angry or not, but he seemed to really feel that he was stupid. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that Mr. Bai was not wrong at the beginning. He heard others list these crimes, and although he felt that it was a bit inappropriate, the reputation of justice was still very important. But now, after hearing what Mr. Bai said, it seems to be true. If this gets out and Mr. Bai signs his name, it will ruin the reputation of the entire Bai family. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became, as if I were such a huge idiot. However, seeing Mr. Bai's disgusted and even disgusted look, Bai Laosan became angry. Now he has the final say in the Bai family at this time. Mr. Bai still dares to talk to him like this and scold him. Who dares to say that this is not for the sake of venting Bai Yulong's anger? Alright, stop scolding me. Don't exaggerate about reputation or Noti have the final say in the Bai family now. I say Bai Yulong did these things, and he did them. He is an unforgivable sinner. He deceived everyone. I am clearing the family, and that is justice for the people. I'll ask you one last time, will you sign or not? Old Master Bai looked at Old Third Bai coldly, with no trace of emotion in his eyes. No. Bai Laosan immediately sneered in anger and said, Okay, you don't want to sign, right, fine. If you don't care about the father-son relationship, then don't blame me if you don't sign this name. Admit Bai Yulong's guilt, and give me a legitimate reason to act, then wait for Bai Yulong to deal with you and Bai Shuqing. I don't think he needs to be the heir of the Bai family. Don't you like him? Then let him accompany you to recuperate. Come here, the old man is sick, take him away and take him to recuperate. Bai Laosan immediately ordered his men to enforce the order and take Old Master Bai away by force. Although these subordinates were in awe of Mr. Bai, they only hesitated for a moment and then walked towards Mr. Bai. Now they had to listen to whoever was the master. Mr. Bai looked at Bai Laosan coldly, gritted his teeth and said, Rebellious son, it seems you are going to make the same mistake all the way. Bai Laosan said coldly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, so why bother to say more? Since my father has chosen to stand with Bai Yulong and become my enemy, then don't blame your son for being unfilial. What are you still standing there for? Take it away. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Mr. Bai sighed softly, a look of sadness flashing in his eyes, and he said softly, let's do it. In an instant, more than half of the people brought by Lao San rebelled and attacked the other half. Moreover, they killed them with one blow, which was fatal. For the first time, Mr. Bai's elegant and scholarly study was stained with blood, and so many people died. This sudden change shocked Lao San. He did not expect that his subordinates, whom he thought were loyal, would actually rebel against him. Among them, some were not even guards from the Bai family, but subordinates who had always followed him. But they actually obeyed the old man's orders. Crazy, are you all crazy? Don't forget who your master is, damn it, you actually dared to betray me. Will kill you, I must kill you. This huge change not only caught Lao San off guard, but also made him panic. But at this time, he had no time to think about it and could only use roaring to cover up the panic in his heart. Old man, you've actually been planting spies around me all this time. You've really never trusted me, never. But, so what? The Bai family is now under my control. More than 2/3 of the people have chosen to support me, and I also control all of the Bai family's guards. Do you think you can win? You can't win. Even if you kill me, I won't let you go. No, if you dare to attack me, I will kill all the Bai family members and let the entire Bai family be buried with me. Lao San is completely crazy to be able to say such things. The pain and anger in Mr. Bai's eyes became more and more intense, and finally turned into coldness and ruthlessness. 123, Chapter 123. From now on, I am the head of the Bai family. Stupid, ignorant, and stubborn. Things have come to this point, but Lao San still dared to threaten Lao Yi in a cruel way, and even said that he would bury the entire Bai family with him. But he forgot that if even the people around him became his betrayers, then was the Bai family that he thought he controlled really under his control? Mr. Bai looked at Lao San with some pity, sighed softly, and said, "Stop it, it seems that you are really sick, seriously ill. I will send you to a mental hospital to recuperate." Being sent to a mental hospital to recuperate is better than dying. Although the chance to come out again is probably a long way off. But in the end, I can survive. In the end, Mr. Bai couldn't bear to kill Lao San with his own hands. After all, he was his son. Even though he had done something so outrageous and against the will of heaven, Mr. Bai still couldn't bring himself to do it. But this pity turned into contempt in Lao San's eyes, making his anger even stronger. He is not a fool. He already has this bad feeling, as if he has fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. From the moment the people around him betrayed him, he knew that he was probably doomed to lose. But he has no chance. I'm not sick, you're sick, all of you are sick. Why can't you see Bai Yilong's evil ambition? He's the one who wants to destroy the entire Bai family. Is the one who wants to take the Bai family into hell with him. Why can't you see it? Why do you all favor him? He lost completely. The Bai family is mine. No, it's mine. I am the one who treats the Bai family well. I am the one who treats them well. Bai Yilong has committed so many crimes, each one of which is enough to kill him dozens of times. I have been merciful enough. I just want to expel him from the Bai family. I didn't even think of taking his life. Why do you still say it's my fault? Why? Lao San is really crazy. He actually pointed at the false charges he had listed, saying that Bai Yilong had really committed these things, and that he had been so shocked that he had forgotten what was true and what was false. Mr. Bai sighed softly, waved his hand, and said, "Knock him out and control everyone." Upon hearing Mr. Bai's order, the men immediately took action and beat Mr. Bai-san unconscious. Then, he quickly began to communicate and regained control of the entire Bai family. Those who disobeyed orders and really followed Lao San were immediately controlled, and those who disobeyed were all knocked down. Among them, many people lost their lives. Many members of the Bai family, including those who were colluded with Lao San, were all placed under house arrest in the conference room and knew nothing about what was happening outside. At this time, Bai Yilong had already arrived at the study. Looking at the bloodstains and corpses in the study, he saw the old and sad face of Mr. Bai. Bai Yilong knew that he didn't need to take any action anymore. The old man would solve everything himself. This also made Bai Yilong's heart tremble. The old man didn't care about worldly affairs, but he was never confused. His control over the Bai family had never weakened. He just stopped interfering. Old Master Bai looked at Bai Yilong without any greetings. He simply said softly, "I will send your third uncle and the tribesmen who are connected with him away. I will never show up again. Are you willing?" Yes, Mr. Bai was asking for Bai Yilong's opinion instead of giving direct orders. Bai Yilong was silent for a moment, then said, "Let Grandpa handle it." Old Master Bai sighed softly, gave Bai Yilong a complicated look, and said, "I know you'd rather wipe them out completely, but they are your blood relatives. After all, your hands can't be stained with their blood, so don't stain them. They won't have another chance. Let them spend the rest of their lives in repentance and pain. Bai Yulong didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Afterwards, Bai Yulong looked at the accusations made by Bai Laosan against him scattered on the ground, and a hint of anger finally appeared in his eyes, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. At this time, Mr. Bai whispered, "Third brother, you're crazy." From the moment he did such a stupid thing, his fate was already determined. "Yulong, on my birthday, I will officially announce my complete retirement from now on. You have the final say in the Bai family. You can do whatever you want." Mr. Bai seemed to be really discouraged, and his face was full of fatigue at this moment. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong nodded gently and said, "The Bai family has reached a time when change is necessary. Grandpa, you can no longer bear to do this. Then, leave this matter to me." This time, Bai Yulong did not refuse, but agreed directly. The moment he agreed, it meant that the position of the head of the Bai family would officially fall on him. From then on, he, Bai Yulong, would no longer be the eldest son of the Bai family. But it was the newly appointed head of the Bai family who was decisive and ruthless, treading on blood and fire. Old Master Bai looked at Bai Yulong deeply, and finally said softly, "You and Fire Snake came here alone today. Even if I don't make a move, you won't lose, right? I don't want to know what you want to do after you win, Yulong. I still want to advise you to keep good thoughts in your heart. You go ahead. Everyone else is in the meeting room tomorrow morning. I will call a meeting of all the clan members to announce that your third uncle and his family will be leaving the Bai family. Just focus on your work. I will solve all the problems in the family." Bai Yulong was silent for a moment. Knowing that this was Mr. Bai's last request, he nodded gently and said, "Grandpa, then it's as you wish. Do it. Also, if it was just third uncle, I have 100 ways to deal with him, but if you choose to support third uncle, then I don't know who will win or lose in the end. Thank you for choosing to support me." After saying that, the white fish dragon took the fire snake and left for the meeting room. Bai Shuqing wanted to stay, but was sent away by Old Master Bai. The corpse had been carried out of the study, but the pungent smell of blood lingered for a long time. Old Master Bai sighed softly, looking at Yi Tianqi's painting hanging on the wall of the study, and said, "Mr. Yi, it is a blessing for our Bai family that you value Yulong, but I am afraid that his training is not yet complete and he will cause trouble for you." After saying this, Mr. Bai covered his chest with his hands, his face full of pain, as if he had reached the limit of his endurance. At this moment, Yi Tianqi quietly pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the haggard old man Bai, he sighed softly, "Young people should do their own things. Why do you have to do this?" After seeing Yi Tianqi, Mr. Bai's face was full of surprise and seemed to be rejuvenated. But Yi Tianqi shook his head gently, walked to Mr. Bai's side, and tapped him a few times with his hands, which immediately made Mr. Bai's face look much better. Then he chuckled and said, "I guess today's events will make your body a little bit overwhelmed. It is also my responsibility, so I have to protect your safety. As for whether Bai Yulong has not been tempered enough, you are still by his side to check on him. Old man, if you don't mind, how about I chat and play chess with you tonight?" 124, Chapter 124, Miracle Doctor? You have to serve me, too. With Yi Tianqi by his side, Mr. Bai felt much better. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking too much. Besides, it is indeed time to clean up the Bai family. Bai Laosan, you have become so crazy and mad. How much better can others be? A sleepless night. Tonight, many people are destined to be unable to sleep. The Bai family has always been the focus of this storm. It was not until around 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day that Master Qianwu, Shi Shao, and others had already entered the ground of Dongzhou. However, they did not go to the Bai family first, but went to the Bai family hotel. Looking at the somewhat exhausted young Master Shi, Fifth Master Qian said softly, "Young Master Shi, according to the information I've gathered, the old man of the Bai family has already notified all members of the Bai family to a meeting at 8 o'clock sharp. I am afraid everything has been settled tonight, and old Master Bai has also made a decision. Shouldn't we go now?" Upon hearing this, Shi Shao shook his head and said, "Let's go later. There's no definite news yet on who won, so we can't be completely sure. Even if we go, let's wait and find out more. Then let's go to the hotel to find Lin Xingyue first. If it's not appropriate for us to contact her directly, Lin Xingyue's problem shouldn't be too serious, and no one will suspect Eros a woman. It will be much more convenient for her." Shi Shao nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, she doesn't even need to do anything extra. Just call Bai Yulong and listen to his tone, and we'll know who's winning and who's losing. After all your talk this evening, I'm really becoming more and more interested in Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi. I hope I won't be disappointed when I see them later. Young Master Qianwu felt a little uncomfortable, but a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Don't worry, Master Shi, I will definitely not let you down. This Lin Xingyue is indeed a top-notch talent. If I weren't worried about Divine Dr. Yi, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back, but even so, I'm still very envious." When he said this, an intriguing expression appeared on Mr. Qianwu's face, and this expression was almost the same as the one Boss Missouri had when he faced Lin Xingyue. Perhaps the only difference is that Mr. Qianwu was younger, more handsome, and more capable, which makes people less disgusted. Young Master Shi laughed heartily, patted Master Qianwu on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, from now on, you don't have to worry about anything. I know what you're thinking. You just want to use this Divine Doctor Yi someday. Maybe it will help your position in the Qian family, but he's just a doctor. Is it necessary to take him so seriously?" "Of course, I understand you. After all, the Qian family doesn't have only you as the heir. Compared to others, your advantages are not that great, and you even have natural flaws in some aspects, but these are not important as long as Master Shao is happy. Would the Qian family dare to reject the heir Master Shao recommends? Ha!" Young Master Shi kept calling him Master Shao, and it came out very smoothly, and his voice revealed a strong sense of pride, as if, as long as Master Shao was there was no one that young Master Shi was afraid of. Upon hearing this, the fifth Master Qian also revealed a look of longing, and nodded heavily, saying, "Master Shao is willing to help me, which naturally makes me deeply grateful. If I can really take charge of the Qian family, I will definitely serve Master Shao loyally in the future. I will also remember Master Shi's great kindness in my heart." Young Master Shi laughed heartily and said, no problem, we all work for Master Shao, so we're all in the same boat from now on. By the way, is that Lin Xingyue's husband, Yi Tianqi, really that skilled in medicine? Ha! Then I must meet him properly and ask him to prescribe some medicine for me. With all this reveling every night, even if I'm a skilled doctor, it's a bit too much for me, huh? Mr. Qianwu had never dared to think of such a thing. After all, asking a so-called miracle doctor to prescribe a prescription for kidney deficiency was not only a waste of talent, but also a humiliation to him. However, Mr. Qianwu still put on a smile and said nothing else. Shi Shao sneered, "These so-called miracle doctors you mentioned have all been spoiled by you. I've seen many of these so-called miracle doctors in the imperial capital, not to mention the few with names. They're all so arrogant and don't seem to give anyone face, but what's the result? Now, in front of Master Shao, they're serving him like a grandson. Do you know why?" Young Master Qianwu quickly laughed and said, "Of course it's because Master Shao is so domineering that no one dares to disrespect him." Upon hearing this, Shi Shao's eyes flashed with disdain. He said, "Of course Master Shao is domineering, but the more important reason is that these so-called miracle doctors may be able to save lives, and may even claim to be able to snatch people from the clutches of the King of Hell, but don't forget, who controls their lives? They are only here to save lives, but we can take their lives. Are they afraid? Not afraid, of course. Are their families afraid? Are their friends afraid? Are their relatives afraid? In this world, whoever has the stronger fist has the final say. Not only can we take their lives, but we can also control their wealth and glory, life and death, honor and disgrace. There are many ways to deal with them. Fifth young master, learn this. If you don't even have this much courage and ruthlessness, Master Shao will be disappointed in you. Besides, if you had followed this path earlier, wouldn't you have gotten Lin Xingyue long ago? Don't even mention that he saves Mr. Bai's Lefesa. What, even if we don't deal with him openly, there are still many ways to deal with him secretly. Even if he knows it was you who did it, what does it matter? Would Mr. Bai really go to war with you, the fifth young Master Qian, and the Qian family just for a dead man? Do you believe it? I don't believe it, unless Mr. Bai is crazy. Shi Shao said that he was vicious and cruel, and his face showed a ferocious expression, which showed how cruel he was in his heart. He said it so naturally, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done such things as bullying men and women and treating human lives as worthless. Young Master Qianwu nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and said, "Master Shi, I understand. I'll need your advice in the future. We've arrived at the hotel. I just informed Lin Xingyue that we're coming. She should be up and waiting. Look, do you want to do something to her now? Do we need to step aside?" Upon hearing this, Shi Shao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, then he frowned slightly and said, "Forget it, don't delay the business. Besides, I'm not a hasty person, especially when dealing with a woman like this. I have to play slowly, preferably in front of her husband. That would be more interesting. I'll use the medicine her man prescribed to boost my virility, and then, in front of Yi Tianqi, I'll take up my gun and mount my horse, and kill her without leaving a single piece of armor." She'll burst into tears. That feeling is truly satisfying. This kind of bad taste made Mr. Chen Wu think that Mr. Shi must be mentally abnormal, but he was secretly excited. At this time, Lin Qingyue didn't know that the fifth Master Qian, whom she had been thinking about, had already sold her out completely. Not only that, but he also wanted Yi Tianqi to witness this humiliating thing in front of her. She didn't know about this situation, but she knew that young Master Qian Wu had come. Not only that, but he also brought with him important figures from the imperial capital, the kind that young Master Qian Wu had to respect and please. This made her very happy now. She increasingly realized the importance of power, and she was extremely happy and excited to be able to meet more powerful people. 125, Chapter 125, Your little hands are so soft. After Lin Qingyue had washed and dressed, she looked at the time and knew that Master Qian Wu and the others would be arriving soon, so she went to Sun Xiaoya's room to call her to get up. She didn't mean to let Sun Xiaoya sleep a little longer out of kindness, but she wanted Sun Xiaoya to have no time to put on makeup and dress up so as not to steal her limelight. After entering the room, Sun Xiaoya was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. The thin pajamas could not hide her proud figure, and her snow-white skin made people unable to take their eyes off her. Even Lin Qingyue had to admit that Sun Xiaoya was not much worse than her, and in fact, some parts of her were more attractive. Frowning, Lin Qingyue shouted, "Sun Xiaoya, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly." Sun Xiaoya rubbed her eyes sleepily. She hadn't rested well and went to bed around 3 in the morning. It was only a little after 6 and she had just fallen into a deep sleep. "Qingyue, I don't have anything to do today, why are you getting up so early?" Sun Xiaoya was in a bad mood when she woke up, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only look at Lin Qingyue helplessly and expressed her doubts. Lin Qingyue said calmly, "Oh, Mr. Qian Wu will be downstairs soon. They should come directly to our room. If you want to continue sleeping, then go ahead, but don't come out for a while. I don't want you to cause misunderstandings with your disheveled clothes." Oh, by the way, the fifth young master didn't come alone this time. He also brought a big shot from the imperial capital with him. Even the fifth young master has to take this big shot seriously. Don't lose face. Do you understand? After hearing what Lin Qingyue said, Sun Xiaoya was no longer sleepy. She exclaimed and quickly got up, dressed and went to wash up. Seeing that Lin Qingyue had already put on makeup and dressed up, Sun Xiaoya felt secretly resentful in her heart. If she couldn't see what Lin Qingyue was thinking, then she would have followed Lin Qingyue for nothing all these years. I had known the news a long time ago, but she deliberately didn't tell me. Was it just because she wanted to see me make a fool of myself so that I wouldn't have time to put on makeup and dress up? What a vicious mind. But at this time, it was too late to say anything. Sun Xiaoya could only swallow her anger and quickly wash and put on makeup. Lin Qingyue looked at the anxious and flustered Sun Xiaoya with a sneer. She did not forget that Sun Xiaoya was a seductive vixen, and how could such a villain succeed? To say that they were coexisting peacefully was the only solution. Otherwise, she would want to suppress Sun Xiaoya, suppress her for the rest of her life, make her secretly resentful, make her angry and humiliated, but she had no choice but to endure it. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Qingyue tidied her clothes and opened the door with a smile. The first person to see it was Mr. Qian Wu. After seeing Mr. Qian Wu, Lin Qingyue's face was full of smiles. This was Mr. Qian Wu, whom she had been thinking about all the time. He was the most important person she had met so far. He was young and handsome, gentle, and considerate to her. He was the Prince Charming and dream lover in her heart. When Mr. Qian Wu saw Lin Qingyue, his eyes lit up. Compared with his previous concealment, he now had a bit more unbridled aggressiveness after being reminded by Mr. Shi. Qingyue, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Come, let me introduce you to Master Shi, the future head of the Shi family in the imperial capital, a famous figure. Young Master Qian Wu knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately turned sideways to make way for young Master Shi. Compared to Mr. Qian Wu, Mr. Shi might not look as good, and he even looked a little weak, as if alcohol and sex had drained his body, especially his eyes, which were full of aggression, making people feel as if they were stripped naked and uncomfortable at a glance. But obviously, Mr. Qian Wu's introduction made Lin Qingyue go from feeling uncomfortable to feeling comfortable. "Hello, Master Shi. I've long heard of your name and have admired you. I never expected to see you here." Qingyue's honor. He was a bit polite, but since it was the first time they met, he had to be polite. As for having heard of your great name for a long time, that was pure nonsense. After all, Mr. Qian Wu had only recently gotten in touch with Mr. Shi. Shi Shao looked at the graceful and beautifully dressed Lin Qingyue, and his eyes lit up. He reached out and held Lin Qingyue's soft and boneless hand, chuckling softly, No, I've heard of Miss Qingyue for a long time. Seeing her today, she is indeed like a fairy. It's hard to forget her." As he spoke, his hands did not stop. In front of Mr. Qianwu, Mr. Shi started to knead Lin Qingyue's hand. Who couldn't see the lust of it? Lin Qingyue had not expected this scene, but she could not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she secretly glanced at Master Qianwu. As a result, she saw that Master Qianwu had discovered Master Shi's little trick, but he had no intention of stopping him. He even looked at Master Shi in a flattering manner. That's right, it's flattery. This startled Lin Qingyue, and she immediately understood one thing: young Master Shi was more important than she had imagined. He was a big shot that young Master Qianwu really needed to curry favor with. However, she was still a little hesitant. Although she didn't mind this little advantage, she thought she should show her resistance. At least in her attitude, she wanted to let Mr. Qianwu see that she was not a person without bottom line, and she only did not resist Mr. Qianwu. It's not that Lin Qingyue doesn't care about greater power or more powerful figures now, but she doesn't know young Master Shi at all and doesn't know his background. In comparison, young Master Qianwu was unmarried, more familiar with her, and gentler to her, making him easier to win over. Master Shi, let's stop talking at the door and come in. After saying that, Lin Qingyue was about to pull back her hand, but Shi Xiao looked at Lin Qingyue meaningfully, said nothing, smiled, and followed her in. After entering the living room of the presidential suite, Sun Xiaoya was still dressing up. Lin Qingyue seemed to be deliberately shouting, "Xiaoya, are you okay? I just reminded you that a distinguished guest was coming, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late." After saying that, Lin Qingyue looked at Mr. Qianwu and Mr. Shi and smiled. "I'm sorry, it's my assistant and my best friend. I slept a little late last night, so I couldn't get up. Don't mind." Shi Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't mind. It's wrong of us to disturb your rest so early. How dare we mind? Miss Qingyue, you already know why we're here, huh? The Bai family's affairs actually have nothing to do with me. However, it would be nice if we could get their support, but the situation of the Bai family is unclear right now, and it's not convenient for us to ask directly. Miss Qingyue, please call Bai Yilong and listen to his tone. We can make a distinction and make things easier later. How about that?" Young Master Qianwu also spoke up at this time. "That's right, Qingyue, the Bai family did start various actions last night. Your information is correct, but no one knows the specific situation now. They have completely blocked the news. You are a girl, and Bai Yilong saved you last night. It is only natural for you to call and show concern." Lin Qingyue heard this and did not refuse. She said directly, "Then, do I have any questions? How should I ask?" Master Qianwu smiled and said, "Just ask about my well-being. No need to ask anything. When the time comes, we can turn on the loudspeaker and use Bai Yilong's tone to distinguish him." Hearing that this was all she needed to do, Lin Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief, nodded in agreement, and immediately took out her cell phone, ready to make a call at any time. Seeing Lin Qingyue being so decisive, Shi Xiao's eyes were filled with more smiles. He likes women who are decisive, direct, and ambitious. 126, Chapter 126, Identity Exposed. Lin Qingyue called Bai Yilong right away, and it took a while before the call was connected. Lin Qingyue quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Bai, I am Lin Qingyue. If it weren't for your help last night, I really don't know what would have become of me. Thank you so much, thank you so much." The white fish dragon's indifferent voice came out slowly. "Okay, got it. Anything else?" Lin Qingyue felt a little disappointed when she heard this. After all, young Master Bai's voice seemed a little too cold, which was different from what she had imagined. At the very least, she was a great beauty. After all, if a great beauty called her, she had to be a little enthusiastic. She treated everyone as a pervert and believed that everyone would be impressed by her beauty, but when someone was really impressed, she looked down on them. "Well, it's nothing. It's just that Uncle Bai is your uncle. After Ali saw that he was quite fierce when he left yesterday, I was afraid that it would cause you any trouble, so I wanted to ask you. Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy." Bai Yilong said indifferently, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. It's no trouble. Is there anything else? If not, then that's it. Goodbye." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Qingyue looked at her phone, feeling a little overwhelmed, then looked at Mr. Qianwu and Mr. Shi. "Fifth young master, Master Shi, the call has ended. Is this a problem or not? Do you have an answer?" Young Master Shi frowned slightly, then laughed and said, "I heard that the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Yilong, is cold-hearted, cruel and ruthless. Fifth young master, do you think his attitude is normal?" Master Qianwu pondered for a moment before speaking. "I'm not sure either, but considering Bai Yilong's style, I think he must have won. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude, let alone say it was a trivial matter or something worth mentioning. Even if the loser isn't angry, he probably wouldn't be in the mood to say such things." Young Master Shi nodded and said, "That's true. It seems that this young Master Bai is indeed worthy of his reputation. Alas, I didn't expect him to win so quickly and still want to help us in times of need. Now it seems that this can only be icing on the cake. However, the Bai family still has to go. Icing on the cake is better than doing nothing." Lin Qingyue finally understood what he was saying. She looked at fifth young Master Qian and young Master Shi and said, "What are you talking about? Winning, young Master Bai won." Young Master Qian Wu chuckled and said, "That's right. I am afraid that after today, no one in the Bai family will dare to challenge Bai Yulong's authority. Not only that, the entire eastern province will soon know that Bai Yulong has completely won the internal struggle of the Bai family. There will no longer be any doubts about him being the next head of the Bai family. The next head of the Bai family is in such a high position and power that if he sneezes, the entire East province will tremble." The descendants of the Bai family and the head of the Bai family are completely different things, different concepts. Thinking of the Bai Yulong who saved her yesterday and who might have become the real person in power in the Bai family, Lin Qingyue felt a little hot in her heart. At this moment, Master Qian Wu looked at Master Shi with a flattering smile and said, "However, even if Bai Yulong becomes the head of the Bai family, in front of you, Master Shi, he can only retreat and show utmost respect." Upon hearing this, Shi Shao laughed heartily and said, "Alright, fifth young master, stop flattering me. Although I don't care who the head of the Bai family is, I'm not so arrogant as to look down on others when it comes to making friends. It's naturally best if we can become friends. If not, that's another matter." At this point, a cold light flashed in Shi Shao's eyes, as if not making friends with him and offending him would be very miserable, even if it was the white fish dragon. No matter what, this undoubtedly gave Lin Qingyue a clearer understanding of Shi Shao. Mr. Qian Wu's flattery and Mr. Shi's pride and arrogance are not pretended. At this time, Shi Shao chuckled and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We'll talk about it when we get to the Bai family. I've been traveling all night and I'm really tired. My back and waist are aching." After saying this, Master Shi looked at Master Qian Wu and said with a smile, "I heard that Miss Qingyue's husband was a rare miracle doctor at the time. I believe he must be very good at massage. I wonder if it would be convenient for Miss Qingyue to give me a massage?" As soon as these words came out, Master Qian Wu immediately smiled and said, "Of course, it is Qingyue's honor to serve Master Shi." After saying that, Master Qian Wu looked at the bewildered Lin Qingyue and said with a smile, "Hurry up and give Master Shi a massage. This is an opportunity that many people would beg for." Lin Qingyue was completely confused. It wasn't that she was unwilling to give Shi Shao a massage. She was very happy to do this. But what confused her was, what did it mean that her husband was a rare miracle doctor at that time? What does this have to do with anything? Fifth young Master Shi, what are you talking about? What do you mean my husband is a rare miracle doctor? Is there some misunderstanding here? Of course, it's not that I don't want to give you a massage, young Master Shi. I will do it right away, but I have to explain this matter clearly to avoid any misunderstanding. Lin Qingyue thought they had misunderstood, then walked behind Shi Shao and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Her white and tender hands gently pinched his shoulders, and it was really comfortable. Shi Shao looked at Mr. Qian Wu and said with a smile, "She doesn't know?" Master Qian Wu patted his head and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you, Qingyue really doesn't know Yi Tianqi's identity. This divine doctor Yi seems to have been hiding his identity as a divine doctor. We don't want to expose him, so we have been hiding it." Shi Shao nodded, and Lin Qingyue's hands had stopped at this time. She thought Shi Shao had misunderstood, but when Xian Wu Gongzi said when she heard the three words Yi Tianqi, she knew that things seemed to be a little different from what she thought, completely different. Fifth young Master Shi, what are you talking about, Yi Tianqi? How could Yi Tianqi be a miracle doctor? He is just an ordinary person who wastes his time, knows nothing, and does nothing. How could he be a miracle doctor? You have misunderstood, you must have misunderstood. Lin Qingyue wanted to say the word waste, but she was afraid that Shi Shao and Xian Wu Gongzi would think she was too mean, so she changed it to ordinary person. But even so, who could she hide the disdain in her words from? When Shi Shao heard this, he found it even more amusing. He couldn't help but put his hand on Lin Qingyue's delicate little hand. He looked at Fifth Master Qian and said with a smile, "So Miss Qingyue didn't know yet, Fifth Master, won't you explain it to me?" Master Qian Wu then looked at Lin Qingyue and smiled, "There is no misunderstanding. Qingyue Yi Tianqi is indeed a miracle doctor. I thought you already knew it, but I didn't expect him to have kept it a secret from you for so long. But it's not too late to know now." "Oh, right, give Yi Tianqi a call. Young Master Shi is feeling unwell and wants your divine doctor Yi to take a look and prescribe a prescription. He'll definitely listen to you, otherwise it would be difficult for him to practice medicine." Qian Wu, have seen so many doctors, and your Yi Tianqi is the most paranoid one among them, huh? At this time, Shi Shao sneered, he's just a doctor, serving people if he doesn't treat illnesses and doesn't obey. What's the point of having him as a doctor? He's so arrogant just because he's called a miracle doctor. It's all just bad habits. Miss Qingyue, don't blame me for being harsh. If your husband really dares to act arrogantly in front of me, don't blame me for being rude to him. I've killed more than one or two so-called miracle doctors. Call me, I'll be waiting here. Ask him to come to Dongzhou to see me immediately. If we can't make friends, then don't blame me for being your enemy. Ha, Miss Qingyue, don't be offended. I have a bad temper and can't stand being wronged. 127, Chapter 127. Who are you? Lin Qingyue is completely confused now. Yi Tianqi's identity change made it impossible for her to adapt and accept it. A man whom she looked down upon suddenly became a miracle doctor? Or is he the kind of miracle doctor that Mr. Qianwu seemed to respect before? They all know it, but I don't know it? Does that mean that Yi Tianqi was also responsible for my acquaintance with Mr. Qianwu? This made her think more. She seemed to have really misunderstood Yi Tianqi, but what was the point of saying all this now? The marriage was already divorced, and the person had been captured by Uncle Bao, whom she had arranged now. Was it possible for Yi Tianqi to treat Shi Shao? Lin Qingyue swallowed her saliva, not caring that Master Shi was taking advantage of her, and quickly said, Master Shi, Yi Tianqi is not in Dongzhou now. He can't make it here. Look, if you need a good doctor, can I introduce you to one? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao sneered, do you think I look down on doctors? I'm just curious about this. Yi Tianqi said to be quite arrogant. Coincidentally, I'm also quite arrogant. He doesn't give this face. He doesn't give that face. I want to see if he gives me this face. Or is it that his medical skills are so great that he can bring him back to life? Then I have to respect him. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, ask him if he can save himself if I want to kill him. Miss Qingyue, although I haven't met Yi Tianqi yet, I already have a bad impression of him as for you. You are his wife after all. No, it may not be appropriate to say this, but following a man like him may not be as good as following me. Besides, it seems to me that you don't love him that much, right? Lin Qingyue was shocked. She didn't dare let Master Shi and Master Qianwu know what she had done to Yi Tianqi. Otherwise, what kind of person would she become? A cruel woman who could be so cruel as to even harm her own husband. This had a huge impact on her. However, it would not work if she did not explain it clearly. Even if she brought Yi Tianqi with her, it was very likely that the truth would be revealed, unless she could reach an agreement with Yi Tianqi. Thinking of this, knowing that he could not delay any longer, Lin Qingyue quickly said, Young Master Shi, fifth young master, to be honest, there is indeed no love between Yi Tianqi and me. For the process, I will not go into details, but since you, young Master Shi, have spoken, it is a great honor for him. I will definitely ask him to come to Dongzhou to see you as soon as possible. If he dares not even give you face, then I will leave it to you to deal with. I, Lin Qingyue, will not say a word. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao laughed heartily and said to Master Qianwu, see, I told you that Miss Qingyue is a smart person. She knows what's important. Okay, Miss Qingyue, please call now. I am going to the Bai family with the fifth young master later and will be back tonight at the latest. Mingzhou is far from Dongzhou, so a day is enough for him to come. I hope to see him then. Is that okay? Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. No problem, don't worry, I'll make a call right now. After saying that, Lin Qingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya who had not come out yet and shouted, Xiaoya, are you ready? Come and serve Master Shi and the fifth young master. She had to find a way to escape, so she made a phone call in the room, because she wanted to call Uncle Bao. In her opinion, Yi Tianqi was still in Uncle Bao's hands. And this kind of thing must never be known to Master Shi and Master Qianwu. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya was standing outside the door of her room, her mouth so full of surprise that an egg could fit in it. She really wants to ask now, Yi Tianqi, who are you? When she heard that Yi Tianqi was actually a miracle doctor, she was no less shocked than Lin Qingyue. In fact, she even had a bad feeling the person involved is often confused, while the bystander can see things clearly. She suddenly felt that everything Lin Qingyue had now was probably due in large part to the fact that others had given her a favor because of Yi Tianqi. Of course, it's too late to say anything now, and it doesn't seem to matter. In Shi Shao's mouth, Yi Tianqi has become a small figure who can be killed at any time. It's true that no matter whether he is a miracle doctor or not, in the eyes of these big men, he is still at the mercy of others. The most important thing is strength. That's right. Just like now, in the entire Mingzhou hospital, any doctor dares to offend Lin Qingyue. If you offend Lin Qingyue, no matter how good your medical skills are, how good will your fate be? The status and position are totally disproportionate. And it seems that this is the case now. When Lin Qingyue walked over, she looked at Sun Xiaoya and whispered, "Serve me well, but don't cause me any trouble, otherwise, I won't forgive you." After saying that, Lin Qingyue quickly closed the door and started making a phone call. Although Sun Xiaoya was angry, she still put on a smiling face and went to entertain Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu. At this moment, Lin Qingyue no longer cared whether Sun Xiaoya would hook up with Master Shi and Master Qianwu if she couldn't handle the current situation. Nothing else she said would be of any use. Uncle Bao's phone call was quickly connected. Uncle Bao's voice was also full of surprise. He called so early in the morning. What was he doing? Could it be that we have to attack Yi Tian now? Boss Lin, what's the matter with calling so early? Lin Qingyue said anxiously in a low voice, "Uncle Bao, where is Yi Tianqi? Where is Yi Tianqi?" Uncle Bao was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Boss Lin, Yi Tianqi is under the care of my men. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Are you planning to take action against him now?" Hearing this, Lin Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it was still in time. No, you can't do anything to him, so go find Yi Tianqi immediately and tell him that I can let him go, but he has to cooperate with me in this act. I tell him that I already know his true identity and that he must cooperate with me, otherwise, he will be dead. It's not me who will deal with him, but a powerful figure he can't afford to offend. As long as he listens to me, this time, everything between him and me will be completely written off from now on. I will never target him, however. He can't ruin my plans. Go and tell Yi Tianqi that I'm waiting for his call. Also, Uncle Bao, I'm not discussing this with you. I don't care what method you use. What I just said must be agreed to by Yi Tianqi, must be agreed to. Do you understand? Otherwise, it won't just be Boss Leopard who's going to deal with you. Someone even scarier than Boss Leopard will deal with you. Remember, this is a matter of life and death, of wealth and honor. We can only succeed, we can't fail. Go immediately, go now, and then, send Yi Tianqi to Dongzhou as quickly as possible. I'll wait for you at the Bai family hotel. Also, I reiterate that he must agree. After he agrees, let him call me and I will have a good chat with him. After saying that, Lin Qingyue hung up the phone. Uncle Leopard was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. However, no matter what happened, he knew that something must have happened, and in this situation, he had to report it to Yi Tianqi as soon as possible. Things have changed. Lin Qingyue is going to see him. Lin Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief after she finished the call. She felt that the problem was not serious. The next step was how to win over young Master Shi. But when she walked out the door, the smile on her face instantly became ugly, and the anger towards Sun Xiaoya in her heart was completely ignited. Sun Xiaoya is a complete vixen. She actually dared to flirt with him, and she did such shameful things with Shi Shao in front of Mr. Qianwu. She was simply shameless. 128, Chapter 128, Opportunity to enter the upper world. It's no wonder that Lin Qingyue was angry and wanted to scold Sun Xiaoya. It was true that Sun Xiaoya was indeed being a little rude at the moment. Sun Xiaoya was seen sitting next to Shi Shao, with half of her body almost leaning on Shi Shao's chest, with a coquettish smile on her face, as if she was afraid that Shi Shao was not interested. Shi Shao's right hand was also wandering on Sun Xiaoya's slender waist. The two of them looked more like lovers than lovers in love. It would have been fine if there was no one around, but unfortunately, Master Qianwu was sitting right next to them and saw the whole scene. He didn't react much, as if he was used to it, but Lin Qingyue felt as if her heart was blocked by blood, which made her very unhappy, extremely unhappy. Sun Xiaoya had completely forgotten what she had just reminded her of. She knew that Sun Xiaoya must have heard the conversation and knew that Mr. Shi was a big shot, that even Mr. Qianwu wanted to please. This was intentional. It must have been intentional. How shameless. She was thinking of hooking up with Boss Leopard before, but now she has thrown herself into the arms of Mr. Shi. Sun Xiaoya is simply shameless. Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth, suppressed her temper, coughed twice, and then walked out. Sun Xiaoya seemed to be frightened and was struggling to break free from Shi Shao's arms. Unfortunately, Shi Shao's hands held her tightly, and she didn't really want to break free, so how could she succeed? Master Shi, please don't do this. Qingyue will scold me if she sees it. Sun Xiaoya looked at Shi Shao pitifully, and seemed very scared. Shi Shao laughed heartily and hugged her tighter, saying, "Don't worry, Qingyue won't scold you. You're such a good boy, who would be willing to scold you, right? Come, massage my legs." As he said that, he took Sun Xiaoya's hand and placed it on his leg, and Sun Xiaoya followed suit, smiling gently. This scene made Lin Qingyue extremely angry, but she couldn't vent her anger, so she could only look at Mr. Qian Wu. At this time, Master Qian Wu had also stood up, looked at Master Shi and smiled. Master Shi, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go talk to Qing Yue. There are some things she might not understand yet, so I'll explain them to her in detail. Shi Shao smiled and nodded, looking at Fifth Master Qian meaningfully and said, Fifth Master, don't let me down. Master Qian Wu nodded gently and said with a smile, don't worry, Master Shi, I know what to do. After saying that, Mr. Qian Wu looked at Lin Qingyue and said with a smile, Qingyue, come with me, I want to talk to you. Lin Qingyue nodded immediately and followed Mr. Qian Wu into the room. As for Sun Xiaoya, her words no longer counted and she would have to settle the score later. However, the conversation between Mr. Shi and Mr. Qian Wu just now had such a huge impact on her that she was still dizzy. She also wanted to know clearly, especially about Yi Tianqi. How could a good-for-nothing suddenly become a miracle doctor? So, if Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor, and Master Qian Wu also knows it, does that mean that many things may not be what he thinks, and perhaps he is the fool who is blind? Whenever she thought of this, Lin Qingyue felt as humiliated as if she were being stripped naked and paraded through the streets. After entering the room, without waiting for Lin Qingyue to speak, Master Qian Wu said directly, Qingyue, don't ask too many questions, you will know later, but you must remember one thing today, do not offend Master Shido, you understand? Otherwise, not only can I not protect you, no one can protect you. Although she had noticed that Mr. Qian Wu was trying to please Mr. Shi, Lin Qingyue was still shocked to hear Mr. Qian Wu say such words with her own ears, and she had to pay more attention to Mr. Shi. Fifth young master, who exactly is this young Master Shi? Why do you even respect him so much? Also, who exactly is Yi Tianqi? How did he become a miracle doctor? I had a huge conflict with him. Was it because of Yi Tianqi that you took care of me before? Although she was told not to ask, Lin Qingyue still couldn't help but ask directly. Mr. Qian Wu frowned, nodded slightly, and said, that's right, I took extra care of you because of Yi Tianqi before, but that was only one of the reasons. After we got to know each other better, it wasn't entirely because of him anymore. Do you understand? As for the conflict with Yi Tianqi, what kind of conflict can there be between husband and wife? But let it go with Master Shi's support. Yi Tianqi is nothing. Besides, I have seen through it now. No matter how good I am to Yi Tianqi, this person is stubborn and unruly. In this case, I don't need to save face for him. Just like Master Shi said, he is just a doctor. What's the use of his excellent medical skills? Life and death are still controlled by others. However, since Master Shi said that Yi Tianqi should come, you must let Yi Tianqi come no matter what. It's best for him not to offend Master Shi and be honest, otherwise, he will be in trouble. Mr. Qian Wu's words made Lin Qingyue feel relieved. At least, in this situation, Lin Qingyue didn't seem to worry that she would be abandoned by Mr. Qian Wu after she and Yi Tianqi became enemies. Moreover, today, she seemed to have received a definite answer that Mr. Qian Wu was really interested in her. What's the use of calling him a miracle doctor? Yes, it doesn't matter. Lin Qingyue was silent for a moment, then said, I'll find Yi Tianqi, don't worry. But, is this young Master Shi really that scary, even you're so afraid of him? Although these words were unpleasant to the ear, Fifth Master Qian nodded and said, you're right, I am indeed very wary of him. It's not just because he is the sole heir to the Shi family, and the Shi family is more powerful than my Qian family, but also because behind him stands someone I can only look up to. That is a truly powerful figure who cannot be provoked. Qingyue, you can't even imagine that if an adult like that, if a person is unhappy, what kind of turmoil will be set off. It is even more unimaginable that if such a big shot wants to support a person or a family, then what will happen to everyone? When Mr. Qian Wu said this, his eyes revealed a strong fear and desire. Lin Qingyue understood she couldn't imagine what kind of person it was that could make Mr. Qian Wu speak like that, but that was beyond her reach. Fifth young master, this Mr. Shi seems a little rude to me. Lin Qingyue could only remind him softly. Young Master Qian Wu naturally knew that the politeness that Lin Qingyue mentioned was actually young Master Shi's evil intentions and actions towards her. Not to mention that he had seen it all. When he came here, Shi Shao never had any taboos and told him directly that he was interested in Lin Qingyue. Sighing softly, Master Qian Wu looked at Lin Qingyue and said softly, Qingyue, perhaps this is your chance, a chance to truly rise to prominence and enter the true upper world. Don't offend him. He has been imitating the existence behind him. He is crazy. If you really offend him, I can't save you, but if you can please him, let's talk about other things. Just talk about Eastern Province. You will no longer have anyone to fear from now on. You don't have to be afraid of anyone. Do you understand? Do you understand? Lin Qingyue certainly understood. She just suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Master Qianwu understood what she said, but what was Master Qianwu saying? He was persuading himself to be patient, and even persuading himself to take the initiative to please this Master Shi. However, how to please him and what price to pay were self-evident. 129, Chapter 129, Embracing. Lin Qingyue didn't know how she felt at the moment when she woke up early in the morning. The impact of the news one after another on her was really too great. Especially at this moment, the fifth Master Qian, whom she had been thinking about all the time, was right beside her, but he was advising her to be too close to another man. What kind of thing was this? Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth, looked at Mr. Qianwu, and said, "Mr. Wu, I like you." This was the first time that Lin Qingyue confessed her feelings to Mr. Qianwu. She had originally planned to do so during this meeting, but the timing didn't seem so clever. The fifth Master Qian was stunned for a moment, then hugged Lin Qingyue and said, "I like you too, but neither of us can offend young Master Shi. In fact, I still need young Master Shi's help so that I can get to know Master Xiao and gain his support. Only then can I become the true heir of the Qian family." Qingyue, do you understand what I mean? Lin Qingyue didn't expect that Mr. Qianwu would hug her directly. Her face turned red instantly at this moment. She seemed to be completely obsessed. When she heard what Mr. Qianwu said, she didn't even think and just nodded. "I understand, fifth young master, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy young Master Shi and let him help you. For you, I'm willing to do anything." Mr. Qianwu showed a satisfied expression, and Lin Qingyue seemed like a woman in love, completely brainless. However, it is hard to say what the two of them are thinking. Lin Qingyue said, "I'm willing to do anything for you," and pushed everything she had onto Mr. Qianwu. Everything she did was for Mr. Qianwu. Young Master Qianwu seemed to feel even more pity for her and hugged her even tighter. "Qingyue, thank you, don't worry, I will remember this time. I will no longer consider Yi Tianqi's influence when I really take over the Qian family. If you are willing, I will definitely not let you down." It's a promise, but it has no substantive content. Not let down? But he didn't say he would marry Lin Qingyue. However, at this moment, Lin Qingyue didn't think so much and just kept nodding. After checking the time and seeing a few minutes had passed, fifth Master Qian said softly, "Go out first and ask the hotel to prepare some breakfast. We rushed here overnight, young Master Shi, and I haven't eaten yet. After breakfast, we have to rush to the Bai family immediately. Qingyue, we still have a lot of time in the future, but for now, you must serve young Master Shi well." He repeated it over and over again, fearing that there would be any mistakes in the middle links. It can be imagined how much Mr. Qianwu wants to please Mr. Shi. Lin Qingyue could only answer patiently again and again and tell him that it would not happen. Then, the two of them walked out the door, and at this time, Lin Qingyue finally realized how anxious Shi Xiao was. Perhaps the sound of the door opening and the voices startled Shi Xiao and Sun Xiaoya. Shi Xiao was not afraid, but Sun Xiaoya hurriedly tidied her clothes and hair. You don't have to see it with your own eyes to imagine that the scene just now is probably not suitable for children. Lin Qingyue cursed Sun Xiaoya inwardly for being shameless, but she leaned forward, showing a flattering smile, and said, "Master Shi, I have arranged for the hotel to send breakfast over. I know you still have a lot of things to do, so I dare not delay and act on my own initiative. Please don't mind." Shi Xiao glanced at Mr. Qianwu, and after getting a clear idea of his expression, he looked at Lin Qingyue with a smile and chuckled, "My beauty cares about me so much, I'm so touched. How could I blame you? Come, sit next to me." After saying that, Shi Xiao patted the seat on his left and motioned Lin Qingyue to sit over there. But at this moment, his hand had not yet let go of Sun Xiaoya, and he actually wanted to hug her left and right. Sun Xiaoya and Lin Qingyue were both stunned for a moment, but then they both hid their emotions. Lin Qingyue smiled and sat directly next to Shi Xiao, and even leaned her head on Shi Xiao's shoulder. At this moment, Lin Qingyue felt like a hostess, with no dignity and no bottom line. However, she had no choice but to do so, because she couldn't afford to offend Master Shi, and also because she wanted to have a backer like Master Shi. What's more, this time, Master Qianwu agreed. "Master Shi, I just heard from the fifth young master that you traveled all night. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Is it necessary for you to rush over to the Bai family because of the matter?" Lin Qingyue spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao laughed and said, "The Bai family is nothing, but Mr. Bai is still very prestigious. Of course, I don't care, but if I can make the Bai family surrender, that would be the best. It's just a little hard work, not a big deal, huh?" As for rest, there's no rush, Xingyue. When your man Yi Tianqi arrives, let him take a look at my body and prescribe some tonic, then it won't be too late for us to have a good rest, huh? Thinking about it, I can't wait any longer. This statement is quite unreasonable. But at this moment, Lin Xingyue could only put on a smile. Fortunately, before Mr. Shi could make any unnecessary moves, the hotel's breakfast was pushed in. Perhaps because he was hungry, Mr. Shi didn't bother to touch Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, and started eating with relish. At this moment, in the study of the old man of the Bai family, Yi Tianqi and the old man Bai had been playing Go all night. However, both of them were full of energy, without any sign of fatigue. With Yi Tianqi around, Mr. Bai's spirit was naturally not a problem. Moreover, meeting a worthy opponent was also exciting. Old Master Bai has been playing chess all his life, but now, he has lost 2 games against Yi Tianqi, and it is obvious that he will lose the 3rd game as well. Just then, Yi Tianqi's phone rang. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Bai, who was staring at the chessboard in deep thought, smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'll take a call. You can take your time to think about it." At this time, Mr. Bai didn't care about respect or politeness. He just waved his hand without even raising his head. It was true that he seemed to have only lost 2 games, but in fact he had lost all night. Moreover, it seemed that he was just about to win every time, which made Mr. Bai very unwilling and reluctant. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, walked to the side of the study and answered the phone. "What's up?" Uncle Ba trembled when he heard Yi Tianqi's voice. After all, it was still a little early, and he was afraid that Yi Tianqi would be in a bad mood after getting up. "Mr. Yi, this is what happened. Lin Xingyue just called me and told me not to leave you behind. She also told me to bring you to Dongzhou as soon as possible." Afterwards, Uncle Bao immediately told Yi Tianqi everything Lin Xingyue had said to him, word for word. Yi Tianqi frowned slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he sneered, "Okay, just come to Dongzhou. I'll call her later." After saying that, Yi Tianqi hung up the phone. This is not right. Lin Xingyue's attitude is completely wrong. Yi Tianqi knew exactly how much she hated him and how much she wanted him dead now. She was asking him to cooperate, even to write it off, and she couldn't even say anything. What was she trying to do? Besides, what does it mean to know your true identity? Knowing your identity, Lin Xingyue, do you still dare to treat me like this? Then, the only person who still needs my cooperation is probably the most insignificant identity of a so-called miracle doctor. A smile appeared on Yi Tianqi's lips, and his eyes were slightly cold. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that we don't need to wait until the birthday party to meet each other. We can meet in advance. I just don't know what kind of surprise Lin Xingyue is planning to give me. As for whether Lin Xingyue regretted knowing that he was a miracle doctor, Yi Tianqi didn't even think about it. If she really regretted it, she wouldn't be in this attitude now. Looking at the phone and thinking about it, Yi Tianqi dialed the number. "If you want to see me, that's fine." He also wants to see what Lin Xingyue is up to. 130, Chapter 130. Even your grandfather knelt down to me. Yi Tianqi didn't delay and called Lin Xingyue directly. At this moment, Lin Xingyue was next to Shi Shao, carefully serving him his meal. Seeing her phone ringing, she was about to hang up when she suddenly realized it might be Yi Tianqi calling. She quickly said, "Master Shi, it might be Yi Tianqi calling. Don't you want to see him? Let me answer it." Hearing this, Shi Shao chuckled and said, "Just answer it here, turn on the PA, and I'll talk to him later." Lin Xingyue was quite reluctant. After all, she didn't know what Yi Tianqi would say, which would make her lose face. However, she really didn't dare to refuse Shi Shao's request. So, after the call was connected, Lin Xingyue immediately asked, "Is it Tianqi?" The voice is quite soft. This made Yi Tianqi, who was at the Bai family, stunned. It seemed that he had not heard such a gentle voice from Lin Xingyue for a long time. However, after hearing this, Yi Tianqi did not have any good memories, but immediately understood that Lin Xingyue did have a conspiracy. "What do you want me to do in Dongzhou?" Yi Tianqi now has to act as a person who has been controlled by Uncle Bao, but he does not need to be humble. After all, Lin Xingyue wants him to help act, so he can only cooperate. Lin Xingyue also breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Yi Tianqi was still smart and was indeed worthy of being the one who could hide his identity as a miracle doctor by her side for so long. If she had known that he wasn't a loser, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, it's too late to say anything. I asked you to come to Dongzhou to meet an important person now, don't act so noble or hide anything. I already know that you are divine Dr. Yi, but, so what? Don't think that you can look down on others and be arrogant just because you have some medical skills. Come to Dongzhou immediately and don't offend the distinguished guest. Lin Qingyue directly pointed out that she knew Yi Tianqi's identity as a miracle doctor, and then pointed out that he was a distinguished guest and could not be provoked. Without waiting for Yi Tianqi to speak, Shi Shao laughed heartily and said, Qingyue, you can't be like this to your man. You should be gentle. Come, let me have a chat with Dr. Yi. Yi Tianqi, divine Dr. Yi, right? It was me who asked Qingyue to have you come to Dongzhou. I wanted to make friends with you, of course. You could also check my health. I've been feeling powerless and tired lately. Since you're a divine doctor, you'll definitely be able to cure me. However, I heard that you're hiding your identity and that you're hard to invite. It's not like you wouldn't even give face to your woman who personally invites you, right? Yi Tianqi's answer was simple. Who are you? Who told you I was a miracle healer? Have you found the wrong person? It's not that Yi Tianqi doesn't want to admit it, but why should he admit it? Is that what they say? At this time, the fifth young master Qian said with a smile, Dr. Yi, you don't have to hide it. I learned about you by chance. Oh, you may have forgotten me. I'm the fifth young master of the Qian family. Do you still remember me? Also, the news that you treated Mr. Bai doesn't seem to be a secret, right, Dr. Yi? Please don't refuse. Young Master Shi is a true benefactor. As long as you can satisfy young Master Shi, your future will be worry-free. Shi Shao laughed and said, Fifth young master, what's the point of being a noble or not? I'm just a rough guy, and a rough guy with a bad temper. I am sure divine doctor you wouldn't want to offend a rough guy. After all, even if he has magical medical skills that can bring the dead back to life, he still can't control his own life, right? What's more, Miss Qingyue is so beautiful and charming. Divine Dr. Yi, how could you bear to leave her alone with me and cry sadly because her husband is not by her side? Divine Dr. Yi, don't you think so? Is this a threat? Yi Tianqi was threatened again? Yi Tianqi chuckled softly and said, Of course, I will go. I can't afford to offend a noble like Master Shi, a big shot who can easily decide people's lives. So, when will it be? Shi Shao laughed heartily and glanced at Master Chen Wu with pride, as if to say, see, all that rebelliousness and integrity are nothing in the face of life and death, in the face of true power. Come as soon as possible. At the latest tonight I have to go to the Bai family to do some things. Later I will come to see you after I finish my business. Bai family? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of a sneer and nodded, okay, that's it. After saying that, Yi Tianqi hung up the phone. Mr. Shi? What is Shi Shao? Where does Shi Shao come from? Young Master Chen Wu knew that if a figure like young Master Chen Wu needed to curry favor with the young Master Shi, then it seemed that there were not many such people. Judging from the accent, he is from the imperial capital, which makes it easier to compare. There are many people with the surname Shi in the imperial capital, but it seems that there is only one big Shi family that young Master Chen Wu has to curry favor with. However, the Chen family doesn't seem to be much weaker than the Shi family. Mr. Chen Wu, is this necessary? Unless something happened in the past few years that Yi Tianqi didn't know about, otherwise, it shouldn't happen. But then again, a few years is enough to change a lot of situations. However, no matter how things changed, Yi Tianqi just sneered and even felt it was ridiculous. The young master of the Shi family? It seems that the Shi family has a single lineage, at least in name. There is only one young master of the third generation of the Shi family, and this one was the one who attended classes at school when Yi Tianqi was making waves in the imperial capital. Of course, this is also Yi Tianqi's fault. He became famous too early when he was only in his teens. He had already dominated a generation. He didn't care about Mr. Shi after all. When he was in the imperial capital, the Shi family, and once became one of his pawns, the old man of the Shi family was even almost slapped by him. Just so crazy, just so arrogant. People who don't know and haven't experienced it can't possibly imagine how brilliant and arrogant Yi Tianqi was when he was young, frivolous, and full of vigor and dominance over an era. Interesting, really interesting. Well, let's see how confident you are. You can act so arrogantly in front of me. After all, your own grandfather almost knelt down and begged me to let him go as a grandson. You really have an honor, huh? Yi Tianqi seemed to find it quite interesting. He hadn't even reached the imperial capital yet, but he had already met an acquaintance who was not an acquaintance. How could it be boring? It was a good opportunity for him to go and see if he could gain anything else. After all, it can be heard from their conversation that this is not a good thing in the imperial capital. They probably have their own small reputation. They know many things best. At this moment, Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi standing there with an evil smile on his face, and he couldn't help but shudder. His instinct told him that someone was going to be in trouble. Before the old man could speak, Yi Tianqi had already regained his normal expression. He looked at Mr. Bai and smiled. "Old man, do you know Mr. Shi? Wait a minute, I heard that this great man is coming to visit the Bai family." "Oh, Mr. Qianwu should be there too." This tone can be considered sarcastic. Old Master Bai understood instantly that this Mr. Shi, including Mr. Qianwu, was the one who was about to be in big trouble. 131, Chapter 131, Chess Game, Calculation Power, Unparalleled in the World. Although Mr. Bai doesn't care about worldly affairs, it doesn't mean that he is unaware of the situation in the country. Of course he knew about the fifth young Master Qian of the Qian family. After all, the fifth young Master Qian had come to visit him before. As for young Master Shi, although he had never met him, the only young master of the Shi family who was accompanied by the fifth young Master Qian was probably that young master. "Mr. Yi, is there anything I can do for you? Just ask." Although I am old and frail, and the Bai family cannot compare to those powerful families, as long as Mr. Yi needs me, I will sacrifice the entire Bai family for you without any complaints. Mr. Bai didn't ask any further questions and just went straight to asking what he needed to do. Moreover, he said at the outset that he was willing to sacrifice the entire Bai family, which was an expression of his trust in Yi Tianqi, and at the same time, it was also stating his own position. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "Old man, you're too serious. You don't need to do anything. I will handle the things on my side. Just pretend you know nothing. They've come all the way here, naturally to celebrate your birthday. Of course, they might also want to inquire about the Bai family's situation. It's nothing, just treat them well. As for the rest, we'll see what tricks they come up with." Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, he had no intention of asking Mr. Bai to do anything, nor did he need Mr. Bai to do anything. He would handle these things himself. Especially since Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi seemed to be involved, I couldn't help but feel even more curious. It seems that when Lin Xingyue abandoned herself and divorced me, she said that she had someone she liked, and this person seemed to be Mr. Qianwu. Ah, good, that's great. I can also go and meet this so-called Mr. Qianwu and see what kind of person he is. He knew his identity but kept it hidden for several years, but now it was revealed to Shi Xiao, and he also told Lin Xingyue. The meaning of this can be imagined. As for Master Shi, he is quite arrogant and really quite rampant. From what he said, it seems that he doesn't take himself seriously at all. What happened to the miracle doctor? Even if Yi Tianqi had no other identity, just the title of miracle doctor, so what, did he look down on himself so much? Don't they know that the higher the medical skills, the more ways to kill people? A miracle doctor can also be transformed into a poison maker. It is true that ignorance is fearless. When Mr. Bai heard Yi Tianqi say this, he didn't say anything, but just smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, will you attend the Bai family's meeting later?" The Bai family held a family meeting today, an internal meeting that was not open to the public. However, in fact, it could not be hidden from anyone. They just wanted to prevent others from knowing some good and bad things that would happen at the meeting, and only announce the result. Tonight, everything that Bai Yilong needed to deal with had been dealt with in the conference hall. No one left the room at this moment. One could imagine what their expressions were when they waited for Bai Yilong to appear instead of Bai Laosan. And there will be many more expressions like this today. Yi Tianqi shook his head and chuckled, "Old man, after playing this game of chess with you, I will leave first. I believe you can handle the Bai family." Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid it will take quite a while for us to finish this game of chess. Besides, I have the upper hand now." When Mr. Bai mentioned this game of chess, he felt very happy. He had been losing all night and had been feeling very depressed. The strength of the two opponents was obviously almost the same, but the results were always just a little bit different this time. The difference was not that big. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, glanced at the old man, and said, "Old man, if you want to win, how about letting you win this round?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai waved his hand and said, "No need. If you let me win, you'd be looking down on me, Mr. Yi. Just go ahead and do it. Bai will win fairly and honestly, and lose with conviction." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sat opposite Mr. Bai and chuckled, "In that case, old man, I won't be polite. It's almost time for breakfast. After breakfast, when Master Qianwu and Master Shi arrive, I won't go to meet them. I'll just see from a distance who they are. As for the rest, you can handle it yourselves." After saying that, Yi Tianqi placed the white chess piece in an inexplicable place, then chuckled and said, "Old man, it's over. I have already won." Mr. Bai was completely bewildered. How could he possibly win? This game was only the first half, and with just this one inexplicable piece, could he win? He felt that Yi Tianqi was lying to him after all. His old man Bai's go level was professional level, in fact, not worse than that of ordinary professional players. How could he not see that? Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? This is just the beginning. How can we talk about winning? Yi Tianqi smiled faintly, pointed at the chessboard, and said softly, Grandpa's chess skills are professional level, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to calculate dozens or even hundreds of moves. Then why not, Grandpa, calculate, after 100 moves, whether my chess piece has already secured victory? When Mr. Bai heard this, his expression became serious. Yi Tianqi, you are not joking. At the same time, calculations began to occur in my mind. Yi Tianqi continued, I'm only speaking to you based on the chess skills I just played with you. Even so, with just this one chess piece, after 200 moves, you'll be powerless to recover. And what if I take the next step and walk here? After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he picked up another chess piece and moved it to a place that Mr. Bai did not expect again. But at this moment, Mr. Bai's face changed drastically. Because, according to the position of these two pieces, the situation on the chessboard will be reversed in 30 moves, establish the victory, no more than 100 moves, Yi Tianqi will win the game with absolute advantage. Horror. At this moment, Mr. Bai only felt horror. I have long known that Yi Tianqi is an extremely terrifying person with unparalleled computing power, otherwise he would not have been able to perform such a shocking thing in his teens. But just how terrifying his method is can only be understood by experiencing it personally. Go, on the other hand, is a game that can be seen. Mr. Bai, how could he not understand now that Yi Tianqi had just been joking with him in the first 2 games of chess that night? If they really got serious, he would not have the slightest chance of winning. Lost, completely lost. But Mr. Bai did not show any sign of refusal or unwillingness, only admiration and respect. This kind of Yi Tianqi is the Yi Tianqi who can never lose, let alone be defeated. Now that the Bai family stands with him, the future is limitless. Mr. Yi, I am convinced. Mr. Bai was convinced and had no dissatisfaction at all. At this time, Bai Shuqing had personally brought someone to deliver breakfast to the study. At the same time, members of the Bai family began to rush back one after another. As soon as they arrived, the guards of the Bai family did not let these members contact anyone. They confiscated all their communication tools and brought them all to the meeting hall, waiting for the family meeting to be held. A feeling of impending storm permeated the hearts of everyone in the Bai family. Naturally, it is impossible to hide such a change in the Bai family from everyone now. All the prominent figures in the entire East Province are trying their best to find out the news, wanting to know what happened to the Bai family. 132, Chapter 132, The Frightened Bai Family. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the Bai family's old house, the newly returned members of the Bai family are all here, while the other members of the family who were summoned back by Bai Lao San and have stayed overnight are in another conference room. The news was completely blocked, and no one knew what had happened or to what extent the situation had progressed, so it was inevitable that everyone became nervous and whispered to each other. Uncle, what's going on? It feels like the Bai family has changed overnight. Rumors are everywhere and, looking at the atmosphere in this old house today, something is wrong. Don't ask me, I'm confused right now too. No way, Uncle, you are a big shot in the family, how could you not know about it? But this cousin just shook his head helplessly, saying that he really knew nothing. This was not an excuse, but the fact. And this scene is happening to other people at this moment. And at this moment, Firesnake followed orders and entered the conference hall first. Looking at the panicked faces of the many Bai family members, Huoxia remained expressionless and spoke directly, Everyone, please be patient. I know you all have a lot of questions. When the family meeting is held later, everything will naturally become clear. Huoxia is here. It has to be said that Huoxia, the giant of the underground world in East Province, is still intimidating. However, as Huoxia said, some people in the Bai family really don't give him face and treat him as a dog of the Bai family. Of course, there are not many such people, and they are all in another meeting room at the moment. Even if someone here has this idea, Firesnake doesn't know about it, so just pretend it doesn't exist. When others wanted to ask more questions, Firesnake glanced at them coldly. After a moment of silence, he said, I told you that after the family meeting, all the answers you want to know will be given. However, since you're so eager to know, I'll let you in on some news in advance. Old Third Bai, a group of people plotted to usurp power, but young Master Yulong saved the day. The old master is very perceptive and has resolved all crises. We will now announce the verdict on these traitors and other decisions. Now, is everything clear? As soon as these words were spoken, all the rumors came true. Every member of the Bai family was not only surprised, but also shocked. Fire Snake used the word treason, and this word is not used casually. Since it is used, it means that no matter whether Bai Lao San is right or wrong, his fate is already doomed. And the result was actually already determined. The White Fish Dragon won. A total of 3 names appeared in the mouth of the Fire Snake. Bai Lao San and others were rebelling. Bai Yulong turned the tide, and the old man was very observant and a smart man. He had begun to pay attention to who was missing from his side. From this, we can see how thrilling the Bai family was last night. Unconsciously, many people seemed to suddenly smell a hint of blood, not knowing whether it was an illusion or the smell of blood had not yet dissipated. The Fire Snake just came over and said a few words, and then left. After he left, the entire conference hall was in an uproar and could no longer remain quiet. Everyone was discussing this shocking news. Bai Lao San, plotting to usurp power? How is this possible? Although Bai Lao San is domineering and accustomed to doing evil, few people believe that he dares to usurp the throne. After all, this is usurpation, not anything else, and the old man is still alive. It is still unknown who will take over the Bai family in the future. With Bai Lao San's status and position, no matter who is in charge, Bai Lao San will live a good life. How could he have nothing to do and do such a crazy thing? Many people couldn't believe it because it was so shocking. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "I know, I heard a piece of news last night. I don't know how the third brother offended Bai Yulong." Bai Yulong slapped him in the face at the Bai family hotel and threatened to clean up the entire Bai family. The third brother must have been anxious because of this matter. Yes, I've heard that, but this is still impossible. White Fish Dragon, does he have such great power? And him, how dare he? He's his uncle. Can he just do it if he wants to? He wants to clean up the entire Bai family, rectify the Bai family. What does Bai Yulong want to do? Is he crazy? I don't know if they are crazy or not, but everyone who can stand here today has some problems. It can be said that there are some completely clean people, but they are rare. Bai Yulong wants to investigate all members of the Bai family and reorganize the entire Bai family, which has something to do with them. They finally understood why Bai Lao San took the risk, because he had no choice. Why would he be so afraid? Don't forget, he's the White Fish Dragon. Do you really think he's become gentle just because he's been keeping a low profile for a few years? Have you all forgotten what he did? At this point, everyone present shuddered and felt the air become ice cold. Yes, this is Bai Yulong. It's not surprising that he would do such a thing. Don't worry, it doesn't seem to have much to do with us right now. Whether it's an investigation or a rectification, it's all a matter for the future. We can still sit here, but others can't. So the ones who should be worried the most are not us. Let's wait. I believe the old man will have an answer. He won't just watch the Bai family fall into chaos like this. After hearing this, everyone slowly quieted down, because there was nothing they could do now. At this time, the Fire Snake was outside with a sneer on his face. It's almost time. Bai Yulong and Huasha walked into Mr. Bai's study at the same time. They had already known that Yi Tianqi was coming, although they were surprised. I feel more valued. When they arrived, Yi Tianqi and Mr. Bai had already finished breakfast. Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi and chuckled, "Mr. Yi, you can do whatever you want from now on." Yi Tianqi nodded slightly and said, "You guys go about your business. I'll take a look at that young Master Shi and young Master Qianwu, and then I'll leave." After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Bai Yulong and said, "I already arranged for Xiaohua to leave last night to do other things. Although time is not very urgent, there is no need to waste all resources in one place. When you finish your business with the Bai family, just contact him directly." Bai Yulong nodded gently and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, and thank you, Boss Bao, for your support." Mr. Bai looked at Bai Yulong and sighed softly. He said, "Yulong, from now on, the Bai family is handed over to you. Follow Mr. Yi well and never betray him. This is my final order to you. Never betray." This is what Mr. Bai urged, because he knew best how unruly his proud grandson was. Although he seemed to have submitted to Yi Tianqi at the moment, who could say what would happen in the future? But he was worrying too much, or rather, his worries would probably not come true, because Bai Yulong submitted to Yi Tianqi, not because Yi Tianqi was the banished immortal of the Qi family. Although Bai Yulong admired what Qi Tian had done in the past, it was still unlikely that he would completely submit. After all, he was also a proud and arrogant man with extraordinary means. But, the 10th throne, abandoned emperor, is completely different. That is more than a miracle, it is a divine revelation, which is simply not something that human beings can do. If he wants to be dissatisfied, he has to have the capital to do so. 133, Chapter 133. Who is the ant? Mr. Yi, I just heard you mention young Master Shi and Mr. Qian Wu? Bai Yilong looked at Yi Tianqi and thought about what he had just said. This incident just happened, so Bai Yilong naturally didn't know about it. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and nodded. Well, here come two ignorant people who think they know my secrets. No, they ordered me to rush over today to prescribe some medicine for them, or rather, prescribe some tonic so that they can continue their nightlife, hee. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present all turned extremely cold. Putting aside Yi Tianqi's other identities, just the identity of a miracle doctor was something that countless people had been asking for, yet he dared to order Yi Tianqi around, and what was he doing was ordering him around, and even prescribing a tonic. What did he think of Yi Tianqi? However, before the white fish dragon and the fire snake could get angry, Yi Tianqi started laughing and said, it doesn't matter, he wants to play, so I'll play with him. You guys just need to do your own thing. Oh, when he comes later, you still have to give him the face he deserves. If he wants to get cocky, then let him get cocky, but don't spoil him too much. I want to see how capable he is and what earth-shattering things he can do. Young Master Shi, if I remember correctly, his grandfather almost knelt down and kowtowed to me. Didn't expect that 10 years later, his grandson would become so arrogant. It's really interesting. If someone else said this, Bai Yilong might not believe it, but if Yi Tianqi said it, then it must be true. 10 years ago, although Yi Tianqi was also very young, he was so talented and brilliant that he made people feel terrified. Many family forces were played in his hands. It was no exaggeration to say that he could easily lead to the rise or fall of a family with just a flip of his hand. So, when Yi Tianqi said that Shi Shao's grandfather almost knelt down to him, it must have happened. I understand, don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will definitely not ruin your business. Yi Tianqi smiled lightly and nodded. Okay, then go and get busy. I may leave at any time, so I won't say hello to you. Afterwards, Bai Yilong and Huasha personally helped Mr. Bai out of the study. At this moment, the solemn atmosphere in the Bai family's old house reached its peak. It was at this time that Shi Shao, who was enjoying breakfast served by two beauties, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, was so satisfied and happy. He is now experiencing what it means to enjoy the life of an emperor. What does it mean to be in high spirits and feel that the whole world belongs to you? At this moment, Shi Shao expressed it vividly. In the imperial capital, he might have to pretend to be a grandson in front of Yi Shao, but here, in Dongzhou, he is the boss who has the final say. Okay, we're almost done eating, it's time to go to the Bai family. Shi Shao stretched and spoke casually, as if going to the Bai family was as simple as going to any other place for him. Upon hearing this, Master Qian Wu chuckled and said, Young Master Shi, do we need to notify them specifically? This will allow the Bai family to prepare. Otherwise, if they find out you're leaving and there's no one to greet you, they'll probably be terrified. Young Master Qian Wu's words made young Master Shi extremely satisfied. Although there was some exaggeration in them, it undoubtedly showed the importance of young Master Shi, which the Bai family dared not and could not neglect. Young Master Shi laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, Fifth young master, you're flattering me. Although the Bai family certainly wouldn't dare disrespect me, having them greet me with such fanfare is a bit too high profile. Forget it, I'm not your grandfather after all, much less Master Shao. I can't act that way. Also, don't forget what we're going to do. If we really do that, and the Bai family is at a disadvantage, we, who are not optimistic about our future, will have to seek help and cry like crazy. I am a soft-hearted person. What do you think we should do? Haha. What I mean is, it's really crazy. It seemed as if he could turn the situation around as soon as he showed up. However, both Lin Xingyue and Mr. Qian Wu looked at Master Shi with admiration. At least for them, Master Shi was someone they could not afford to offend and must not offend. Afterwards, Master Shi pinched Lin Xingyue's chin with his hand and chuckled. I already know about you and Yi Tianqi, but you don't have to worry, let alone be afraid. Just a so-called miracle doctor. I just said that he will die when I tell him to. Don't worry, he's just an ant. I can deal with him at any time. Just wait here for me. When he comes, I'll make him kowtow and apologize to you. As for the rest, you understand, right? Hearing this, Lin Xingyue smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Mr. Shi. You've really helped me resolve my worries. Shi Shao nodded, then looked at Sun Xiaoya and said with a smile, And you are also very good. I am very satisfied with you too. As for you, I can see that you have some minor conflicts. Don't make such things. These are conflicts caused by some small problems and are not worth mentioning. As long as you are good and behave well, you will get what you want. Do you understand? Xingyue just said that you took the initiative to leave the phone number of that boss leopard. A figure who is not even a giant in the East Province underworld. How can he be a big shot? Call him and ask him to come over. Just say I want to see him. I'll show you how pitiful an ant like him will be in front of real power. Leopard boss, I'll turn him into a dog boss, believe it or not, Fortunately, Boss Leopard didn't hear what Mr. Sure said at the moment, otherwise he would have cut off his tongue. He is really crazy, but it also shows how ignorant and arrogant he is. If Leopard Boss is really just the people in the lower world are not even giants, but are just the people Sure Shao thinks he has seen, then there is nothing wrong with him being like this. But the key problem is that Boss Leopard is much more terrifying and scary than he imagined. In just a few simple words, he looked down on the Bai family, looked down on Boss Bao, and wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi. He offended everyone and looked down on everyone. If you don't know him, you might think he is the terrible young master of the Yi family. Without saying a few more words, Sure Shao and Mr. Qian Wu went out in high spirits. Coming to the Bai family was a task given to him by his family, and also by Yi Xiao. He originally thought it would take a few days to be resolved, but now it seems that all problems can be solved today. Such a speed will surely satisfy Yi Xiao and make him praise him highly at that time. His status as Sure Shao will rise even higher within Yi Xiao's sphere of influence. This is a real, genuine improvement in status. Thinking of this, Sure Shao felt his heart surge and he was extremely excited. But he didn't know that at this moment, he had already met so many people whom he couldn't offend as soon as he arrived. If he knew, he would have probably run away by now. What a pity, this world didn't know this earlier. 134, Chapter 134. Are we the joke? Sun Xiaoya, who had just been making fun of Lin Xingyue, now felt Lin Xingyue's embarrassment and helplessness. Ask her to call Boss Bao immediately and tell him that Mr. Sure wants to see him? It's okay to call, but how should I say this? Just like what Sure Shao said. But the key point is, Sure Shao Sun Xiaoya, does not have the courage to do so, although she has already believed that Sure Shao is definitely much more powerful than Boss Bao. Sun Xiaoya, is not Sure Shao. Moreover, she had only left a phone number and had not had much contact with Boss Leopard. If she did this now, she would undoubtedly cut off her hopes with Boss Leopard. Lin Xingyue, it's all Lin Xingyue's fault. She must have done it on purpose, otherwise, how could Sure Shao know? Sure Shao looked up at Sun Xiaoya and said, why aren't you fighting yet? Do you think I'm unworthy enough to have a mere underworld boss from Eastern Province come to see me? Oh, you're actually harming Boss Leopard. If he knew you missed the chance to see me because you didn't call, he'd kill you. Do you believe it? Sun Xiaoya trembled, then smiled, and said, no, Master Sure, why wouldn't I listen to you? I'll beat you right now. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya quickly took out her cell phone and called Boss Leopard. Every time the bell rang, Sun Xiaoya felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Although Sure Shao said it lightly, she couldn't help but worry. However, Boss Leopard didn't answer the phone until the end, which made Sun Xiaoya not sure whether she was disappointed or relieved. Master Sure, Boss Bao didn't answer my call. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Sure Shao frowned and said, keep fighting. Pass on my message. I won't wait any longer. After saying that, Sure Shao looked at Mr. Qian Wu and said, let's go to the Bai family first. This is the real business. We can talk about the rest when we come back. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian Wu nodded. Then, Sure Shao showed a brilliant smile, stretched out his hands, and said, come on, two beauties, let's part ways for a while. When I come back, I will play with you. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, whether willingly or not, took the initiative to step forward and hugged Sure Shao. Yes, the two of them hugged him together. Sure Shao laughed heartily, and this time he didn't do anything extra, just hugged her gently and left. After Sure Shao left completely, the faces of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya both turned cold and ashen, and they looked at each other as if they were enemies. Lin Xingyue gnashed her teeth and said, you bitch, what did I just tell you? Not to seduce me? What are you doing? I just made a phone call and you almost gave yourself tomato. You still have any shame? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue became furious. Sun Xiaoya forgot what she had just said in a blink of an eye. Not only did she forget it, but she also did it in front of Mr. Qian Wu. What kind of thing was that? Sun Xiaoya was not willing to be outdone at this moment. She was also full of anger, but the most important thing was that now they seemed to be back on the same starting line. It's not Boss Leopard, nor the eldest son of the Bai family or the fifth son of Qian, but young Master Shi. This person, whom even Mr. Qianwu had to please and fawn over, was the object of their new competition. Sun Xiaoya had no choice but to make this choice. Lin Qingyue was ordered by Master Qianwu, of course. She was also unwilling to accept the situation after seeing Sun Xiaoya like that. Otherwise, if Lin Qingyue refused and Sun Xiaoya agreed, what would be the result? Sun Xiaoya is very likely to turn over and become the one who is oppressing her. Because this time, her biggest backer, Mr. Qianwu, couldn't help her. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth and was silent for a moment before saying, "You don't dare to refuse him. Do you think I dare? I don't want to explain anymore. You even told Master Shi that I have Boss Bao's number. What do you want to do? Also, Lin Qingyue, what on earth do you want to do? Are you crazy? Even if you want to seduce Master Shi, at least go somewhere else. Don't you like Master Qianwu? What do you think Master Qianwu will think of what you did today? Will there be another chance for you in the future?" Lin Qingyue didn't know how to respond to Sun Xiaoya's words. Although it was tacitly approved by Mr. Qianwu, the result was that Lin Qingyue was indeed ambiguous with Mr. Shi in front of Mr. Qianwu. What kind of thing was this? If possible, Lin Qingyue still wants to choose Mr. Qianwu, because in this way, she will be most confident of marrying him. However, she has little hope with Mr. Shi, and she is not familiar with him. But she could see that Mr. Qianwu really had some feelings for her, and his family background was also very good. The problem is, she has no choice. Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and glared at Sun Xiaoya, saying, "My affairs are none of your business. Just take care of yourself. I won't say anything to you. Just take care of yourself. And as for Boss Bao, think carefully about how you're going to make this call and what you're going to say." Sun Xiaoya felt a little overwhelmed when she heard this. As for Boss Leopard, although Shi Shao was no longer watching over him, she now had an additional task, which was to invite Boss Leopard over today no matter what. Moreover, when she said "please come over," if it was changed to Mr. Shi, it would mean ordering Boss Bao to come over and pay his respects. The key issue is that young Master Shi is indeed powerful, but Boss Leopard is also very strong. Moreover, Boss Leopard seems unfathomable. Does he really care about the young master of the Shi family who is thousands of miles away? Sun Xiaoya frowned and said, "We'll talk about Boss Bao later now. What about Yi Tianqi? Have you really agreed with him? If he comes here today and the truth is revealed, young Master Shi will be very unhappy. Also, isn't Yi Tianqi a waste? How did he become a miracle doctor? And he was the kind of miracle doctor that even Master Qianwu seemed to value. It was obvious that Master Qianwu knew the news a long time ago, but he kept it from us. Why? When it comes to Yi Tianqi, the two of them have a common topic, and if this problem is not solved and figured out, they will never be able to get over it. I'm not afraid, but I'm not. What is there to be afraid of? He is just a person with excellent medical skills. He is just different from the Yi Tianqi they imagined. What is there to be afraid of? Even if Yi Tianqi is not a waste, he is just a doctor. He is not the eldest son of a wealthy family, nor is he a big shot with a hidden identity in the underground world. To them, he is not a threat. What's more, Master Shi and Master Qianwu are here. But the problem is, why does Yi Tianqi want to hide his identity, and what does he want to do? Over the years, in Yi Tianqi's eyes, they called him trash and took the initiative to abandon and leave this man who was valued by Mr. Qianwu. In Yi Tianqi's eyes, did all this become a clown performance and a joke? Thinking that they were originally the ones making fun of Yi Tianqi, but ended up being the ones being secretly laughed at by Yi Tianqi, they felt even more humiliated. 135, Chapter 135, Molestation, Framed. Lin Qingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya coldly and said, "Why, and now that you know Yi Tianqi is not the loser you imagined, are you interested in him again?" "Yes, he's not bad looking, and he doesn't have any bad health problems. Not only is he not a loser, he's also a miracle doctor that everyone wants to see. It seems like marrying him wouldn't be a loss." Sun Xiaoya, are you interested? If you are, then you better behave yourself in the future. I still say that I can make your wish come true and be with Yi Tianqi. How about that? Lin Qingyue now felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly, but she couldn't say anything. Who knew that Yi Tianqi would suddenly transform into a so-called miracle doctor? If she had known this before, she wouldn't even need to know that Mr. Qianwu helped her out of Yi Tianqi's favor. She only needed to know that Yi Tianqi was a miracle doctor. She, Lin Qingyue, might not have divorced Yi Tianqi until now. After all, divorce is not pleasant, and it is hard to say what the future will be like. It is very prestigious to have a miracle doctor as a husband. Besides, who doesn't need medical treatment nowadays? If he just managed it well, Yi Tianqi could have made a lot of connections with his medical skills. Unfortunately, no one knows what is in Yi Tianqi's mind. Not only does he not cherish his medical skills, but he also hides his identity. It is simply ridiculous and stupid. Lin Xingyue was really angry and embarrassed. No matter whether she would regret it later, she was afraid that she would get the reputation of being blind and looking down on others. Who knows, Sun Xiaoya might be looking at her in the same way now. So, Lin Xingyue took the initiative anyway. You, Sun Xiaoya, also seduced Yi Tianqi at that time. Now, it is best not to mention it, otherwise, no one will look good. Sun Xiaoya's face looked extremely ugly. Lin Xingyue mentioned again that she should marry Yi Tianqi. This was just a way to shut her up. How could she not know this? But unfortunately, she could only shut up this mouth, because she was not upright. Xingyue, can we please not mention this? Even if Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor, he's still a loser. He deliberately hid his identity back then, so who could have seen through it? In my opinion, he had it all planned out. He definitely wanted to make fun of you, and of course, maybe me and others as well. Also, I think we all guessed correctly that he came to Dongzhou this time. He just wanted to show up at Mr. Bai's birthday party in a grand manner, then slap us in the face, make us lose face, and give us a bad reputation for looking down on others. Then, he will be in great glory while we will be in dire straits. This bastard Yi Tianqi has such vicious intentions that it is unheard of. Sun Xiaoya suddenly figured it out, and her guess was actually close to the truth. But the more this happened, the more frightened she and Lin Xingyue felt. It was almost, just a little bit, and Yi Tianqi really succeeded. If that time really came to pass, and she and Sun Xiaoya had not come into contact with Mr. Qianwu, and had not come into contact with Mr. Shi and the others, and Yi Tianqi had exposed his identity as a miracle doctor, wouldn't it be them who abandoned Yi Tianqi who would be embarrassed? Looking back, I got a bad reputation, and then all the collaborations fell through. I got nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue felt relieved, but at the same time, she felt more and more hateful towards Yi Tianqi. Humph, this loser has such evil intentions. He almost succeeded. Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he never expected that before he could even attend Mr. Bai's birthday party, he was captured by my men. He never imagined that we'd met young Master Bai, Boss Bao, and young Master Shi. Humph, did he think he could still control us? He's simply dreaming. Even if he were to attend old Master Bai's birthday party, he'd be dead. This idiot. I actually want him to attend old Master Bai's birthday party and see him look so proud of himself that he ends up making a fool of himself. Lin Xingyue sneered when she thought of this. In her opinion, she already knew all of Yi Tianqi's cards. She couldn't be the loser because she had already got the cards back, and they were the trump cards. How could Yi Tianqi make a comeback? Having said that, Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, we can continue to coexist peacefully, but you must promise me one thing. Don't worry, this will not harm you either. Sun Xiaoya instinctively felt that Lin Xingyue was not so kind, but she still looked at Lin Xingyue curiously and asked, what's the matter? Lin Xingyue showed a sinister smile and said, good thing, I'll let you do what you have done before, which is also what you are best at. When Yi Tianqi comes, I will create opportunities for you. You have to continue to seduce him. When Sun Xiaoya heard this, her face turned pale with anger. We agreed not to talk about it, but now it's happening again. Moreover, he wants me to continue seducing Yi Tianqi. Lin Xingyue must be crazy. What are you talking about? I won't do it, Lin Xingyue. Even if you don't like me, you don't have to disgust me and ruin my business. Whether it's Master Shi or Master Qianwu, I won't argue with you, but you can't let me do this kind of thing with Yi Tianqi. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya calmly and said, stupid, I asked you to do this, but I didn't say you had to do anything with him. Besides, aren't you sure whether you will suffer any loss or not? You failed last time. This time, let's see if he reveals his true nature. That's the first point. Second, we're in this room. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, Master Shi and the fifth young master will be here. Just shout it out. If that doesn't work, I'll go in and find you. Since the time is almost up, the main purpose is to make Master Shi make up his mind not to let Yi Tianqi go. Sun Xiaoya, don't forget, Yi Tianqi is a genius doctor that even the fifth master Qian values, and Master Shi has specifically asked him to come if he really takes a fancy to me and is valued. Do you think he will not let me go? Have you ever been here? So, we must kill him directly and leave him no chance to recover. That way we can attack and defend. Do you understand? I have to say that Lin Xingyue is really cruel. She knows that Shi Xiao seems to dislike Yi Tianqi, but she is still worried. She wants Sun Xiaoya to frame Yi Tianqi and then leave him with a bad reputation. This way, it will be safe. The reason why Sun Xiaoya was allowed to go was because Sun Xiaoya was also seduced by Shi Xiaoya. Sent this like stealing a woman. I, a man, am still here, and you dare to steal my woman in front of me. Who can stand this? Sun Xiaoya thought about it carefully, frowning, but she had to admit that Lin Qingyue's plan was quite sinister and simple, but very useful. Moreover, there was no evidence, and women always had the final say. Who knows whether it will be a disadvantage or not? Okay, I can do this, but you must never target me again. Also, as for Yi Tianqi, are you sure he won't talk nonsense when he comes? Besides, can he really come? I suggest that since you want to act, you should act more realistically. Don't forget, you haven't told Mr. Shi that you are divorced, so, even if you and Yi Tianqi have a conflict, you should pretend to be a couple when the time comes. Be careful not to be taken advantage of. This is indeed the truth. Hearing this, Lin Qingyue sneered. Alright, if he wants to take advantage of me, I'll let him do it. Does he dare? This loser must have been scared out of his wits by Uncle Leopard. 136, Chapter 136. Whose playboy is so arrogant? Until now, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya didn't know that it was not Uncle Leopard who scared Yi Tianqi, but Uncle Leopard who was scared. This is also because they have been too arrogant in the past 2 days and have come into contact with too many important people. Otherwise, if they had learned about Yi Tianqi's identity as a miracle doctor when they were in Mingzhou before, they would definitely not be so careless. However, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya finally reached an agreement. Just wait for Yi Tianqi to come over. Lin Qingyue will act with him, and Sun Xiaoya will seduce Yi Tianqi, and then frame Yi Tianqi for molesting her. At that time, she can still look pitiful and be pitied. As for Yi Tianqi's reputation, there is no need to mention it. He molested his best friend in front of his wife. Such behavior is simply shameless and hateful. Xiaoya, then you should quickly find a way to contact Boss Bao. Don't forget that Master Shi wants to see not only Yi Tianqi, but also Boss Bao. If Boss Bao is here, you will have another option. When Sun Xiaoya heard this, her face fell. Boss Leopard didn't answer her call just now, which made her feel indescribably uncomfortable. Did he not answer the phone intentionally? Or was it the wrong number? Or did he not see it? Did he not hear it? This is completely different. Boss Leopard will definitely come. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya went straight back to her room, holding her cell phone, her palms sweating. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. After taking a deep breath, Sun Xiaoya still gritted her teeth and called Boss Leopard's cell phone again. Fortunately, this time, someone finally answered the phone. It was a bit quiet over there with Leopard Boss, as if he was resting, but the sound didn't suggest that. Who? When Sun Xiaoya heard this indifferent voice, she immediately became excited. It was definitely the voice of Boss Leopard. Boss Bao, yes, it's me. I am Sun Xiaoya. Do you remember me? I'm the one you saved at the Bai family hotel. It is impossible not to remember. There were only 2 women present, one was Lin Qingyue, and the other was Sun Xiaoya. However, Boss Leopard was still a little surprised, although he expected that Sun Xiaoya would definitely call him and would not let go of the opportunity to change her fate so easily. Was she so anxious? Oh, Sun Xiaoya, I remember you called me. What's the matter? Hearing Boss Leopard's voice soften, Sun Xiaoya's heart finally settled down. Mr. Leopard, I'm sorry to bother you. I still want to thank you. I wanted to ask when you were free. I want to meet you and thank you in person. You saved my life, and I really don't know how to repay you. Sun Xiaoya did not directly mention the matter of Shi Xiao, but expressed her gratitude first, especially with her charming tone, as if she was afraid that others would not understand that she was willing to do anything to repay his kindness. Hearing this, Boss Leopard chuckled and said, "It's just a small favor, not a life-saving favor. How about this? Let's talk about it when we're free. I might not have time today, so let's do it another day." She didn't refuse. Although she didn't agree to meet today, Boss Leopard didn't reject the invitation to meet, but said to do it another day. That means there is a chance, which means Boss Leopard doesn't mind meeting her. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya felt that she was only one step away from success, just one step. If it were before, she would have hung up the phone excitedly and just had to wait quietly. But now, no. Because of Shi Xiao's order, she didn't dare to disobey, and she was also afraid of delaying things. "Well, Mr. Leopard, thank you. I am available anytime you're free. Well, sorry, I have something else to ask. No, it's not my business. Someone wants to meet you. This person is quite powerful. Do you know him, Mr. Shi? You should have heard of him." Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard said without a second thought, "I don't know you. Who are you? Why are you meeting me? Do you have anything to ask of me? Do you really think I'm running a charity association and anyone can come to me?" The tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Sun Xiaoya shuddered and quickly said, No, Boss Bao, you misunderstood. This young master sure is the eldest young master from the imperial capital. You don't know him, but he wants to meet you also. You know Fifth Master Qian, he's always been with young Master Shi, and he's very respectful. You can imagine that young Master Shi is not a simple person. And right now, Master Shi and Master Chen Wu have already set off for the Bai family. They seem determined to take over the Bai family. I thought that Master Shi was no ordinary person. His wish to meet you couldn't be a bad thing, so I called you to tell you about it. Do you have time to meet him? Sun Xiaoya quickly pointed out that young Master Shi was a wealthy young man in the imperial capital, and added that people like young Master Chen Wu should be treated with respect, just to let Boss Bao know that this young Master Shi was not someone to be trifled with. What else could she do? Could she just convey the original words, that young Master Shi had ordered that Boss Bao must come to see him, that young Master Shi simply didn't think highly of you, one of the big bosses in the Eastern Province underworld? She wouldn't dare say this even if she was beaten to death. Now that the words have been said, it is impossible for Boss Leopard not to understand. He knows the importance of the visitor, so he should come to meet him, right? But Sun Xiaoya never expected that after listening to what she said, Boss Leopard actually sounded quite disdainful. What's your Xiao, is he really that arrogant? If he wants to be arrogant, tell him to go somewhere else. Don't bother me. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. If you mess with me, I won't care if he's Xiao or has less money. I'll just give him a big slap. Sun Xiaoya wanted to cry as expected. Her task was really difficult. She really wanted to retort and say that the other person is much better than you, and it would be fine if he didn't hit you, but why did he hit the other person? But she didn't dare. Boss Leopard, you want to reconsider and meet him, this Master Shi, I really want to meet you. I don't know how to put it. Anyway, your coming here should be worthwhile. After all, he is a big shot in the imperial capital. The tone of voice makes me almost cry. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao suddenly revealed a hint of a cold smile and said, Sun Xiaoya, why do I feel like this young Master Shi isn't asking for my opinion, but rather ordering me to meet him? Is this a death order for you? It seems they are really arrogant. These dandies, relying on their family's influence, are so ignorant of the world and think they can mess with anyone. Interesting, really interesting. I think his original words weren't quite as nice as they sounded, but you probably didn't dare to convey them. After listening to Boss Leopard's analysis, Sun Xiaoya fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Could it be that Boss Leopard guessed right? She doesn't dare. However, she didn't wait for her to speak. Boss Leopard sneered, alright, just consider it a favor I'm giving you. I'll go. I'd also like to see which dragon crossing the river is so arrogant. It's so arrogant that it's coming to my side. After saying that, Boss Leopard hung up the phone. Sun Xiaoya stared at her phone blankly, feeling a little overwhelmed. Although it seemed that she had completed the task, it also seemed that something unexpected had happened. This didn't seem like a peaceful meeting. Boss Leopard didn't take Shi Xiao seriously at all. Who knows what might happen if they meet. It's a mess, too messy, it's a complete mess. 137, Chapter 137. Who is the traitor? At this moment, Yi Tianqi didn't know that this young Master Shi had even called Boss Bao over. This person is so arrogant that he can't even see anyone. All the members of the Bai family have arrived, and those who followed Bai Lao San before have also arrived at the meeting hall, but they all feel that the atmosphere is not right. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, the door of the conference hall opened, and Bai Yulong supported Old Man Bai and walked onto the stage together. But there was no trace of Bai Lao San. At this moment, even the most insensitive person knows who wins and who loses. The scene suddenly became chaotic, everyone's voices became louder and louder, and even most people's eyes were filled with panic and anxiety. In this short period of time, everyone learned an extremely accurate piece of news. They all knew about the conflict between Bai Yulong and Bai Lao San, and they also knew about the harsh words Bai Yulong had said, to investigate the Bai family members and completely reorganize the Bai family. Others said they didn't believe it, but if it was a white fish dragon, they had to believe it. In particular, many people knew what happened at the Bai family at night, but no one knew how Bai Lao San, who had clearly gained the upper hand, suddenly suffered a complete defeat. It is impossible for Mr. Bai to support Bai Yulong with all his strength. But the key point is that now, the white fish dragon seems to have one. However, Bai Yulong cannot win, at least, for some people present who have already been rotten to the core. If Bai Yulong wins, they will have no way to survive. Bai Yulong looked at the messy venue after asking Mr. Bai to take a seat. He knocked on the table in front of him and said, "Quiet." As if intimidated by the white fish dragon's might, many people immediately quieted down, but there were still some people who still refused to submit and could not submit. "Bai Yulong, the old man is right here, so it's not your turn to give orders. Besides, many of the people present are your elders. What do you want to do? Are you committing treason?" The big hat was put on first. The first person to attack was Bai Yulong's second cousin, who was also a very important figure in the Bai family. The most important thing was that he had a close relationship with Bai Lao San, and he was also a person who could not withstand investigation at all. With someone taking the lead, the scene immediately became lively. Many people began to attack Bai Yulong, not giving him any chance to speak. They began to question, complain, and even begged Old Man Bai to see the truth and make a decision for them. All kinds of shitpots began to be put on Bai Yulong's head. In short, no matter what Bai Lao San did, they had to stand up for justice first and pull Bai Leiwei back into their camp. At the very least, they could not let Bai Leiwei support Bai Yulong. Only in this way will they have the power to fight back. However, they overthought. If Yi Tianqi had not stepped forward, perhaps the situation would not have reached its current level, but after Yi Tianqi stepped forward, everything has changed completely. The white fish dragon looked indifferently at the tribesmen who were attacking him, his eyes full of indifference. It's not that Bai Yulong doesn't care about family affection, but with them around, the Bai family will be dragged into an abyss of no return. What's more, these people are trying to destroy me now. Treason, it's not your turn to say that whoever betrays the Bai family, whoever does something that brings shame to the Bai family, is the real treason. Bai Yulong would not tolerate these people's bad habits, and he spoke directly and angrily to scold them. However, before he could say anything more unpleasant, Old Man Bai shook his head gently, signaling Bai Yulong to stop. The white fish dragon was stunned for a moment, then immediately closed its mouth obediently. He knew that Mr. Bai would not harm him, and this time, Mr. Bai was on his side. Sure enough, under the gazes of everyone, Mr. Bai slowly stood up, his eyes coldly scanning everyone present, and said, "I know what you want to do, but am I still old and confused?" Relying on the fact that they are members of the Bai family, they actually dared to unite and force the emperor to abdicate. This is what you call treason, right? But the one who did this was not Yulong, but the third brother, and you. Are you curious about where the third brother went? I can tell you right now that he violated both the family rules and the law, and he has now gone to the place where he should be to face the punishment, and many of you will also meet him. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of many people present turned completely pale. Bai Lao San, as expected, failed. Although they didn't know where the place that Mr. Bai said Bai Lao San was going to, they knew that it would definitely not be a good place. How could this happen? This is completely different from what they thought. Mr. Bai, how could you possibly make such a decision? Old man, there must be a misunderstanding here. Don't be deceived by this villain Bai Yulong. If you don't explain, it will be too late. However, it was impossible for Mr. Bai to believe them, let alone allow himself to be deceived. Blinded? You're the ones who have been blinding me all this time, right? Do you really think I'm old and confused, or do you think I'm too easy to fool, which makes you act more and more unscrupulously? Bai Go, take you for example, you have 3 lovers and 5 illegitimate children out there. Do you think I don't know? No? For your own personal gain, you caused the company you managed to lose over 20 million. Won't you explain this to me? And this is only the lightest evidence I have. Do you want me to continue? Bai Go, who was named by Mr. Bai, turned pale as paper in an instant and looked like he was about to collapse. Mr. Bai, you actually know so much. It must be the white fish dragon. Bai Yulong must have planned this in advance, otherwise, how could he have found out so clearly? Old man, please listen to my explanation. This is all Bai Yulong's conspiracy. It's all his conspiracy. Old man, you must understand clearly. At this moment, Bai Yulong sighed and shook his head. He himself was quite surprised. He had indeed started secretly investigating and collecting evidence a long time ago, but in fact, the evidence he collected was not even as much as that held by Mr. Bai. He had not anticipated what would happen today. This was all completely controlled by Mr. Bai himself. At this moment, Bai Yulong knew why Yi Tianqi came to help him. He thought that he could really deal with the Bai family on his own. Yes, it might be possible, but as long as Mr. Bai was unwilling, he, Bai Yulong, would be in danger of failure at any time. Old Master Bai, although he seems to be indifferent to worldly affairs and doesn't care about anything, he is the most unfathomable existence in the Bai family. No one knows how much hidden power he possesses, as he has been in charge of the Bai family for decades. Just like now, no one knows where these evidences come from. 138, Chapter 138. Young Master sure arrives. The White Fish Dragon's Conspiracy? Old Master Bai sneered and said, "Bai Go, it seems that you really think I'm old and confused. If that's the case, I'll just tell you directly. Yulong didn't tell me how much evidence he had against you, and all the evidence I have against you is from my own investigation. Do you really think that because I don't care about worldly affairs, I think the Bai family is out of my control? Foolish, ignorant, I've given you chance after chance, but all you've done is become even more ruthless today. I'm going to make it clear to you. From now on, the Bai family will be handed over to Yulong. He will be the next head of the Bai family. I will announce this news directly in front of everyone at the birthday banquet. As for you, whether you plan to honestly confess and receive leniency, or to resist to the end and hope for a lucky break, that's up to you." After saying this, Mr. Bai looked at Bai Yulong and said, "Wait a minute, I will arrange for someone to hand over all the evidence I have to you at the same time. I will immediately sign a warrant, ordering you to conduct a thorough investigation of all members of the Bai family and all their businesses." With this warrant from Mr. Bai, it is equivalent to getting the imperial sword. No one will ever say that Bai Yulong is taking revenge for personal gain. Of course, it doesn't matter what they say. The important thing is that Bai Yulong became the head of the Bai family. This is the fact. And he will also reach the top of the Bai family in this scene that is destined to cause bloodshed and countless people to panic. And it was at this moment. Young Master Shi and young Master Qian Wu have arrived at the gate of the Bai family under the protection of many bodyguards. Looking at the gate of the Bai family, where there was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, Shi Shao chuckled and said, "Fifth young master, it seems that the Bai family has already started to take action. The security is very strict. Who do you think will have the last laugh?" Young Master Qian Wu shook his head and looked at the current situation of the Bai family with some complexity. If nothing unexpected happened, he would also face this situation in the future, and this was actually the best outcome. Otherwise, he would not even have the strength to fight for it. Of course, if he relied on Yi Shao, he would become the legitimate heir of the Qin family at that time. He would not need to fight for anything, and he would not have to worry about others trying to snatch what belonged to him. I don't know. No one knows what the outcome will be until the last moment. After all, Mr. Bai should be the one who makes the final decision. Shi Shao nodded, sighed, and said, "That's right. If Mr. Bai didn't even have this little trick, he wouldn't have the prestige he has today. Let's go and pay a visit to this legendary old man." After saying that, Shi Shao opened the car door and got out. Young Master Qian Wu followed closely behind, and then more than 20 bodyguards also followed Master Shi, looking around vigilantly. The guards on the Bai family's side also felt like they were facing a great enemy, and they immediately became nervous. Fearing any misunderstanding, 5th young Master Qian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Please announce that young Master Shi of the Shi family in the imperial capital and I, 5th young Master Qian, are here to visit the Bai family and to visit old Master Bai." After hearing what 5th young Master Qian said, the Bai family guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could report anything, Bai Shuqing came over from behind, looked at 5th young Master Qian, and said with a faint smile, "5th young Master, you're punctual. Grandpa sent me here to pick you and Shi Shao up." Everyone knows Bai Shuqing's status in the Bai family. Not only is he a brother of Bai Yulong, but he is also one of the heirs of the Bai family that Mr. Bai has always favored. It is even rumored that Mr. Bai values the generous, kind and gentle Bai Shuqing more. "So it's brother Shuqing. Come, let me introduce you. This is Master Shi. Master Shi, this is Master Bai Shuqing, old Master Bai's favorite grandson, and also Bai Yulong's biological brother." Bai Shuqing, one of the most promising heirs of the Bai family, Shi Shao naturally had some understanding of him. In fact, if he were to choose between Bai Yulong and Bai Shuqing, he would prefer Bai Shuqing. The reason was very simple: Bai Shuqing was easier to control. "So you are brother Shuqing. Hello, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't have the chance to meet you until today. But it doesn't matter. We will have a lot of time to communicate in the future." Shi Shao extended his hand to express his goodwill. Although Bai Shuqing didn't know many inside stories, he knew that Yi Tianqi seemed to be somewhat unfriendly to these two people, so that was easy to explain. Of course, Yi Tianqi also said that they could not directly reject people or be hostile to them just because of their attitude, so Bai Shuqing did as he was told. It turns out to be Master Shirai heard a lot about you. My grandfather, my eldest brother, and other clan members are currently in a meeting in the meeting hall, so they were unable to come and greet Master Shi in person. I hope Master Shi, please don't be offended. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao smiled and shook his head. He said, I'm not surprised, it's fake. In Shi Shao's opinion, his coming here was much more important than these trivial matters of the Bai family. As a result, Bai Shuqing came, which was obviously a neglect to him. However, he also knew that the weight of the Shi family alone was not enough to make Mr. Bai pay so much attention to it, not to mention that today was an important turning point for the Bai family. But it doesn't matter as long as they know who they really are and who they represent, all their face will be restored. No offense, the Bai family has such a big thing going on, and I'm taking the liberty to come to their door. I just hope you don't think it's a bother. I was originally thinking about whether there was anything I could do to help, but now it seems that everything has been resolved. The Bai family is indeed amazing. Bai Shuqing smiled and said, Mr. Shi is really well informed. Don't stand outside anymore, come in and have some tea first. After my grandfather and eldest brother are done with their work, they will come to see you. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao nodded. However, when Shi Shao's bodyguards were about to follow in, they were stopped by the guards of the Bai family. Shi Shao's expression immediately turned a little ugly. Master Qian Wu said anxiously, Brother Shuqing, what are you doing? Bai Shuqing smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, there's a special situation at the Bai family today, so my eldest brother has ordered that no outsiders are allowed to enter the Bai family. I'm sorry, Master Shi, fifth young master, I dare not disobey my eldest brother's orders, although I also know that these are just your bodyguards, but, hey, please forgive me. Bai Shuqing seemed very helpless. Just as Master Qian Wu was about to say something, Master Shi shook his head gently and said with a smile, I understand it's a special situation, so it's always better to be careful. I've heard that Brother Yulong is a decisive and ruthless hero. Now it seems that he is indeed the case. Okay, then let them wait outside. After saying that, Master Shi directly ordered his men to wait outside. Then he looked at Bai Shuqing and smiled, Brother Shuqing, is this okay now? Bai Shuqing looked at Shi Shao with some apology and said, I'm so sorry for neglecting you. Shi Shao laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, Of course not. Brother Yulong's meaning is very clear. No outsiders are allowed to enter under such circumstances. You let us in. This is not neglect. This is treating us as honored guests. It's an honor, a great honor. Looking at the seemingly magnanimous young Master Shi, Master Qian Wu felt something was amiss. This was not how young Master Shi should behave. To swallow his anger in silence, you must be kidding. Conspiracy, absolutely there is a conspiracy. 139, Chapter 139, Sowing Dissension. Young Master Shi is not afraid of being wronged, and it's not that he has never been wronged, but it also depends on in front of whom he is wronged. At least, in East Province, young Master Shi believes that no one is qualified to make him suffer injustice, even in front of Mr. Bai. At this time, it is not considered as forbearance, it is just a prelude to an explosion. Under the leadership of Bai Shuqing, Shi Shao and Qianwu Gongzi came to the reception room. After the tea was served, Bai Shuqing stayed in person and showed no intention of leaving. Shi Shao chuckled and said, Brother Shuqing, such a big thing happened in the Bai family today. All the clan members are in a meeting. Aren't you going to join? Bai Shuqing shook his head upon hearing this and said, With my grandfather and my eldest brother here, it doesn't matter whether I participate or not. This is what Bai Shuqing really thinks. The problem can be solved with or without him, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, Bai Yulong has always been unwilling to let Bai Shuqing be exposed to this dark side too much and wants to protect him. Bai Shuqing is very clear about this. In fact, he doesn't want to be exposed to these things either, so he is happy to be free. But it sounded different to Shi Shao's ears. They thought that Bai Shuqing was complaining, as if he had been excluded from the line of succession. Young Master Shi took a sip of tea, looked at Bai Shuqing and smiled. Brother Shuqing is Mr. Bai's most beloved grandson, and one of the heirs of the Bai family. It's inappropriate to exclude Brother Shuqing from such an important meeting that even determines the future ownership and direction of the Bai family, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Bai Shuqing looked at Master Shi deeply and said with a smile, thank you for your concern, Master Shi. However, I don't like to get involved in these things. My elder brother just wants to protect me. Besides, to receive a distinguished guest like you, other people's status is not enough. This is also to show my respect for you. After hearing this, Shi Shao really didn't know what to say. That's true, but let me be frank, Brother Shu Qing, don't you have any other ideas? The position of the head of the Bai family, how many people are coveting it? You have the best chance, yet you are willing to give it up. Are you afraid of your eldest brother? Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian Wu immediately swallowed his saliva. I know young Master Shi is bold, but this is a bit too bold. This is still in the Bai family, and Bai Yilong has already taken the initiative, and you're trying to sow discord between him and his own brother, even trying to encourage Bai Shu Qing to compete for the position of head of the Bai family? What are you trying to do? Although this has not been said explicitly, Mr. Qian Wu has already guessed what Mr. Shi wants to do. Bai Shu Qing frowned, stood up, looked at Shi Shao and said, Shi Shao, although you are a distinguished guest, if you want to sow discord between me and my eldest brother, then I cannot accompany you. I will pretend that you never said anything today, and don't say it again in the future. Otherwise, if my eldest brother finds out, he will be angry. Young Master Qian Wu quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. Shu Qing, Master Shi has a very straightforward personality and you hit it off right away. So he's being so direct. He doesn't have any bad intentions, so don't let your imagination run wild. As for Shi Shao, he just smiled and said nothing, but he thought he had seen through Bai Shu Qing. Afraid that Bai Yilong would be angry, in the final analysis, Bai Shu Qing was just afraid of Bai Yilong, not that he had no thoughts at all. That's easy. The Bai family must always keep a backup option, otherwise, how can they control it? Even if Bai Yilong becomes the head of the Bai family, if he is disobedient in the future, someone will have to take his place. The nail must be planted. This is not only what he meant, but also what Night Owl meant. At this moment, the Bai family's meeting had already ended. Shi Shao glanced out the window, then looked at Bai Shu Qing and chuckled, I'm not qualified to say anything, nor am I qualified to convince you to become fearless. So, what about the Yi family, the imperial capital, the Yi family? Brother Shu Qing, I believe you've heard of Master Zhao's name, huh? It seems the conference has ended and the result has been decided. However, the ending may not be unchangeable. Brother Shu Qing, I admire you very much, and I believe Master Zhao will admire you too. Let's find some time to get together. Who knows what the future will hold? Bai Shu Qing's expression suddenly changed drastically. The Yi family, young Master Shi, actually came here on behalf of the Yi family, on behalf of Yi Shao. This was beyond his expectations, and beyond everyone's expectations. Young Master Shi and young Master Chen Wu are not important. We can pay attention to them, but we may not be able to do anything about them. But if they represent the Night Owl, it will be completely different. Bai Shu Qing frowned, looked at Shi Shao, and said, Yi family, Shi Shao, the Yi family you are talking about is this? Shi Shao smiled slightly, nodded gently, and said, besides this, are there any other Yi families? At this moment, Yi Tianqi, who was sitting in Mr. Bai's study, narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the footage on the surveillance camera, listening to the conversation between Shi Shao and Bai Shu Qing, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Yi family really has a connection with him. Before he even showed up, someone else had already appeared from the Yi family. It seems that this Night Owl has greater ambitions than imagined. However, this was not Yi Tianqi's business. Whatever they wanted to do had nothing to do with him. Yi Tianqi had not even decided whether to go to the imperial capital, but now, since Yi Shao specifically wanted to marry his woman, Yi Tianqi, by force, he had no choice but to respond. I heard from that mad dog of the Feng family that Yi Shao seemed to have a strong hostility towards me, and even humiliated and slandered me more than once on various occasions. His marriage to Tang Qingyu was also related to this. That is, they were a complete enemy. Enemy, a dead enemy is a good enemy. However, Yi Tianqi couldn't figure out one thing. He didn't seem to have offended Yi Shao or the Yi family, so where did they come from? Why is there such a big resentment? Of course, these are not important at all. If Yi Tianqi hadn't known that he would meet this Master Shi in person tonight, he would have been unable to control himself and would have arrested him and tortured him. He was not worried that this Mr. Shi would recognize him. After all, he had left the imperial capital for more than 10 years and disappeared from people's sight for more than 10 years. He was just a teenager back then, and now he is almost 30. He had originally planned to leave, but now, sitting in Mr. Bai's study, Yi Tianqi really had no such idea. He wanted to see how arrogant Shi Shao was and what he wanted to do, as he had started to sow discord between Bai Shu Qing and Bai Yilong before even meeting them. At this time, Mr. Bai and Bai Yulong were already on their way to the reception room. It was not the turn of Mr. Bai to receive a mere young Master Shi in person. Even if he met him, it would be young Master Shi who would go to visit him, but after thinking about it, Mr. Bai decided to come with Bai Yulong. After all, Yi Tianqi was interested, and he was also somewhat interested. At this time, Mr. Bai didn't know that Mr. Shi was trying to instigate Bai Shuqing and wanted Bai Shuqing to compete with Bai Yulong. If he knew, Mr. Bai would be so angry that he would slap him to death. It's okay to be crazy, but if you are so crazy that you even want to kill your most beloved grandson, then you deserve to die. 140, Chapter 140. Master Shao wants to take you in as his younger brother. After seeing Old Man Bai and Bai Yulong come in, Shi Shao immediately stopped talking and looked at Bai Shuqing meaningfully. The name of the Yi family seemed to scare Bai Shuqing. Of course, this was normal in Shi Shao's view. The Yi family was now so powerful and majestic that it was a behemoth that could not be reached by everyone. Standing up, Shi Shao showed a warm smile and looked at Mr. Bai and said, "Hello, old money, I'm here on your grandfather's orders to come and celebrate your birthday. May you be blessed with fortune as vast as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains." At this time, Mr. Qian Wu also smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, I am here to wish you a happy birthday as well." Don't hit a smiling person. Since the other party was using the name of birthday celebration, Mr. Bai naturally wouldn't say much. Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday. Come, sit down, everyone. Yulong, get to know the two young masters. The Bai family will need your help in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Master Shi and Master Chen Wu were completely certain that from now on, Bai Yulong would have the final say in the Bai family. Moreover, judging from Mr. Bai's attitude, it was clear that he really intended to hand over all power. Thinking of this, Shi Shao extended his hand and said, "Brother Yulong, I have long heard of you. I have heard of your great name since I was in the imperial capital. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary and brave." Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong put on a faint smile on his face and shook Shi Shao's hand, not seeming too enthusiastic. "Oh, has my fame spread to the imperial capital? I guess it's not a good reputation." After saying that, Bai Yulong looked at Old Man Bai and said softly, "Grandpa, you haven't had a rest all night. Go back and rest first here, I'll be fine." Before Mr. Bai sat down, Bai Yulong wanted to ask him to leave. At least, in Shi Shao's eyes, Bai Yulong was a little ungrateful. "I have come all the way to the Bai family to celebrate their birthday, and Mr. Bai hasn't said anything yet. What's wrong with you, Bai Yulong, being so indifferent?" However, even if he was dissatisfied, Shi Shao could not stop Mr. Bai from resting. After all, Bai Yulong had said that the old man had not slept all night. Thinking of this, Shi Shao chuckled and said, "Yes, the old man hasn't slept all night, so he should go and have a rest first. Brother Yulong can chat with me here." Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai smiled lightly and did not insist on staying. It was not his turn to stay and personally entertain Master Shi, not to mention that now that he had decided to hand over the power of the Bai family to Bai Yulong, he would no longer be in charge of these matters. Bai Yulong looked at Bai Shuqing and said calmly, "Shuqing, help Grandpa go back and rest." Bai Shuqing didn't say anything and just helped Old Man Bai leave. This scene made Master Shi and Master Qian Wu raise their brows again. Whitefish dragon, very powerful. After Mr. Bai and Bai Shuqing left, Bai Yulong looked at young Master Shi and young Master Qian Wu and said calmly, "You two have come from afar. So it's not just a simple birthday celebration, is it? If it is a birthday celebration, it will be a few days away, but you two are really too anxious to come, and it's too coincidental, so why not just say it directly?" Bai Yulong went straight to the point without any politeness, and his indifferent expression seemed to show that he really looked down on young Master Shi and young Master Chen Wu. Originally, Bai Yulong would not be like this, but after knowing about Yi Tianqi's situation, even if he wanted to act, he couldn't act anymore. The current situation was the result of his utmost restraint. Master Qian Wu glanced at Bai Yulong awkwardly, feeling that something was not right. Although he had not had much contact with Bai Yulong, he had met him before, and he had never thought that Bai Yulong was so unkind before. He just arrived, why is he so cold? Young Master Shi was already somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He was the eldest son of the imperial capital and was naturally superior to others. What's more, he was still a member of Night Owl. Brother Yulong, you don't seem to be very welcoming to us. I wonder if we had any conflicts before. Otherwise, why do I always feel that Brother Yulong is against us? Shi Shao still had a smile on his face, but his tone began to become a little tough. Hearing this, Bai Yulong sneered and said, you're overthinking it also. Please call me Bai Yulong instead of calling me Brother Yulong. I don't think we're that familiar with each other yet. This is really unpleasant to hear. It's not just keeping people at a distance, it's simply being extremely cold and indifferent. Brother Yulong is just a respectful title. It doesn't matter whether you are familiar with each other or not, but to refuse directly is like a slap in the face. Who would be happy to hear that? The smile on Sher Xiao's face completely disappeared, leaving only indifference. Bai Yulong, you are going too far. Seeing this, Master Qian Wu quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Brother Yulong, we are all friends. Young Master Sher came here with sincerity to wish the old man a happy birthday. Why are you turning him away? I admit that we did hear about the Bai family's misfortune, so we rushed here overnight, but we don't have any bad intentions. We discussed it when we came here. If you don't have the upper hand, Brother Yulong, then we will do our best to help you. In short, we are on your side. Brother Yulong, did you misunderstand, or were you instigated? Young Master Qian Wu quickly made his words clear. No matter whether it was true or not, it had to be true now, otherwise, there would be no good ending today. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong looked at Master Qian Wu coldly and said, Master Qian Wu, is that so? According to you, it was I, Bai Yulong, who confused right and wrong and misunderstood you? Okay, it doesn't matter if it's a misunderstanding or not. I already know your intentions. Is there anything else you want to say? As for making friends, there's no need to mention it. I am not in the mood to make friends right now. Just keep your distance. Young Master Sher was completely furious. They refused to listen to any advice and simply looked down on them. Bai Yulong, I came here with good intentions, not to listen to your sarcasm, okay? Since we want to talk about business, right? Then let's make it a deal. I just don't know if you can make the decision on this important matter. Bai Yulong glanced at Sher Xiao calmly and sneered, now I am the master of the Bai family. The old man has announced that he will no longer be involved in worldly affairs. All matters concerning the Bai family will be handed over to me. Do I have the final say? Sure enough, just as Master Sher and Master Qian Wu guessed, Mr. Bai has completely delegated power. However, this is obviously unlikely, but now it seems that everything has changed. However, there is no point in saying this now. Sher Xiao looked at Bai Yulong and said softly, no wonder you are so confident. However, even if you become the head of the Bai family, you shouldn't treat everyone as an enemy without any distinction. Of course, if you insist on doing so, I don't have much to say, so let's get straight to the point. I am here this time not only to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday, but also to recruit on behalf of Mr. Xiao. Bai Yulong, Master Xiao wants to recruit you as his subordinate. What do you think? 141, Chapter 141. You are truly a filial son and a good grandson. This is really off the mark. Not only was Bai Yulong stunned, even Yi Tianqi, who was watching the surveillance camera, was stunned. I knew that Sher Xiaoquan was a bit crazy, but I never thought he could be so crazy. He just ran up to Bai Yulong and said someone wanted to take him in as a younger brother. This is really embarrassing. Idiot. These two words were silently recited in the minds of Yi Tianqi and Bai Yulong at the same time. The white fish dragon was even more direct. He looked at Sher Xiao coldly and said, are you kidding me? Sher Xiao was already very dissatisfied with Bai Yulong at this time. Are you kidding? He wanted to joke, but he was not in the mood to joke now. Ha, Mr. Bai, did you think I was joking? Master Xiao wants to recruit you as his subordinate. What's the matter? This kind of good thing that others can't even get by begging for help is nothing in your eyes? I know you think highly of yourself, and now you've reorganized the Bai family and become the head of the Bai family, but so what? Someone like you, with a power like the Bai family, is still a million miles away from being what Master Xiao is. Bai Yulong, I advise you to think carefully. You only have one chance. Sher Xiao felt quite proud at this moment. He felt so uncomfortable being ignored by Bai Yulong just now. Now, he mentioned the name of Night Owl, and he was not afraid that Bai Yulong would dare to ignore him. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, it doesn't matter. He will have something to say, and then Bai Yulong will have his own time to cry. Bai Yulong suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Master Sher and Master Qian Wu and said coldly, do you know what you're talking about? Or did someone give you the illusion that I, Bai Yulong, can be manipulated by just anyone? Take me in as your subordinate. Haha, who does he think he is? Is he qualified? When it comes to arrogance, Bai Yulong is no worse than anyone else, and is even better. To his ears, the words of Master Sher and Master Qian Wu sounded like humiliation to him, which made Bai Yulong laugh out of anger. Young Master Shi seemed to have anticipated this situation and was not in a hurry. He looked at Bai Yulong and said calmly, "Oh, it seems that young Master Bai doesn't even take Master Xiao seriously? Oh, I advise you to be careful with what you say if Master Xiao gets to know about this, young Master Bai. I'm afraid not only your life will be in danger, but the entire Bai family may be destroyed. Oh, by the way, you may not know who the Master Xiao I mentioned is, it's also my fault for not making it clear. Bai Yulong. Master Xiao is the eldest son of the Yi family. Yi Xiao, I don't think you have never heard of the Yi family or the name of the eldest son Yi Xiao." After saying that, Shi Xiao looked at the white fish dragon with amusement, as if he wanted to see panic in the white fish dragon's eyes. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Not to mention that Yi Tianqi is standing behind Bai Yulong now, and he has already learned about Yi Tianqi's background. Even if he didn't know Yi Tianqi, it would be a pipe dream and impossible to intimidate Bai Yulong with just a name. What happened to Night Owl? If he, Bai Yulong, didn't even have this little bit of courage, he wouldn't be the Bai Yulong of today. I was wondering who gave you the courage. It turned out to be the eldest son of the Yi family. Young Master Shi is truly a filial son and grandson, calling you Master Xiao all the time. I just wonder how your grandfather would react when he heard that. It's a humiliation, absolutely a humiliation. Shi Xiao thought that the white fish dragon would restrain itself a little after hearing the name of Night Owl. However, instead of restraining itself, it became even more aggressive. Damn it, it's absolutely damned. When had he, young Master Shi, ever suffered such a loss or such humiliation? Bai Yulong, you are so outrageous that you don't even take Master Xiao seriously. Do you want the Bai family to be destroyed along with you? I think your Bai family is really used to being arrogant, living in a remote corner. They look down on the world. Once Master Xiao gets angry and wants to destroy your Bai family, it will happen in a matter of minutes. When that happens, you can't blame anyone else. Shi Xiao suddenly stood up, pointed at Bai Yulong's nose, and started yelling. Young Master Qianwu was silent for a moment, then said, "Brother Yulong, this is extremely unwise. Master Xiao is not someone we can afford to offend. He can destroy us with just one word." Bai Yulong glanced coldly at Master Qianwu and said, "I've known for a long time that you're no good. I usually ignore you, but today, you're so arrogant in front of Meido. You really think your Qian family can protect you? When will I, Bai Yulong, take charge of things, and when will you, a piece of shit, get to talk too much?" As soon as these words were spoken, Master Qianwu's face turned extremely pale. He was actually scolded by Bai Yulong, and the scolding was so bad, but he didn't dare to say anything directly to Bai Yulong. He knew Bai Yulong's character better than Master Shi. Since this person had torn his face apart, he really dared to take action. Okay, I didn't expect that in your eyes. I, Qianwu, am such a person who can be humiliated at will. Okay, Bai Yulong, I remember that I, Qianwu, don't have any shame, but my Qian family still has face. Master Shi, let's go. There's nothing more to talk about with him. If he's like this, then we can't blame anyone else if he gets dealt with by Master Xiao later. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Feeling that something was wrong with Bai Yulong today, Master Qianwu wanted to pull Master Shi away quickly. But how could Shi Xiao stand this humiliation? Although he felt something was wrong, he still didn't believe it. Could it be that Bai Yulong really dared to attack him? That's not just a conflict of words. It's an irreconcilable conflict that will end in a fight to the death. Bai Yulong, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize, otherwise, I swear, you're dead. Bai Yulong looked at Shi Xiao, who dared to point his finger at him, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He said, "Dead, just you. If Yi Xiao comes, that's more like it. You wanted to recruit me, so you sent these two bastards. Are you trying to humiliate me, Bai Yulong? Also, if you dare point your finger at me again, you won't be allowed to stay." These words seemed to imply that Bai Yulong was being looked down upon. He thought that Yi Xiao should come in person to recruit him to show his sincerity. In the final analysis, he still looked down on Master Shi and Master Qianwu. Shi Xiao originally wanted to retract his finger, but now that Bai Yulong had said so, if he backed down, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Bai Yulong, you wanted Master Xiao to come and recruit you personally, but you didn't even consider whether you were qualified enough, and you dare to threaten me. Why don't you try? Today, if you dare to attack me, I swear that Master Bai's birthday banquet will turn into a funeral. These words touched the white fish dragon's reverse scale. How dare you curse the old man? Damn it! Bai Yulong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he shouted angrily, "Smash it, you're seeking death." After saying that, he slapped Shi Xiao hard on the face, causing blood to flow from the corner of Shi Xiao's mouth and even knocking out a tooth. And this was not over yet. The white fish dragon suddenly grabbed Sher Shao's fingers and twisted them hard. The sound of broken bones could be heard, followed by Sher Shao's miserable screams. 142, Chapter 142. Even the God of Heaven is useless. What does cruel mean? At this moment, the white fish dragon's face is hideous and ferocious, making people feel terrified at the sight of it. Anyone who was involved in this kind of thing would have to think twice, as the consequences would be serious. However, Bai Yilong didn't even think twice and just started to act. He was so vicious when he started. And this is actually the true face of the white fish dragon. Master Qianwu was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Bai Yilong would actually dare to do that. That's young Master Shi, the eldest son of the Shi family in the imperial capital, and he came with Night Owl's orders. Bai Yilong is crazy. That's right, Bai Yilong must be crazy, otherwise, how could he dare and how could he do that? Mr. Bai, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Young Master Qianwu no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly walked up to Sher Shao, carefully supporting him. Looking at Sher Shao's irregularly twisted fingers, his heart trembled. Bai Yilong looked at Mr. Qianwu viciously and said, get out right now, otherwise, I won't let you leave the Bai family. Sher Shao was almost fainting from the pain at this time, but he still looked at Bai Yilong angrily and said, Bai Yilong, just wait, I'm not done with you, I'm not done with you. Not over yet? Bai Yilong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he was about to take action. Sher Shao was so frightened that he and Mr. Qianwu immediately ran away with their heads in their hands. Madman, Bai Yilong is a complete madman, and there is no reason to talk to madmen. How could the events here not attract the attention of the Bai family? However, Bai Yilong now has the final say in the Bai family, and he seems to have become increasingly fearless. Who dares to offend him? Wouldn't that just make things difficult for themselves? At this moment, Yi Tianqi walked to Bai Yilong's side and chuckled, don't you want to listen to the conditions? Bai Yilong looked at Yi Tianqi, smiled, and said, since you know they have a grudge against you, what other conditions do you need? What's more, who do they think I am? Bai Yilong, Night Owl, let alone Night Owl. Even if the head of the Yi family wants to recruit me, he doesn't have the qualifications. Whether or not one is qualified is one thing, and whether Bai Yilong is willing is another. Obviously, Bai Yilong is not willing. Of course, more importantly, if Bai Yilong's words were to spread, it would be like stirring up a hornet's nest, and it would be hard not to cause an uproar. Night Owl not qualified? He is one of the most powerful young masters in Dragon Country today, and he is also a notorious villain. Is there anything that Yi Shao can't do? As for the head of the Yi family, there is no need to mention him. He is one of the most powerful people today. It can be said that the reason why these big Yi families were able to quickly become the top existence is because of the head of the Yi family. He's not qualified? There are really very few people in the entire Dragon Country who dare to say such words. But now, Bai Yilong dares to speak. This is naturally due to Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi looked at Bai Yilong and chuckled, Yilong, if they heard these words, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and would want to deal with you immediately. Upon hearing this, Bai Yilong laughed heartily and looked at Yi Tianqi and said, with Mr. Yi here, I, Bai Yilong, have nothing to fear. These words made Yi Tianqi burst into laughter. That's right, with Yi Tianqi here, the Night Owl is indeed not qualified. However, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry that I couldn't have a good chat with them. If I have delayed your business, then Yulong will be unforgivable. Yi Tianqi did not influence how Bai Yilong and the others treated Sher Shao, so how they treated him was Bai Yilong's business. It doesn't matter to Yi Tianqi whether there is news or not. He doesn't need any news if he really wants to do something. What's more, he will meet this Master Shi soon. It's okay, Yulong, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. This Mr. Shi even made an appointment with me today. I just don't know if he can still recognize me. Yi Tianqi touched his face and smiled playfully. If you can recognize it, that's interesting. If you can't recognize it, that's also quite interesting. Sher Shao's fate now depends on Yi Tianqi's mood, but he has no intention of killing Sher Shao yet, so Sher Shao had better not recognize him, otherwise, he will end up in a miserable state. At this time, Master Shi and Master Qianwu had already left the Bai family with painful expressions on their faces. We met a lot of people along the way, but no one seemed to want to pay attention to them, and they all seemed to think that this was natural. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Sher Shao cursed and swore madly all the way. His anger was burning fiercely and could not be extinguished at all. He wanted to kill the white fish dragon. This was no joke, this was what he wanted to do most right now. Young Master Chen Wu looked at Master Shi and said bitterly, Master Shi, this Bai Yulong deserves to die, but we have to be careful now, we haven't even left the Bai family yet, let's get out of the gate first, otherwise, if this lunatic Bai Yulong changes his mind, we won't be able to leave. When Shi Shao heard this, his face immediately showed fear. That's right, Bai Yulong was a lunatic and might change his mind at any time and force him to stay. Go quickly, I want him to die, I want the entire Bai family to be buried with him, I want Bai Yulong to kneel before me and beg for mercy with tears. However, after all, it's just talk for now. This is the East Province, the base camp of the Bai family. He, young Master Shi, is not qualified to challenge Bai Yulong. Of course, if it was Night Owl, that would be a different story, but the key issue is that Night Owl is not here now. When Master Shi and Master Qian Wu left the gate of the Bai family, the bodyguards they brought with them looked at Master Shi's miserable state, their faces changed drastically in an instant. If possible, Master Shi would like to order these bodyguards to rush into the Bai family and start killing people. Unfortunately, this is just a dream, these bodyguards don't have the ability to do this. Quick, go, drive away from here. Young Master Chen Wu started shouting, then he and Master Shi got into the car started up quickly and they fled. It was not until then that the tension of Master Shi and Master Qian Wu was relieved a little. Of course, they were now in Dongzhou, so if Bai Yulong wanted to cause trouble for them, he could do so at any time. Master Shi, let's go to the hospital and get you treated first, we can talk about other things later. Shi Shao had never suffered such torture before, so he nodded immediately and said, go to the hospital immediately, damn it, damn Bai Yulong, I will tear him into pieces. Chen Wu, use your phone to record my current situation. No, wait until we get to the hospital before recording it. I want to tell Master Shao about this, I want Master Shao to know just how daring and ignorant this white fish dragon is. Hit me, that would be a slap in Master Zhao's face, not to mention that he has already cursed Master Shao and the head of the Yi family by name. He is dead, and even the gods can't save him. 143, Chapter 143. He's still betrayed. Yi Tianqi was too lazy to care about what happened to Master Shi and Master Chen Wu. He just wanted to complain to the master behind them. However, it is not so easy to target the Bai family. He really hopes that they can come for revenge, so that he won't have to wait until they meet in the imperial capital again. Sitting in the car, Xiaolang waited for Yi Tianqi all night. Although he didn't know what happened exactly, Xiaolang knew very well that the Bai family had undergone earth-shaking changes. From now on, the Bai family would be completely controlled by Bai Yulong. It was impossible for any other accidents to happen, even if there were any at that time. All the accidents disappeared after Yi Tianqi personally rushed to the Bai family. But at this moment, there was no relief on the little wolf's face. Instead, he looked worried, as if he had something on his mind. Yi Tianqi looked at the little wolf, and after a moment of silence, he chuckled and said, do you have something you want to say to me, but you feel it's hard to say it? Upon hearing this, the little wolf opened his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. He did learn a piece of news and wanted to tell Yi Tianqi, but he didn't know whether he should tell it or not. However, his expression made no difference whether he said it or not. Yi Tianqi sighed and said, it's your Mr. Zhou who has made his choice, right? When the little wolf heard this, his face changed and he lowered his head in silence. Mr. Yi, maybe it's just a misunderstanding, Mr. Zhou, he has a lot of business, going to the imperial capital, maybe it's just a coincidence. Is it a coincidence? That's a bit too coincidental. I just learned about the relationship between Tang Shijiu and myself yesterday, and knew that Tang Qingyu was my former fiancé, and of course, her current one, because Yi Tianqi acknowledged this matter and wanted to save Tang Qingyu. However, the one who wants to marry Tang Qingyu now is Yi Shao of the Yi family. Once Yi Tianqi wants to interfere, he will definitely become an enemy of Yi Shao and the Yi family. If Yi Tianqi's identity could be concealed at the beginning and could be used, then once Yi Tianqi fought Yi Shao openly, the Yi family would not sit idly by. Qi family would also learn about Yi Tianqi, and even the Tang family would feel angry. He would have offended three major families at once, and completely offended them. Yi Tianqi, what good can happen to him? Those who help Yi Tianqi will not end up in any good situation. Mr. Zhou, we have to consider this. The interests involved are too great. Have you gone to the imperial capital? It seems that Mr. Zhou's actions are faster than I thought. His determination is even greater than I thought. Yi Tianqi had an indifferent expression on his face. Is he afraid? Only those who don't know would think he was afraid after all. He was making enemies with the three major families. No, not only that, now, Mr. Zhou and the people behind him would probably become his enemies soon. Is it the decision of Yuting Tianjun or Dong Tianwan? Yi Tianqi showed a playful expression. It was most likely Yuting Tianjun after all, based on his understanding of Dong Tianwan. Even if he wanted to use his existence in exchange for the friendship of the three major families, he should not be so impatient. Don't be fooled by the Eastern King's appearance of a powerful and reckless man, but in fact, the Eastern King is actually a very cautious person. Unless he can be sure that what he wants to do is foolproof, he will definitely investigate it. It is impossible for the Eastern King to directly order Mr. Zhou to go to the imperial capital without investigation for Qi Tian, who suddenly appeared and once had great achievements and fame. Of course, it could also be that people have changed after not seeing each other for a few years, but it is most likely not the case. The people in the Heavenly Palace knew that I was one of Qi Tian's men, but very few, almost none, knew me otherwise. Would they dare to do that? Forget about colluding with others to deal with me. I am afraid that upon hearing the news of my reappearance, even if they didn't come to see me immediately, they would immediately cancel all their current conspiracy activities. Unless, they are so arrogant that they think they are no threat to themselves and can betray themselves. The little wolf didn't know how to answer. Silence was his only choice. Now, it's not about whether Yi Tianqi should let Mr. Zhou go, but Mr. Zhou actually wants to do something that is detrimental to Yi Tianqi. How can Xiaolang say this? How can he persuade him? The little wolf sighed inwardly. Yi Tianqi looked at the little wolf and chuckled. Don't be so upset. You have done what you should do. Don't worry, it's not time to fall out yet. People choose their own destiny. The path they choose determines the outcome they will face. In fact, Mr. Zhou's choice was not wrong after all. In his perception, I am just an abandoned child, abandoned by the Qi family. In the eyes of many people, I may even be dead. However, suddenly, my existence might offend several terrifying forces that could block the sky and the Sunni. Don't think I need to think too much about what to do. If you, little wolf, didn't know that I'm not as simple as Mr. Zhou imagined, would you still be worried about these things today? So, let it be whatever the outcome, it will be. Besides, I may not necessarily kill him. I, Yi Tianqi, am a good person. Yi Tianqi showed a gentle smile on his face and spoke directly to label himself a good man. Little wolf was speechless. A good person, perhaps he was once. However, if anyone really believed that Yi Tianqi was a good person, or thought that Yi Tianqi was a good person and could be bullied, then they would be facing the worst villain. No matter what, Yi Tianqi has said that he may not kill Mr. Zhou based on this point alone. What else can Xiaolang say? This is already the best result. Otherwise, let Yi Tianqi give. He swore, that he would never lay a hand on Mr. Zhou. That was a dream. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll take you back to rest first. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, okay, let's go back and rest first. After all, we still have things to do later, so we have to conserve our energy. Yi Tianqi had already received a call from Boss Leopard. Sure, Shao and others were really arrogant. They kept talking and not only asked Yi Tianqi to meet them, but also ordered Boss Bao to go and meet them. Ignorance is bliss. Even if Boss Leopard is just a big boss in the underground world of East Province, he is still a big boss. Moreover, if you ask around a little, you will know that Boss Leopard, the big boss of the underground world of East Province, is definitely not just a simple big boss. Even so, young Master sure dares to give orders? He didn't even make the call himself, but asked Sun Xiaoya to make it? I have to say, it's pretty crazy and he's looking for death. Yi Tianqi had a simple answer to this, just go. He would go anyway, and when the time came, Boss Leopard would just have to pretend not to know him. As for what Boss Leopard planned to do at that time, it would be up to Boss Leopard's wishes. Mr. Sure, it would be fine if he just played with him, but he really dared to let them suffer any injustice? This is not the way to seek death. 144, Chapter 144. The Most Hated Person. My identity, it seems, is about to be revealed. Yi Tianqi suddenly frowned and said to himself. Sure, Shao is from Night Owl. And young Master Sure already knew that he was a miracle doctor, but that was not important. What was important was that Mr. Zhou had gone to the imperial capital and would arrive around noon. However, after arriving, it would depend on which of the three major families Mr. Zhou would meet first. If he could meet Yi Shao, and the two sides had a conversation, wouldn't his identity be exposed? Of course, this possibility is not great. Mr. Zhou, a mere man, would not dare to reveal his relationship with the Tiangong before he met the important figures of the three major families. It would probably not be easy for Mr. Zhou to meet a person like Yi Xiao alone. If I meet the other two families first, I can keep my situation secret for a while. Is it interesting? Yi Tianqi asked himself, but he thought it was interesting after all. He still hated Lin Xingyue in his heart. Otherwise, would it be so troublesome to deal with Lin Xingyue? He wanted to let Lin Xingyue see with her own eyes who the man she abandoned was and how unattainable he was. He wanted to make Lin Xingyue and everyone in the Lin family regret it to the point of wanting to die. Before that, he was willing to let Lin Xingyue continue to be arrogant. The more arrogant the better. He wanted to see what kind of face Lin Xingyue would have. When Yi Tianqi said he wanted to see these things, wasn't he actually seeing how stupid he had been? He was Yi Tianqi, but when had he ever suffered such injustice, such humiliation? Even when he was kicked out of the Qi family and even faced being hunted, he had never been so angry. Thinking of this, a somewhat ferocious expression appeared on Yi Tianqi's face. He could understand that someone in Tiangong had betrayed him because there were special reasons. The Qi family hunted him down, and even his own parents betrayed him. He was angry and unwilling, but those were his relatives, and he could only bear it. He also knew a little about the reasons, but that was not a reason for him to forgive the Qi family. Only Lin Xingyue, Yi Tianqi asked himself. He had never done anything wrong to Lin Xingyue, and even gave Lin Xingyue everything he could, but what was the result? And this is what I got in return? Although he did not reveal his identity, he never let Lin Xingyue and her family live a hard life. He didn't even mind if someone secretly helped Lin Xingyue for his own sake. If you want wealth and glory, I will give it to you. But what in the end? Lin Xingyue fell in love with someone else, and her whole person changed too quickly and too dramatically, becoming more than just a stranger. She even found people from the underworld to deal with her, and wanted to cut off her tongue so that she could no longer speak and imprison herself forever. Yes, I am still alive, at least I have saved my life. However, life is worse than death. In fact, can I really keep this life? Yi Tianqi couldn't think any further. Every time he thought about it, his heart ached. I've let it go, I've forgotten it, I've let it go, but how is that possible? The raging rage burned fiercely in his heart, and it became more and more intense, waiting to be released the moment it would destroy the world. The murderous aura unconsciously permeated the entire car, making Xiaolang, a man who had once been decisive in killing, feel like he was suffocating. Fortunately, this murderous aura came and went quickly. Soon, Yi Tianqi returned to the villa. Boss Leopard hasn't come back yet. Although he didn't get involved in the Bai family's affairs in the end, he also has his own things to do. The underground world of Eastern Province must be uniform. Of course, this is definitely not for Mr. Zhou. But since Yi Tianqi has said it, it must be done. As for who will be in charge of this uniform underground world in the end and become a giant in the entire southeast and even the south, it depends on Yi Tianqi's intention. Whoever he lets sit in this position can sit there. There is no point in arguing for anyone else. Regardless of whether it was the white fish dragon or the fire snake, there was no way they could compete for anything. Boss Leopard was completely Yi Tianqi's confidant, not to mention the others. Were they qualified? I looked at the time and it was still early, 2 hours until noon, not to mention evening. However, it was impossible for him to wait until night to find Lin Xingyue now. As long as Uncle Bao arrived in Dongzhou, other things could be started. Taking advantage of this rare free time, Yi Tianqi also had a good rest. At this time, he can rest, but some people cannot. Young Master Shi and Master Chen Wu were made into what they are now by Bai Yilong. They have lost all their dignity and face. How could they possibly be willing to accept this? However, this is the Eastern Province after all. Even if they want to retaliate, they can only take a long-term approach. Young Master Shi's face was swollen and one of his front teeth was missing. He looked miserable and funny in comparison. Young Master Chen Wu was intact. He was not as mean as young Master Shi, otherwise, his fate would not be much better than young Master Shi's. But now, Master Qianwu had no intention of making fun of Master Shi. He even regretted why he didn't speak more harshly. This was such a good opportunity to share the joys and sorrows with Master Shi and to share the same hatred for the enemy. This would bring the two of them closer together, but in the end, they missed it. But if I were to say how much I regret it, I wouldn't say that because I don't dare to. As for that madman Bai Yilong, if he had used a harder blow today, whether they could leave the Bai family alive, or how they could leave the Bai family, would be another matter. Mr. Qianwu is also afraid of pain and death. He dares not take such risks and cannot afford them. Qianwu, I didn't hit you. Why are you standing here with a painful face as if you are in more pain than me? If you have this free time, you might as well think about what to do. What should I do? Anyway, I can't swallow this anger. And you, don't think this has nothing to do with you. Don't forget, we went to the Bai family together this time. Do you think you can hide what happened today from anyone? By then, it won't just be me who will be embarrassed, but you too will even drag Master Xiao down with us. Do you think Master Xiao will let us go? You brainless thing, you're still laughing, but you'll cry someday. Young Master Shi was embarrassed, but now he was filled with rage. He was injured like this, but Master Qianwu was fine. How could he feel good about it? There's no way to deal with Bai Yilong for now, and can't we deal with Master Qianwu? What's more, if it weren't for Master Qianwu's persuasion, would he have rushed to Dongzhou overnight? This is ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, they came all the way here to get killed. And he's really the one who's rushing to do it. Where's that solemn promise from you, Mr. Qianwu? Is that all? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shi Xiao almost slapped Qianwu Gongzi in the face. Young Master Qianwu was also in great pain at this moment. Who had he offended? If I can't cry, how can I still laugh? It was an unexpected disaster for him. Who could have thought that Bai Yilong would be so crazy? This is totally against normal logic. But it's no use saying anything now. The key is to make Master Shi calm down, otherwise, he will have no hope of a good life. After thinking for a moment, Fifth Master Qian looked at Master Shi and gritted his teeth, saying, Master Shi, the Bai family in Eastern Province isn't omnipotent. Don't forget, you've already made an appointment to meet someone who's capable of challenging the Bai family. 145, Chapter 145 Opportunity for Revenge. Shi Xiao frowned slightly, looked at Master Qianwu with some disbelief and said, You mean Boss Leopard? But, can he do it? Does he have the courage? A fight? It's not that I underestimate this leopard boss. In the entire East Province, there are almost no people who can rival the Bai family. As long as old Master Bai is in charge of the Bai family, it is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. Do you think this leopard boss is so bold as to dare to provoke the Bai family? Shi Xiao didn't believe it, because in his understanding, Boss Bao was just one of the two big bosses of the three giants in East Province. What could he use to fight against the Bai family? Moreover, it is said that this person has been keeping a low profile for many years, saying that he is cultivating himself, but in his opinion, this is simply avoiding the public. Upon hearing this, Master Qianwu immediately shook his head and said, Young Master Shi, you don't know that in the Eastern Province underworld, although the three giants and the two bosses are nominally the most powerful, Boss Bao is indeed only one of the two bosses, and his status is not as high as the three giants. However, he is not someone to be trifled with. He's been a bit too low-key these years, and hasn't even done anything, but that doesn't mean Boss Leopard is truly incompetent. If you listen to me tell you about his deeds back then, you'll understand a truly ruthless person. Moreover, I dare say that in the entire Eastern Province underworld, if there's anyone who's the most difficult to mess with, it's definitely him. Afterwards, Mr. Qianwu told Shi Xiao all the news he knew about Boss Bao in order to make Shi Xiao believe it more and have some confidence. He even added a lot of exaggeration. Although there is some exaggeration in his words, he is actually right about this exaggeration. When Shi Xiao heard this, his eyes lit up and his face showed excitement, as if he had already seen Bai Yilong kneeling miserably at his feet and begging for mercy with tears. However, then, Shi Xiao frowned. Qianwu, even if what you said is true, it's still not enough. He can't deal with the Bai family with just him. Don't forget, Fire Snake, one of the giants of the underground world, also stands with the Bai family. Not enough, far from enough. Unless half of the underground world in Eastern Province unites, it will be enough. As soon as these words came out, Master Qianwu's eyes lit up. He looked at Master Shi and said excitedly, Master Shi, you're right. You're so wise. That's right. As long as half of the people in the East Province underground world unite, the Bai family will no longer be a concern. Revenge, although a little difficult, will be accomplished in a matter of minutes. Also, there's another benefit to doing this. Although you didn't subjugate the Bai family during your trip to Dongzhou, you did defeat them. Not only that, you even subjugated half of the Dongzhou underground world, and after defeating the Bai family, it won't just be half, but the entire Dongzhou underground world. Young Master Shi, one big boss in the underground world is nothing, but if this big boss can control the underground world of an entire province, then his say is incomparable. I think, even if Master Xiao doesn't care, he should still take a second look. Young Master Chen Wu became more and more excited as he spoke, as if victory was within his reach. Not only that, he could also gain the appreciation of Master Xiao, which was a very profitable business. As Master Shi listened to Master Qian Wu's story, he gradually smiled. Yes, a fire snake was nothing, and a leopard boss was nothing either, but if the underground world of an entire province was controlled by one person, then let's not talk about anything else. Just Master Shi. Even if he followed Master Zhao's orders, would he dare to act in a domineering manner? That not only represents how ruthless and powerful this boss is, but also represents that this boss's position in front of Mr. Xiao is extremely important. And when he thought about it, if he connected all of this together, borrowed the name of Mr. Xiao, promised benefits, and controlled it by himself, or in other words, made the controller become his own person, then wouldn't he have the final say in the underground world of Eastern Province? Thinking that this plan was likely to succeed, Shi Xiao was so excited that he couldn't even stay there for a minute. Okay, fifth young master, you've done a great deed if this can be accomplished. I promise that the Qian family will be yours. Not only that, from now on, you'll be my brother, and we'll share both happiness and hardship. Whether he has made any contribution or not, Mr. Qian Wu no longer dares to think too much about it. He will be thankful if he can make Mr. Shi happy and stop targeting him. However, as they talked, they all felt that this was very likely to happen. The reason is simple, Mr. Xiao's reputation is here. Unless everyone in the Eastern Province is a madman like Bai Yulong, but is this possible? Young Master Chen Wu smiled and said, now that we have a leopard boss, this shouldn't be a problem. I just asked, and Sun Xiaoya said that leopard boss agreed to come and see you. His coming here means he has heard of your reputation, or in other words, he is willing to make friends. So, apart from Huasha, who is bound to the Bai family, we still need to continue to unite with the others. The three giants and two bosses of the East Province underground world, Fire Snake, Boss Sui, Red Snake, Mr. Zhou, and Boss Leopard, may not be able to win over Fire Snake now, but if we can convince the others, we may give it a try. We have come to this point. No one is a fool, no one is not afraid of death. If Fire Snake also betrays the Bai family, Master Shi, what a joke it will be, ha ha. Shi Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. That's right, if even Fire Snake, the Bai family's staunch ally, chose to betray the Bai family and Bai Yulong, not to mention directly cutting off an arm of the Bai family, the feeling of betrayal would definitely not be pleasant. Okay, that's if Fire Snake can't give up either, but like you said, put him last and get the others done first, preferably all of them. This way, the entire underground world of Eastern Province will be under my control. Not only can I attack or defend, but I won't have to ask for help from Master Xiao directly. When the time comes, I'll give him a big surprise. Fifth young master, you're more familiar with the underground world of Eastern Province. Think carefully about which one to win over first, and then arrange the order. I don't believe that you can't cure this madman Bai Yulong. Do all of them want to give up their lives and refuse this wealth that comes to their doorstep? Let's go now. We can discuss it on the way anyway. I want to see the result today. Birthday party, I'll turn it into a funeral. The head of the Bai family, I want to turn him into the head of the Annihilation family. Bai Yulong, just wait to kneel at my feet, kowtow and apologize, and lick the soles of my shoes, Shi Xiao seemed to be crazy, laughing loudly and extremely excited. It was as if I had already seen this scene happening. 146, Chapter 146. I don't even dare to stay in a hotel. This time, Master Shi and Master Chen Wu did not stay at the Bai family hotel. Even when they were looking for Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya, they called them and asked them to come to a heavily guarded villa in the city center. Are you kidding? I just suffered so much in the Bai family, and now I don't know what Bai Yulong's attitude is. If I stay in the Bai family's hotel again, I will be walking into the tiger's mouth again. Although the possibility is small, they cannot take the risk as long as there is a chance. Inside the villa, although Shi Xiao still looked miserable, especially his fingers, which were wrapped up like dumplings, the pain was gone after he had received the painkiller injection. However, the pain in his heart could not be erased. But now, Master Shi is not so angry anymore. Along the way, he and Master Qian Wu had a very interesting discussion. In just a few words, they took down the entire underground world of East Province. Not only did they avenge their great hatred, but they also won the praise of Master Xiao. Their status became higher and more stable. Compared with such benefits, what is a minor injury? It can also show that you are not afraid of life and death and have a righteous attitude for the benefit of Mr. Xiao. How great is that? At noon, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya hurried over. The moment they saw Shi Xiao, they were both stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. In Dong Zhou, is there anyone who dares to beat Master Shi like this? This is Master Shi, the one who was praised to the sky by Master Qianwu. Even if they didn't know what was happening to young Master Shi, how could they not know? Moreover, young Master Qianwu was still with them, and with so many bodyguards, how could he get hurt? Master Shi, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyue appeared extremely concerned and panicked. She rushed directly to Shi Xiao, asking about his well-being and showing great worry. Sun Xiaoya was the same, but with the lesson from Lin Xingyue before, she could only wait until Lin Xingyue had finished performing before she could express her concern. Young Master Shi was in a good mood at the moment, but he was worried about something. The truth was, everything was just in his imagination and had not been implemented yet, so he was still worried. Now that Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya have seen this again, it would be a lie to say that I am not embarrassed. Fifth young master, didn't you and Master Shi go to the Bai family? How could this happen? What happened? Lin Xingyue couldn't help but ask. Can Mr. Qianwu say it? Without Mr. Shi's consent, he had a lot on his mind but didn't dare to say it. He could only shake his head slightly and said, there were some accidents, but they are all minor matters. Shi Xiao nodded gently at this time and said, it's just a small matter. I ran into a madman, but it's okay. This madman will pay the price soon. I didn't mention Bai Yulong's name, nor did I mention the Bai family in the end. I still felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had vowed to go to the Bai family and conquer the Bai family. In the end, they failed to conquer the people and were beaten badly. Isn't this a joke? Although it will be known sooner or later, it depends on when. You've made an appointment with Boss Leopard, right? Is he sure he's coming? Shi Xiao once again asked the question that concerned him most. Boss Leopard was the big boss of the underground world of East Province. He looked down on him before, and in fact he still looked down on him now, but now his plan required the presence of Boss Leopard, so whether he looked up to him or not, Boss Leopard had to come, and he had to come. Sun Xiaoya nodded quickly and said, I've already called Boss Bao. He promised to meet us at the Bai family hotel. Now we've changed the location, and I haven't had time to tell him yet. How about I tell him now? Shi Xiao nodded, looked at Sun Xiaoya and smiled, tell him to come here also. Xiaoya, you performed well. It seems that you were very much to Boss Bao's liking, otherwise, he would not be so easy to invite even with my name. It is not that easy, huh? Okay, that's great as long as you work hard. Boss Bao will be able to join my team today in the future. I promise you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Shi Xiao waved his hand and promised Sun Xiaoya a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. This is not just talk, nor is it empty talk. For people like Shi Xiao, money and power are readily available, but for people like Sun Xiaoya from the lower class, a life of wealth and luxury is just a matter of a little bit slipping through their fingers. It's that simple and effortless. Sun Xiaoya immediately showed her great excitement and looked at Shi Xiao with great gratitude, almost thanking him profusely. Then, he hurried out and called Boss Leopard to tell him that the time had been changed. Xingyue, when will your divine Dr. Yi arrive? Do we have to wait until tonight? If before, Shi Xiao just wanted to have some fun with Lin Xingyue in front of Yi Tianqi, and even asked Yi Tianqi to prescribe him a prescription, then now, his condition really needs to be checked out by a so-called miracle doctor. The face is still swollen, and even though the finger has been reattached, it still hurts. Aren't you a miracle doctor? If you don't even have this little ability, then what kind of miracle doctor are you? You are just seeking fame and reputation for nothing, and you may even be labeled a liar, all because of a word from Master Shi. And if you lie to Master Shi, the consequences will not be good. Although Lin Xingyue had already made plans for Yi Tianqi's arrival and had discussed it, there would be almost no problems. However, when it really came to this moment, she was still a little nervous. What if Yi Tianqi suddenly loses his mind and causes some trouble? Wouldn't she be in trouble? Of course, perhaps she would not be affected too much, but if she wanted to perform well in front of Master Shi and Master Qianwu, she would never allow her image to be damaged in the slightest. Well, I contacted him this morning. If we had left immediately, we would have arrived soon. Mr. Shi, if you are really anxious, I will contact him again now to urge him. Young Master Shi nodded and said, please hurry up, it's past 12 o'clock. If we can catch up later, we can have dinner together. Don't let people think that I, young Master Shi, don't know how to respect others. Although I am proud, I am not that arrogant. I will still give due respect to those who are truly capable and willing to work hard for me. Shi Xiao's attitude is obviously much better than in the morning. Although he is still arrogant, he doesn't seem as arrogant as in the morning. Lin Qingyue nodded, then ran out and quickly dialed Uncle Bao's number. The first reason was to call and ask where he was. The second was to meet him before Yi Tianqi and Uncle Bao arrived. She wanted to have a good talk with Yi Tianqi and explain the pros and cons to him to prevent him from causing trouble and getting herself hurt. At this time, Uncle Bao had just arrived in Dongzhou, but of course he couldn't take the initiative to find Lin Qingyue. At first Lin Qingyue's words were very exaggerated, and Uncle Bao had already been scared by Boss Bao and Yi Tianqi. He was not really afraid of young Master Shi or young Master Qianwu. After all, he had never met them. However, he had witnessed the cruelty and forbearance of Boss Bao and Yi Tianqi with his own eyes, and that scared him. 147, Chapter 147 Departure. When Uncle Bao received Lin Qingyue's call, he was already beside Yi Tianqi. Mr. Yi, it's Lin Qingyue's call. Uncle Bao held the phone and spoke respectfully. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "It seems that this Mr. Shi was humiliated in the Bai family and is now extremely anxious. Just answer the phone and tell him that it will be here soon." Uncle Bao didn't know what happened to young Master Shi in the Bai family, but since Yi Tianqi said that he was humiliated, it was likely that young Master Shi had suffered a great loss. The more he thought about it, the more Uncle Leopard felt that his choice was right. No matter how much he boasted, he still had to be bullied. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Uncle Bao answered the phone and spoke with a smile. Lin Qingyue's voice came through the phone. "Uncle Bao, where are you? How long will it take? Master Shi is waiting to see Yi Tianqi." Uncle Bao smiled and said, "Boss Lin, it's so far, it won't be that fast, but it won't take long, about an hour, we'll be there." Lin Qingyue was silent for a moment, then said, "An hour, okay, how about this, if you don't meet us at the Bai Family Hotel, I'll send you a new address on my phone. Also, call me before you get there and tell me you can't find the way. I'll pick you up then. Warn Yi Tianqi again for me and tell him to cooperate with me, otherwise, I will make him pay the price. No matter if he is a miracle doctor or the eldest son of a wealthy family, it will be useless. What will happen to his life in the second half of his life, and even whether he can save his life, all depends on my decision. Let him think it over carefully." After saying that, Lin Qingyue hung up the phone. Uncle Bao looked at Yi Tianqi awkwardly and said, "Mr. Yi, this Lin Qingyue has a bad temper." Yi Tianqi showed a playful smile and said, "It's okay, maybe he's just in high spirits after all. He's met another big shot from the imperial capital and has an even bigger thigh to cling to. How can he not be excited? Look at what they said. My second half of life, even my life, is in their hands. Oh, it's really ridiculous. After all, we are husband and wife. Even if there is no love, there should be some family affection, right? Unfortunately, I don't see any of it." Although Yi Tianqi had a smile on his face and looked calm when he spoke, as if he didn't care at all, Uncle Bao still felt the coldness and solemnity in the air. He finally understood that Yi Tianqi's emotions were sometimes expressed on his face, but when he didn't even show any emotions on his face, he was the most unfathomable and terrifying. Uncle Bao swallowed his saliva, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said cautiously, "Well, Mr. Yi, what do you think I should do later, or, what attitude should I adopt?" Uncle Bao certainly knew what to do if he wanted to act, but the key was that he didn't dare. It doesn't matter whether the acting is good or not. What's important is that he doesn't do anything to make Yi Tianqi unhappy, so that he won't make things difficult for himself. Yi Tianqi doesn't even need to do it himself. Just one expression and Boss Leopard will probably kill him. Yi Tianqi looked at Uncle Bao, patted his shoulder, and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm not so unreasonable." At this time, Boss Leopard also answered the phone and came back. "Your Majesty, Sun Xiaoya called me and seemed to be urging me to go quickly. This guy surnamed Shi seems to have other ideas. What does he want to do?" Boss Leopard frowned slightly, feeling that young Master Shi wanted to do more than just meet him. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao, shook his head, and said, "Xiaohua, I told you, now just call me Mr. Yi, don't forget it again." As for young Master Shi's thoughts, I think I can probably guess a little bit. It's nothing more than that he suffered a great injustice in the Bai family. Now he is full of anger, but he has nowhere to vent it, and he can't vent it, so he is anxious to seek revenge. As for how to take revenge, and in what method, who knows, but if he's anxious to see you, then I'm afraid it's not just as simple as wanting to see you. Quite interesting. However, if it weren't for me, he might not be able to do it. After all, Yi Xiao is behind him, and there are almost no people in the eastern province who dare to offend Yi Xiao. Even though Yi Tianqi keeps calling Yi Xiao Night Owl, he doesn't take him seriously at all. Even Bai Yulong, Boss Leopard, and Uncle Leopard don't seem to care much about this person. But what is the reality? Night Owl, is he really that incompetent? Doesn't he even have this little bit of deterrent power? Totally wrong. Yi Xiao is the most powerful and evil playboy in the Dragon Country today. The fact that he has been able to remain safe and sound until now is enough to prove the immense power of his family. It also proves that his name can make many people afraid. Young Master sure is arrogant, but he has the confidence to be arrogant. With his family background, young Master sure might not be able to act arrogantly wherever he goes, but with the name of Night Owl, on a normal day, not to mention the many giants in the province, even the big guys of that kind, when they learn that young Master sure is Night Owl's trusted subordinate, they will treat him with respect, not to mention respect. Even if you don't have a bad relationship with someone, no one would want to offend them for no reason. This is why Master sure is so arrogant. It's not intentional, but he is used to it. But unfortunately, this is the Eastern Province. Unfortunately, he met Yi Tianqi, a man who did not take Yi Xiao seriously at all and even planned to kill him with his own hands. What's more coincidental is that Yi Tianqi really wanted to do it, and he really had the ability to do it. Whether it is Bai Yulong or Boss Leopard, they are all followers of Yi Tianqi. How could they care about Yi Xiao? Boss Leopard nodded indifferently and said, "Let him be. No matter what he does, it is doomed to be in vain." However, Mr. Yi, sir, when do you think I can get through here? Is it too late? Besides, do you have any other plans? What attitude should I adopt? I'm afraid that if he says something unpleasant, I will kill him with a knife. These words made Uncle Bao wipe his sweat. Is it so direct and fierce? After all, he is a well-known young master, not an ordinary person who can be chopped off at will. Yi Tianqi shrugged and said indifferently, "We'll see when the time comes. At least we should listen to what they want to do first. Maybe they can help us." How about this? Uncle Bao and I will go first, and you can come back in half an hour. After all, you are a big boss in the underground world of East Province, so you still have to maintain your dignity. Boss Leopard nodded. As long as Yi Tianqi made a decision, he only needed to follow it. He didn't need to think too much about other things. As for Yi Tianqi's safety, he didn't need to worry too much about it. Just relying on Shi Xiao and the others, they also want to harm Yi Tianqi. That's a huge joke. If they really have this ability, they wouldn't be humiliated like this in the Bai family, and they wouldn't have to serve Yi Xiao cautiously like a grandson. You can totally be the boss yourself. 148, Chapter 148. Goodbye, ex-wife. More than half an hour later, Uncle Bao called Lin Qingyue not far from the villa where Mr. Shi was. This was also Lin Qingyue's request. She wanted to meet Yi Tianqi before he went in and give him some advice. At this time, Lin Qingyue and son Xiaoya were serving Shi Xiao a meal. When they saw the phone, their faces changed and they said quickly, "Shi Xiao, it's Uncle Bao from Mingzhou calling." Uncle Bao is the one I told you about, the guy who works in the underground world of Ming's house. Quite familiar with us, the one who accompanied Yi Tianqi. This time he must have lost his way. I'll go check it out. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao nodded and said, "Go ahead. I hope this divine Dr. Yi won't let me down." Lin Qingyue didn't dare to make any guarantees about this. After all, she was still a little confused. How could a good-for-nothing guy suddenly become a miracle doctor? And this was just what she heard from others. She knew nothing about it, so how could she guarantee it? I could only laugh dryly and then quickly leave. Not to mention, after going out, Lin Qingyue's expression really became a little complicated. It seemed that because of Yi Tianqi's identity change, her thinking also changed. It seemed that he had indeed misunderstood Yi Tianqi. However, what was the point of saying this now? She and Yi Tianqi have come to this point. Neither of them can turn back, let alone turn back. Besides, what is a miracle doctor? Not to mention big shots like young Master Shi and Mr. Qianwu, even a small figure like Uncle Bao, who is no longer taken seriously by Lin Qingyue, can still control Yi Tianqi. He's lost his life, and he's still a miracle doctor? Go be a ghost doctor. At this moment, Uncle Bao was standing outside the car, while Yi Tianqi was sitting inside. Looking through the car window, Yi Tianqi saw Lin Qingyue walking towards him with her graceful figure swaying. She was still so dazzling and beautiful. In his heart, there was no longer any longing and excitement as before, and even the smile was gone. There was only indifference and indifference. After seeing Uncle Bao, Lin Qingyue frowned slightly and said, "Is Yi Tianqi in the car?" Uncle Bao nodded and said, "You said you wanted to meet him first. I was afraid that others might see you and cause you trouble, so I asked him to wait in the car." Lin Qingyue nodded in satisfaction and said to Uncle Bao, "You performed very well. I am very satisfied. If you continue to perform well, you will get unexpected benefits. However, I hope you remember that no matter what kind of fortune you have in the future, you should listen to who brought you these fortunes. Uncle Bao's face showed excitement when he heard this. He looked at Lin Xingyue and nodded heavily, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I know everything." Then, Uncle Leopard opened the car door. Lin Xingyue looked at Yi Tianqi sitting in the car, took a deep breath, and then sat in. The two sat side by side in the back seat of the car. It had only been a few days since they met again, but it felt like a lot had changed. So many things have happened in the past few days, so many that they find it difficult to adapt to such rapid changes. First they divorced, then they became enemies, and finally they even mobilized people from the underworld. It was a situation of life and death. The result was obvious. They met again, but with a different identity. Yi Tianqi, the good-for-nothing whom Lin Xingyue had never taken seriously, suddenly transformed himself and became a famous miracle doctor? What a joke this is! Sitting in the car, looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, Lin Xingyue suddenly became inexplicably angry, as if she was the victim, the one who was deceived. "Yi Tianqi, don't you have anything you want to explain to me?" Lin Xingyue spoke coldly and directly asked Yi Tianqi to give her an explanation. Yi Tianqi frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at Lin Xingyue, who seemed very angry and aggrieved. He just felt ridiculous. He explained. What did he explain? What right did he have to explain? The one who needs to explain should not be him, Yi Tianqi, but Lin Xingyue. How she had the nerve to say that was simply incomprehensible. "I explain? What should I explain? You know what you did to me better than anyone else, but now you want me to give you an explanation, Lin Xingyue, don't you think it's ridiculous? You were the one who divorced me, you were the one who abandoned me, you were the one who told me to fight till death, you were the one who mobilized the power of the underworld to hunt me down, and I even heard you were planning to cut out my tongue and put me in a mental hospital. Even my survival depends on your mood. Haha, you want me to explain? Are you crazy?" Lin Xingyue, who was originally feeling a little complicated, became extremely angry when she heard that Yi Tianqi dared to speak to her so arrogantly. Of course, there was also an element of anger and shame. After all, these things were indeed done by her, but she didn't expect that she would need Yi Tianqi's help now. "Yi Tianqi, don't go too far. Do you think I asked you to come here just to listen to your complaints? Do you think I really need you? Don't forget, I can kill you anytime, anywhere. Your life is still in my hands. You'd better understand this clearly, otherwise, you will not have a good ending." "Threaten?" Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue, smiled coldly, and said, "So, you should just be like this. Why are you pretending in front of me? Is there any need for this? Just tell me straight up, you're just threatening me. Why are you playing at being affectionate with me? You're about to kill me, and you're still asking for an explanation, for the reason. Don't you think that's ridiculous? What do you want to explain? Explain why I am a miracle doctor, explain whether the care you, Lin Xingyue, received in secret was because of me. So, what answer do you want to hear? Is it me admitting it, or do you deny it? Is there a difference? Tell me, is there a difference? Will you, Lin Xingyue, feel ashamed and guilty about this, or do you intend to change your mind and ask for my forgiveness and reconcile with me?" Yi Tianqi sneered, not caring about Lin Xingyue's threat at all, and directly spoke out what was in his heart. "This is the fact you asked so clearly. What do you want to do? Ask him for forgiveness? If something is impossible, then I will find comfort in myself." Lin Xingyue's face turned pale and blue at Yi Tianqi's words. She was really angry. "Yi Tianqi has never dared to treat me like this today. I took the initiative to talk to him, but he still dared to be so arrogant. It's so hateful, so hateful. Yi Tianqi, maybe you helped me, but you lied to me, and that's an unforgivable sin. Do you think I'll change my mind just because I know your identity as a miracle doctor? You're not young anymore. Why are you still daydreaming like this? I'm telling you, Yi Tianqi, I, Lin Xingyue, will never be able to reconcile with you in this lifetime. Do you know why? Because you don't deserve it. The one who is worthy of me, Lin Xingyue, must be a lofty figure who is admired by others. Even if you have some medical skills, or even a miracle doctor, you are not worthy. I'm not afraid to tell you anymore. Only people like the 5th young Master Qian and young Master Shi are worthy of me, Lin Xingyue. In fact, I, Lin Xingyue, am willing to fawn over them and bow down to them. Why? Because they're strong enough, because they can give me what I want in you, destined to be just an ant, yet you still don't realize it. You think you're a dragon, playing at hiding your identity. Do you think you're the eldest son of some great family, or some insignificant figure? Shameless and disgusting. 149, Chapter 149. Do you really understand me? Shameless? Disgusting? Yi Tianqi wanted to laugh. Laugh at myself, and laugh even more at Lin Xingyue. How could she have the nerve to say that about herself? Shouldn't this be referring to her? What else, the eldest son of a big family, ridiculous, sad, and pitiful. However, Yi Tianqi no longer wanted to say anything more to Lin Xingyue. In fact, he didn't mind meeting and chatting with Lin Xingyue this time. He also wanted to see, or even ask, what Lin Xingyue was thinking and how she became what she is now. He knew very well that he couldn't get the answer, but his past feelings and everything he had given told him that he should ask a few more questions, listen more, and look more. He even hoped that all this was a conspiracy and that Lin Xingyue was forced to do so. However, when we actually met, there was no need to ask anything more. There is no need for this, and no such idea anymore. All the answers were already clear, he was just overthinking it. With a light sigh, all the hidden emotions in Yi Tianqi's eyes were completely extinguished, turning into true indifference. This was not the Lin Xingyue he knew, nor was it the Lin Xingyue he liked and loved. She is no longer the same person she used to be, and the feelings she once had may have really existed, but now, they are long gone. Everything has become a mirage, a passing cloud. Any reason is fine, but none of them are necessary. You asked me to come, or rather, it was young Master Shi and young Master Chen Wu who asked me to come. The reason you asked me to come was not because I am your husband, but because I am the legendary divine Dr. Yi, right? Well, I understand. You don't need to tell me anything, Anna Marie. It's just about the situation between you and me. You didn't tell them about what happened between us because you were afraid that I would cause trouble. You were also afraid that you would leave a bad impression in front of them. That's why you wanted to meet me in advance. Okay, I understand, so don't threaten me, don't care, and don't tell me anything. Don't make empty promises or anything else. There's no need for that. What you want is nothing more than me cooperating with you and acting. I will act this play with you. Let's just consider this a complete and final end between you and me. Lin Xingyue, you, take care of yourself. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said everything he was thinking at the moment. If you want me to help you act, I will help you, but that's all, just this once, and from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. No matter what others think, at least for Yi Tianqi at this moment, he said this and thought this way, that is, he completely cut off everything from the past. Lin Xingyue was a little confused by Yi Tianqi's words, but she was not a fool, so how could she not hear the emotions and other things in Yi Tianqi's words? However, if I were to say I still have some nostalgia, I might feel a little bit of it, but I no longer care about it. What's more, what about now? Looking at Yi Tianqi's expression, Lin Xingyue not only did not feel moved or guilty, but instead found it ridiculous. Yi Tianqi, you really know how to flatter yourself. You portray yourself as someone who stands on the moral high ground. Are you trying to humiliate me? Okay, I don't want to waste time talking to you. You're a joke. You still can't see clearly. Do you really think that just because I know you're a miracle doctor, I, Lin Xingyue, should bow down to you, cry and admit my mistakes, and beg for your forgiveness? You're really ridiculous. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. Just like you said, accompany me to the end of the show as long as Master Shi and the 5th young master are satisfied, and as long as you don't cause any trouble. I can't promise you anything else, but at least one thing is that I won't target you anymore. At the same time, in addition to the property I gave you initially, I can give you a generous additional reward so that your future life will be more comfortable with food and clothing, and even prosperous. And wealthy. Yi Tianqi, don't say that I, Lin Xingyue, have wronged you now. How many people can do what I have done? How many people can give me what I have done? You really have to take care of yourself. This confidence is really strong. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue, smiled self-deprecatingly, and shook his head, saying, okay, whatever you want. However, there's something I need to make clear to you. Don't keep saying you gave me property or something like that. I didn't take any of your so-called property. As for who has these properties now, if you want to find out, you can find out. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xingyue's brows immediately frowned and her expression became a little gloomy. It has come to this point, Yi Tianqi naturally would not fool her with such things, so, if he said he didn't take it, it means he really didn't take it. It means that she and Yi Tianqi are divorcing, and he will be kicked out of the house with nothing. He was not at fault at all, and he had given compensation, but in the end, Yi Tianqi still didn't get a penny. If this got out, would he still be able to save his reputation? Where did the money go? It seems that Lin Xingyue already has the answer without having to check. Her mother and brother went to find Yi Tianqi as soon as they learned about her divorce, and then they were injured. What happened in the middle and why did it turn out like this? Lin Xingyue never asked, nor did she want to ask, because she didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Tianqi anymore. After giving compensation, even the guilt in her heart disappeared. That's why she was so angry that she wanted to use the underworld to deal with Yi Tianqi. Even though she knew that her mother and brother were probably the ones causing the trouble, so what? After all, they were her mother and brother. She doesn't owe Yi Tianqi anything. Yi Tianqi, why do you dare to treat her relatives like this? This is revenge, pure revenge. But now it seems that things are a little more complicated than I imagined. My mom and my brother asked for it. You don't have to give it to them. It's not a small amount of money. Why would you give it to them? If you gave it to them, why did you hit them? Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Tianqi and asked this question. Yi Tianqi just thought that Lin Xingyue was crazy at this time. He still asked why. Is that a good question? Is there anything to say about this? Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue calmly and said, if you really understood me, if you had been with me for so many years and really knew me a little bit, I think you wouldn't ask me this question. Alright, it's been too long. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Let's go and meet the young master you mentioned who can make you bow down to him. After saying that, Yi Tianqi got out of the car directly. Lin Xingyue suddenly felt her heart trembling involuntarily. 150, Chapter 150, Pretending to be a new level. Yi Tianqi's last words made her feel a little confused. After so many years of affection and love, she has been given endless love and care. Why doesn't she understand Yi Tianqi? How could she not understand Yi Tianqi? But she had been forcing herself to forget. Looking at Yi Tianqi, who had already gotten out of the car and was standing next to Uncle Bao, Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth and pushed open the car door. His expression had become somewhat indifferent, but he still took a deep breath, then walked up to Yi Tianqi and said softly, acting, from now on, although we have some emotional discord, we are not divorced yet. After saying that, Lin Xingyue trembled a little and hooked her arm around Yi Tianqi's arm, as she had done countless times before, in an extremely intimate manner. At this moment, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and his body trembled involuntarily, but in an instant, he calmed down and became calm again. There is no emotion, it's just the body's instinctive reaction, just an illusion of familiarity with this scene. Then, the two of them walked towards the villa. Soon, we returned to the villa. And Yi Tianqi finally saw what Lin Xingyue said, how obedient and fawning she could be in front of people like Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu. Young Master Shi, fifth young master, Tianqi is here, let me introduce him to you. Lin Xingyue spoke with an expression and a sweet voice that she almost never showed to Yi Tianqi, which made Yi Tianqi feel like he was getting goosebumps. At this time, Master Qianwu came over with a hearty laugh, extended his hand, and said, Divine Dr. Yi, I have long heard of your great name. I have truly admired you for a long time. It was a pity that I never had the chance to meet you. Now that I see you today, I can see that your reputation is well deserved. Come, Dr. Yi, let me introduce you to Master Shi, the eldest young master of the Shi family in the imperial capital. This time, it was Master Shi who invited you here. From now on, we will all be friends. Uncle Bao stood aside, no one introduced him and no one paid attention to him, as if he had become a nobody. If it were in the past, Uncle Bao would have been furious. After all, he was a well-known figure in the Mingzhou underworld and was quite old. How could he be ignored like this? But now, Uncle Leopard only regrets that he has not become a transparent person. He really does not want to get involved in these things, so no one pays attention to him, which is exactly what he wants. Yi Tianqi looked at the fifth master Qian, who was so enthusiastic towards him, stretched out his hand, and said calmly, it's just an empty reputation, not worthy of respect. It's quite an arrogant attitude. This is actually in line with the attitude that Master Shi and Master Qianwu believe Dr. Yi should have. He is a miracle doctor, who keeps his identity secret and is hard to be invited. Tozo, he must be proud and conceited. When Lin Xingyue was about to say something, Mr. Qianwu smiled at her and shook his head. At this time, Shi Xiao also slowly stood up, but did not express much enthusiasm. As soon as Yi Tianqi entered the door, Shi Xiao frowned slightly. He always felt that this person seemed familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him. However, Sher Shao did not take it seriously. He had met so many people over the years. If he could remember every one of them, then what would he, Sher Shao, become? Looking at Yi Tianqi, Sher Shao said lightly, "You seem familiar to Meido. You know me?" "This is Mr. Sher's way. If you know me but I don't remember you, it means you are not important. We may have met before, but if you don't even know me, then you are really overthinking it. After all, Master Sher's level is there, and the people he needs to remember have already been engraved in his mind, and he can't forget them even if he wants to." Yi Tianqi looked at Sher Shao and shook his head lightly. "I don't know him." Yi Tianqi did not lie. He really did not know Sher Shao. Not only did he not know him, he had never even seen him. However, just because he did not know Sher Shao and had never seen Sher Shao did not mean that Sher Shao did not know him or had never seen him. When Yi Tianqi first arrived at the Sher family with the terrifying might of heaven, all the qualified core members of the Sher family were almost kneeling on the ground to greet him. Even if Sher Shao had seen me at that time, he probably only saw me from a distance. In addition, so much time has passed, and both appearance and temperament have changed drastically. It is normal that they are not recognized. Sher Shao didn't understand Yi Tianqi's deep meaning. He showed a hint of arrogance and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if we don't know each other from now on. We are acquainted. As for whether we can become friends, it depends on whether Dr. Yi is willing to be friends with me. Dr. Yi has traveled all the way to Dongzhou for me, and you must not have eaten yet. Come, sit down and eat with me. Although it's just leftovers, it's still warm. Of course, this is not important. What's important is that not everyone is qualified to sit at the same table and eat with me. This is more than just showing off, it's simply showing off to the extreme." Yi Tianqi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he looked at the table full of leftovers. How could this be called still hot? Fish, only fish bones left. The soup is just the dregs of soup. All the dishes are gone. Even so, Yi Tianqi still needs to sit down and have a meal? How could there be no chef in a place where the eldest son of the Sher family and the fifth son of the Qian family are all? Is it possible to prepare a table full of hot meals again? This is a show of force, but the most important thing is that Sher Shao described this show of force as if it were a blessing from heaven. This made Yi Tianqi laugh and cry at the same time, and he also had a deeper understanding of Sher Shao. He was an idiot, a stupid and arrogant idiot who thought that everyone should bow down to him. "I've eaten on the way. I'm not hungry. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Sher." Sher Shao heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Yi Tianqi and smiled. "Divine Dr. Yi, it seems you didn't hear me clearly and misunderstood my meaning? It's okay, I'll explain it to you more clearly. Whether you've eaten or not is not important, and what you eat is not important either. What is important is who you eat with and who you sit with. What is important is that this ordinary dining table is not ordinary at this moment. Not everyone is qualified to sit at it now. Dr. Yi, do you understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'll tell you the facts." After saying that, Sher Shao looked at Uncle Leopard, who had been invisible since he came in. "You, come here." Uncle Bao is having a hard time holding back now. Seeing Master Sher and Master Qian Wu pretending to be awesome in front of Yi Tianqi, he wants to laugh. He really didn't expect that someone could be so pretentious and yet not realize that he had hit a huge wall. When Uncle Bao heard Master Sher calling him, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be the one being called upon. However, he knew that he had to cooperate with the acting now, so he quickly revealed an excited expression, looked at Sher Shao, and said, "Sher Shao, you give me your orders." Young Master Sher said calmly, "Are you Uncle Bao who brought Divine Dr. Yi here? I heard you're quite famous in the Mingzhou underground world. Are you also a ruthless character?" Uncle Bao heard this and quickly shook his head and said, I dare not. This is just a small reputation, not worth mentioning by Master Sher." Sher Shao was very satisfied with Uncle Bao's attitude. He pointed at the dining table and said calmly, "If I asked you to sit down and eat with me, would you be disgusted by the fact that this is a table full of leftovers? Do you know what this means?" When Uncle Bao heard this, a look of great joy immediately appeared on his face, and he looked at Master Sher with an almost impatient look. "Master Sher, I don't Mindy couldn't ask for more. Being able to sit at the same table with you and have a meal with you, and being favored by you, is a blessing I've earned. Can I sit down? This is the right attitude to have." Sher Shao laughed heartily, then his expression instantly turned indifferent. He looked at Uncle Bao and said calmly, "Do you think you are qualified to sit down? Go stand over to the side. If I'm satisfied, I can give you a chance to serve at the table." This is very humiliating. However, Sher Shao didn't care. At this moment, Shi Shao looked at Yi Tianqi again and said arrogantly, "Now, do you understand?" 151, Chapter 151, Disaster will follow if virtue is not in line with position. Yi Tianqi really felt speechless. I know that Master Shi is conceited, but to be conceited to this extent is simply a bizarre story. He really wanted to ask Shi Shao right now, does Yi Shao know that he is so shameless? Is Yi Shao usually so conceited? He asked himself if he understood, but this big fool really forgot. Did he think he looked familiar just now? If we were a little more cautious, shouldn't we restrain ourselves and think carefully at this time? From this, we can see how rampant Shi Shao is in his daily life, and what kind of lawless existence the night owl who gives him the confidence is. Do you understand? Yi Tianqi sighed, looked at Shi Shao, and said, I see what you mean is that it is a great honor to be qualified to sit with you. I should feel proud and grateful. I shouldn't care about what to eat, drink, or what's on the table. What's important is the seat, right? Young Master Shi laughed heartily and looked at Master Qian Wu and said, see, I told you Divine Dr. Yi is very smart. He understood everything immediately. Young Master Qian Wu smiled. Compared to Yi Tianqi, he only cared about Master Shi's feelings. Now everything else was not important. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya both looked at Shi Shao with admiration in their eyes. Shi Shao was not awkward at all, but was full of the aura and pride of a superior. That's how it should be, big shots, isn't that what it should be like? On ordinary days, other people can't even see such a big shot no matter how hard they try, but now not only can you see him, but you are also given the opportunity to sit on the same stage with him. What a great honor it is. Only a fool would care about what to eat at this time. Does it matter what you eat? The important thing is to be able to sit together, which brings so many benefits. Dr. Yi, come on, please take a seat now that you understand. I don't think you will refuse my kindness. As for my situation, I think Qingyue and the fifth young master should have introduced it to you, but out of respect for you, I am willing to introduce myself again in person. As for me, you know I'm known as Master Shi. Our Shi family may not be considered a top-tier family in the imperial capital, but by comparison, the Bai family isn't as powerful as mine. Most importantly, I'm the sole heir to the family, the definite next head of the family. You're definitely aware of this. As for me, I will also lead our family to the pinnacle. I will become the lord of the Shi family's revival. You must be wondering why, and I don't mind telling you that behind me stands Yi Shao, the master of the Yi family. I think that even though Divine Dr. Yi has been away from worldly affairs for many years, he should have heard of the name of the Yi family. As one of the most powerful families in Dragon Country today, it's no exaggeration to say that we are so powerful that we can block out the sun and cover the sky now. You understand how much it means to be able to sit with me. You should also know that countless people have cried and begged for what I give you, but they never had the chance. So, Dr. Yi, what do you think? A hint of arrogance appeared on Shi Shao's lips, as if he had completely defeated Yi Tianqi. He has said so much and even brought up the Yi family. It is self-evident what to choose. Yi Tianqi looked at the round table, looked at the chairs next to it, and suddenly laughed. Master Shi, the explanation is very detailed and anyone can understand it. But, I want to ask, Master Shi, are you sure you want me to sit here? Logically speaking, in your eyes, I am just a person with some medical skills. Do I need to be taken so seriously, or do you really think I am qualified to sit here? Shi Shao thought that Yi Tianqi thought he was not worthy of it. This attitude was very humble. It was not as bad as what Mr. Qian Wu and Lin Xingyue said. Or maybe, it was only after seeing himself that he realized how big the gap was and put away his arrogance. Thinking of this, Shi Shao felt very comfortable. Shi Shao sat on the sofa arrogantly, looking at Yi Tianqi and said condescendingly, you are not qualified enough since you asked me just now. I am very clear about this, but, as luck would have it, today I am going to make an exception, so I am giving you the opportunity to sit at the same table with me. Besides you, there will be other bigwigs from the East Province underworld who are also qualified to sit here. There won't be many people, but they are all big shots. Since you are so valued by the fifth Master Qian and you are Qingyue's husband, I am willing to make an exception for you. Dr. Yi, I wonder if this answer satisfies you? So, he is qualified to sit in this position because of Lin Xingyue's help? Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue gave a dry laugh and said in a deep voice, Tianqi, Master Shi has given you such an opportunity to rise to the top. Why don't you thank Master Shi immediately? This will completely change your destiny. As long as you seize it firmly, you will be able to truly soar to great heights in the future. When she said this, Lin Xingyue's eyes became a little complicated. She hadn't expected that things would turn out like this. Was it just to let Yi Tianqi see a doctor and humiliate him at the same time? How did it end up being to drag Yi Tianqi in and sit at the same table with him? Mr. Shi, what is your plan? But no matter what, at least at this moment, even if Lin Xingyue was unwilling in her heart, she couldn't show it. Yi Tianqi smiled lightly and nodded. Then I understand. However, Master Shi, I have to say it beforehand, whether it's this seat or sitting at the same table, I have no problem with it. I can sit down. However, I still want to say in advance that if one's virtue is unworthy of his position, disaster will surely come. According to the current situation, the moral character is not worthy of the position. It can be interpreted as not being worthy of sitting together. If people of different backgrounds are forced to sit together, disaster is bound to befall them. Yi Tianqi was talking about Shi Shao, but Shi Shao thought that Yi Tianqi was being modest again, and he felt even happier in his heart. He's truly a miracle doctor as a cultured man. After all, look at how humble he is. If anyone says that Dr. Yi is impolite and unruly in the future, I'll be the first to object. Don't worry, Dr. Yi, just sit down. What's the point of saying you're not worthy of your position? If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy, even if you're not. As for disasters, if I don't let you have any, who else can? But what you said is not wrong, and it's very accurate. If one's virtue does not match his position, disaster will surely come. Just like this Uncle Bao right now, right? I gave him a seat. Would he dare to sit? He doesn't deserve this position. If he sat down, then his virtue would be truly unworthy of his position, and disaster would befall him. Yi Tianqi shook his head and sighed softly. If God wants to destroy a person, he must first make him crazy. Master Shi, you are crazy enough, and you are just short of destruction. Uncle Bao had just been humiliated by Master Shi, and he was feeling upset, but he hadn't shown anything yet. As a result, he was humiliated again by Master Shi. He really wanted to vomit in Shi Shao's face, point at Shi Shao's nose and scold him for being blind and ignorant of his own life. If one's virtue is not in line with his position, disaster will surely come. Shi Shao didn't understand, but Uncle Bao heard it clearly. This was what Yi Tianqi said to mock Shi Shao for not being qualified to sit with him. As a result, people thought that Yi Tianqi was being modest and thought he was not qualified. How ridiculous and how sad. Uncle Bao really wanted to see what would happen to young Master Shi. He wanted to see how stunned and horrified everyone in this room would be. 152, Chapter 152, Treatment or Murder. Yi Tianqi finally sat down. Of course it was impossible for him to eat it. Yi Tianqi couldn't swallow other people's leftovers. What's important is attitude. If the attitude is there, Shi Shao will be satisfied. Dr. Yi, since we are all family now, I won't be polite with you. Do you see the injuries on my body? Do you have any way to help me recover faster? Mr. Shi's injuries were all on the surface, and he couldn't hide them even if he wanted to, so he just told them directly. A miracle doctor can't possibly say the same thing as an ordinary doctor, so what kind of miracle doctor is that? Yi Tianqi looked at Shi Shao and said, your injuries are minor. If it's just swelling, it will heal in a few days. As for missing teeth, you need to have a new tooth implanted. Even this miracle doctor can't make you grow a tooth out of thin air. Looking at the bandage and the shape of your finger, it's broken. However, the bandage is pretty good, so it will heal quickly. Don't worry. Without asking anything, he explained Shi Shao's situation clearly. Just by relying on his eyesight, this ability alone made Shi Shao nod his head in approval. However, this was not the result he wanted. After all, any good doctor can see that not everyone is worthy of the title of miracle doctor. Dr. Yi, I understand everything you said now. I just want to ask you if you can make him recover faster. I feel very uncomfortable like this. You're a miracle doctor. You should be able to do things that others can't. Otherwise, how can you be called a miracle doctor? So, divine Dr. Yi, you won't let me down, right? Young Master Shi narrowed his glasses and looked at Yi Tianqi with a smile on his face, but in fact, this was clearly a question, or in other words, he was provoking Yi Tianqi. He said this and gave you, Yi Tianqi, enough face, but if you don't deserve this face, then he, young Master Shi, will not be a sucker. At this moment, Mr. Qian Wu, Lin Xingyue and the others were all staring at Yi Tianqi, wanting to see what Yi Tianqi would do. Yi Tianqi silently glanced at Shi Shao, then suddenly chuckled and said, although I have never said that I am a doctor, let alone admit that I am a miracle doctor, but as you said, if I can't do this little thing well, then it would be too embarrassing. After saying that, he walked directly in front of Shi Shao, lifted up the fingers that were wrapped like dumplings, without even unwrapping them, he pinched Shi Shao's fingers directly, and then applied a little force. Sher Shao's face changed instantly and he screamed in pain. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically with fear. Young Master Qian Wu even shouted directly, "Divine Dr. Yi, what are you doing?" Lin Qingyue rushed up anxiously and tried to pull Yi Tianqi away. She and Yi Tianqi have divorced, and she doesn't want Yi Tianqi to have a good life. However, in Sher Shao's eyes, she and Yi Tianqi are still husband and wife and have not divorced. No matter what Yi Tianqi does, what benefit will it bring to her? Lin Qingyue. Yi Tianqi, let go of Sher Shao. What do you want to do? Are you crazy? There was no way. Yi Tianqi didn't look like he was treating Sher Shao. It seemed more like he was going to break Sher Shao's fingers again. Facing the crowd's panic, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "Shut up, everyone, can't you see I'm treating you? Therapy, that's therapy." However, before they could raise any questions, Yi Tianqi had already made two moves that no one else could understand, and then he let go of his hand. As for Sher Shao, apart from the initial scream, he didn't feel any pain at other times. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it only takes a few seconds. When Sher Shao saw Yi Tianqi release his hand, he was about to curse when he suddenly frowned, shook his fingers, and said in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Even though it was bandaged just now, the pain was still there now. Not only does it not hurt anymore, but it's much more flexible. "Dr. Yi, did you do this?" When asked this question, Yi Tianqi sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "If it's not me, could it be them? I used a special technique to put your finger back in place. The pain will be much less severe. However, it will take at least 3 days to fully recover. During these 3 days, just try to avoid exerting too much force." Yi Tianqi said it calmly, but to Sher Shao's ears, it was really great news. It was indeed different from others. Divine Doctor Yi is truly a rare Divine Doctor. You are even more miraculous than all the doctors with great medical skills that I have ever met. You are truly worthy of the title of Divine Doctor. "Ha, that's great, it's really great. However, Divine Doctor Yi should have told me in advance when he was treating me. Almost thought Divine Doctor Yi wanted to assassinate me. Ha. I was just joking, but I was really dissatisfied." Yi Tianqi nodded indifferently and said, "Be careful next time." Pay attention next time? Where is the next time? What next time is there? Does young Master Sher really dare to ask Yi Tianqi to treat him for something else? Who is not a master of poisons when it comes to medical skills? If they give you a couple of wrong medicines, or even if they don't use them wrongly, a slight change in the method, temperature or time can turn a good medicine into a highly toxic one. Moreover, it happens without anyone noticing and cannot be detected. Sher Shao is in a very good mood now, so he doesn't care about Yi Tianqi's indifferent attitude. After all, in his mind, Yi Tianqi is no longer a so-called master who was pretending to be famous, but a miracle doctor with real skill. Such a person is qualified to be proud. Qian Wu, Xingyue, your attitude towards Dr. Yi just now is really oh no, I misunderstood Divine Dr. Yi. Why don't you apologize to Divine Dr. Yi right away? Especially you, Qian Wu, you were the one who introduced Divine Dr. Yi to me. Moreover, you have always had strong confidence in Divine Dr. Yi's medical skills. Why did you make such a fuss just now? Apologize, you must apologize. And you, Lin Qingyue, Divine Dr. Yi is your husband, and you don't even trust your husband? This is not good. I think you should apologize. Since Yi Tianqi has real ability, Sher Shao will not be stingy with his reputation of being courteous and humble. After all, it is not him who is apologizing, and he can also gain a good reputation and gain a favor. Why not do it? Even though Mr. Qian Wu felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart, he still smiled and apologized to Yi Tianqi. Lin Xingyue felt even more upset. She didn't understand Yi Tianqi even now. She still didn't understand him, but there was nothing she could do. Young Master Sher had said so she had to apologize. However, after apologizing, Lin Qingyue pulled Sun Xiaoya into the next room. "Qingyue, why did you pull me here?" Sun Xiaoya frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Lin Qingyue's expression changed. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, "Have you forgotten the plan we made earlier? You were going to get Yi Tianqi to come over, and then seduce him." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaoya's face changed instantly. This was indeed something that had been discussed before, but now, Sun Xiaoya really had not made a decision yet. What's more, Yi Tianqi's position in Sher Shao's eyes was clearly more stable and higher. She was afraid that the consequences would outweigh the gains. 153, Chapter 153. Whitefish Dragon Goes Crazy. Moreover, even if she really hooked up with Yi Tianqi and acted like a loser, could she really achieve the effect they wanted? Now Yi Tianqi has been recognized by Sher Shao. Lin Xingyue said it simply, but the risk is your own. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, Xingyue, the situation is different now. Besides, I don't think Yi Tianqi wants to expose you as quite sensible. Are you sure you want to do this? He will definitely guess it. Aren't you afraid that he will get angry and embarrassed? Besides, it's obvious that Master Shi has more trust in Yi Tianqi now. Will this be more trouble than it's worth? Lin Xingyue knew it very well, but if she had a way, she wouldn't have to take this path. Now, the more Shi Xiao values Yi Tianqi, the more her heart trembles. She must do some damage at least. She must ruin Yi Tianqi's position in Shi Xiao's heart, otherwise, it would be a real loss. Does she really think that Lin Xingyue feels comfortable fawning over others in front of Yi Tianqi? After all, she and Yi Tianqi had a relationship before, and she usually acted extremely proud and conceited, but now she had to flatter another man in front of Yi Tianqi. How could she feel comfortable? It's just awkward. It would be best if Yi Tianqi could leave. Even if that was not possible, she had to let Yi Tianqi understand that if she wanted to kill him, it would only take a few minutes. He didn't think he could do anything just by relying on the title of a miracle doctor. That was wishful thinking. Xiaoya, don't worry too much. Remember, the hatred between us and Yi Tianqi is huge. If we let him go this time, do you think he will be grateful? The higher and more stable his position with Master Shi, the less benefit it will bring to us. Therefore, we must do something. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Besides, don't you want to try again? Sun Xiaoya opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Lin Xingyue frowned and said, there's no room for negotiation. Sun Xiaoya, you must do this. I'll create opportunities for you later depending on the situation. Remember, this is related to your fate. I think you also want Master Shi to be gentle with you also. Boss Leopard will be here soon. Sun Xiaoya was silent. She knew that her thoughts were not important. Lin Xingyue didn't give herself any chance to refuse. That's all we can do. Sighing softly, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue and said, I can do what you want, but are you sure you really want to do this? If you and Yi Tianqi still have the possibility of reconciliation, even if you can't be husband and wife, even if you can't be friends, you can still be strangers. If you frame him again this time, I'm afraid you two will really only be enemies, and there will be no possibility of reconciliation. Wouldn't Lin Xingyue know about this? She knew better than anyone, however, what to ease. She had no intention of easing the relationship with Yi Tianqi from the beginning to the end. Stranger, they had already been enemies for a long time. Being strangers was a luxury, let alone easing the relationship. She mobilized people from the underground world to cause trouble for Yi Tianqi. Even Yi Tianqi knew that she, Lin Xingyue, planned to put him in a mental hospital and even torture him to death. In this case, is it too self-deception to say forgiveness? I think you want to ease the relationship with Yi Tianqi. What's the matter? Now that you know that Yi Tianqi's identity is not simple and that he is valued by Master Shi, do you plan to treat Yi Tianqi as a backup? Sun Xiaoya, I'm telling you, stop daydreaming like this. Yi Tianqi looked down on you before, and it's even less likely that he would look down on you now. Do you think that just because I abandoned him, you can take advantage of the opportunity to walk into his heart? Then I can only say that you think too much. Also, it's not a big deal. You can cast your net and catch fish at any time, whether it's Boss Bao or Master Shi. You can get much more benefits than you have now if you just hook them. However, Yi Tianqi is the only one you can only use. Do you understand? Sun Xiaoya's face turned pale and blue after hearing what Lin Xingyue said. She really wanted to refute, but she really didn't know what to say, because deep down in her heart, perhaps, she really had this idea. But, for Sun Xiaoya, was she wrong? She is not Lin Xingyue. Compared with everything Lin Xingyue has, she, Sun Xiaoya, gets too little. She is obviously no worse than Lin Xingyue in anything, but the result is that she seems to be inferior to Lin Xingyue in everything. She is unwilling to accept this, and she can only find ways to grasp everything she can. Only in this way can we change our current destiny. I understand. I will do this later, but I hope you will think it over carefully and not end up hurting me. What Lin Xingyue wants is Sun Xiaoya's consent. Oh, don't worry, we are good sisters. How could I harm you? Just do as I say, and you will find that there are many benefits. Okay, let's go out. Wait, follow my instructions. No one knows the little thoughts of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya yet. In the living room, young Master Shi, Mr. Qianwu, and Yi Tianqi were chatting animatedly, or rather, it was young Master Shi and Mr. Qianwu who were chatting animatedly, while Yi Tianqi was just listening quietly. However, as soon as they came out, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya felt something was wrong. The topic of conversation left them stunned and dumbfounded. I never thought that Shi Xiao and the others would talk about this kind of thing. What are they trying to do? Dr. Yi, I heard that you treated Mr. Bai. I guess they have a good relationship. Yi Tianqi nodded slightly after hearing this and said, I can't say how the relationship is, but it's true that I have seen a doctor. The old man is quite respectful to me, and I have nothing to hide from him. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao laughed heartily and looked at Yi Tianqi, saying, judging from divine Dr. Yi's attitude, it seems he has great respect for old Master Bai. That's good. No, if old Master Bai is threatened and needs divine Dr. Yi's help to rescue him, I wonder if divine Dr. Yi would be willing to help? Is Mr. Bai threatened? How could Yi Tianqi not know this? He had just come out of the Bai family. However, he did not explain anything. Instead, he wanted to see what Shi Shao was up to. Master Shi, please speak frankly if you have anything to say. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, I won't hide it anymore. I just went to the Bai family, and something's not right. The current Bai family is no longer led by Mr. Bai, but by Bai Yulong. I met Mr. Bai and Bai Yulong, and I can clearly see that Mr. Bai is not in a good mood, so I think he is threatened. This power transition in the Bai family is by no means simple. All of this is Bai Yulong's doing. In other words, the white fish dragon has seized power. 154. Chapter 154. I will be the king of Eastern Province. Bai Yulong, seized power? When these words came out of Shi Shao's mouth, it felt like the taste had changed a little. The Bai family had undergone a power change. This was not only known to Yi Tianqi, but also to Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya. After all, when Bai Yulong slapped Bai Lao San in the face, he had clearly stated that he wanted to reorganize the Bai family. Then, conflicts are bound to break out, and after conflicts break out, there will definitely be changes. It looked like Bai Yulong had won, but what did it mean that old Master Bai was upset? Was he threatened? What did it mean that Bai Yulong had seized power? Putting this all together, the meaning was far more complex. This clearly means that Mr. Bai does not support Bai Yulong, but he has no choice but to do so. If this gets out, Bai Yulong's accession to power will be illegitimate. The most important thing is that Mr. Bai's power is definitely not small. Yi Tianqi looked at Shi Shao and said, Shi Shao, how did you determine that? Besides, since you said that, I think it's definitely not just talk, there must be other ideas. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao smiled, then looked at his hands and his eyes turned cold. Of course he has an idea, and if this idea gets out, it will scare people to death. Oh, Dr. Yi, I'm here to celebrate old Master Bai's birthday on behalf of my grandfather, and I also have a mission assigned by Master Shao. The affairs of the Bai family actually have nothing to do with me, but I can't bear to see old Master Bai being humiliated like this. Of course, I don't want to say how great I am, so I'll just say it straight, I hate Bai Yulong, or rather, I have a grudge against him, an irreconcilable hatred. There was a gleam of hatred in Shi Shao's eyes, and even his face was distorted in a hideous manner. There is hatred, and it is a deep hatred. These words made Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya look at each other and couldn't help but shrink their heads. They never thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, they thought Bai Yulong was one of their backers, but now, they probably don't even dare to mention Bai Yulong's name, otherwise they would offend Master Shi. Yi Tianqi chuckled at this time and said, so, the injuries on Shi Shao's body should have been sustained in the Bai family. Was it caused by Bai Yulong? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao immediately looked at Yi Tianqi coldly and asked, how do you know? Yi Tianqi shook his head, sighed, and said, don't forget, you've always called me a miracle doctor. If I can't even confirm the time of the injury, then wouldn't that be a bit of a false reputation? Plus, you said you just went to the Bai family, the time is right, and your hatred for Bai Yulong, it's obvious that something happened, so, I guess, is it difficult? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was indeed the case. Guessed, it doesn't seem difficult at all. However, Master Shi couldn't afford to lose face by directly saying that he was beaten by the white fish dragon. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Shi Shao said in a deep voice, yes, I was injured in the Bai family at that time. To show my respect, all my bodyguards were waiting outside the gate and did not enter the Bai family. I noticed that Mr. Bai was abnormal, so I asked Bai Yulong about it. As a result, the madman got angry and told me not to meddle in other people's business. Oh, young Master Shi, am I someone who could be threatened by him? I didn't agree at the time, and even scolded him for being so wrong, especially towards old Master Bai. Even if Bai Yulong wanted power, he should be given full respect. It was these words of defending injustice that made Bai Yulong angry and resentful towards me. So, you all saw the result. I was unarmed in their base camp. He was lucky to make it out alive, but Bai Yulong is overthinking it. Does he think that Master Wu Shi is someone who will just swallow his anger after suffering a loss? Wrong, absolutely wrong. I will use my actions to show Bai Yilong how wrong he was to attack me, not killing me right then, and there was even more of a mistake. I will personally destroy everything he has now and make him kneel at my feet, crying and begging for mercy. Shu Shao spoke with hatred, and the look of gnashing teeth on his face was scary to anyone who saw it. It was hard not to see the hatred now. Young Master Chen Wu also spoke coldly at this time. That's right, Bai Yilong has gone too far and has simply lost his mind. Young Master Shi spoke to him kindly and gave him enough face and respect, but he was arrogant and even said some treasonous and suicidal words. He reaps the consequences of his own actions. It's just that Master Shi is kind-hearted and wants to give Bai Yilong a chance to survive for the sake of Mr. Bai. Otherwise, Bai Yilong will not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. These words were said in a decisive tone, as if Bai Yilong, who had truly taken control of the Bai family, was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time in their eyes as long as Shu Shao and he were willing. However, Mr. Chen Wu's expression was extremely serious, and he didn't seem to be bragging. Obviously, the support behind them was still Night Owl. Young Master Shi waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's rescue old Master Bai first and get the Bai family back on track. How Bai Yilong will be dealt with then will depend on old Master Bai's intentions and his actual actions. If he remains stubborn and refuses to change his ways, then he must die." Dr. Yi, now you understand. Yi Tianqi looked at the serious expressions of Shu Shao and Mr. Chen Wu, and carefully recalled the scene he had witnessed. It was true that the two men were pretending quite similarly. If he did not know the whole story and understood Mr. Bai and Bai Yilong, he would have really believed what they said. But what does this have to do with him? What does Master Shi want him to do? I think I understand, but what can I do? Since the young master told me this, he must want me to do something, but can I really control the current situation of the Bai family? Upon hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Shu Shao laughed heartily and said directly, "Divine Dr. Yi, you are such a joke. Your medical skills are indeed amazing, but to say that you can influence the situation of the Bai family is a foolish dream and a huge joke. It's not that I look down on you, Dr. Yi, but it's the truth. Of course, since I'm telling you this, there's naturally something you can do. You have a good relationship with Mr. Bai, and you're not threatening. I think, when the time is right, I need you to come forward and talk to Mr. Bai. We've already made all the other arrangements." The Bai family, ruling over the eastern province, is practically an imperial family far from home. However, Bai Yulong is overthinking it. The Bai family isn't a royal family, and Bai Yulong isn't an emperor. Does he really think he has the final say over the entire eastern province? I'll show him what it means to cry out to the heavens and the earth, but no one will answer. If you say that this eastern province needs a king, then, sorry, I didn't have that idea originally, but now, I've changed my mind. Will be the king of eastern province, and I will definitely be the king. 155, Chapter 155. I have someone behind me. He was going to be the king of the eastern province, and he was set to be the king? At this moment, when Shu Shao said these words with great arrogance, not only were everyone else shocked, even Yi Tianqi was stunned. I know that Mr. Shi is arrogant, and self-righteous, but I didn't expect him to be so self-righteous. King? He wants to be the king of Eastern Province? How could he dare to say such words? Yi Tianqi certainly knew that he certainly didn't want to be a real prince with a title, but what Shu Shao meant was not far off. He wanted to be the number one in the East Province in the true sense, the one who had the final say. This is almost the same as Mr. Zhou's underground world in Eastern Province. However, Mr. Zhou has a backer, the Tiangong, and Mr. Zhou himself has a huge influence in the underground world of East Province. It can be said that Mr. Zhou is the kind of person who has the advantage of location and the support of people, and the only thing missing is the right time. What do you have, Mr. Shi? Is it just based on this passion? Yi Tianqi did not ask. He knew very well that people like Shu Shao could not keep things in their hearts. Since he said so, he would definitely express his thoughts. Moreover, judging from his expression, it did not seem like he spoke rashly, but seemed to be somewhat confident. At this time, Master Chen Wu immediately flattered him. Young Master Shi, the king of Eastern Province will be none other than you. By then, even Bai Yulong wouldn't be qualified to kneel down and polish your shoes, but it's still quite exciting to think about it. The proud and crazy Bai Yulong can only kneel at your feet and serve you like a dog. This is really exciting to think about. Shu Shao seemed to have seen that scene as well, and immediately burst into laughter, saying, "That's a good idea. This lunatic is only fit to kneel at my feet and be my dog. No, even if he's a dog, he has to be a good dog, otherwise, I won't let him be a dog at all. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that arrogant and conceited? I'll make him stop being a human being." Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya had both seen the white fish dragon before. It was proud and conceited, and they could even say that the white fish dragon actually saved their lives. Now they imagined in their minds that such a proud white fish dragon could only be reduced to the level of a dog. They felt really uncomfortable in their hearts. They didn't know whether Shi Shao could succeed, but since Shi Shao said so, it was impossible for them to just imagine it. The world of big shots was simply not something they could understand. Now they can only hold on to Shi Shao tightly and cling to this thigh. If Shi Shao really becomes the king of East Province, it will also benefit them. The better the relationship, the more benefits they will get. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya's eyes became extremely hot. As for the gratitude that the white fish dragon had given them for saving their lives, they had long forgotten it. It is human instinct that people strive for higher goals and seek benefits and avoid harm. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya, who are extremely selfish, naturally would not offend the powerful people in front of them for the sake of a white fish dragon. Although they also knew that this would probably be an extremely difficult task, they could not show it even if they had doubts at this time. Shi Shao looked at Yi Tianqi's silence and chuckled. Do you think I'm dreaming? After all, I'm an outsider with no foundation, but I want to become the king of the East Province. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little boastful. Don't deny it. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. After all, if it were me, I would have the same idea as you, but after listening to my analysis, you will know that I am not just dreaming. Yi Tianqi nodded lightly and said with a smile, Mr. Shi, please speak. After all, this matter is of great importance. If it is convenient for you to reveal it, I can listen to it. If it is not convenient, I don't need to listen. Shi Shao laughed heartily and said, it's not inconvenient at all. Since I want to do it and dare to do it, I'm not afraid of people knowing. Besides, even if they know, what difference does it make? This is an unsolvable situation unless Bai Yilong can create a miracle, otherwise, he's doomed. The Bai family has been in charge of the Eastern Province for many years and has great deterrent power. However, the real foundation of the Bai family is actually Mr. Bai. Now, Mr. Bai is old, so I won't talk about this. Just take the Bai family as an example. They do have immense influence in the business world and the underground world. This is also the reason why the Bai family has become the largest family in Eastern Province. Among them, the underground world is the most important. What if I let the Bai family cut off this arm? The Bai family will become a toothless tiger, not to mention being able to be manipulated by others, but at least, they will no longer pose any threat. As for business tactics, when the Bai family no longer possesses the deterrent power it once had, and even shows signs of collapse, businessmen are driven by profit who would want to risk falling with the Bai family and accompany them to the end. At that time, I will make a few small promises, and when the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. It will be inevitable. What's more, I have other advantages. The boss of the East Province Public Security Bureau can be considered one of our backups. I can even find a way to contact the high-level officials of the East Province Government Affairs Council. Even if I can't get them to help me, I can at least make sure they don't help me if they lose their geographical advantage. What else will the Bai family have? The more Shi Shao spoke, the more excited his eyes became, as if the dawn of success had already appeared. And it has to be said that anyone who heard these words would feel that Shi Shao would definitely succeed and would not fail. Almost everything has been taken into consideration. Everything that can be thought of has been thought of, and everything that should be arranged has been arranged. How can one lose? It seems that all we need to do is wait for Bai Yilong to kowtow and beg for mercy in tears. However, how could things really be that simple? Whitefish Dragon is not fool. How could they not even fight back? As long as they fight back, everything will change. Master Shi, if I'm not mistaken, the Xiaoyu behind you must be the fundamental reason and source of confidence for all of this. But, does he know about this? Would he agree? After all, this is no small matter. This matter is really huge. Can we ask him to come and take charge in person? That would be more secure. Yi Tianqi looked at Shi Shao and spoke with a chuckle. He just wanted to see if Mr. Shi could invite Yi Xiao over. If he could, that would be the best. Yi Tianqi really wanted to see with his own eyes this evil young man who had been thriving in recent years and had a notorious reputation. Most importantly, he wanted to force Tang Qingyu to marry him, which was disgusting to him, Yi Tianqi. If there was no irreconcilable hatred between them before, there must be it now. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao smiled, patted Yi Tianqi's shoulder gently, and said with a smile, as expected of a genius doctor, your thinking is meticulous. You guessed it before I even said it. Yes, I do need to rely on Master Xiao to do all this. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to think about becoming the king of the East Province on my own? But with Mr. Xiao's help, everything went smoothly, even smoothly. That's Master Xiao. 156, Chapter 156, Zero Chance of Winning. When mentioning Master Shao, the extremely conceited Sher Shao's eyes were filled with eagerness, almost a look of worship. It seemed as if this Mr. Shao was the god in his heart, and there was nothing that Mr. Shao could not do. You don't know Master Shao, or perhaps you've only heard of his reputation. However, I can only tell you that Master Shao's power is far beyond your imagination. It doesn't matter, just work hard, and one day you'll be able to meet Master Shao. Then, you'll personally experience the pride I feel now. Of course, if this matter goes smoothly, Master Shao will be happy. Then, I can take the opportunity to introduce you to someone. Dr. Yi, since we are all one, I need your help, so I have to give you some actual confidence. After all, the Bai family has been in charge of the Eastern Province for so many years. I understand if you don't believe it. But if you listen to me, you will know whether I win or the Bai family wins this time. Sher Shao seemed very excited and laughed out loud. The 3 giants and 2 big bosses in the East Province underground world are the 5 most powerful people among them. The giant fire snake is equivalent to half of the Bai family. Naturally, I will not care about this for now, but what if I say that Fire Snake is also dissatisfied with Bai Yilong? What's more, it is possible to use Fire Snake to my advantage. Dr. Yi, what do you think is the chance of Bai Yilong winning if this happens? Fire Snake, to use for his own purposes? If Yi Tianqi had some interest in Sher Shao's words before, then as soon as he said this, he knew it was completely fake, completely fake. You don't even understand it, yet you dare to say this? Yi Tianqi had seen the white fish dragon and the fire snake and had in-depth conversations with them, so if we only talk about the fire snake, he at least has some understanding of it. Would Huasha betray the Bai family? This was absolutely impossible, because Huasha's character was like this. To get him to betray was not so easy, but extremely difficult. The most important thing is that the fire snake can now recognize itself. And the Bai family is not at all like what Sher Shao said, that Mr. Bai was forced to be imprisoned. Instead, Mr. Bai willingly entrusted everything to Bai Yilong. So, if there is no such reason, why would Hua Snake betray? Of course, if Master Sher insisted on saying this, it would be impossible for Yi Tianqi to tell him these things. Well, if the fire snake chooses to betray the white fish dragon, even if it doesn't join your side, the white fish dragon's chances of winning will drop by at least 20%. More than 20%, this is a relatively fair calculation given by Yi Tianqi. But this data seemed to make Sher Shao somewhat dissatisfied. Sher Shao looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, Divine Dr. Yi, it seems that you are praising Bai Yilong too much. Did the betrayal of the dignified fire snake only reduce Bai Yilong's chances of winning by 20%? In my opinion, it should be at least more than half, but it doesn't matter. I will follow your calculation. You can continue to listen and see how much chance of winning the white fish dragon has left in the end. If the Public Security Bureau intervenes, or even if the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Province Government Affairs Council intervene, even if it's just to not help either side, and if we take the first step, or even the second step, Dr. Yi, what do you think is the chance of Bai Yilong winning? Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment, then said, reduce another 20%. Sher Shao laughed heartily, shook his head, and did not bother with Yi Tianqi. After all, they were not on the same level. Besides, it was better to be cautious, as it would help him to check for loopholes in his plan. Unlike the 5th Master Qian and his companions, what else can they do except brag about themselves? Even if they have something to say, they dare not speak it out. What if the giant red snake of the East Province's underground world, and Patriarch Sui, also choose to stand on my side and oppose the white fish dragon? Yi Tianqi's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said softly, the white fish dragon's chances of winning are less than 30%. It's conservative enough, but it's enough. But Master Qian Wu couldn't help it. Divine Dr. Yi, are you praising Bai Yilong too much? Are you overestimating him? Now that the Public Security Bureau of the Eastern Province Government Affairs Council has stepped in, along with Fire Snake and the other 2 giants, they're equivalent to the 3 giants of the Eastern Province underworld. Even the White Dao are all standing against Bai Yilong, and yet, Bai Yilong still has a 30% chance of winning? Is that even possible? Is it possible? Yes, how is this possible? Anyone who heard this would think that this was a complete crushing victory. However, when Yi Tianqi said this, Bai Yilong still had a 30% chance of winning in such a desperate situation. This in itself was an impossible thing. Yi Tianqi looked at the 5th young Master Qian and chuckled, don't worry, 5th young Master, I am just making a conservative estimate. After all, I don't know much about this, and I can't boast too much. It would be bad if I made a careless statement that ended up causing trouble. After all, I'm a doctor. Doctors must be rigorous. There is really nothing wrong with what he said. Master Qian Wu opened his mouth, but really didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Master Shi laughed heartily and looked at Yi Tianqi with great satisfaction, saying, Divine Dr. Yi is right, this matter is of great importance, so we must consider every aspect carefully. 30%, haha, what about Mr. Zhou and Boss Bao? Besides those guys just mentioned, these two giants are the only ones who can still make a difference if they also stand on my side, then what are your chances of winning, Bai Yilong? Of course, there's another premise that Divine Dr. Yi seems to have forgotten, that is, I have the same connections and external resources that Bai Yilong has. Not only that, but I have more so. Does he still have a chance of winning? Shi Shao looked at Yi Tianqi arrogantly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Tianqi. And Yi Tianqi, and laughed at this time. Interesting. It is more interesting than he imagined. People say that young Master Shi is stupid, but it happens that some of the things young Master Shi said can be realized with the power of Night Owl. As long as they are realized, they can have some impact on the white fish dragon. You could say he has brains, but it doesn't seem like much, just a little bit. Whatever he says, it's fine. It's such a good plan, but is it possible? As far as Yi Tianqi knows now, Fire Snake will never betray him. Boss Leopard is his own man, and the people standing behind Mr. Zhou are no worse than Night Owl or even the people of the Yi family. They even want to be the king. Of course, Yi Tianqi had no obligation to tell Shi Shao these words. If he wanted to dream, then let him do it when he woke up. It would be clear whether it was a good dream or a nightmare. But now, he wants to listen, so of course I can't be stingy. 0. If everything goes according to Master Shi's plan, and nothing unexpected happens, then the white fish dragon's chances of winning are 0. Congratulations, Master Shi. The moment Bai Yilong falls, you will be the king of East Province. Eastern Province has never had a truly decisive person. Master Shi, you have created history and ushered in a new era for Eastern Province. 157, Chapter 157. What? Am I not worthy? This is almost like flattery. At least, no matter whether Yi Tianqi had been questioning it just now, but now, when Bai Yilong's winning rate dropped to 0 and Shi Shao's winning rate became 100%, Yi Tianqi's words really made everyone else feel that he was too good at flattery. What do you mean by congratulations to Master Shi for becoming the king of East Province? Is this already confirmed? What else? There has never been a person in the Eastern Province who truly has the final say. Is it that Shi Shao is the one who created history? Who wouldn't like to hear this? Who wouldn't be happy to hear this? You can tell from Shi Shao's broadly smiling face that he is extremely happy. They are all flattering, whether it is Mr. Qian Wu, Lin Xingyue or Sun Xiaoya, but none of them are as good or comfortable as Yi Tianqi's flattery, which is very strange. Of course, perhaps it was because Yi Tianqi had always been quite calm and even raised doubts, so he said that after Shi Shao won, he would make Shi Shao happy. Divine Dr. Yi, you can't do that. You're really flattering me too much. The matter hasn't been completed yet. What's the point of talking about whether we're kings or not? Just talk about it between us. If this gets out, won't people laugh at us? Having said that, the hearty laughter on Shi Shao's face couldn't be faked. It was obvious that he had not heard enough and wanted to continue listening. He did not have the slightest intention of wanting Yi Tianqi to stop. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head. Who can laugh? Who dares to laugh? If everything goes according to Master Shi's analysis, then this is a done deal. If they want to laugh, then let them laugh. Whoever laughs last will be the winner. The others can only cry. Master Shi, I think this kind of historic event shouldn't be hidden, but should be publicized with great fanfare. It's even possible that Master Shi could use this as an opportunity to create a career that others would look up to. After all, if the Eastern Province is established, the situation will be set with this foundation. Who dares to say that Master Shi can't continue to expand? I think the Southeast is a good place to start. Yi Tianqi was like a devil at this moment, and every word he said was full of magic that could make people fall into the abyss. Young Master Shi is not a fool, but he is young and frivolous, and extremely conceited. Although he became the heir of the Shi family with the help of Yi Shao, the status of the Shi family is not enough, far from enough. Who wouldn't want to be the leader of a revival and be recorded in history? To put it nicely, he is Yi Zhao's loyal subordinate. To put it bluntly, he is just Yi Zhao's dog. Even as a dog, there are different levels. There is a huge difference between a useless dog that can't even guard the house and a fierce, loyal dog that can be taken out and play an important role. Can a mangy dog and a fierce dog be the same? Can pet dogs and vicious dogs be the same? Completely different treatments, different endings. If Sher Shao could really become the king of the Eastern Province, he would become an extremely ferocious mastiff under Yi Xiao. What a great honor and pride that would be. Moreover, Yi Tianqi's words brought Sher Shao to another level and opened up a life for him that he had almost never thought of. It turned out that he could achieve such great success. Yes, once the Eastern Province can be taken, then he, Sher Shao, can completely act as the king of the Eastern Province and radiate boundless power to the entire Southeast, or even go further. A strong light flashed in Sher Shao's eyes, and when he looked at Yi Tianqi again, it was as if he saw a real brother. At the same time, Master Qianwu felt as if he had seen a powerful opponent, and unconsciously developed a hint of hostility. Of course, he had thought about it, but he didn't dare to think about it. To put it bluntly, despite his enthusiastic words, is it really that easy to take over Eastern Province? That's a joke. Yi Tianqi was brave enough to say these words, but Master Qianwu did not dare to do so. What if he said too much and something went wrong in the end? Would he not be implicated? Just based on this, Master Qianwu really admired Yi Tianqi. Where's your aloof demeanor? How did it completely disappear? Not only that, but instead, the flattery was so moving, and he even started to offer suggestions. How could he be aloof at all? The contrast is really huge. And it was not just Master Qianwu who had this idea. The ones who were most impressed by Yi Tianqi's changes were Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya. These two are the ones who have spent the longest time with Yi Tianqi, especially Lin Xingyue. She is Yi Tianqi's bedmate. No matter what their relationship is like in the end, they have been together day and night for many years, and that cannot be faked. Why did you divorce Yi Tianqi and abandon him? She felt that she was no longer the same person she used to be, and that she looked down on Yi Tianqi. That was an important reason, but it was also important that Yi Tianqi was a coward who didn't care about worldly affairs and lived an extremely indifferent life every day. But Yi Tianqi is very aloof and doesn't like to talk. He is just a quiet and honest man. But now, when honest people start to flatter and curry favor with others, it is really beyond imagination. This change is really too drastic. The more this happened, the more Lin Xingyue felt that she must not let Yi Tianqi continue like this. Otherwise, the better his relationship with Sher Shao was, and the higher their future would be, the more dangerous she, Lin Xingyue, would be. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue couldn't help it. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said coldly, Yi Tianqi, don't talk nonsense here. The matter of Eastern Province has not been resolved yet, and you want to encourage Master Sher to focus on the entire Southeast. What do you want to do? You are extremely irresponsible. That's right, we should take it one step at a time, but the problem is that young Master Sher is not willing to listen to any of this right now. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said softly, why am I talking nonsense? I didn't incite Sher Shao to do anything, I was just making a normal analysis. Could it be that I'm wrong? East Province, barring any unexpected events, is definitely a sure win. So, what's wrong with Master Sher controlling the entire East Province, carrying supreme power and pointing his sword towards the southeast? Lin Xingyue, even if you have a conflict with me, it's better not to talk nonsense on such an important matter. Don't you think that young Master Sher can't become the king of East Province? Yi Tianqi's words were really heartbreaking. Lin Xingyue's face changed immediately after hearing this, and she shook her head and said, that's not what I meant. How could I possibly mean that? Yi Tianqi, you bastard, you're deliberately confusing right and wrong. Are you deliberately trying to harm me? At this time, Master Sher looked at Lin Xingyue deeply and said, Miss Xingyue, I know that you and Dry had some minor conflicts, but now is not the time for you to act like a spoiled brat. Divine Dr. Ye's analysis is completely correct. Moreover, he did not encourage me to march into the entire southeast. Have you forgotten what he said? I should only have such an idea when I truly become the king of the Eastern Province. Ha, I become the king of the Eastern Province, and a highly ranked figure in the entire southeast by then. It would be normal for me to have such thoughts. What's the matter, Miss Xingyue? Do you think that I, young Master Sher, am unworthy? Or do you think that I can't be the king? There was still a faint smile on Sher Shao's face, but his eyes revealed an extremely dangerous light. At this moment, Lin Xingyue was sweating profusely and felt her calves were going weak. The hatred towards Yi Tianqi in his heart reached its peak. 158, Chapter 158 Misunderstanding. At this moment, Lin Xingyue cursed Yi Tianqi madly in her heart. If he hadn't been playing tricks and said these words, how could young Master Sher treat her like this? Besides, that wasn't what she, Lin Xingyue, meant. How could she say that young Master Sher was unworthy? She just wanted to suppress the somewhat complacent Yi Tianqi. As a result, the hatred was diverted. No, Master Shi, I was wrong, I am sorry, but Master Shi, I definitely didn't mean that, I really didn't. Explanation is the most powerless at this time. What Shi Xiao needs is not an explanation, but attitude. Lin Xingyue immediately apologized with the most sincere attitude. The right thing to do was to seek forgiveness from Master Shi first. As for the account with Yi Tianqi, she could settle it slowly, there were plenty of opportunities. In short, she absolutely cannot give Yi Tianqi the opportunity to continue to curry favor with Shi Xiao. At the very least, she must reduce Yi Tianqi's weight in Shi Xiao's heart a lot, otherwise, Lin Xingyue doesn't know if she will have any way to target Yi Tianqi if things continue to develop like this. Don't let her end up having to look up to Yi Tianqi, that would be a real joke. Shi Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue, his heart still burning. He has not forgotten what he thought at the beginning. His peculiar hobby has always been there, but because of his injury, he is not in the mood for it for the time being. Now that Yi Tianqi has arrived, he is still restraining himself. The reason is that Yi Tianqi gives him the feeling that he is someone who can still be of use, especially at this time. Being useful is much more useful than any love between men and women. Therefore, even if he has thoughts about Lin Xingyue, he has put them aside for the time being. He still knows what is important and what is not. Lin Xingyue, you don't have to apologize to me if you really feel you've done something wrong. Just apologize to Divine Dr. Ye. Still say that if there are any minor conflicts between you two, you should resolve them yourselves, but one should still know how to distinguish the situation. Divine Dr. Yi is very important to me now. If you make him unhappy, do you think I can be happy? Shi Xiao spoke lightly without saying anything else, but smart people already knew what to do. Lin Xingyue's heart was itching with hatred, but she could only take a deep breath, put all the resentment in her heart, then showed a sweet smile, walked in front of Yi Tianqi, and said softly, "Husband, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you and shouldn't have been so petty. Please forgive me, okay?" Acting coquettishly, that's right, Lin Xingyue actually walked in front of Yi Tianqi, took the initiative to hold Yi Tianqi's hand, and acted coquettishly. Not to mention now, even before the divorce, how many years had Yi Tianqi not seen Lin Xingyue like this? For a moment, he was a little dazed, as if he had an illusion. I have to say that after giving true love, some scenes can easily evoke people's memories, even if the memories are not bitter. Even though his heart was already filled with resentment towards Lin Xingyue, and even though he knew that Lin Xingyue was just pretending, Yi Tianqi still felt a little sad. After all, they are husband and wife. With a soft sigh, Yi Tianqi smiled and rubbed Lin Xingyue's head with his hand. He said with a gentle look in his eyes, "When did I stop being tolerant of your mistakes? After all, you are my wife." It's just acting. Yi Tianqi can also act, and he can only act better. Even though he felt that this scene was a bit disgusting and even had goosebumps, he still continued to act with Lin Xingyue. It was more than just true, it simply stunned Lin Xingyue the first moment. Yi Tianqi's eyes, emotions, expressions, and words were clearly what Yi Tianqi would do to her in the past. Does this mean that he hasn't forgotten her and is still deeply in love with her? To the point that Yi Tianqi even forgot that what they were doing was just acting? Or, in other words, Yi Tianqi has never let go of me and still loves me. Is he using this method to get back together with me? Yes, that's right, it must be like this. It has only been a few days since the divorce. Even if I made mistakes in the middle, but, as Yi Tianqi said, he loves me so much, how could he not forgive me? He still wants to live with me. At this moment, Lin Xingyue misunderstood. She even wanted to tell Yi Tianqi directly that she had lied to him, but the fact was that she had to continue pretending, and she even felt a little proud in her heart. Sure enough, she was still charming. Based on this, she was not afraid that Yi Tianqi would not listen to her, nor was she afraid that Yi Tianqi would ruin her good things. As long as Yi Tianqi still loves her, everything is under her control. It's just a matter of giving Yi Tianqi a little sweetness and hope. Thank you, husband. Husband, you are so nice. I will never quarrel with you again. Lin Xingyue immediately looked touched, and leaned in Yi Tianqi's arms like a little bird, showing their love and affection. This is just acting. If you don't know, who can tell it's fake? Sun Xiaoya was also full of admiration. She had been dissatisfied before about why she was not as good as Lin Xingyue. Now it was not surprising with Lin Xingyue's acting skills, she was indeed ashamed of herself. Shi Xiao laughed heartily and said, "Okay, that's right, there's nothing insurmountable between a couple. However, don't show off your affection too much when you two are alone together. You can be as affectionate as you want and no one will mind, huh?" After saying this, Master Shi glanced at Master Qianwu and said, "Boss Bao, it's almost time for him to arrive, right? According to our plan, he's the first one to arrive, so we're off to a good start, so we have to take Boss Bao down, otherwise, what's the point of talking about the rest of the story? Yes, if Leopard Boss can't get it, other plans will naturally not be able to proceed, let alone the strategists the southeast, and the king of the eastern province is just dreaming. Master Qian Wu nodded and said, it's almost time I'll ask Sun Xiaoya to ask again. After saying that, Mr. Qian Wu looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, call Boss Bao again to see where he is. The other party has agreed to come, but he keeps urging them. No one would be happy about this, but Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to say anything at this time. After weighing the pros and cons, she knew who was more capable. So, Sun Xiaoya immediately dialed the number and sweetly asked if Boss Bao was arriving soon. After receiving an affirmative answer, Sun Xiaoya looked at Shi Shao, who nodded happily and said, Shi Shao, fifth young master, Boss Bao is almost here. He will be here in 5 minutes at most. Hearing this, the stone in his heart fell to the ground, and Shi Shao's face immediately became happy. If he didn't come, there might be variables, but as long as he came, a good start was a foregone conclusion. Okay, Boss Leopard is our top priority. As long as we take him down, we won't have to worry about the others disobeying us. We must treat them with caution. Sun Xiaoya, how about this? Go to your room and touch up your makeup. Since you called Boss Leopard here, you should entertain him properly later. After saying this, Shi Shao looked at Mr. Qian Wu and said, Mr. Wu, come with me to personally greet this legendary Boss Leopard. Since he has given me face, I have to give him this face as well. 159, Chapter 159. The plan begins. This attitude is completely different. Before, Master Shi was very domineering and didn't take Boss Bao seriously at all, but now he is quite humble. He even went to greet Boss Bao in person. How could he be like the arrogant Master Shi who looked down upon everyone? However, Mr. Qian Wu could understand Mr. Shi. This guy wanted to continue to be arrogant, and his arrogance in his bones had not changed, but things were different now. The experience in the Bai family made Shi Shao understand that when others did not take seriously what he relied on, he was nothing. Moreover, this was the East Province, not the imperial capital here. Others were the local tyrants. Who among those who can make a name for themselves in the underworld is not a ruthless person? Not to mention that he now needs others to cooperate with him to become the king of East Province. Even if it is not for this reason, he is a little scared. He is arrogant, but he is not looking for death. Shi Shao glanced at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, Dr. Yi, you won't mind that I took the initiative to greet Boss Bao, but I didn't respect you so much just now, right? At this time, Shi Shao still considered Yi Tianqi's feelings, which obviously showed that he really cared about Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, Master Shi, you're worrying too much. I am very clear about my own identity. It's an honor to be invited by Master Shi to sit at the same table with me. Dare not be compared with a big shot like Boss Bao. What's more, if I want to accomplish Master Shi's great cause, then I must pass Boss Bao's test, and I can only succeed, not fail. Yi Tianqi showed great awareness and consideration for the overall situation. Shi Shao was particularly satisfied with his words, and he liked Yi Tianqi even more. Okay, it's best if Divine Dr. Yi can understand. However, Divine Dr. Yi, please don't underestimate yourself. You are very important, and will only become more and more important in the future as long as young Master Shi lives a better and better life. I promise that Divine Dr. Yi's future will also rise with him. Then let me, the fifth young master, and Qingyue go greet him first. Dr. Yi, you're not familiar with Boss Bao, so you can rest here first. I'll introduce you to him later. Yi Tianqi was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he could stay here and rest. He didn't have to go to greet Boss Bao? Isn't this the wrong way around? Master Shi, don't you want me to come with you? Shi Shao laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, no need. You, Divine Dr. Yi, are also an honored guest. I already felt bad for not going to greet you before now. How can I ask a guest to greet another guest? If Lin Qingyue hadn't met Boss Bao and knew him, she wouldn't have to go, but Sun Xiaoya needs to dress up first, so Lin Qingyue has to go first. Don't worry about it, Dr. Yi, just rest here. We'll be back soon. After saying that, Master Shi was about to leave with Master Qian Wu and Lin Qingyue. Before Lin Qingyue left, although it was not convenient for her to speak, she looked at Sun Xiaoya deeply. With just this one look, Sun Xiaoya immediately knew what she should do next. This was the opportunity Lin Qingyue had mentioned, a chance for her to be alone with Yi Tianqi, and also a good opportunity to frame Yi Tianqi. The timing was perfect. Shi Shao inadvertently made an assist. They all went to greet him, but Yi Tianqi didn't go, and neither did he. And Boss Leopard was about to arrive. Could there be a better time than this? No more, never again. However, Sun Xiaoya thought that after what happened just now, Lin Xingyue should be more restrained or change her mind, but she didn't expect that to happen at all. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth and nodded slightly to Lin Xingyue, indicating that she would do as she was told. In fact, she also wanted to do so, not only because of Lin Xingyue's threat, but also because she wanted to test Yi Tianqi, or perhaps she actually had some grudge in her heart. At the beginning, you, Yi Tianqi, didn't even look at me now. You were treated like this by Lin Xingyue. Do you regret it? In the villa, at least in the hall, only Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya are left. Yi Tianqi had a gaming mentality from beginning to end. Others thought they were controlling him, but in fact, he was aloof from the world and just watching them act. So, after they left, Yi Tianqi sat on the sofa without any movement. It was as if Sun Xiaoya didn't exist. And Sun Xiaoya, looking at the indifferent Yi Tianqi, couldn't help but feel a little angry in her heart. How could he ignore her? How could he ignore her like this? Yi Tianqi, I didn't expect you to be a miracle doctor. It turns out you've been hiding your identity all along. You clearly possess such medical skills and abilities, so why are you pretending to be a loser? What are you trying to achieve? Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, looked at Yi Tianqi, and took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, I've never said I'm a doctor even now. It's just what you guys assumed. As for the fact that I have some medical skills, I think I've never concealed it. Besides, you all should know it. Did you forget it, or did I hide it? As for what you said about pretending to be a loser, where does that even begin? Is it a sin to want a simpler, easier, more ordinary life? Does that make you a loser? Yi Tianqi's words left Sun Xiaoya speechless. No problem, but I can't understand it. Ordinary, yes, that's fine with Yi Tianqi's status, wealth, and ability. Judging by his performance today, he wants to abandon the intrigues and want to leave the wealth and prosperity. He is right, because he has the qualifications. But only Yi Tianqi himself knows that he has this qualification. They don't know. Sun Xiaoya is not sorry for Lin Xingyue. Ping was not speaking for Lin Xingyue. She was making excuses for herself after all, wasn't she, Sun Xiaoya, one of the people who was deceived by Yi Tianqi's superficial appearance? Why can't she ask for an explanation for herself? Then you should have told me the truth. If you had explained everything clearly before, maybe the ending for you and Xingyue would not be like this. I am curious, Yi Tianqi, the great Dr. Yi, when Lin Xingyue abandoned you and she and I asked you to sign the divorce agreement, were you smiling in your heart? You're laughing at our blindness, at us acting like clowns in front of you, performing the superiority and nobility we got from you? Oh, yes, we all understand now. At least, part of Lin Xingyue's success is due to the respect given to you by others, but in the end, they still use the wealth and glory gained because of you as a reason to look down on you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? When Sun Xiaoya said this, she couldn't even tell what the expression on her face was. It was very complicated, extremely complicated. She wanted to hear the answer and see whether she and Lin Xingyue had become shameful clowns in Yi Tianqi's eyes. 160, Chapter 160. If you had loved me. However, Yi Tianqi just smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, I have never regarded you as clowns. Even if you are clowns, it is your own choice. Whether you abandon me, divorce me, or fall in love with someone else, that's all your choice. Does whether I'm a loser or a miracle healer have anything to do with feelings? Yi Tianqi raised his head, stood up, looked at Sun Xiaoya seriously, and said softly, does love have anything to do with these? So, I'm useless, and she's so high and mighty as a result. She's forgotten the vows we made to each other, the days we spent together. Therefore, I become unworthy of her, even a stumbling block to her. But does this really have anything to do with love? I don't deny, nor will I question a person's reason and right to want a better life. However, does this have anything to do with feelings? Sun Xiaoya, now that things have come to this, I'm just playing along with you. Why bother telling me all this? The past is over, isn't it? Now it seems like you're all doing well, and you've met more powerful people. What's the point in asking all this? Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly, as if he didn't want to continue chatting with Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth. She was not satisfied with Yi Tianqi's answer, not at all. Yi Tianqi, do you think I'm speaking up for Lin Xingyue? Do you think I'm saying all this to you only after I know you're divine Dr. Yi? You're wrong. I just want to ask, don't you have any faults? I don't care about your affairs with Lin Xingyue, but you should be very clear now that your so-called miracle doctor status can't have any influence on Lin Xingyue or even me at all. Do you think that we look at you with new eyes because of your status as a miracle doctor? Sun Xiaoya sneered, yes, we admit that you have transformed yourself into a miracle doctor known to even Mr. Qianwu. But so what? Everything has changed. Lin Xingyue is no longer the same Lin Xingyue as before, and I, Sun Xiaoya, am no longer the same Sun Xiaoya as before. Everything you are proud of is not worth mentioning in our eyes. Don't you remember what situation you are facing now? Think about how you came to Dongzhou. Think about what will happen to you if you don't cooperate. Yi Tianqi, do you really think that you can make Master Shi look at you with a few words? Or do you think that just because you have regained your status as a miracle doctor, you can look down on Lin Xingyue and me? Yes, we have reasons to make you look down on us, but what is the final result? You, Yi Tianqi, are no longer Lin Xingyue's opponent. The things you rely on are no longer in Lin Xingyue's eyes now. You are just a fish on a stick. She can deal with you whenever she wants. Don't you understand? If we go by Sun Xiaoya and Lin Xingyue's own understanding, yes, they are indeed like that and have the right to look down on Yi Tianqi. So what if he's a miracle doctor? Wasn't he captured by Uncle Leopard before? Oh, now, isn't he still here obediently cooperating in the acting? Lin Xingyue may have borrowed Yi Tianqi's power, but now, she has already surpassed this power. Lin Xingyue has the ability to dominate Yi Tianqi's life and death. This is what Sun Xiaoya wants Yi Tianqi to see clearly now. Or perhaps, she just couldn't stand Yi Tianqi, so she wanted Yi Tianqi to understand that everything had changed a long time ago. Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya, finally sighed, and nodded. Okay, I understand. Do you have anything else to say? If not, go and dress up, don't delay your business. Yi Tianqi's indifferent attitude made Sun Xiaoya even more angry. She said so much, but Yi Tianqi still didn't care at all. He seemed completely indifferent, as if he had no temper at all. Gritting her teeth, Sun Xiaoya stood directly in front of Yi Tianqi and said angrily, Yi Tianqi, let me ask you, do you regret it? The woman you loved so deeply, ended up betraying you. Do you really have no regrets at all now? If you had chosen me back then, would you have ended up like this? Finally said it. Maybe it was Lin Xingyue who asked Sun Xiaoya to say this, but who could say that this was not the truth that had been in Sun Xiaoya's heart for a long time? Yes, if I had chosen Sun Xiaoya instead of Lin Xingyue, would the ending be the same as it is now? This is not a joke, but something that really happened. Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya, whose face and eyes were red and seemed to want an answer. He sighed softly and some memories came to his mind. That's right, at the beginning, when he and Lin Xingyue were not together yet, or when they were about to be together, Sun Xiaoya actually knew him. After all, Sun Xiaoya and Lin Xingyue were best friends at the beginning, and no one would hide their boyfriend from the other. And Yi Tianqi was the Sun Xiaoya whom he met at that time. At that time, Lin Xingyue's family conditions were not as good as Sun Xiaoya's, and she was not as good as Sun Xiaoya in almost every aspect. When the two of them became friends, Sun Xiaoya was the main one. Moreover, although Sun Xiaoya and Lin Xingyue are friends, Yi Tianqi can see that there is a hint of pride in the way Sun Xiaoya looks at Lin Xingyue. But what is the result? The result was that Yi Tianqi, who was handsome, gentle, and seemed to have a good family background and some money, fell in love with Lin Xingyue and didn't even have Sun Xiaoya in his eyes. I don't know if it was because she was unwilling or what, but Sun Xiaoya did it more than once. Some jealous feelings have been expressed, and in the end, it even developed into explicit or implicit hints and explicit statements. Until now, Yi Tianqi still remembers that Sun Xiaoya had almost directly seduced him more than once. If I hadn't been able to control myself, I'm afraid no one would know what was going on. And I'm afraid that Sun Xiaoya's resentment towards me probably originated from that time. After all, when a girl abandons her self-esteem and actively tries to please a man, and the man righteously refuses her and even lectures her, it is hard to say that this will not hurt her. Yi Tianqi felt that he was not wrong and it was for Sun Xiaoya's own good, but would she really understand it that way? Looking at Sun Xiaoya's eyes that were still filled with resentment and anger today, Yi Tianqi knew that she still remembered and had never forgotten. Why bother? I did it for your own good. Hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Sun Xiaoya burst into laughter, full of sarcasm. For my own good? Yi Tianqi, in the Willow Forest, you were doing that for my own good, right? In the hotel room, you treated me like that. Was that also for my own good? You don't remember anything. Do you want me to explain it to you again bit by bit? Do you still think that it was for my own good? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever thought about how painful it was for me? 161, Chapter 161 The Rejection of That Year. Willow Grove, Hotel Room. These two places definitely have stories to tell. And in fact, there is a story. The first time Sun Xiaoya confessed her love to him was in a willow grove. At that time, she asked Yi Tianqi out in the name of Lin Qingyue, and confessed her love to Yi Tianqi directly, saying that she liked Yi Tianqi and wanted to be with him. At that time, Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue had not yet married, and their relationship had even just begun. But once Yi Tianqi was sure that he liked someone, how could there be room in his heart for a second person? So, the result is predictable. Yi Tianqi rejected Sun Xiaoya. Although the words were a bit tactful, it was a rejection, and it seemed to be the first time in Sun Xiaoya's history that she took the initiative to pursue a boy, and then, she was rejected. In short, she cried very, very sadly. But what can Yi Tianqi do? It is impossible for him to abandon Lin Qingyue for Sun Xiaoya. Is he wrong? From the beginning to the end, Yi Tianqi never thought he was wrong about this matter. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoya still remembered it. Sun Xiaoya, I never told anyone about what happened in Willow Forest. Besides, I was already with Lin Qingyue at that time. If I had abandoned Lin Qingyue and been with you because of your confession, would you really like such a man? Yi Tianqi sighed. When it comes to feelings, there is no right or wrong. He couldn't blame Sun Xiaoya for this. But Sun Xiaoya didn't listen. She was not satisfied with Yi Tianqi's answer. Even if what Yi Tianqi said was true, so what? The final result was only one, that is, she, Sun Xiaoya, was rejected. This was the truth. Okay, we can let go of what happened in the Willow Forest, but what about the incident in the hotel room? That time, Sun Xiaoya's face and self-esteem were completely thrown to the ground, and she was stepped on hard twice, so much so that even now, every time Sun Xiaoya thinks about it, she feels extremely embarrassed and can't even face Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi, have you forgotten what you did to me in that hotel room? How could you do that? How could you do that? You knew I was a girl, and it took me so much courage to do that to you, but how did you do it? Speaking of this, it seemed that she recalled some bad things, and Sun Xiaoya actually shed tears, as if the grievance was still deeply engraved in her heart until now. That time in the hotel room. Sun Xiaoya felt wronged and Yi Tianqi was helpless. Of course he remembered. How could he not remember? That time, he and Lin Qingyue had not seen each other for a long time. When Lin Qingyue came back from a business trip, she informed him to meet at the hotel. Yi Tianqi didn't think much about it and went to the hotel. The room was decorated very romantically, with roses and fine wine already prepared. He had already had some conflicts with Lin Qingyue at that time, so he thought this was a way to ease their relationship, so he was just happy and didn't think too much about it. While waiting, Yi Tianqi took the initiative to take a bath in the bathtub. While he was taking a bath, the person who pushed the door open was not Lin Qingyue, but Sun Xiaoya. To this day, Yi Tianqi still remembers what happened that time. He closed his eyes and lay in the bathtub. Sun Xiaoya came in quietly, picked up a towel and covered his face with it. He thought it was Lin Qingyue and just smiled. Then, he felt the soft little hands on his body. But it was the feeling of this little hand that made Yi Tianqi feel something was wrong. It's not that he is so powerful that he can tell who the other person is in that situation, but the feeling is different, especially since Lin Qingyue never seems to treat him like this. In addition, Sun Xiaoya's breathing sound was different from Lin Qingyue's, so Yi Tianqi directly lifted the towel and saw none other than Sun Xiaoya, who was wearing a transparent gauze dress, and her graceful figure was almost exposed. At that moment, Yi Tianqi had to admit that he was shocked and stunned, and even the flames were burning. He is a man, a very normal man. Moreover, he has not had that kind of passion for a long time, so it is normal for him to have such a reaction. However, reason still prevailed. Yi Tianqi pushed Sun Xiaoya away and covered himself with a bath towel. He then asked Sun Xiaoya why it was her. Sun Xiaoya, whose face was already blushing, hugged Yi Tianqi directly and asked why it couldn't be her. It was she who asked Yi Tianqi to come in the first place, and her mind had never changed. Yi Tianqi wanted to push Sun Xiaoya away, but Sun Xiaoya held him tightly. If he used a little force, it would cause Sun Xiaoya great pain, which made Yi Tianqi helpless. The most helpless thing is that Sun Xiaoya's clothes are too simple, so simple that just by hugging her, you can feel the warmth and everything. This is the most uncomfortable thing. The key point is that Yi Tianqi can't seem to feel it, which is very embarrassing. Until now, Yi Tianqi still remembers what he said. Xiaoya, you can't do this. Qingyue and I are already married. Are you doing this to Qingyue and yourself? Let me go, I won't tell anyone. Sun Xiaoya, however, looked at Yi Tianqi with red eyes and choked up. No, I don't. Have liked you for a long time. I didn't say anything when you were doing well before, but now, you're obviously not doing so well. Why do you still reject me? How long have you not been with Lin Qingyue? How could I not know? Yi Tianqi, I won't let you be responsible, this is my own choice, just take me. Which man would not be greatly shocked by these words? What's more, Sun Xiaoya is not bad at all, but very pretty. She is beautiful, and has a beautiful figure. Now she has taken the initiative to almost let down all her defenses, almost being naked and sincere. Who else can tolerate this? But Yi Tianqi endured it. Sun Xiaoya, if you keep acting like this, I'll be angry. Let me go. I know you acted impulsively, and I won't blame you, but you have to be responsible for yourself. You're excellent, and you'll be very happy in the future, but I can't give you this happiness. Let me go now, or I'll be really angry. Yi Tianqi still refused righteously. Faced with this situation and acting in this way, who can say that he is not a gentleman? But what he got in return was Sun Xiaoya's tears. Even Sun Xiaoya said directly, Yi Tianqi, are you still a man? I am not afraid of a girl, I don't mind, I have taken the initiative, and I have given up my self-esteem. What else do you want from me? What do you want from me? I only ask you to love me once, even if it's just once. Is that not enough? Sun Xiaoya even said such words. It can be imagined how much determination and self-esteem she has put in at this time. Any rejection would be a great harm to her. 162, Chapter 162. This script is wrong. However, the moment she approached Yi Tianqi, it was destined that everything she did would cause her harm. Because Yi Tianqi is not that kind of person, because Yi Tianqi's willpower is stronger than imagined. The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi is very serious about relationships, so serious that his heart can only hold one woman and no longer has room for another woman. Even though his relationship with Lin Xingyue has actually had problems, when they have not divorced and when everything has not been made clear, the word betrayal has never been an option for him. No. This was the answer Yi Tianqi gave to Sun Xiaoya. In this case, even a harsh rejection was given. Even Yi Tianqi felt that this would definitely hurt Sun Xiaoya, not to mention Sun Xiaoya's own feelings. But for Yi Tianqi, this is the only way to minimize the harm to Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya seemed to be hurt by Yi Tianqi's attitude and was completely enraged. She actually let go of Yi Tianqi and sneered, Yi Tianqi, do you know how ridiculous you are? The feelings you hold on to so hard may be worthless in the eyes of others. You don't even understand how pathetic you are, but sooner or later you will regret it. I'm waiting for that day to come. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya put on her clothes quickly with tears in her eyes and left. Her last look before leaving was full of hatred. Yi Tianqi completely offended Sun Xiaoya, and it started from that moment on. Thinking of the scene back then, and looking at Sun Xiaoya at the moment, Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said, if I had another chance, I would still make the same choices before. You may think that I hurt you, but for me, that is my responsibility to you. Sun Xiaoya, I will not regret my previous choice because of what happened now, because at the time, I had no choice but to do so. Sun Xiaoya laughed out loud as if she had heard a huge joke, but her laughter was filled with sadness and anger. Still, don't you regret it? Until now, do you still think that you are not wrong and should treat yourself like that? Yes, maybe, but what a girl wants is never about right or wrong. Yi Tianqi, you're so ridiculous, you're so pathetic. Okay, you treated me like that back then, no matter what you thought, it's all in the past. But what about now? You still don't feel any regret? Lin Xingyue, after treating you like this, do you still think it's possible for you to be with her? If you had chosen me back then, perhaps you wouldn't have gone through all this. The love you fought so hard to maintain, the love you never betrayed, has now betrayed you. Do you really have no regrets at all? Yi Tianqi, there must be a limit to your stubbornness. Yeah, do you regret it? It has fallen to this point. It is more than just betrayal, it is simply enmity. Yi Tianqi knows everything that Lin Xingyue has done to him. It is almost the same treatment as given to sworn enemies. But what did Yi Tianqi do wrong from beginning to end? It's just that Lin Xingyue thinks that he will ruin her things and block her path, so she wants to nip him in the boot. Is this the love he is guarding? Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment, then looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, I can't influence her choice, but I can influence mine. If you only ask if I regret choosing her or rejecting you, then I can only tell you that I don't regret it. Because, back then, my choice was not wrong. It's just that, today, everything has changed. Things and people are no longer the same, but I can't use my current experience to erase my past thoughts and right and wrong. Besides, what's the point of regretting it? Looking at Yi Tianqi, who looked calm and relieved, Sun Xiaoya didn't know what to say at this moment. What's the use of regret? Regret is of course useless, but regret is still useful now. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya took the initiative to approach Yi Tianqi and whispered, "If I give you another chance to choose, will you choose me this time? You're already divorced, and the feelings you held on to have vanished completely. She even betrayed you. Now you don't have to bear any pressure or burden anymore, right? So, will you choose me?" Sun Xiaoya slowly approached Yi Tianqi and unexpectedly said these words again. Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, leaned back a little, and said, "Sun Xiaoya, what do you want to do? What happened in the past is in the past. Besides, I don't think you still like me now. Boss Leopard and the others will be here soon. Aren't you afraid of being seen by them?" "Are you afraid?" Of course she was afraid, but this was the script she and Lin Xingyue had agreed on, so she had no choice but to do it this way. Moreover, she really wanted to ask Yi Tianqi whether he would still choose her. If he did, maybe something would change, but if not, then she would have nothing to worry about. Why should her self-esteem be trampled upon? If so, the person who tramples on it should pay the price. "I'm not afraid. Are you afraid, Yi Tianqi? I'm asking you seriously now. Are you willing to be with me? As long as you say yes, I won't care about anything else. I can give up everything, and I will be with you. Well, moreover, I will never betray you like Lin Xingyue did. You have a choice again now. Will you be with me?" Sun Xiaoya's eyes were serious, her expression was serious, everything was serious. At least she was asking this question seriously. As for whether she would still do as she said after getting the answer, no one knew. But the result was actually determined the moment she asked the question. What's more, is Yi Tianqi a fool? One, he had sensed something was wrong from the beginning, and the look that Lin Xingyue exchanged with her at the end, no matter how secretive it was, did not escape his sight. It's just another conspiracy. I originally wanted to refuse directly, but looking at the depths of Sun Xiaoya's eyes, it seemed that she already had the answer, and even seemed to be prepared for the next second's reaction. Yi Tianqi suddenly didn't want to refuse anymore. Want to play? Okay, then he would play with them. He also wanted to see what they wanted to play. However, he couldn't play the game as they pleased. He had to control it in his own hands. Is it possible? I'm the one who's been abandoned, and you all can obviously have a better life. Are you sure you can give up everything and be with me? Yi Tianqi's words really stunned Sun Xiaoya. Although I had a little expectation for this answer in my heart, it should not be the standard answer. How could you, Yi Tianqi, say such words? How could you, Yi Tianqi, be shaken? How could you be shaken? You should reject yourself with righteous words. You should once again throw my, Sun Xiaoya's, dignity to the ground and trample on it hard. You, how can you say that? For a moment, Sun Xiaoya was stunned and didn't know what to say. The script is wrong. 163, Chapter 163. It's a pity you're not a big shot. Sun Xiaoya was dumbfounded. But she was dumbfounded, but Yi Tianqi was not stunned. Didn't he say he wanted to be with her? Didn't you say you would give yourself another chance? That's fine, now that you've spoken up and you regret it, isn't this what you want to see? Then let's see whether to give you this opportunity or not. Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that if I regretted it you could give me another chance? What's wrong now? Could it be that you were just teasing me and didn't really mean it? Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya and frowned slightly. Sun Xiaoya was really a little panicked at this moment, mainly in her heart. She was really at a loss when she suddenly heard Yi Tianqi's answer. For many years, she hated Yi Tianqi who hurt her heart, but the degree of hatred she had showed how much she had longed for him. As for whether this feeling was love or not, did it really matter? The important thing is that now, she can really get it, as if there is a chance to make up for the regrets of the past, but she is upset instead. Yi Tianqi, are you teasing her? Sun Xiaoya looked at Yi Tianqi, and after a moment of silence, she said, Are you lying to me? Do you have any conspiracy? Yi Tianqi, you must be lying to me. You just said no so firmly. How come you suddenly want to be with me? No, you must be lying to me. Cheat? Yi Tianqi looked at the distracted Sun Xiaoya and chuckled. What good would it do me if I lied to you? Just like you said, I hurt you so much before and felt sorry for you, but you saw what I got in the end. Don't regret it, because regret is useless. But now, you give me the opportunity to choose again, why don't I give it a try? After all, I have nothing to lose, do I? There is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Yi Tianqi seems to have nothing to lose. What kind of miracle doctor is that? Lin Xingyue no longer cares about him now. Even she has a better choice, right? Whether it is Boss Bao or Master Shi, they are much stronger than Yi Tianqi in every way. There is no comparison at all. Why should she give Yi Tianqi a chance? No, this is not right. She had discussed it with Lin Xingyue and wanted to create an illusion of molestation in order to frame Yi Tianqi, but in the end, she was just venting her dissatisfaction and asked a question that Yi Tianqi would definitely answer. As a result, something seemed to go wrong. But now, it's true that I feel a mess inside. Forget it, Xiaoya, I know you're joking, haha. What am I, Yi Tianqi? Now, no one can compare to me, and everyone looks down on me. Even Lin Xingyue abandoned me to you. I have no use at all. You've humiliated me now. It's you who rejected me. If you can calm down, it will be considered my apology to you. As Yi Tianqi spoke, a hint of loneliness appeared in his eyes, as if he was disappointed and sad, as if Sun Xiaoya would be very sad if she really rejected him. After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he was about to leave, as if he didn't even dare to look at Sun Xiaoya again. And for some reason, the moment Yi Tianqi turned around, Sun Xiaoya seemed to be possessed by a ghost and hugged Yi Tianqi from behind, gritting her teeth and saying, "No, I didn't reject you, Yi Tianqi, I didn't reject you." These words came out of Sun Xiaoya's mouth, but Sun Xiaoya herself didn't know why she said these words. She obviously didn't want to say them, but she just said them. Helplessly, she could only comfort herself and tell herself that this was just a revenge. In another way, she just wanted Yi Tianqi to know that she was never worse than Lin Xingyue. Not choosing her at the beginning was Yi Tianqi's biggest mistake. She wanted to take revenge on Yi Tianqi in a more cruel way. Well, that's it. Yi Tianqi smiled softly, turned around, put his hands on Sun Xiaoya's shoulders, and whispered, "Have you agreed to this? You know my temper and my personality. If you stay with me, I can't give you anything except food and clothing. Moreover, you might offend Lin Xingyue for me. Are you really willing?" Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, "I agreed. So what's the point of being willing or not? Yi Tianqi, why are you thinking so much? As for Lin Xingyue, I've offended her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be where she is today. I, Sun Xiaoya, have never been any worse than her. Why would I be afraid of her?" She's got a heart. However, we still have to be careful. After all, Lin Xingyue is no longer the same person she used to be. Be careful, we can't defeat her for now. Has he changed his personality? Has he started speaking in Yi Tianqi's favor? Yi Tianqi was a little skeptical. Could it be that Sun Xiaoya was serious about him? But that's impossible. From the look in Sun Xiaoya's eyes just now, he could clearly see that hatred and ambition outweighed regret. Even though Sun Xiaoya seemed to be standing with him at this moment, Yi Tianqi was sure that in the end, Sun Xiaoya would still choose to betray him. This is certain, and Yi Tianqi is quite confident that he can see through this. Even if I guessed wrong this time, it would only give Sun Xiaoya a better ending. She's still acting with me now, so she shouldn't be targeting me anymore, right? Besides, Xiaoya, you've seen that Master Shi still values me very much. It's impossible for Lin Xingyue to risk offending Master Shi by doing something to me, right? When Sun Xiaoya heard this, she sneered and looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "You trust Lin Xingyue too much, but you don't know what this woman has become now." What happened in the hotel room? Do you really think she doesn't know? I tell you, she knows everything. She even had already fallen in love with someone else at that time, but did she tell you? And today, I admit that she has threatened me and made me frame you in front of Master Shi and Boss Bao. She created the illusion that you molested me, and then made you offend Master Shi and Boss Bao. Ideally, she would drive you away. Do you really think she is so kind to you? I tell you, you are completely wrong. In her heart, you are a shame that can never be erased. Do you know that? Shame? A shame that can never be erased? Yi Tianqi laughed. He really didn't know that his existence had become a tragic story. That Lin Xingyue couldn't let go of this was really ridiculous. Yi Tianqi whispered to himself, why does she hate me so much? Sun Xiaoya sneered, because you were useless before, you blocked her path, and now you're not useless anymore, and almost everything she has is because of you. How can she not be embarrassed and have a bad reputation? And because she's surpassed you now, it's even more pathetic. She wants to erase everything about you, which is a shame for her. Think about it yourself. How much bad reputation will she get because of you, or because of her own greed and sin? After becoming rich, she abandoned her incompetent husband, and in the end, she was labeled blind and ungrateful. How much bad reputation does she have to bear? How can she not hate you? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being just a miracle doctor, let alone a big shot like Master Shi. Even if you were a figure like Master Chen Wu or Boss Bao, Lin Xingyue would have really hugged you and cried bitterly, begging for your forgiveness today. Unfortunately, you are not one of them. Isn't it ironic and sad? Unfortunately, this is the reality. 164, Chapter 164 Everyone is acting. It's quite ironic and indeed quite sad. Now that I am a miracle doctor, do others look down on me? Yi Tianqi smiled self-deprecatingly. Is it true that a miracle doctor cannot compare to a dandy young man like Shi Xiao who has a superior family background and looks very arrogant? You know, everyone is born, grows old, gets sick, and dies when it comes to life or death situations. Other doctors can't save lives, but miracle doctors can. So what about Shi Xiao? Doesn't Shi Xiao get sick? Whether it is Shi Xiao's family or his backers, is there no such hidden danger? They are not gods as long as they are mortals. There will always be a time when they can be of use to others. Don't miracle doctors deserve respect? Superficial, Yi Tianqi could only shake his head and sigh, secretly sighing that Lin Xingyue was still too superficial. It seemed that she had made a lot of progress and would do anything to achieve her goals, but in fact, she was still a little too shallow. Including Shi Xiao, Sun Xiaoya, and all those who thought they could control Yi Tianqi. However, Yi Tianqi didn't need to say anything about these things, let alone remind anyone of anything. Watching Sun Xiaoya gradually getting into the role, Yi Tianqi said softly, "Let's put all that aside for now. What should we do next? Do you follow Lin Xingyue's threat and frame me for molesting you, or do nothing? If you do nothing, Lin Xingyue won't let you go." Yi Tianqi seemed to care about Sun Xiaoya very much, which made Sun Xiaoya feel even more confused. She really wanted to test Yi Tianqi's feelings, but she hadn't made any preparations to ensure that Yi Tianqi would agree to her request. When she got the answer she wanted, it was as if the resentment in her heart had finally been released. In her opinion, the best choice was to laugh at Yi Tianqi right then and there, laugh at him for being blind, laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities, laugh at him for being a loser who no one wanted. But her instinct made her agree to Yi Tianqi. It seemed that she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't really date Yi Tianqi for a few days. This is not the result Sun Xiaoya wants. What she wants is to surpass Lin Xingyue and become a more successful woman than Lin Xingyue, the kind that Lin Xingyue has to bow down to. It is obvious that it is impossible to achieve this wish by being with Yi Tianqi. In fact, he might even face an even worse end, and being ridiculed by Lin Xingyue would be the least of his worries. Now, Sun Xiaoya can only comfort herself. She just wanted Yi Tianqi to fall in love with her first, and then let Yi Tianqi experience the feeling of being abandoned again, and be heartbroken again, to avenge Yi Tianqi's rejection of her in the past. Yes, that's it, that's what she thought. At least, she thought so. Don't do anything, it's okay. She doesn't dare to do anything to me yet. At worst, she'll turn against me. No one will have an easy time. Although I can't do anything to her, she's not a big threat to me. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth and made a decision. Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya with some emotion and said softly, "Based on this point, I know that I should have gotten to know you better back then." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoya immediately showed a sweet smile on her face. She grabbed Yi Tianqi's hand and said, "It's not too late to understand now how much you hurt me before, how much you will love me in the future." Yi Tianqi nodded gently and said softly, "As long as you don't betray me and don't treat me like Lin Xingyue did, I won't hurt you. Moreover, I can guarantee that you will get more than you can imagine, but the premise is what I just said." This was a promise made by Yi Tianqi regardless of whether they were acting together or not. Since Yi Tianqi had said it, he would do it. However, it was true that he was afraid that Sun Xiaoya might not be able to do it. Sun Xiaoya had a smile on her face, but she didn't feel touched at all in her heart, and even felt a hint of ridicule. In her opinion, Yi Tianqi has started bragging again. His true identity has been exposed, but he is still pretending here, thinking that as long as he doesn't betray him, he can get more than he imagined. Does Yi Tianqi know what he wants? At least on the surface, what he wanted was to surpass Lin Xingyue, but was this something Yi Tianqi could give him? He couldn't give it to him. Just based on this, Sun Xiaoya's balance towards Yi Tianqi has begun to tilt. She thought that she had become the life-saving straw for Yi Tianqi, the drowning man, so she was willing to tell some lies that could be easily exposed just to hold on to him tightly. The more this happened, the more it seemed that Yi Tianqi was actually very nervous and afraid, and even more pitiful. At this moment, the voices of Shi Xiao and the others were heard, and they would be arriving soon. Sun Xiaoya was a little anxious at this time. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said quickly, "Let's pretend nothing happened and pretend that you didn't give me a chance. When the time comes, I will have a good talk with Lin Xingyue. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. However, there is one more thing I hope you can understand." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya in confusion and asked, "What?" Sun Xiaoya seemed a little embarrassed. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said, I might be very enthusiastic towards Boss Baoyu. Don't think too much. This is just to avoid being exposed. This is also to make Lin Xingyue and the others feel a little cautious about me. Only in this way can I protect you and myself. Do you understand? I found a good excuse for myself. Yi Tianqi nodded and said, I understand. Let's just pretend that nothing happened between us just now, but I still hope that Lin Xingyue will secretly understand that she doesn't take me seriously, and I also want her to see that I, Yi Tianqi, am not unwanted. Of course, all this depends on you. Sun Xiaoya smiled slightly when she heard this and nodded, I got it, don't worry, I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Xingyue unhappy. Okay, enough, they're here. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya quickly tidied her hair and clothes and quickly walked towards the door. Yi Tianqi sat calmly on the sofa, seemingly unaware that they were almost there. At this time, Xiao had a warm smile on his face, although his eyes still had a condescending look. It was much better, not only because Boss Leopard was needed in this plan, but also because he had heard from Lin Xingyue that this boss was also a reckless person. After several years of self-cultivation, many people almost forgot about his bad temper. What was the result? The third son of the Bai family said he would not give face if they didn't give him face, and even said bluntly that he would fight with the Bai family at all costs. Is this something that an ordinary underworld boss would dare to say? But since Boss Leopard just said it, no one can disbelieve it. If Bai Yulong had not stepped in to solve the problem in the end, and even beat his third uncle directly, causing changes in the Bai family, it might be Boss Leopard who would be at war with the Bai family now. As for Bai Yulong's lawless appearance, Boss Leopard finally realized that the injuries on his body were not fake. Even Bai Yulong has to give face to Boss Bao, which is enough to explain everything. As young Master Shi, of course he had to give face to Boss Bao. After all, what he wanted was for Boss Bao to be his partner, not to run into another madman who dared to cause trouble for him. 165, Chapter 165, Change of Plan. Lin Xingyue had no idea what Master Shi was thinking, but now, she was very excited. Later, as long as they arrived at the villa, they would be able to see Yi Tianqi molesting Sun Xiaoya. At the very least, she will see the scene where Sun Xiaoya cries and complains. Then, she wants to see how arrogant Yi Tianqi can be. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but smile, although she knew that she might not be able to do anything to Yi Tianqi this time. After all, Yi Tianqi was now a favorite in Xiao's eyes. It would be worth it if she could embarrass Yi Tianqi. However, it was completely different from what she expected. As they just walked to the door, they saw Sun Xiaoya already standing outside the door, greeting Boss Bao with a smile on her face. She didn't look aggrieved at all. This is different from what we agreed on. What happened? Did she fail, or did Sun Xiaoya not do it at all? Lin Xingyue was puzzled and frowned slightly as she glanced at Sun Xiaoya, but she did not get a response from Sun Xiaoya. This made her even more suspicious, and she felt that something was wrong. But now is not the time to ask questions. Boss Bao, you're here. I am sorry I didn't have time to greet you. Please come in. I've made tea for you. Sun Xiaoya was so enthusiastic, as if she had met her lover, and she was almost willing to take Boss Bao's arm. Boss Leopard had a neutral expression on his face and was not as enthusiastic as one might imagine. How can I not come? You've called me several times, constantly urging me to come. If I don't come, will your phone explode with calls? It seems like a blame, but once these words are spoken, it is no longer a blame. Sun Xiaoya smiled awkwardly, and Xiao laughed heartily at this time, saying, Boss Bao, don't be offended. I was really anxious to see you. Come on, come in, let's have a good chat. After saying that, he took the initiative to greet Boss Bao and entered the room. At this time, Xiao said with a smile, Boss Bao, let me introduce you to a friend who has real skills. Dr. Yi, Boss Bao is here. Come over and meet him. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi slowly stood up, then turned around, looked at Boss Bao and said with a smile, Boss Bao, long time no see. Boss Leopard's eyes changed, and he immediately understood what Yi Tianqi meant from these words. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he said, it turns out to be Dr. Yi. It's been a long time since we last met. After saying that, he took the initiative to reach out and hold Yi Tianqi's hand. This scene stunned Xiao, Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya, and others. I guessed that Yi Tianqi might know a lot of people, but I didn't hear Yi Tianqi mention that he knew Boss Bao just now. Now it seems that he clearly knows him. Xiao chuckled and said, I thought you didn't know him. I didn't hear Divine Dr. Yi mention him just now. Now it seems that Divine Dr. Yi is still very well known. This is an expression of dissatisfaction. He felt that Yi Tianqi was hiding something from him. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, I'm sorry, Master Shi, I only met Boss Bao once. I don't even know if he still remembers Meso. You know, there are some relationships that you wouldn't dare to talk about in front of a real person. Even if you want to cling to him, if I lose face, I don't care. But if it affects Master Shi's important plans, that would be bad. Shi Xiao accepted this explanation with a smile. It makes sense after all. If Yi Tianqi had just said that he knew Boss Bao, Shi Xiao would most likely let Yi Tianqi take action to persuade Boss Bao. And he wouldn't even listen to whether Yi Tianqi could succeed. He just wanted to see the results. By then, if you really lose face and fail to do something, you will have to blame Yi Tianqi. It's pretty good now at least. There is one more reason to convince Boss Leopard after all. Judging from Boss Leopard's attitude, he has a deep memory of Yi Tianqi. Boss Bao smiled and nodded. It's true that we only met once, but I was deeply impressed by Divine Dr. Yi. Wouldn't dare mention the word clinging to him. If I were to say clinging to him, it would be me clinging to Divine Dr. Yi. After saying that, Boss Bao looked at Master Shi and said with a smile, Master Shi, if you had told me earlier that you were friends with Divine Dr. Yi, you wouldn't have needed to come to me. Would have found a way to get to know you myself, huh? These words elevated Yi Tianqi to a new level. At least, although Shi Xiao and the others thought that Yi Tianqi was nothing more than a miracle doctor and nothing insignificant, the key point was that Boss Leopard gave them face, and it was obvious that Boss Leopard attached great importance to Yi Tianqi, so they had no choice but to pay more attention to him. Lin Xingyue was even more puzzled in her heart. She never thought that Yi Tianqi had such a great reputation with Boss Leopard. As for Sun Xiaoya, she had mixed feelings in her heart until now. The scene just now was still appearing in her mind, but her heart was still a mess. She was thinking about this and that, and she had no idea what she was thinking at all. In other words, she still hasn't made a decision, it's just that the scales are tilted. Shi Xiao smiled and nodded. We are all friends now. That's even better. We can talk freely about anything. Boss Bao, please take a seat, let's have a good chat. After saying that, Shi Xiao looked at Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya and said, how about this, you two go to the next room and talk for a while. We can discuss something. These words made Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya feel a little uncomfortable at the same time. What's going on? They knew exactly what we were talking about just now, but now we have to avoid them? Doesn't this mean you don't take them seriously at all? You think they are not important at all? Can't join in their conversation? But I could only say this in my heart. On the surface, I didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. Okay, then you guys chat first. I also have something to say to Xiaoya. Let's talk. After saying that, Lin Xingyue pulled Sun Xiaoya into the room, and she had the opportunity to have a good talk with Sun Xiaoya. What exactly happened just now? Why didn't it go according to what they had agreed upon? Lin Xingyue was confused. After Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya left, Boss Leopard spoke calmly, that's right. The more important the matter, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Young Master Shi, it seems, is even more outstanding than the rumors say. That's what I said. Even Master Shi couldn't answer. How could he not know who he was according to the rumors? It's not to say that he is uneducated, but at least it's not a good reputation. As for why he let Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya leave, the meaning was very simple. He could see that Boss Leopard didn't seem to like these two very much, and even frowned slightly. Based on this point, young Master Shi couldn't take the risk. It wasn't worth it. Besides, the value of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya is limited to this. At other times, they are more like vases. At least, they are not useful for the time being. Let them go, there's nothing to lose. Thank you for the compliment, Boss Leopard. Now, let's get down to business. Hearing this, Boss Bao nodded and said, I wonder what Master Shi wants to talk to me about. It can't be related to the Bai family, right? After saying that, Boss Leopard looked at Shi Xiao with a meaningful expression, which showed that he knew something. This expression made Shi Xiao feel ashamed and angry. He was kicked out by the Bai family, and even the news of the fight spread so quickly. Could it be that everyone knew about it? It hasn't been long since then, and it has become known to everyone. If he doesn't save his face, young Master Shi can just commit suicide by slitting his throat. 166, Chapter 166. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Shi Xiao's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He looked at Boss Bao and laughed dryly. It seems that Boss Bao has already understood what happened to me in the Bai family? This is simply outrageous. I came here with good intentions to celebrate Mr. Bai's birthday. At the same time, I was also following Mr. Xiao's orders to bring opportunities to the Bai family. What happened? Bai Yilong was simply too arrogant. He attacked me without even letting me speak. Boss Bao, tell me, isn't this a bit too much? Even if Bai Yulong is dissatisfied with me, he shouldn't hit someone who smiles at him. I, young master Shi, am also a well-known figure. If I don't fight back, I will not only lose face for myself, but also for my Shi family and Mr. Xiao. Tell me, if it were you, could you tolerate it? Mr. Shi no longer hesitated and spoke directly from his heart. He just wanted revenge, and he had to take revenge, otherwise, the Shi family would lose face, and Yi Xiao would lose face. This would be a serious matter. Hearing this, Boss Bao nodded and said, I don't know what exactly happened between you two, but according to what you said, that vengeance must be avenged. Even clay figures can be hot-tempered, let alone the famous Master Shi. In this regard, Bai Yulong really went a bit too far. It's just that it's not easy to take revenge on Bai Yulong in the East Province. Master Shi asked me to come here. Didn't he want me to help you? Then you might have found the wrong personas for me. Everyone knows that I have long since stopped caring about worldly affairs and cultivated my character. Besides, even if I am willing to take action, I don't say that I am arrogant enough to take action against the Bai family. Boss Leopard smiled and didn't seem to take it seriously, but he had already politely declined Shi Xiao's suggestion and blocked his words back. But Master Shi, how could you possibly get rid of Boss Bao like this? This is his chance, a rare opportunity, and it is a good start for Boss Bao. If he doesn't accept it, how will things proceed? Young Master Shi looked at Boss Bao and said softly, I know what Boss Bao is worried about, but even if Boss Bao doesn't care about worldly affairs, he should be familiar with the reputation of the Yi family. My Shi family may not be a big deal, but the Yi family, in today's Dragon Kingdom, is there anyone who dares not take it seriously? The trump card has always been the Yi family, and this has always been the capital that allowed young Master Shi to be so arrogant. Calling Master Xiao all the time has long proved how much he wants to be a filial son and grandson of the Yi family. Mentioning the Yi family, Boss Bao's eyes narrowed slightly and he chuckled, of course I've heard of the Yi family. Who hasn't? In recent years, they've been the most powerful, influential, and at the same time, the most formidable behemoth. Of course I've heard of them. Are you trying to say that the Yi family is behind you, Master Shi? But even so, will the Yi family really take action against the Bai family because of what happened to you? Master Shi, perhaps you don't know the power of Mr. Bai from the Bai family. Boss Leopard chuckled, as if he didn't believe that the Yi family would take action against the Bai family for young Master Shi. Especially, Mr. Bai is still alive. After all, those who know the inside story know that whether there is old Master Bai in the Bai family or not is two completely different concepts. There are people who can move the Bai family, but why didn't they move? Because Mr. Bai is here. Perhaps many people think it is an exaggeration. Mr. Bai is no longer in a high position and has been very old for a long time. Why does he have such great power? But the fact is that Mr. Bai has a great reputation and a deep background. Young Master Shi also knew a little bit about this, so he immediately smiled and said, Boss Bao, I'm naturally aware of old Master Bai's power. This master doesn't show off his abilities, but in fact, he has connections. Just based on that little bit of incense connection, others would be wary of touching him. But in fact, Boss Bao is exaggerating a bit. If they really want to touch old Master Bai, it's not impossible. It's just that no one is willing to take the risk and go through the trouble. But this time, if I say that Mr. Bai won't object, and even that we are doing this for the good of the Bai family, what if Mr. Bai was imprisoned by Bai Yulong? Was he forced? So, Boss Leopard, do you think there is hope? When Shi Xiao said this, his face was full of conviction. He had been told so many lies, or perhaps because of too many psychological hints, that he had come to believe them. He now truly believed that Mr. Bai was forced into a desperate situation and was controlled by Bai Yulong. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao was also stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, That's unlikely. Even if it is, that's an internal matter of the Bai family. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I want to hear what young Master Shi plans to do. After all, this is not a simple matter. Could it be that the Yi family will take action? If that's the case, then I think young Master Shi doesn't need to ask me to intervene with the Yi family taking action. The Bai family doesn't seem to have any ability to fight back. It's not an easy task, but it can be solved almost easily. Boss Bao's doubts are normal, and Shi Xiao can understand them. Moreover, if the Yi family really takes action, is there anything that young Master Shi needs to do? He just needs to wait patiently. Originally, this was his plan, but Yi Tianqi's words made him completely abandon this idea. Instead of asking for help pitifully, it would be better for him to do something himself and let Yi Xiao look at him with a higher regard. Wouldn't that be better? The scene described by Yi Tianqi was what Shi Xiao longed for. How could he not be tempted? So, immediately, he couldn't wait to tell Boss Leopard everything about himself, or rather, everything that had been discussed before. Of course, his words were much more tactful, and he didn't say anything like he wanted to be the king of the eastern province. There was nothing wrong with saying this in front of Yi Tianqi and Mr. Qianwu. But it would be inappropriate to say it in front of Boss Leopard. They are all big. Who was willing to obey whom when doing things. Now that Night Owl is here, you still have the qualifications to say this. You are just a dog following Night Owl, or to put it bluntly, just a fucking dog. How dare you be called king? Whether you say it or not, you can't guarantee that others will think so. Therefore, Shi Shao used the word alliance. The eastern province established an alliance, and he, Shi Shao, as the spokesperson of Night Owl, became the leader of the alliance. At least, it sounded much better. Boss Bao, what do you think? Don't worry, the alliance is just a formality, but it can make Master Shao and the entire Yi family pay more attention to this than. Who says this alliance can't continue to expand? Besides, I am from the imperial capital after all, and I will have to return to the imperial capital sooner or later. So, who has the final say on the alliance matters? It's up to us to discuss it. I think Boss Bao is the perfect fit. This is where the big picture begins. As expected, Boss Leopard cooperated, looked interested, and laughed. Master Shi, you are truly talented and wise, huh? It's not impossible for me to come out, but, we still need to discuss it slowly. After all, it's not easy to do if the Yi family and young Master Yi Shao don't show up. Even if I agree to your request, will the other people in East Province agree so readily? Have you ever considered this, Master Shi? For example, I now know that in the underground world of East Province, there are already people who want to stir up trouble. They want to be the same, or to become the king of East Province. This is not just Master Shi's idea. There are already people who have this idea. As far as I know, it is really possible. Master Shi, haven't you considered it? One wrong move, and everything will go wrong. One careless move, and the whole game will be lost. Master Shi, I think you can't afford to lose. 167, Chapter 167. Who is that person? I can't afford to lose. I really can't afford to lose. I have lost such a huge amount of face, but I can't make up for it. This loss also includes the face of Night Owl. There are too many people who want to follow Night Owl and be his lackeys. He has little advantage over Shi Shao, so if he says he will abandon them, then so be it. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, he would not only lose his position beside Yi Shao, but also his entire future. Hearing Boss Bao actually say that someone in the East Province underground world still wants to be the king, Shi Shao immediately frowned. This is the first time I've heard of this. Moreover, for Boss Leopard to say that it's quite possible, it's obvious that this is not a joke, but someone really has the ability to do it. Who is it? You actually want to get there first? Shi Shao frowned and looked at Boss Bao, saying, Boss Bao, you know I can't afford to lose, so I won't lose, and I can't lose. Who is it? Who wants to wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province? Boss Leopard shrugged and chuckled. That's not clear. However, it doesn't matter who wants to do it as long as they don't provoke me. Becoming king or dominating has nothing to do with me, but if anyone provokes me, I will let him know what a tough situation is. This made Shi Shao speechless. He felt as if he was being pointed at. What did he mean by being king and hegemon has nothing to do with him? What did he mean by whoever provokes him will be punished? Doesn't this include him as well? Sure enough, there are too many crazy people in the East Province. Bai Yilong is crazy enough, and Leopard Boss knows his background and backers, but still dares to speak like this to his face. This is also crazy enough. Who wants the underground world of Eastern Province to be uniform? Boss Leopard really knows this. Besides, the person in question is not sitting right in front of you. Mr. Zhou himself didn't know what kind of person he invited, and he invited him in that way. He had a chance to make amends, but what was the result? Now that people know that Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian, the abandoned son of the Qi family, they report it directly to the person behind the scenes, and then make another choice, which is to sell Yi Tianqi out directly. It is hard to say how the situation will develop next. Boss Leopard glanced at Yi Tianqi and saw that Yi Tianqi had no expression on his face. He immediately knew that he could do whatever he wanted. This was the Emperor Qi Tian from that year. These so-called imperial guards were actually rare talents, but when they were in front of Yi Tianqi, they didn't need to think about anything at all. They just had to do things. No matter how things developed, there would be no big mistakes. For small ones, he can just crush them and handle them by himself. For larger deviations, Yi Tianqi can also cover them. To be honest, when Boss Leopard first heard that Bai Yilong beat up Shi Shao in front of the Bai family, he was confused. But when he knew that Yi Tianqi was behind him, he didn't care anymore. Since Yi Tianqi is here, it doesn't matter whether Bai Yilong makes a mistake or not. because Yi Tianqi will always have a response plan at any time. Of course, this doesn't mean that they can rely on Yi Tianqi to be lawless and disregard everything that would be irresponsible. Generally speaking, they would not do that, especially when Yi Tianqi said that there must be no mistakes. They have never made any mistakes. Today, it is clearly unimportant and you can express yourself freely. In short, everything is a prelude to Mr. Bai's birthday party, or perhaps it is just a prelude to another person's re-entry into the imperial capital, whether for revenge or to steal a bride. They are all trivial matters. Master Shi, do you really want to know? Then I won't hide it. I also understand Master Shi's plan, so I wonder if you have sent someone to contact Mr. Zhou? I think you probably can't contact Mr. Zhou for the time being. Even if you can, Mr. Zhou should not be in the eastern province. After saying that, Boss Leopard kept silent and just smiled faintly. But these words made people think Moreno One's name was mentioned. But Mr. Zhou was singled out. Doesn't this clearly mean that Mr. Zhou is the one who wants to make the underground world of Eastern Province uniform? Young Master Shi frowned slightly, looked at Boss Bao, and whispered, "You mean, Mr. Zhou wants to wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province, but, as far as I know, he doesn't have the ability to do that. Is there a hidden secret that I don't know?" In fact, Leopard Boss really wanted to laugh out loud, then pat Leopard Boss on the face and ask him, "Does he have such a big face? It seems that everything needs to be told to him, so self-righteous." However, Boss Leopard endured it. He chuckled and said, "I don't know anyway, as far as I know, that's it. However, I only heard about it and didn't ask about anything else. After all, this matter is not important to me." Of course, if you follow young Master Shi's idea, then you must understand Mr. Zhou's situation. Otherwise, if he makes a mistake, it will be bad, don't you think? This really makes sense. Even if one does not believe that Mr. Zhou is capable of such a thing, to be frank, young Master Shi has become very cautious when facing the people from East Province. Each of them seems to be no simple matter. If something goes wrong, it will be really bad. Shi Shao was silent for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, "Since Boss Bao said so, I'm afraid Mr. Zhou really has some ideas, and he has a backer. However, even if he has a backer, I don't believe he can really ride on my head. Don't forget, in Dragon Country, except for a very few people, no one can challenge Master Shao." After saying that, Shi Shao looked at Mr. Qian Wu and said coldly, "Call Mr. Zhou immediately and try your best to please contact me. Even if you can't, you must tell me his whereabouts. I want to see what Mr. Zhou is up to." Just like what Boss Bao said, Master Shi now dares not make a single mistake. If he does, he will most likely be doomed. Young Master Qian Wu also nodded immediately. He didn't dare to fight here, for fear that if something went wrong, he would lose face for Master Shi. He quickly found an excuse and went to the side to make a phone call. At the same time, Mr. Zhou had actually gotten off the plane and turned on his cell phone. Naturally, there would be someone like him in the imperial capital, but he came with a mission. If he succeeded, his future would be limitless, and time was really tight. However, Mr. Zhou, who was sitting in the car, did not look so good. To put it bluntly, in the eastern province, Mr. Zhou might still be a figure. Even in the southeast, Mr. Zhou might have some fame, but in the imperial capital where many hidden dragons and crouching tigers are, Mr. Zhou's fame is really not enough. His face is worthless. No one takes him seriously. As soon as I landed and sat in the car, I was rejected twice. That was something that had never happened before, but here, Mr. Zhou could only swallow this grievance and bear it. 168, Chapter 168. A day no one dares to look down on. Mr. Zhou has to have the ability to do this without having to swallow his anger. Where is the imperial capital? It is no exaggeration to say that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Here is the most important place in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The people here are born with more than one layer of superiority over others, especially those powerful forces that cover the sky and the sun, and the big figures who are high and mighty wherever they go. Mr. Zhou? He is still a figure in the Eastern Province, but he is just a figure. Even if he really achieves uniformity in the Eastern Province, for the bigwigs in the imperial capital, they will only take a few more glances at him, that's all. Mr. Zhou himself was very clear about this, so even if he was wronged, he didn't dare to say a word. Being cautious and keeping a low profile is something he can and must do. As soon as he got off the plane, Daida followed the instructions and tried to contact people from the Tang and Qi families. As a result, the bigwigs had no time to see him, and even if some unimportant family members met him, it would not have any effect. After all, he was not only here to deliver a message, but also to form an alliance according to the instructions of Yunting Tianjun. Before meeting the real big shot, it is impossible for him to reveal the information he knows in advance. Sitting in the car, Mr. Zhou gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. He was somewhat unconvinced, but unwilling to give in. Mr. Zhou's people in the imperial capital looked at him cautiously and said, "Mr. Zhou, whether it's the Qi family or the Tang family, they are both famous and large families in the imperial capital. There are so many people who want to see them on a daily basis. Please don't be offended. Let's think of a way." Mr. Zhou understood that, just like the people in Dong province wanted to see him, whoever wanted to see him could see him. However, having said that, I can't fake it if I feel uncomfortable. Mr. Zhou smiled and said, "It's okay, good things take time. I came here this time because I have something very important to discuss with these important people, but I can't let any news leak out before we meet, so it's normal that they don't meet me, but it's okay. I understand that they will meet me sooner or later." He said it was only a matter of time and that he didn't care, but Mr. Zhou's eyes couldn't lie. And it was at this time that Mr. Zhou received a strange phone call. The content of the phone call instantly made Mr. Zhou's expression better. "This is what it means when the east is dark, the west is bright." After some delay, I finally got word from the Yi family that there was an important person from the Yi family who wanted to meet Mr. Zhou. Even Yi Xiao knew about it and might be present. This means that Mr. Zhou's trip to the imperial capital was definitely not in vain. The Yi family is now a more prosperous family than the Qi family and even the Tang family. The name of Yi Xiao is not only spread in the imperial capital, but also among the big figures of the entire dragon country. Who doesn't know it? He is a bad boy. Of course he is a bad boy. He is a famous bad boy throughout the Dragon Kingdom. There are few people in the entire imperial capital who can compare to him. It is conceivable how famous the name of Yi Xiao is. However, if anyone regards Yi Xiao as just a playboy of the Yi family, then that is definitely too much of an insult to Yi Xiao. People who really know some inside information know that Yi Xiao is not only the next generation heir of the Yi family, but also has great potential now. Because Yi Xiao is on good terms with the current Dragon State Crown Prince. In fact, they have a very good relationship. That's right, Longhua has a royal family. Although the administrative power is controlled by the State Council, the royal family of Longhua has never been a pushover, especially in recent years. Under the leadership of the current emperor, the royal family of Longhua has gradually regained power, and the prestige of the royal family has almost reached its peak in decades. The Yi family completely turned around and rose to prominence because of this. Just based on this point, how arrogant is Yi Xiao, and how many people are really qualified and capable of managing him? Behind him, standing is not only the Yi family, but also the royal family and the prince. And this is the real confidence of the Yi family and Yi Xiao. Originally, this should have been the most difficult person to meet, but in the end, he became the first one to be met. This was really a surprise for Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou agreed with a smile on his face, even with a flattering tone, and then immediately said to the driver, Go to the hotel right away. I need to change clothes tonight. I want to meet someone from the Yi family. By then, young Master Yi Xiao will most likely show up." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou's subordinates seemed to be proud of it, and their faces were full of excitement. "Really, that's great, that's really great, Mr. Zhou. Being able to meet young Master Yi Xiao means that things are almost done in today's dragon country. Young Master Yi Xiao is one of the few big figures. Good, that's great. I want to congratulate Mr. Zhou in advance." Mr. Zhou laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "It's all just to serve the adults. I just happened to be there, but the details will be revealed after we meet young Master Yi Xiao. I'm not afraid of meeting these important people now. What I'm afraid of is not being able to meet these important people at all. After all, only by meeting them can I be 100,000 sure that they won't cooperate with me." At this point, Mr. Zhou's face glowed with strong confidence, and this expression already represented his inner feelings. Whether it is Yi Xiao, the Yi family, the Tang family, or the Qi family, if they cannot meet, Mr. Zhou is nothing. But if they meet, let him say what he should say and reveal his background, then Mr. Zhou can be almost certain that no one will dare to really look down on him. Only then will you be able to truly hold your head high. Why? It's very simple. The big figures in the heavenly palace are never afraid of these people. In fact, it is conceivable how many people, big figures, and big forces want to get involved with the big figures in the heavenly palace. And he, Mr. Zhou, is now the largest force in the heavenly palace and the spokesperson for the King of the East. In other words, as the spokesperson of Dragon Country, at least for the time being, he can introduce himself in this capacity. Based on this point alone, Mr. Zhou is qualified to sit at the same table with the leaders of major forces and be on equal terms with them. This is the power of the heavenly palace. Even if it is just the deterrent power of the King of the East, it is more than enough. Looking at the confident Mr. Zhou, as Mr. Zhou's subordinate, even though he was used to the prosperity of the imperial capital, he also knew who gave him his livelihood. There were some things that he could keep unsaid, but there were some things he had to remind him of. After hesitating for a moment, the subordinate cautiously reminded, Mr. Zhou, you must be careful when you meet these powerful people or young masters. This place is not like the eastern province. These bigwigs are not easy to serve. If you offend someone by mistake, it will really cause trouble. The subordinate spoke very tactfully, only saying that it might cause trouble. However, how could Mr. Zhou not hear that he was pointing at him? Perhaps the real meaning was that if he really offended these people, he would die without knowing how. Mr. Zhou is well aware of this. Frustrated? Not really, but for a big shot who is already high and mighty and has the final say in his own area, it is so difficult for him to even ask to see someone here. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't feel aggrieved. What's more, his backer is no less powerful than anyone else, but due to special circumstances, he dare not say it. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou felt so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Don't worry, this is my first time in the imperial capital, but it will definitely not be my last time from now on. Even in the imperial capital, I will establish my own name and make sure no one dares to look down on me. 169, Chapter 169, The Arrogant Yelong. It's easy to say but difficult to do. However, Mr. Zhou was definitely not just talking casually. He has the confidence and the possibility to do so with the giant Buddha, the Eastern Heavenly King, behind him. He can even represent the behemoth Heavenly Palace wherever Mr. Zhou goes. He can show off this sign. How can it not be loud? It is inappropriate now, but after today, as long as I meet these big shots and reach an agreement, these people will have to be courteous to me in the future. Otherwise, it would be considered as looking down on Yunting Tianjun, Dong Tianwang, and the Heavenly Palace. And after things are completely settled, after the underground world of East Province is unified, after Mr. Bai's birthday party, and after the power of the King of East Sky truly begins to take root in Long Country, everything will change drastically. Thinking of this, and thinking that that time would soon come, the frustration in Mr. Zhou's heart slowly disappeared. At this moment, Yi Lang of the Yi family, Yi Zhao's cousin, was having dinner in a private club. The table was full of distinguished guests and beautiful women, and all kinds of flattery came to his mind. The most important thing is that there are not many people with the imperial capital accent at this scene. Instead, there are quite a few big figures of various ages who are influential in various places. And all these people came to give gifts to Yelong, or in other words, to rely on Yelong's connections. Night Owl, even though he is a famous playboy and a bad boy, and seems to be of the younger generation, the fact is that many people want to see Night Owl, but how many people can actually see Night Owl? It is extremely difficult to meet a member of the Yi family. Although Yelong is also a core figure in the Yi family, the difference between him and Yeshio is not a little bit. Fortunately, Yelong and Yeshio have a good relationship, which is the breakthrough. At this moment, Yelong was drinking heartily. The assistant walked up to Yelong and reported, Master, it has been arranged. Mr. Zhou from the Eastern Province will visit you in the evening. Yi Lang chuckled and nodded, then pointed at the people at the table and said with a smile, I'm really sorry. You all know my eldest brother and my uncles and aunts. They are very busy and have too many things to do. I absolutely don't mean to disrespect you. As you can see, I have already invited at least 5 or 6 people to dinner. It's difficult. My eldest brother and the uncles can't take care of everything, but they also want to make friends and don't want to offend all of you, so I have to come forward to explain how. I hope you don't mind, but don't worry. Everyone knows the reputation of our Yi family. We have always been friendly. Since you can sit down and have dinner with me, you must be a friend of the Yi family. As for your affairs, I will help you if I can, and please don't blame me for losing my relationship with you if I can. Yelong sat in the main seat. Although he was young, he was extremely mature. However, when he spoke, he seemed humble and polite, but in fact, he was condescending and superior. However, everyone present was smiling apologetically, without any intention of blaming him. Just like Yi Lang said, people who can directly meet the big shots of the Yi family will naturally be big shots, and for those who can't, being able to meet him is considered giving enough face, and being considered a friend is for whether there is something wrong or not, whether he can help or not. Being able to meet you is just giving you a title to brag about. If things can't be done and the Yi family doesn't help, who dares to blame the Yi family? Unless, you don't want to be a friend of the Yi family, you want to be an enemy. And this is something that no one wants or dares to do. Immediately, everyone toasted each other, not daring to show any disrespect. The person sitting next to Yi Lang was a local tycoon. Upon hearing this, he chuckled and said, "Mr. Lang, what are you talking about? It's already a great honor for us to meet you. We just wait for you to give us some advice on our situation. When the bigwigs are a little free, that would be our blessing. Besides, as young Master Lang said, you're really giving us enough face by meeting with us. Just based on this, all our worries will be easily solved after we return. After all, being able to meet with you, young Master Lang, and becoming a friend of the Yi family is something that many people can only dream of. We understand. After saying this, the important man stood up, raised his glass, and laughed. "My dear friends, we are all fortunate to be sitting together today, so we are all family from now on. If you have any questions, just come to me. Come, I suggest that we raise our glasses together to toast young Master Lang, Master Xiao, and the Yi family." The person who was speaking was in his 40s, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he seemed proud of it. And those present also stood up one after another, raised their glasses together and toasted Yi Lang. This face is more than just enough, it is like being treated like a star. And Yi Lang enjoyed this scene. In fact, who wouldn't like or enjoy this kind of treatment? Yi Lang's face was filled with a happy smile. This was his life except for the occasional bad things. He was happy every day. Surrounded by lights and wine, with everyone watching over you, you don't even need to take on any important tasks. Just be like this, that's all. Oh, thank you for your compliments, everyone. Thank you so much. We are all friends. Come on, let's drink a toast. After saying that, Yi Lang laughed and drank it all in one gulp. 1 sip of wine was the annual expenses for an ordinary family of 3. Who could have imagined that? At this moment, the man who had been praising Yi Lang chuckled and said, "Young Master Lang, I just heard from your assistant that among the people you will be meeting tonight, is one of them Mr. Zhou. Could it be Mr. Zhou from the underground world of East Province?" Yi Lang nodded and said, "Yes, it seems it's true that they make a living in the underground world. However, there are too many prominent people in the entire Dragon Kingdom underground world. Apart from those few powerful figures, I can't remember the others. After all, I'm not familiar with them. How about it, Boss Gong, do you know them?" Upon hearing this, Boss Gong revealed a complicated expression and said, "To be honest, if it's Mr. Zhou from Eastern Province, I do know him. Not only that, but we once had a grudge against each other. Although it's all in the past, I'm not sure I can get over it. I heard that Mr. Zhou is becoming more and more successful. I'm afraid he'll cause trouble for me when the time comes." After Boss Gong finished speaking, he sighed and took a sip of wine, seeming to be full of worries. Today, Boss Gong was the best at flattering Yi Lang, which made him very satisfied. Seeing Boss Gong looking a little worried, or rather, a little melancholy, Yi Lang immediately laughed and said, "I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a small matter. How about this? I'll have someone call Mr. Zhou over right away. We're all friends. Is there any hatred that can't be resolved? I think I still have some face. I just said that everyone here is my friend. If I can do something small for my friends within my ability, Yi Lang, will do it without hesitation." These words were spoken in a very grand manner. After finishing speaking, Yi Lang immediately called his men over and said lightly, "As for Mr. Zhou just now, well, give him half an hour and let him come here to see me. Go ahead." 170, Chapter 170. My rules are the rules. Mr. Zhou had not yet arrived at the hotel when he received a notice asking him to go and see Yi Lang immediately, and he only had half an hour to arrive. This really gave Mr. Zhou a headache. Half an hour was too tight, but it was impossible not to rush over them. Only one of the 3 major forces he could see now was Yi Lang. Only through Yi Lang could he get in touch with the bigwigs of the Yi family. Otherwise, even if he completed the task later, his ability would be questioned. "Hurry, speed up, we must arrive within half an hour." Mr. Zhou didn't even have time to change his clothes, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction on his tired face, and of course a hint of excitement. After all, he is a big shot, but now he is being ordered around by others and he dare not say anything. Mr. Zhou's subordinates certainly knew that they couldn't afford to offend the Yi family, but since their boss was in a bad mood, they would definitely say something nice to please him. "Boss, young Master Yi Lang is a little too anxious. Is something wrong? Even if there is something, he shouldn't be like this. He doesn't even give people a little time to prepare. This is too disrespectful." He only dared to say this in front of Mr. Zhou. If he were to say this in front of Yi Lang, even if he had 3 times the courage, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to say a word against it. Mr. Zhou shook his head upon hearing this and said, "It doesn't matter. I am just in a hurry. As long as I can get things done, nothing else matters. As for the future, I'm afraid few people will dare to order me around like this." At this point, Mr. Zhou's face radiated confidence as long as he could meet the big shot of the Yi family. The weight of the King of the East was no mere decoration. As the agent of the King of the East, would anyone dare to disrespect him? When beating a dog, you have to consider the owner. This may not sound nice, but it is the most realistic thing. He's a 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister. Do you really think this is a joke? Fortunately, after rushing and running through several red lights, we finally arrived. As for the issue of the ticket, my subordinates naturally came forward to solve it. Afterwards, Mr. Zhou was led by Yelong's men to a large private room. Once in the room, there was no need to ask who Yelong was. He could tell at a glance. He is in the main position, and everyone's eyes never leave him. Everyone is fawning on him with flattery and ingratiation. Who else could it be but the main person? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Mr. Zhou. There was no hatred or contempt. Everyone came to ask for help from the Yi family. Who was superior to whom? However, compared to indifference, there was a hint of smile in everyone's eyes. They all knew that the new Mr. Zhou had some grudges with Boss Gong, and Boss Gong's flattery made Yelong very comfortable. That was why Mr. Zhou rushed over. Wasn't it also for Boss Gong, who wouldn't want to see more fun in what was to come? Boss Gong even had a hint of excitement in his eyes. He just said it was pitiful because he wanted Yelong to help ease the grudge, but in fact, wouldn't it be better if Mr. Zhou could bow his head and surrender? He can be considered to have held his head high. Mr. Zhou didn't know at the moment that this was a trap set by Boss Gong, but it didn't matter whether he knew it or not. As long as he could meet people now, he wouldn't be afraid of not meeting bigger people. Walking up to Yelong, looking at his indifferent and superior Yelong, Mr. Zhou felt no displeasure in his heart. He lowered his head and smiled, saying, "Hello, Master Yelong, it is truly an honor to meet you." Upon hearing this, Yelong nodded calmly and said, "No need to flatter me. Saw you were quite anxious to see me before. Moreover, I heard that you wanted to see my eldest brother or an elder of the family. Ha, aren't you a little too ignorant? My eldest brother is a very important person. Can you see him just because you want to?" This statement is quite disrespectful to Mr. Zhou. However, what Yelong said was not wrong. To be honest, Yeshu was not someone that people of their level could see whenever they wanted. If every unqualified person clamored to see Yeshu, and Yeshu wanted everyone to see him, then there would be nothing else to do. What about being respectful to the wise and humble, being gentle to others, and not being arrogant? That's all nonsense. I don't deny that there are such people, but the more important fact is that if you want others to treat you with respect and dignity and be humble, you must also have your own value so that others can use you. Otherwise, the world is so big and there are so many people. Do I have the time to get to know every one of you? As for what we see, most of them are just performances, or they are done occasionally. Mr. Zhou understood, so he was not angry. Right now was the time to ask for help, so why would he be angry? Master Yelong, I understand what you mean. It's true that I'm a little ignorant. However, there are some things you may not understand. Just listen to me and you'll understand. After saying that, Mr. Zhou approached Yelong and quietly explained the situation. But Yelong simply shook his head and frowned, saying, "Don't get so close to me. Don't engage in these empty talk. What you think are important matters and necessary situations are not important to me at all. I'm a rule-abiding person. I am making an exception to meet you today, which is already giving you enough face. As for the rest, let's drink first. If you're late, you'll have to drink a penalty drink, Mr. Zhou. Is that okay? Have questions?" Of course, it was not Mr. Zhou's fault for being late on purpose. He came here immediately after receiving the notification for this. He was even chased by traffic enforcement officers all the way. Is this sincerity not enough? It is impossible to make excuses, and making excuses will only bring bad luck. No problem, of course no problem. After saying that, Mr. Zhou picked up the small wine glass on the table and poured wine, but at this time Yelong stopped Mr. Zhou and chuckled. The small wine glass is for drinking, not for drinking a penalty. Boss Gong, go get Mr. Zhou a large cup. Boss Gong had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing this, he nodded with his eyes shining and said, "Okay, Master, I'll get it right away." After saying that, Boss Gong ran over and brought back 3 wine glasses. He handed them to Mr. Zhou and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, please." At this moment, Mr. Zhou saw Boss Gong's face clearly. He frowned slightly and said, "It turns out to be Boss Gong. I didn't expect you to be here too." Boss Gong smiled smugly and said, "Thank you, young Master Yelong, for your kindness. I am now qualified to sit beside you and serve you. Mr. Zhou, you were so busy, yet you still remember me. I am truly grateful." He said he was grateful, but there wasn't any sign of gratitude at all. Mr. Zhou looked at the complacency in Boss Gong's eyes and immediately understood why Yelong had called him over at the last minute and why he had punished him by making him drink 3 large glasses of white wine. This is Boss Gong's good flattery, it's a way to vent his anger. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou felt a surge of anger in his heart. It would have been fine if Yelong had just made things difficult for him, but now, even the thing that had been so humble in front of him dared to order him around. Was it trying to make fun of him? When did Mr. Zhou fall to this state? 171, Chapter 171. What is your backer? Mr. Zhou really wanted to lose his temper, but now it seemed that he had to endure it. Looking at the 3 high-heeled glasses on the table, filled with white wine, it goes without saying that if Mr. Zhou drinks it, it will be unlikely that he will not be admitted to the hospital. How could this be a penalty drink? This was simply a prank. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhou looked at Yelong and said, Master Yelong, I accept the penalty, but if I really drink these 3 cups of baijiu, I'm afraid I'll have to go to the hospital. It's not a big deal if I go to the hospital, but it would be bad if it delays something important. How about this? I have a glass of white wine, is that okay with you? Is it okay? Yelong's face immediately turned gloomy. Is he trying to bargain with him? Are you okay? Is it possible? Yilang sneered, I heard that Mr. Zhou is a powerful figure in the underground world of Eastern Province and looks down on everyone. At first, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that the rumors are true. But, Mr. Zhou, have you forgotten that this is not your Eastern Province? This is the imperial capital. Moreover, even if Yelong were to be in the Eastern Province, I'm afraid few would dare to refuse the respect I ask for. Mr. Zhou, are you going to give me no face? Do you look down on Yelong? Or do you look down on my Yi family? Drink a penalty drink and bargain with me. You are really capable in this case. You don't have to drink these 3 glasses of wine. Get out immediately. I won't bear a grudge against you. Let's just pretend we have never met. Having said that, it seems that once you leave, you won't hold any grudges, but in reality, is that possible? It would be strange if Yelong had such a good temper. His elder brother Yishao is a notorious devil and a big villain. He can get into Yishao's eyes and handle some things for Yishao, so he is also a bit evil. If Mr. Zhou really dared to put down his wine glass and walk out of this door today, I'm afraid that within half an hour, Mr. Zhou would have to stay in the hospital. Mr. Zhou was very clear about this point without anyone reminding him. At this time, Boss Gong said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, it is an honor for you to drink young Master Yelong's penalty drink. I think you should not refuse. After all, who doesn't know Mr. Zhou's drinking capacity? He is famous for it. Come, Mr. Zhou, how about I drink with you? That way, you won't be drinking alone. After saying this, Boss Gong picked up his wine glass and spoke frankly, but in fact, it was extremely humiliating. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, looked at Yelong and said, Master Yelong, how about this? Once I finish my business, or finish what I have to say, I will definitely drink these 3 glasses of wine. Is that okay with you? Also, Master Yelong, please don't listen to the slander of villains and make mistakes. This statement is just short of calling Boss Gong a villain by name. Boss Gong's face immediately turned grim. He looked at Mr. Zhou and angrily said, Mr. Zhou, you're too arrogant. It was fine when we were in Eastern Province, but now that you're in the imperial capital and in front of young Master Yelong, not only have you not restrained yourself, but you've even intensified your behavior. What do you want to do? Do you still have young Master Yelong in your eyes? Who are you calling a villain? Me? I know we have a grudge, but what does it mean here? You actually dare to accuse young Master Yelong of listening to the slander of a villain. Are you saying that young Master Yelong can't tell right from wrong? Are you saying that he can't tell right from wrong? Oh Zhou, you are so bold. If this isn't provocation, then nothing is. Boss Gong is using the Yelong tiger's skin to unscrupulously attack and frame Mr. Zhou. At this moment, Yelong's expression also became extremely ugly. He looked at Mr. Zhou coldly and said, Mr. Zhou, is that so? Forget it. I don't want to ask any more questions. You don't need to drink these 3 glasses of wine. Leave here immediately and don't let me see you again. Go away. The simple words get out were enough to prove Yelong's anger at the moment. Mr. Zhou gritted his teeth and looked at Boss Gong. He didn't dare to blame Yelong, but he hated this villain who was trying to sow discord. It is impossible to leave. If I leave this time, I will never have the chance to see the night owl again. After gritting his teeth, Mr. Zhou did not choose to drink, but chose to speak directly. Master Yelong, I absolutely do not mean to disrespect you in the slightest. I can swear to heaven on this point. As for you asking me to leave, it's not that I can't leave, but there is something I must say. Master Yelong, please tell Master Yeshua that I, Zhou, have come here on the orders of Heavenly Monarch Yunting. I have important matters to discuss with Master Yeshua in person. Mr. Zhou directly brought out the name of Yunting Tianzhu, and otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have no chance to speak, and there was a high possibility that he would be retaliated by Yelong. By then, he would not know what the outcome would be. But just when Mr. Zhou thought that Yelong would realize the seriousness of the matter after hearing this, he still overestimated the magnanimity of this playboy like Yelong. Yunting Tianjun, what the hell, Tianjun, do you really think you're in a fairy tale movie? Are there going to be some kind of heavenly king or heavenly emperor appearing soon? Zhou, are you trying to play a trick on me? You dare show up like a random person and ask my big brother to give you face? Do you really not know the seriousness of the matter, or are you really mentally ill? I told you to get out, right? Then you don't have to get out. You won't drink 3 glasses of wine, right? I want to see if you will drink or not. After saying that, Yi Lang said coldly, come here, hold him down and force me to drink the wine. Immediately, several burly men ran out, grabbed Mr. Zhou's arms, and tried to pour wine into his mouth. Mr. Zhou had not experienced such humiliation for many years. When the title of Yunting Tianjun was mentioned, Yelong didn't take it seriously? Even if he is ignorant, it is impossible that he does not know this. Master Yelong, what do you want to do? You can look down on me, but do you even look down on Yunting Tianjun? That's Yunting Tianjun, the Yunting Tianjun of the Heavenly Palace. Even if Master Yeshio heard it, he would never do it like you are provoking a great enemy for the Yi family again. Things have come to this point, what else is there for Mr. Zhou to be afraid to say? He could endure humiliation, but if Yunting Tianjun was also humiliated, then he would be left with nothing and everyone would want to kill him. The name of the Heavenly Palace is feared throughout the world. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, not many people know the name of the Heavenly Palace and the names of its important figures, because the Heavenly Palace's sphere of influence is not in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they knew, except for those who had a deep understanding and were qualified enough, no one would take it seriously. Especially in recent years, Tiangong seems to have disappeared, which makes people even more confused about the situation. What's more, Yelong had already drunk quite a bit of wine at this moment. In addition, in his eyes, except for some top figures who could not be provoked, there was no force that his Yi family could not provoke, and no one that his eldest brother Yi Shao could not provoke. Mr. Zhou's words that he was provoking a great enemy for the Yi family, and Yi Zhao's words that he knew and would not dare to do so, completely infuriated Yi Lang, making his anger rise. 172, Chapter 172, Stripped and Thrown Out. Pour it in hard. This ignorant fellow dared to humiliate me, humiliate my eldest brother, and even humiliate the Yi family. Today I will let him know what kind of existence my Yi family is. He dares to use any random person as a backer. Who does he think he is? Does he think my Yi family is some insignificant little power? It's absolutely ridiculous. Yelong's words were full of arrogance, and arrogance in his words, the Heavenly Palace became a small and insignificant force, and big figures in the Heavenly Palace such as the King of the East and the Lord of Yunting became small figures who were not qualified to talk to his Yi family. If this gets out, then the feud will really be over. Mr. Zhou had been held down by Yelong's men and forced to take a big gulp of wine now. Besides anger, he felt helpless. What can he do when he meets such a scoundrel? He was really confused now. Was Yelong really unaware, or was he pretending to be stupid? Others didn't know the name of the Heavenly Palace, but as a member of the Yi family and a relatively core figure, how could he not know it? But now it seems that if Yelong knew clearly, would such a thing happen? Boss Gong had never heard of it, but he was very happy to see Mr. Zhou being bullied like this. However, there were not only a few of them in this room, there were also many big figures who could call the shots in their own areas. Among them, there were definitely some who had heard of Tiangong, especially those who frequently dealt with foreign countries. The name of Tiangong was simply a household name for them. Even though Tiangong has been much more low-key in recent years, its reputation remains. Many people who knew about it have already started to swallow their saliva. Even though the Heavenly Palace has lost the peerless giant Emperor Qi Tian, it is still a behemoth and awe-inspiring to the world. The King of Heaven and the Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace are big figures who must not be provoked. But now, Mr. Zhou has revealed who he represents, and Yelong still bullies him like this? He even openly looked down on the Tiangong, which was simply speechless. Just as Mr. Zhou said, even if Yi Xiao was here, he would definitely control his temper when he heard the news, even if he was very annoyed with Mr. Zhou. As long as Mr. Zhou represented a big shot in the Heavenly Palace, Yi Xiao had to give him face. The reason was very simple: the big shot in the Heavenly Palace had the strength to do so, and the Heavenly Palace had even more strength to do so. Even though the Yi family's influence in Long Country is overwhelming, the Tiangong is still a force that they have to treat with caution. But now, looking at Yelong, who looked crazy, and Mr. Zhou, who had been drunk, even if they wanted to remind him, they didn't dare to say it. They could only pretend that they didn't know. In this way, perhaps they would not be implicated. When gods fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, those who know the inside story are eager to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, otherwise, no one can guarantee that they will not be affected. In the end, all 3 goblets of white wine were poured into Mr. Zhou's stomach. His face turned visibly red, and his eyes were frighteningly red. Anyone could see that these were symptoms of alcohol poisoning. 3 full goblets of white wine, even if you drink it slowly, can make people lose consciousness, not to mention that it is poured directly into the stomach in one gulp. After the liquor was poured in, Yelong's men finally let go of Mr. Zhou, and Mr. Zhou collapsed to the ground, unable to speak, and was about to faint. Yilang sneered, "This is a lesson for you. I want you to know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is, not to mention in the imperial capital, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, anyone who dares to challenge my Yi family will end up in trouble. Who do you think you are? Okay, you're such a mess, it's really a letdown. Throw this guy out." Yelong's men immediately grabbed Mr. Zhou again and were about to throw him out. At this time, Mr. Zhou was completely drunk, his mind was not clear, and his body was in great pain, but he was also very brave, or it could be said that he still had a last bit of rationality. He could lose face today, but he could not lose the face of Yunting Tianjun. You'd better tell your brother what I said. I am waiting for you to pay the price for what you did today. Before he could finish his words, Yelong went straight up and slapped Mr. Zhou hard in the face. "Shameless thing, I gave you face but you don't want any of it, right? You don't accept my toast and you still dare to challenge me. Now you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Go, stand by the gate and have everyone watch. No one is allowed to approach him without my order. Also, take off his clothes and sober him up. Take some photos, leave some images, and let everyone take them back to enjoy and spread the word. The big boss of the East Province underworld, fuck him, in my eyes, he's just a dog. If he'd been an honest dog, he'd still have a bone to eat. Now he wants to turn into a mad dog and bite his master. Is he worthy of it? I will completely discredit him and make him lose all face. Go, do as I say immediately." When hitting someone, you shouldn't hit them in the face, but what Yelong did was more than just a slap in the face. He was going to peel off Mr. Zhou's skin and make him completely embarrassed to the extreme. If he really did that, Mr. Zhou would not only have one more embarrassing thing, but it would also be a pain that could never be healed in his lifetime. The fact that he survived and is still alive shows that Mr. Zhou has a strong will. Mr. Zhou's face flushed red, and he didn't know whether he was drunk or angry. He was so angry that he fainted past. Yelong's men simply dragged Mr. Zhou out like a dead dog. Yilang then sneered, "Come on, everyone, keep drinking and having fun. Don't let this little incident ruin your mood. Besides, it can be considered a temporary fun. Haha, wait a minute, let's all go and have a look together. There will be fun in the future." Everyone had different thoughts, but they all had smiles on their faces and drank with Yelong. The happiest person among them was probably Boss Gong this time. He was finally able to hold his head high in his opinion. This was Yelong helping him to teach his enemy a lesson, and his first move was so earth-shattering. "Master Yelong, there won't be any trouble." "Well, if this matter really causes you trouble, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die." Yilang laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "It's not a big deal. It's just dealing with an ant who doesn't know how to live or die. If I can't even do this, I will be a disgrace to my eldest brother and the Yi family. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble." As for his boastful words, they're all bullshit. If he really had the ability, wouldn't he have just gone straight to my eldest brother? Why would he come to me and beg me to introduce him to someone? I've seen this kind of guy a lot. This time, I'm just teaching him a lesson. My eldest brother won't blame me when he finds out. He'll just say I did the right thing. It just so happens that I'm going to see my eldest brother tonight, and then I'll tell him about this. You'll see, my eldest brother will probably be even angrier than Mebi then. I'm afraid he'll tear me into pieces. Huh? Yelong, you actually want to tell Yexiu about this matter and take credit for it as a joke? Now he still doesn't know how big a disaster he has caused and how much trouble he has gotten into. Meanwhile, in Dongzhou, no one knew that Mr. Zhou, the big boss of the underground world of Dong Province, was thrown at the gate and stripped naked when he arrived at the imperial capital. If I knew, I don't know how much trouble it would cause. But how could this matter be kept secret? I guess it will be known to everyone soon. But at this moment, Sher Shao arranged for someone to call Mr. Zhou, but no one answered the phone. However, Mr. Zhou's whereabouts were still found out. 173, Chapter 173. Let's start separately. Sher Shao's face looked a little unhappy, with anger burning in his eyes. He had just begun to feel a sense of pride, thinking he was about to become the king of the eastern province, but what happened? It was as if he had been hit by a club from his own people. Mr. Zhou really went to the capital as Boss Leopard said, and he didn't answer the phone. What does he want to do? Okay, if I hadn't come to Dongzhou, I really wouldn't have known that Dongzhou is so full of hidden talents. A buy-along from the Bai family is already so crazy that I can't understand or imagine it. I didn't expect that there would be another ambitious person who wants to wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province. What a Mr. Zhou, I just can't figure out what he has the right to do so. It is indeed puzzling. Even if young Master Sher did not take the people from the Eastern Province seriously before, he has now made up for it. I can't say that he knows them very well, but he is probably not far off. Mr. Zhou, where does your confidence come from? Why should he? Boss Leopard smiled faintly and said calmly, I'm afraid I can only ask Mr. Zhou about this. However, based on my understanding, Mr. Zhou isn't someone who would act so irrationally on impulse. Since he did it, he must have thought it over carefully and must have felt that there was a high probability of success. It's just that I can't imagine who gave him the confidence to think he could wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province. It's really unexpected, but I think I don't know the answer, but if Master Sher wants to know, then he should be able to know it. Hearing what Boss Bao said, Sher Shao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Boss Bao, as a local, doesn't understand it, so how can I understand it? Boss Leopard smiled but said nothing. Yi Tianqi chuckled at this time and said, I think what Boss Bao meant is that Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital at this critical juncture, probably to seek help or cooperation. In short, it's almost the same meaning. Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he is now in the imperial capital, and in the imperial capital, if young Master Sher wants to know something, he can find someone. Isn't it simple? As soon as he heard this, Sher Shao understood immediately and burst into laughter. Indeed, if he went to the imperial capital, would he still be afraid that Mr. Zhou would run away? Young Master Sher naturally has such great power in the imperial capital, but who dares to say that the people behind him, young Master Sher, do not have such great power? When the time really comes, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to reveal his plan in advance. Yi Xiao would definitely support it and not oppose it. By then, would he still care about who Mr. Zhou is backing? What kind of backer could be bigger than Night Owl, more powerful than the Yi family? After figuring this out, the unhappiness on Sher Shao's face disappeared, and he became confident again. Divine Dr. Ye's words really woke me up. Indeed, it's very simple to find out his condition. Once we go to the imperial capital, Mr. Zhou won't be able to do whatever he wants. Before, he didn't know my plan, so he wanted to be the same color. I can understand that, but now that I've told him my plan, he has to take it back. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to find him immediately and clarify the matter. Then, our next task will be much easier. Indeed, Mr. Zhou was originally considered the easiest person to deal with by Sher Shao, but he turned out to be the toughest nut to crack. Now that he feels that he can be taken down, he feels a lot more relaxed. Boss Leopard, Mr. Zhou is no longer a problem now, and you support Meso. There are only 3 giants left apart from the fire snake. It seems that the other 2 will not be difficult to take down. I wonder if Boss Leopard has anything to remind me. What other people do they have ideas and trump cards, if there is any problem later? Boss Leopard sat calmly on the sofa, pretending to think deeply for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, that's fine. Aside from the fire snake, young Master Sher won't have any trouble taking down the other 2 giants. Even if there are some minor issues, I believe they can be resolved. But, does young Master Sher really want to do something about the fire snake? After all, they've been allied with the Bai family for so many years, and they're almost half a member of the Bai family. That's going to be difficult, right? Besides, everyone else supports you. Do you really need Fire Snake's support as well? There are 3 giants and 2 big bosses in the underground world of East Province. If 4 of them stand behind Sher Shao, then 1 more Fire Snake or 1 less Fire Snake does not seem to mean much. But in Sher Shao's opinion, the Fire Snake is the most critical link. He wants the Fire Snake to betray the White Fish Dragon. Can the humiliation that young Master Sher suffered in the Bai family be resolved so easily? That's a joke. He wanted to make Bai Yilong deserted by everyone and lose everything. Isn't that crazy? He wanted to make Bai Yilong completely desperate and driven crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao felt excited and couldn't wait to see that day come. We must take it down. Taking down the fire snake will not only save us a battle, but will also make the white fish dragon feel abandoned by everyone. This is what I want. Bai Yilong is so crazy that he dares to humiliate me. There's no way I'll let him go so easily. Besides, Fire Snake is not in a bad position either. He supports the Bai family and old Master Bai. When Bai Yilong becomes a broken ship that can sink at any time, does that mean he will be buried with it? The Bai family doesn't only have Bai Yilong as its heir. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly when he heard this and said, "It seems that Mr. Shi is planning to support his own spokesperson in the Bai family to achieve its legitimate and justifiable, and it's also justifiable. This is to fundamentally eliminate all of Bai Yilong's influence and make him a complete pariah." When Xiao heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. He looked at Yi Tianqi and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Divine Dr. Yi is right. That's how it shouldn't it be like this, huh? But, are you sure about Mr. Bai, Master Shi? This is no joke. Does Mr. Bai really not support Bai Yilong? As long as he supports Bai Yilong, then the chances of Fire Snake betraying him will be very small, and the righteousness will no longer exist. Perhaps we can defeat the Bai family, but I'm afraid we won't get the result you want. Moreover, it will be much more difficult after all. That's Mr. Bai, you know." As soon as these words came out, Xiao's face immediately darkened, a murderous look flashed across his face, and he said coldly, "It's not that there is no way." 174, Chapter 174 Birthday Party or Funeral? Of course there is a way. When Mr. Bai fails to become a help and instead becomes a hindrance, then we have to change our mind. I'm not afraid to tell you all, if Mr. Bai supports me in clearing out his family, then everything is fine, but if he doesn't, I definitely won't let him become an obstacle. I hope he can figure it out. If not, then there's no need for him to continue thinking about it. These words were full of murderous intent. Anyone with a discerning eye could understand what Master Shi meant. He had murderous intentions. Xiao said coldly, "By Shuqing, I have really talked to him. He is truly dissatisfied with what Bai Yilong has done. Moreover, he is indeed the person most qualified to become the head of the Bai family besides Bai Yilong, and he is also the heir that Mr. Bai values. If he comes out to oppose Bai Yilong, then the Bai family, outsiders, and even Mr. Bai will definitely give it some consideration. So, regarding the Bai family, there are only 3 top priorities: capture the Fire Snake, convince old Master Bai, and make Bai Shuqing submit to me. As long as these 3 reasons are accomplished, the Bai family will be mine, and Bai Yilong will have no chance of turning things around." Xiao spoke in a decisive tone, as if he was very smart. But the fact is, if these 3 people were replaced by other people, it would be the same. The key is, can they be defeated? Master Shi, is there a solution? Boss Leopard spoke at this time. "Tell me about it. After all, as far as I know, this matter is really difficult to handle. Of course, difficult doesn't mean it can't be done. Judging from Master Shi's appearance, he must have a plan in mind." Xiao smiled slightly and looked at Boss Bao. He said, "I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I'm still 80 to 90% sure if we can take down one of the 3, the others won't be that difficult. However, my energy is limited. Plus, this is Eastern Province. After Ali want to keep what I want to do a secret from Master Xiao for now and give him a surprise, so I might have to trouble Boss Bao to come forward and go with Master Chen Wu to handle the matter for me. Regarding the other 2 giants, I wonder if Boss Bao would be embarrassed? After you have conquered the leopard boss, you must show him off, otherwise, what's the point of conquering him?" Boss Leopard narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then laughed and said, "Of course I can't say I didn't do anything after coming here." "Then, leave the other 2 to me with young Master Shi's trump card and my appearance. If they still don't understand, I will use them as a sacrifice to tell the world that I, Boss Bao, have made a comeback. As for the Bai family, it's up to young Master Shi." Upon hearing this, Xiao burst into laughter and said proudly, "Okay, Boss Bao really didn't let me down. Boss Bao, please rest assured, as long as you can succeed, there will be absolutely no problem on my side. When the time comes, we can contact each other at any time. The time for the launch will be at Mr. Bai's birthday party." At this point, Xiao's eyes were filled with danger. He gritted his teeth and sneered, Bai Yilong thinks that I, Xiao, am joking. Then I will let him know whether I am joking or not. He wanted to become the head of the Bai family at Mr. Bai's birthday party, but I warned him that if he offended me, Mr. Bai's birthday party would turn into a funeral. I want Mr. Bai's birthday party to become the moment when Bai Yilong loses everything and is deserted by everyone. I want that day to become the anniversary of his death next year. Ha 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 ha. Sure Shao laughed wildly. He had no intention of letting Bai Yulong go. He could never get back the humiliation he suffered in the Bai family. He was afraid that he would never be able to get over this hurdle in his life. Young Master Chen Wu put on a smile and tried to please Master Shi, while Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao had faint smiles on their faces. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, no one else could know. However, it can be seen from the way they looked at Shi Shao as if he were a fool, that they simply regarded him as a fool. Happy, so happy, Boss Bao, Dr. Yi, let's have a couple of drinks today and not leave until we're drunk, how about that? Shi Shao felt that everything was settled, so he planned to continue drinking and having fun. The leftovers on the table haven't been cleared away yet, so I want Master Qian Wu to prepare a new table of food and wine. Hearing this, Boss Bao smiled and shook his head, saying, there's no need to drink. I see young Master Shi has already eaten, and I've eaten too. Now that we've discussed it, let's get things done without delay. There's plenty of time for a drink. After Boss Leopard finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. When Shi Shao heard this, he immediately felt that Boss Bao was really reliable. He agreed to the deal and immediately started to work. However, it is not good to be too hasty. At least, Shi Shao does not intend to let Boss Bao do it alone. It is not that he does not believe in Boss Bao's ability, but his trust in Boss Bao has not reached this level yet. Don't worry, Boss Bao, if you take action, it will be easy. So, I will let Master Qian Wu go with you. He knows some things well, and it will save you a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian Wu stood up and said with a smile, Master Shi and Boss Bao have given me this opportunity to show my face. I am truly grateful. I will do my best. Boss Bao nodded indifferently and said, then let's do it together. There's no time to lose. Is there anything else that young Master Qian Wu needs to prepare? If not, let's go and get things done soon. These are all small matters. The key lies in whether young Master Shi can get it done. Shi Shao showed a confident look and said, don't worry, Boss Bao, it will definitely work. Bai Yulong is dead. When the time comes, when our Bai family's old man's birthday party comes, we will completely. It's a moment of glory for the bottom, ha. After saying that, he seemed to remember something. Shi Shao shouted to the room. Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya, are you done talking? Boss Bao is leaving, come out and see him off. Just now when they were discussing business, they sent Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya away. Now that they were going to see them off, they still had to call them out. After all, it was Sun Xiaoya who called Boss Leopard. At this time, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya were in the room, staring at each other, and seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with each other. They are really dissatisfied. Especially Lin Xingyue, she almost wanted to slap Sun Xiaoya in the face. Before, they had agreed that the two of them would work together to frame Yi Tianqi and leave him with a bad reputation in front of Master Shi and Master Qian Wu. What's the result? Everything was said well, but what happened in the end? When she came in, Sun Xiaoya didn't move at all. Sun Xiaoya, what are you doing? I told you to seduce Yi Tianqi. Even if you can't, you have to pretend that you were bullied by Yi Tianqi. But did you do it? What do you think? Why don't you do it? 175, Chapter 175. I am with him. Faced with Lin Xingyue's questioning, Sun Xiaoya didn't know what to say. She wanted to say it directly, but she always felt that it was not appropriate to say it just like that, and she was a little afraid. After all, the person in front of him was Yi Tianqi's real ex-wife now. Even if she was pretending, she still felt a little guilty. I didn't stand a chance at all. Yi Tianqi wouldn't even let me get close to him. What should I do? Should I tear my clothes, mess up my hair, and scream nonsense? That's too fake, they don't believe it at all. Sun Xiaoya began to explain. This explanation makes sense, after all, it is true. But Lin Xingyue didn't care and immediately became angry. Why do you care whether they believe it or not? There are no witnesses or physical evidence. What you say is what counts. What matters is your attitude. As long as you do it, shout it out, and frame someone, they'll definitely be suspicious. Sun Xiaoya, don't give me so many excuses. You just don't want to do it, right? Sun Xiaoya was also a little angry, and said dissatisfiedly, then why don't you do it? You only know how to let me do these things. Yi Tianqi has hands and feet. It's not like he can't run away, not to mention, he has a mouth, can't he explain? Lin Xingyue, I think it's better to forget about it. I sent Yi Tianqi cooperating with you and you're acting now. You may still have a chance to reconcile. It's not a bad thing that he is valued by Master Shi now. The facts have proved that he is not the waste you imagined. He can't threaten you now. I think it's better to forget about it. Forget it? Lin Xingyue almost suspected that she had heard it wrongly. Was this what Sun Xiaoya said? Can she say that? Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya suspiciously and said, "Don't you hate Yi Tianqi?" "No, you hate Yi Tianqi very much. It was you who kept talking nonsense in my ear. What's wrong now? Do you regret it?" "No, your attitude is wrong, and your eyes are always avoiding me." "Why are you avoiding me, Sun Xiaoya? We have known each other for so long. Can't I tell whether you are lying or not? What happened just now? What did you and Yi Tianqi say to each other?" Lin Xingyue's words made Sun Xiaoya even more uneasy, as if she had been caught stealing. But the more she did this, the more Lin Xingyue felt something was wrong, and she had to get to the bottom of it. "Sun Xiaoya, what kind of magic potion did Yi Tianqi give you? Don't hide it from me. If you hide it from me, I will run out right now and tell Boss Bao what kind of person you are. Don't tell me anything else. You know I have the ability to ruin your good deeds. Also, you know what kind of temper I have. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being rude to you." Sun Xiaoya has followed Lin Xingyue for so long and understands very well what kind of person Lin Xingyue has become in order to achieve her goals. This person can sometimes be so cruel that she can do things that make people despair. Otherwise, would she have used Uncle Leopard to target her ex-husband? Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, I just have a better plan. I didn't do nothing just now. I did it, and it succeeded. I gave Yi Tianqi another chance to choose, and he chose me. When these words came out, Lin Xingyue's eyes widened and she looked at Sun Xiaoya in disbelief. She never expected to hear such news from her. But what followed was a burning anger, and even a feeling of betrayal. This feeling was so intense that her body began to tremble. Thinking of Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya flirting with each other and their tender affection, the fire was about to burn her. As for whether she was angry at Sun Xiaoya's betrayal or angry at Yi Tianqi for choosing Sun Xiaoya, Lin Xingyue couldn't tell now. But she was very angry, extremely angry, as if she had never been so angry before. Being angry is like a child whose favorite toy is taken away by other children. "What do you mean, you gave him another chance? What do you mean, he chose you, Sun Xiaoya? Are you telling me that you and Yi Tianqi are together?" Lin Xingyue was almost going crazy. The scene of Sun Xiaoya and Yi Tianqi together was vivid in her mind. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya nodded silently. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing left to hide. "That's right, that's it. He and I should be together, right, Xingyue? You won't be unhappy, right?" "Unhappy?" Lin Xingyue wanted to laugh out loud and act as if she cared about Yi Tianqi very much, but in fact, she couldn't laugh. She had indeed divorced Yi Tianqi and abandoned him. She even looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. However, when she heard Sun Xiaoya say that she was with Yi Tianqi, the anger that surged from her heart was something she wanted to deny, but she couldn't. That was real anger, so angry that I wanted to tear everything apart. Before Lin Xingyue could get angry, Sun Xiaoya continued, "You forgot, we talked about this topic before. You said that I should seduce Yi Tianqi and hurt him. I just thought that this might hurt him more deeply." "Yes, that's right, that's what I thought at the time. Xingyue, just framing him might not be effective, but hurting him I just used your method to provoke and hurt him. I thought he would be stubborn. But I saw that he was really hurt by you and was very desperate. He seemed to regard me as a lifeline. I thought this was a good opportunity for revenge, don't you think? And besides, I've stabilized him. He won't pose a threat to you now. As long as the timing is right, I can make him fall in love with me even more and once again make him experience the feeling of being abandoned and betrayed. He will definitely be in pain and despair. Isn't this the best way to get revenge? Xingyue, what do you think?" While Sun Xiaoya was trying to convince Lin Xingyue, she also seemed to have convinced herself, with her eyes shining. Lin Xingyue frowned and looked at Sun Xiaoya deeply. Does it matter whether she believes it or not? The important thing is that Sun Xiaoya and Yi Tianqi have now confirmed their relationship. Moreover, it seemed that she had indeed said such words, but why did she not believe it? She felt that something was wrong with Sun Xiaoya's eyes. "Now that you've said that, what else can I say? Now that you two are together, I don't have much to say. I can only tell you to take care of yourself and don't get carried away and forget what you want." "What's next? What are you going to do?" Sun Xiaoya hesitated after hearing this, then shook her head and said, "I don't know. I just thought that this was the only way to hurt him, but I really haven't figured out what to do." Lin Xingyue's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Since you're already together, let him trust her completely. Sun Xiaoya, I believe you won't give up on the beautiful days ahead. Even though Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor now, he will eventually be abandoned. It might even be difficult for him to survive. You know the life you might have without me telling you. So, it's up to you." But since you two are together, I think I need to keep this evidence. Didn't you seduce him before, but failed? Then, try again this time, he won't have any reason to refuse. Lin Xingyue said this, looking at Sun Xiaoya coldly, with a look that looked like she wanted to kill someone. But, apart from that, it is full of bad fun. 176, Chapter 176 The Promise. What are you talking about, Xingyue? I don't like Yi Tianqi at all. You know how much I hate him and how much I dislike him. I just temporarily thought that this would hurt him the most, so I chose to be with him, but I didn't really want to do anything with him. No, I can't accept it. I feel sick when I think about him touching me. Felt so uncomfortable just holding hands. I can't accept anything else. Sun Xiaoya's face turned slightly red, but she quickly waved her hand to reject Lin Xingyue's proposal. She really didn't know whether it was disgusting or not, but it was definitely not as disgusting as she said. Not only that, even the slight excitement and satisfaction she felt when she hugged Yi Tianqi could not be faked. But can I say these words? At least not in front of Lin Xingyue. However, no matter what she said, at this moment, Lin Xingyue could no longer listen. Why are you pretending to be innocent at this time? We agreed to frame Yi Tianqi together, but you two ended up getting together, and now you're trying to clear yourselves? Is that a good thing? Sun Xiaoya even mentioned that she had just held hands with Yi Tianqi. Was it just holding hands? It was obvious at first glance that Sun Xiaoya was lying, thinking of how close Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya were. Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth in annoyance. Okay, Sun Xiaoya, stop talking to me. You have no right to refuse. If you don't want to, then I will think that you really like Yi Tianqi and you just want to be with him. Otherwise, do what I say. Not bad as a capable doctor after all, not such a loser. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you being with him. Tell me the truth, do you want to be with him? If you do, just tell me. Wish you the best. As long as you can control Yi Tianqi and make him talk less, I won't target him anymore. Can you guarantee that? This was half true and half false, but Sun Xiaoya would never believe it. What's more, is she really with Yi Tianqi? She couldn't do it, and didn't want to do it. After all, if they really were together, it would seem that Lin Xingyue said she would not target them anymore, but what was the truth? Was that possible? I just ended up with a situation where I can never turn things around in this life. I swear, I will never be with him. I am just using him. I just want him to be heard. More Xingyue, believe me, I really think so. Okay, I know what to do. Don't worry, I will make you see it and make you believe it. Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth and agreed. Lin Xingyue nodded in satisfaction and said, before the birthday party, you can do whatever you want. I can give you a few days to interact with him more and build your relationship. However, when the birthday party starts, I must see the results. When the birthday banquet begins, everything on Master Shi's side will come to an end by then. He will not let the Bai family go. At that moment, Master Shi will be crowned king of Eastern Province. But at that moment, I will also turn Yi Tianqi into a street rat again. Don't you want revenge? Then, at the moment when he is happiest, send him to hell again. Is everything alright? Can I have questions? Do you dare to ask questions? Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, nodded heavily, and said, no problem, I will definitely do it, just wait and see. Lin Xingyue nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, that's good, it depends on your performance. In fact, I really think that you and Yi Tianqi are quite a match. If you really want to be together, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Otherwise, why don't you think about it again? She said she wanted to let others consider it, but Lin Xingyue's eyes were aggressive. She stared at Sun Xiaoya, almost wanting to eat her. Sun Xiaoya quickly shook her head, and said with some disdain in her eyes, Xingyue, you know my ambition. Yi Tianqi is not even among my choices. I won't hide it from you. Maybe before coming to Dongzhou, if I knew he had this identity, I might have had different thoughts about him. But after coming to Dongzhou for a few days, I've experienced so many things and so many people. There's no way I could choose. Him's not worthy of me at all, and he can't give me what I want. And, you know what, Yi Tianqi is still so arrogant that it makes people want to laugh. You don't even know what he just said to me. If I tell you, you'll die of laughter. As if she was thinking of the promise Yi Tianqi had just made to her, Sun Xiaoya smiled sarcastically. Besides, he mentioned you specifically. This made Lin Xingyue curious. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and sneered, Yi Tianqi, what did you say? Why did he mention me? Sun Xiaoya did not hide anything at the moment, and did not even need to exaggerate, and immediately told Yi Tianqi what he had said. Yi Tianqi told me that as long as I treat him well and love him, and won't betray him or abandon him like you did, then he will treat me well and give me everything I want. No, he will give me much more than I could have imagined. Haha, Xingyue, tell me if this is ridiculous or not. Now I know how he deceived you in the first place, and I also know why you can't stand him. He's not just a loser, he's a liar who's full of nonsense and can only tell lies. What does he take me for? What does he think I want? Does he even know what I want? What else? Giving me much more than I wanted. This is simply hilarious. Sun Xiaoya laughed so hard that she fell backwards every time she thought of this sentence. Her attitude towards Yi Tianqi would tilt even more. This kind of words would be just as good if it were said by Shi Shao, or even Boss Bao. But, Yi Tianqi said, that was really a bit ridiculous. Lin Xingyue also smiled at this moment, but there was a hint of invisible complexity in her eyes. Yes, Yi Tianqi had once made a vow to her, and told her to be happy and not to worry, because everything would be there in the future, and everything would slowly get better. It was as if she had been blessed. In fact, since then, Lin Xingyue's life has indeed gradually improved, and it has been getting better and better. Now we know that this is Yi Tianqi's credit, but why not just say it? At this moment, Yi Tianqi used this method to coax Sun Xiaoya again. These familiar words made Lin Xingyue suddenly feel a little unhappy. As if trying to compete, Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and sneered, "It seems you haven't reached his heart yet. Do you know what he once said to me? He said he would make me the happiest woman in the world. He said that with him around, no one could bully me, no one could dare to bully me. He would let me stand at the top of the world and become the woman that everyone envied. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Besides, it's much bigger than what I promised you. But anyone who believes these tricks to deceive little girls is an idiot. Facts have also proven that he may have some confidence, but in the end he is just a liar who knows how to talk big." 177, Chapter 177. You two should live together. Just him, at the top of the world. Xingyue, this Yi Tianqi is too boastful. Sun Xiaoya sneered when she heard this. If she wanted Lin Xingyue to stand at the top of the world and become the woman that everyone envied, then at least Yi Tianqi himself had to be at the top of the world. Otherwise, how could he reach the top? Lin Xingyue sneered and said, "How can a frog in a well know how big the world is? It's just a casual lie. Do you really take it seriously? Forget about the top of the world. If Yi Tianqi could become the king of Eastern Province, I, Lin Xingyue, would kneel down and kowtow to him and repent. But is he worthy of it? Does he look like a king to you?" Hearing this, Sun Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed. "King of Eastern Province, Xingyue, even if you let him dream, he wouldn't dare to dream of such an identity. A man like him wouldn't look like an emperor even if he wore a dragon robe. Is he still a king? I think he looks like a turtle. Haha. Is this joke funny?" After Sun Xiaoya finished speaking, she knew that she had said the wrong thing, and immediately lowered her head, not looking at Lin Xingyue's expression. Lin Xingyue's face turned ashen, and the smile she had originally had on her face was now completely gone. Turtle? This was a scolding of Yi Tianqi, but wasn't it also a scolding of her, Lin Xingyue? After all, Yi Tianqi was a cuckold. So how could she, Lin Xingyue, be any better? Wasn't this green hat the one she had put on him? Although there is nothing substantial yet, the marriage has ended, the person has been abandoned, and the feelings have been betrayed. I assented a complete betrayal? Before Lin Xingyue could say anything, Shi Shao's voice came over. "Boss Leopard, we're leaving." Lin Xingyue then looked at Sun Xiaoya deeply and said, "Remember, I don't want to make any mistakes this time." After saying that, Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, put a smile on her face, opened the door and went out. Sun Xiaoya also followed behind. The two walked right up to Boss Bao and said with a smile, "Boss Bao, are you leaving now? Look, we haven't even had a moment with you yet. Xiaoya, come here. I wasn't able to greet Boss Bao when he arrived just now, and now that he's leaving, you'll be feeling incredibly bad if I don't let you see him off." After saying that, Lin Xingyue pulled Sun Xiaoya to her side. The more Lin Xingyue knew that Sun Xiaoya was already with Yi Tianqi, the more she did this. Was it just pretending that the two of them were still sneaking around? Okay, then let Yi Tianqi watch his woman being attentive to other men. This kind of frustration was enough to hurt people, right? Come to think of it, a wife who is divorced but no one knows about it, and a lover who they just got together with but no one knows about it, both of them are being very attentive to other men. I assented. Embarrassing for the husband? The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi will definitely not feel good. Sun Xiaoya didn't care about Yi Tianqi's mood at this time. Compared with Yi Tianqi, she certainly cared more about what Boss Leopard thought of her. So, Sun Xiaoda quickly walked up to Boss Bao and said with a sweet smile, "Boss Bao, let me take you there." Boss Bao laughed heartily, shook his head, and said, "No need to see me off, I can walk on my own from now on, let's each go about our business, Master Sure. Business is more important, you know." Upon hearing this, Sher Shao immediately nodded and said, "Of course, business is the most important thing, everything else can be put aside, Boss Bao. I'm sorry to bother you, I'll be waiting for your good news." Boss Leopard nodded and looked at Mr. Qianwu and said, "Aren't we going together, let's go." In fact, Mr. Qianwu didn't want to leave, he always felt an inexplicable pressure when he was with Boss Bao, he didn't know where this pressure came from, it was just a feeling. It feels very dangerous, I always feel that Boss Leopard is very dangerous. But not going is not an option, young Master Sure has given the order, and everything has been agreed upon, what danger could there be? So, Mr. Qianwu followed Boss Bao and left. At the moment, only Sher Shao, Yi Tianqi, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoyao were left in the room as for Uncle Bao, except for the time when he just entered the room, he had been sent out long ago. Uncle Leopard has no right to be here. After everyone left, Sher Shao sat on the sofa with a carefree look, no longer showing any worry, as if everything had already been successful. "Dr. Yi, Boss Bao has already started, and the Bai family's affairs cannot be left behind, Dr. Yi. I can't go to the Bai family now, Bai Yilong would go crazy when he saw me, but the Bai family's affairs are of utmost importance. How about asking Dr. Yi to take charge of the following? You, Divine Dr. Yi, are at the Bai family, so you can still come visit. Plus, Lin Qingyue has already met Bai Yilong. If you two use this as an excuse to go see old Master Bai, I don't think Bai Yilong will be able to say anything. What do you think? Are you willing to go there for me?" Young Master Sure actually planned to let Yi Tianqi meet with old Master Bai to discuss the affairs of the Bai family. This was not beyond Yi Tianqi's expectations after all, what Sher Shao said was very certain, but the fact was that even if Bai Yilong would not attack him again, he did not have the courage to meet Bai Yilong. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "It's just a meeting, no problem, but if young Master Sure wants me to persuade old Master Bai, or even let me handle the affairs of the Bai family, I'm afraid I can't guarantee anything. After all, you know that the Bai family is now in a dangerous place, and my words don't carry much weight." Young Master Sure laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "Divine Dr. Yi is too modest. I believe in Divine Dr. Yi's abilities, of course. As Divine Dr. Yi said, no one can figure out the current situation of the Bai family, so I naturally won't embarrass Divine Dr. Yi. Just go there and test the waters also. Please help me make an appointment with Bai Shuqing, that's no problem, right? I can handle the rest myself." In fact, before in the Bai family, I was almost the same as Bai Shuqing. We had to agree on a lot, but the white fish dragon arrived too quickly and messed things up. Plus, I didn't know at the time that the white fish dragon would be so unresponsive, so I did miss out on some things. Luckily, I can still make up for it now. Just do your best, Dr. Yi. No one will think too much if you two come forward. Now that things had come to this, Yi Tianqi naturally agreed. Lin Qingyue wanted to say something, but she didn't want to take the risk. Most importantly, she wanted to spend more time with Sher Shao and talk to him so that their relationship would deepen. However, Sher Shao never gave her this opportunity. Looking at Lin Qingyue, Sher Shao said calmly, "Lin Qingyue, President Lin, I know there are some minor conflicts between you and your wife, and there may even be some things I don't know about, but no matter what it is, you have to give way to my big business right now. I think you should be able to tell the difference. It's decided. Even if you're just acting, you have to play your part well. The Bai family isn't stupid, and Bai Yilong is certainly not one. After I go to the Bai family with Divine Dr. Yi, you can stay at the Bai family hotel together until the birthday banquet arrives and everything becomes a foregone conclusion. I won't care what you think. But since you and your spouse are going to the Bai family together, you should play your roles well. Do you understand?" When these words were spoken, not only Yi Tianqi was surprised, but Lin Qingyue's face also changed drastically. Actually, she and Yi Tianqi were asked to act out love scenes together these days? It's just a show, but you actually want them to live together? This is definitely not the result Lin Qingyue wants. 178, Chapter 178. It seems like yesterday. Lin Qingyue had no choice but to speak. If she didn't speak up, she would probably have to live with Yi Tianqi. Even if it was just living in the same room, it was something Lin Qingyue was extremely unwilling to do now. It's not that she hates Yi Tianqi so much, but this will obviously affect her image. Others knowing that they are married is one thing, but seeing them living together with their own eyes is another. Master Sure, we can act well together, but living together shouldn't be necessary, right? We didn't come here together in the first place. I think Yi Tianqi has his own things to do, so he probably doesn't want to live with me. After saying that, Lin Xingyue looked at Yi Tianqi and said, is that so? You don't want that either. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, nodded, and said, that's right, since we live together, I don't think it's necessary. It's unlikely that the Bai family would even investigate this. Shi Xiao looked at Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue, a hint of an intriguing smile on his face, and said, I know what you two are thinking, but don't underestimate the details. Details determine success or failure. We all hear this a lot but rarely see it, but once we see it, it's too late to cry. I've already told you how important this matter is to me. Similarly, you also know that this matter is very important to you. Therefore, there must be no mistakes. We must live together. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, can you afford it? At the end of his words, Shi Xiao's voice became cold. If something happens, can he afford it? If something goes wrong, Shi Xiaodong's chance to become the king of the province will be ruined by then. No one knows what his fate will be, but he knows that the fate of those who dare to harm him will definitely not be good. Lin Xingyue immediately felt a chill, thinking that if something really happened because of her, she would not be able to have a bright future, and would be very badly punished. Thinking of this, nothing else seemed important besides, this was Master Shi's order, and she couldn't refuse. Well, then, Master Shi, for your sake, I'll accept a little injustice. He said this as if he had really suffered a great injustice. Yi Tianqi immediately rolled his eyes and said calmly, if you feel wronged by being with me, then you can just not be together. Don't make it sound like I'm begging you. Do you think I really want to live with you? Lin Xingyue was extremely annoyed when these words came out of Yi Tianqi's mouth. She has always been the only one who despised and looked down on Yi Tianqi. When did it become Yi Tianqi's turn to dislike her and talk behind her back? Even when he first arrived and learned that I had hired someone to deal with him, he didn't act like this. This situation made it difficult for Lin Xingyue not to wonder if it was because Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya were together just now. I sent this change of heart a bit too fast? Is he now expressing his loyalty to Sun Xiaoya in front of me? Why am I so unhappy? However, before Lin Xingyue could say anything, Shi Xiao had already patted Yi Tianqi on the shoulder, laughed heartily, and said, Divine Dr. Yi, the overall situation is more important. Miss Xingyue has said nothing, so you should not say anything more. You know, this matter is very important. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded reluctantly and said, since young Master Shi has said so, then I have nothing more to say. I will just do as young Master Shi tells me. Master Shi, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll have to go back and prepare. Bai Yilong is not just a madman, he's not stupid at all. This is the truth. Although his attitude towards Shi Xiao this time makes people feel that Bai Yilong seems to be very reckless and crazy, but in fact, in the entire East Province, and even all the people who know Bai Yilong's name, no one thinks that Bai Yilong is a fool. On the contrary, Bai Yilong is very smart and very scheming. Shi Xiao nodded and said, there's nothing else to say. If there's anything I'll contact you these days. Otherwise, we can just call. Even if we're acting, we have to act convincingly. If Bai Yilong knew about our relationship before everything is settled, it would definitely cause complications. So, these few days, just act well and pretend you haven't seen me. When everything is settled on the day of Mr. Bai's birthday banquet, rest assured that I will never forget your contributions at that time. Not only will I reward you according to your merits, but I will also highlight you to Mr. Xiao. I, young Master Shi, will never be stingy with this, so please rest assured. The steamed buns haven't even been eaten yet, but the pancakes have already started to be drawn. When Lin Xingyue heard this, she felt much happier and suddenly no longer felt that it was so difficult to accompany Yi Tianqi to act for a few more days. These days, it's a good opportunity to watch Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya's performance. Yi Tianqi was allowed to act arrogantly in front of her. He thought he had grabbed a life-saving straw and that someone wanted him, but when Sun Xiaoya heard him again, she really wanted to see the despair on Yi Tianqi's face at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyue wanted to laugh. Thank you, Master Shi. We will leave first. At this time, Sun Xiaoya was a little confused. Should she leave or not? Young Master Shi only told Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi to leave together and live together, but he didn't mention anything about himself. She actually wanted to stay, even though she was actually with Yi Tianqi now. As long as young Master Shi was willing, why would she bother to put on a show? She would definitely get more benefits by serving young Master Shi first, and that would be all in one go. Master Shi, President Lin, what about me? Should I go with them, or stay? Sun Xiaoya, she asked in a low voice, her face a little red, and her expression was as if she was telling Master Shi directly that as long as he spoke, she, Sun Xiaoya, would not leave. I have to say that this scene made Shi Xiao feel a little excited. Although he was still injured, he felt relieved, and other things became more interesting. However, before Shi Xiao could speak, Lin Qingyue immediately said, "Of course we have to act the whole way. You must follow me, otherwise, how can I explain where you went? Everyone knows that you are my assistant and you came with me. If you stay, if something goes wrong with you, then we will be in trouble." Upon hearing Lin Qingyue's words, Shi Xiao immediately nodded and said, "That's right, that makes a lot of sense, Sun Xiaoya. You should leave with me. It's a good opportunity to have a good chat with Boss Ba when you have time." "Alright, I won't send you off. There are too many people around here, and don't let anyone see you and tell the White Fish Dragon about this anyway. Just cooperate and wait quietly for a few days. You will definitely benefit from it." "Dr. Yi, then, I'll wait for your good news." Afterwards, Yi Tianqi, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya left. "When we came here, we all came from different places, but now we are returning to one place." At this moment, 3 people were walking on the road at the same time, but they only felt that everything had changed. They had walked this way many times before, but this time, everything was fake. 179, Chapter 179, Things and People Have Changed. A tree-lined path, only a few dozen meters long. Yi Tianqi walked in the middle, Lin Qingyue walked on the left, and Sun Xiaoya walked on the right. The 3 people have their own thoughts and ideas, but at this moment, they still have to act. Yi Tianqi had a calm expression and walked at a leisurely pace. Lin Qingyue suddenly said, "This scene is quite familiar." Hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded and said, "We once took a walk together. It's a lie to say we're not familiar with each other. It's just the past. It's all in the past. People still have to look forward to it." These words made Lin Qingyue burst out laughing, as if she had heard a big joke. This laugh made Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya frown. "Is it funny?" Lin Qingyue's expression turned cold, but she directly put her arm around Yi Tianqi's arm. Yi Tianqi frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Lin Qingyue sneered, "What do you think I'm going to do? You don't really think that after I know your identity as a miracle doctor, I'm going to get back together with you, right?" Yi Tianqi, wake up a little. Even if you are a miracle doctor, I don't think highly of you at all. What did I do? I was just following Master Shi's instructions and putting on a good show with you. What do you think? Hearing this, Yi Tianqi also laughed. It's true, he is as arrogant and conceited as ever. How could Lin Qingyue look down on a miracle doctor like herself? After all, her sights are now on a big man like Shi Xiao. There's no one else around now, so who are you putting on this show for? Even if you don't feel awkward, I do. And, Lin Qingyue, I think you've forgotten what I said before, so I don't mind reminding you again. From the moment you abandoned me, from the moment you used the methods of the underworld against me, I no longer have any feelings for you. Do you need me to be more blunt and direct? Yi Tianqi had no intention of indulging Lin Qingyue. Acting was acting, and watching a play was watching a play, but that didn't mean he would let Lin Qingyue do whatever she wanted without restraint. He hadn't been wrong to that extent. If he wasn't waiting for people from the Heavenly Palace to arrive, he wouldn't even want to perform this play. Now, Yi Tianqi's mind is all on the imperial capital and on Tang Qingyu. Lin Qingyue's matter is not important at all as for whether she regrets it or what expression and mood she will have when she finds out the truth. It actually has nothing to do with him after all. If you think about it, you can know that there is no way there will be any mistakes. Yi Tianqi's words were like a knife stabbing into Lin Qingyue's heart. She could humiliate Yi Tianqi, but she couldn't stand Yi Tianqi humiliating her. No matter what identity Yi Tianqi becomes, no matter whether her success is due to Yi Tianqi, but now, she, Lin Qingyue, is much stronger than Yi Tianqi. It can even be said that she can take Yi Tianqi's life with just one sentence. Why should he humiliate himself? In particular, the more Lin Qingyue knew that she had received help from Yi Tianqi, the more uncomfortable she felt, as if she had eaten a fly, as if she was so blind. Lin Qingyue glared at Yi Tianqi fiercely, gritted her teeth, and said, "Yi Tianqi, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you are a little useful now. Don't forget, I can deal with you. However I want. Your life is still in my hands." After saying that, he glanced at Uncle Ba, who was not far away, and sneered, "See, Uncle Ba is still here. Yi Tianqi, believe it or not, I can kill you anytime and anywhere. I advise you to see the situation clearly and be honest, otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." Yi Tianqi laughed when he heard Lin Qingyue's threat, nodded, and said, "That's right, you can really do it. It seems that my life is indeed in your hands. However, Lin Qingyue, I also want to remind you that sometimes, seeing may not be believing as a person, it is better to have a conscience, otherwise, Otherwise, Yi Tianqi didn't say anything, but what followed was definitely not good. Sun Xiaoya whispered at this time, you two should stop arguing. Aren't you supposed to put on a show? Don't let anyone see it, otherwise, Master Shi will be unhappy. Having said that, Sun Xiaoya secretly tugged at Yi Tianqi's clothes, as if to persuade him to speak less. Yi Tianqi turned around and looked at Sun Xiaoya, revealing a gentle smile. He nodded gently and said, well, let's stop arguing. These words are just a few simple ones, but they make people feel like they are meant to be obeyed. For Lin Qingyue, who already knew that Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya were together, this was simply a show of affection in front of her. Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya, saying, stop pretending under my nose. Don't think I don't know that you two have been secretly together. Humph, if you want to do something, just do it openly. After saying that, Lin Qingyue gave Sun Xiaoya a look, and then said viciously, Sun Xiaoya, you are also useless. You want all the garbage that I don't want. You don't want to walk on the sunny road, but insist on walking on the dark and damp path. What can Yi Tianqi, this waste, bring to you? But it's up to you. I am waiting for the day when you cry. She said this on purpose. The more she did this, the more angry Yi Tianqi would be, and the more she would trust Sun Xiaoya. The more she trusted Sun Xiaoya, the more she saw Sun Xiaoya being wrong because of her. How could Yi Tianqi not have his feelings for Sun Xiaoya rapidly warm up? By then, the fake will become real. If we have some kind of close relationship, then everything will fall into place. By that time, when Yi Tianqi's heart was full of Sun Xiaoya, only today Yi Tianqi still had the energy to talk to himself. I look like I won't even have the energy to shed tears when I'm abandoned. This is what Lin Qingyue wants to see. Sun Xiaoya also got Lin Qingyue's hint and knew that this was the time for her to show her talent. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Tianqi is not trash. What sunny avenues or dark paths? Now that I'm gone, I don't regret it. I've missed it for many years, and now I finally have the chance. I don't care what others say anyway. I'm willing to do it. Even if I really cry one day, I won't regret it. Who wouldn't be moved by these words? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said softly, as long as you treat me sincerely, and not treat me like trash like some people do, you can rest assured that you will not lose in this life, never. Call it sweet words or a vow of eternal love. These words came out of Yi Tianqi's mouth, and he said them so firmly that Lin Qingyue felt uncomfortable and funny at the same time. Okay, I won't lose in this life? Isn't it ridiculous? How can a person who has lost everything have the nerve to say such things? If it weren't a coincidence, Yi Tianqi would have been locked up in a mental hospital by now, and this is still the best outcome. 180, Chapter 180, Clear Position. Yi Tianqi, I never realized you were so boastful before. Are you disgusting? It makes me want to vomit just by listening to you. And you, Sun Xiaoya, I remember you were quite smart. Why are you so stupid now? Even after losing so badly, Yi Tianqi still won't let you lose. Haha, he dares to say such words to coax a child, and you dare to really believe it? Lin Qingyue started to mock without any scruples. At least, at this moment, in her opinion, she was qualified. Sun Xiaoya just gritted her teeth, then looked at Yi Tianqi firmly and said, I believe in Tianqi. They really show their affection. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Lin Qingyue sneered and said, then believe it. The facts will prove everything. Alright, take your eyes off me. It makes me sick. Also, I don't mind you two being intimate, but be careful out there. If you make a mistake, Master Shi will kill you. As they were talking, the three of them had already reached the end of the tree-lined path, and the person waiting outside was Uncle Leopard. Uncle Ba was outside and was not in a good mood, but at the same time, he felt it was funny. Just now, he didn't even have the right to speak in front of Shi Shao and the others. He was even ridiculed wantonly, as if he, a ruthless man in the Mingzhou underworld, was just an ant that was not worthy of being on the stage. Of course, after knowing the background of Shi Shao and the others, Uncle Bao did admit that in front of such people, he was really just an ant. But ants also have their own self-esteem. It is true that they dare not show their teeth, and it is also true that they are in a bad mood. Fortunately, Uncle Bao knew that those who looked down on him would probably be in trouble soon. It was enough for him to have Yi Tianqi there. At this moment, Uncle Bao looked at Yi Tianqi and the other two who were walking side by side, wiped his eyes, and seemed to be in a state of confusion, always feeling that he might have seen it wrong. Are these Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi who seem to have an irreconcilable feud? These two people, with smiles on their faces, arms around each other, and looking very close, are clearly a sweet couple. Is this reconciliation? This won't do if Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue reconcile. What about me? You have to know that he is following Lin Qingyue on the surface, but in fact he is Yi Tianqi's Manaya-synthesis spy. Of course, this may be an exaggeration, but it is true that Lin Qingyue knows that he will never let him go. Thinking of this, Uncle Bao felt bitter in his heart. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. It was acting, definitely acting. Although the acting was very similar, it was definitely not true that they had reconciled. Thinking of what Lin Qingyue said when she called him, Uncle Bao felt a lot more at ease. However, until the truth was revealed, he could only play along and act. He really wanted to say hello to Yi Tianqi, but he couldn't. Before everything became clear, he still had to act like Lin Qingyue was his master. So, Uncle Bao quickly smiled widely, looked at Lin Qingyue and said, "Boss Lin, you guys are out." Lin Qingyue looked at Uncle Bao's flattering expression, and felt more at ease. She said calmly, "Well, send us back to the Bai Family Hotel later, and then you can also book a room at the Bai Family Hotel for the next few days. Just stay with us." Having said that, Lin Qingyue looked at Uncle Bao deeply and said, "It must have been very uncomfortable in that room just now, right? It's the feeling of being looked down upon. However, you probably also saw what kind of people were in there, so it's best not to have any dissatisfaction in your heart. Even if you do, don't show it, otherwise, no one can save you." Uncle Bao nodded quickly upon hearing this and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I do have some self-awareness. I know my own limitations. I am grateful to you for being able to meet those important figures, but I absolutely dare not harbor any resentment." Lin Qingyue nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "Just follow me and do your work well. Who says you can't become a big shot like that in the future, huh? But the prerequisite is that you have to be loyal and useful enough. I think you should no longer doubt my ability now." Uncle Leopard almost wanted to eat the pie in the sky. Unfortunately, Uncle Bao had already seen the real pie. What was Lin Qingyue's pie? At most, it was just a pie on paper. The real delicious thing was in Yi Tianqi's hands. Thinking of this, Uncle Bao felt a little sorry for Lin Qingyue. You don't want such a great god, and even bully, despise, and become enemies with him instead. You go to find someone else who is not even as good as Yi Tianqi. Isn't this a huge joke? Don't be fooled by the fact that you are laughing happily and wildly now. When the truth comes out, I'm afraid your laughter will be uglier than crying. I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare show it on my face. Uncle Bao looked at Lin Qingyue, smiled, and said, "Of course. Besides, I have never doubted you, Mr. Lin. I have known your strength for a long time, and now I feel it is even more unfathomable." Lin Qingyue nodded with satisfaction, then asked Uncle Bao to open the door of the business car and got in directly. Yi Tianqi and son Xiaoyao also sat in. After entering the car, Lin Qingyue seemed to have become a different person. Looking at Yi Tianqi sitting next to her, she said lightly, "There is no need for us to act when no one is watching. If you are not uncomfortable, I am disgusted." After saying that, he looked at Uncle Bao and said, "Uncle Bao, from now on, you have to follow Yi Tianqi at all times. You can't let him out of your sight for even a minute. Do you understand me?" "I don't understand this. Isn't this just close surveillance?" Uncle Bao understood in his heart. As expected, it was not a matter of agreement, but just acting. Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "It seems are you afraid I'll run away? You're overthinking it. Why would I run? Where would I run to?" Lin Qingyue said coldly, "That's your business, but I have to be prepared for any eventuality also. This is a reminder for you to be less arrogant in front of me in the future. Don't think that just because young Master Shi can use you now, you can turn things around. If you provoke me, I can still make you suffer a fate worse than death, so don't push me." Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said nothing. Lin Qingyue thought he was scared, so she snorted coldly and said, "When to go to the Bai family, Master Shi's mission is the most important. You know this better than anyone else. You understand the consequences of not completing it." Yi Tianqi didn't care about Lin Qingyue's attitude. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "The current situation of the Bai family is not very clear, but it is definitely not appropriate to go there directly. I will call in advance to let them know and arrange a time. This is more reasonable." When acting, of course you have to act it out completely. Otherwise, no matter how dangerous the Bai family is, even if others can't go there, Yi Tianqi can't go there either. It's not like he can just go wherever he wants. Then fight now. 181, Chapter 181, Waste is Waste. Yi Tianqi didn't take Lin Xingyue's commanding tone seriously. Just hit it. Do you think you really don't have this face in the Bai family? However, the call was made, and it was directly made to Mr. Bai, but no one answered. This is embarrassing. Yi Tianqi didn't take it seriously after all. Mr. Bai didn't rest all night last night, so it was normal for him to rest now, or maybe it was something else, so it was not impossible that he didn't bring his cell phone. For young people, it seems like they can't live without a mobile phone, but for the older generation like Mr. Bai, is a mobile phone important? It's just a communication tool. Maybe he's taking a break, let's play later. Yi Tianqi spoke the truth, but in Lin Xingyue's eyes, it looked completely different. The suspicion in Lin Xingyue's eyes and the frown on her brow all showed that she was in a very bad mood after all. Young Master Shi asked them to visit old Master Bai together to test his opinion and do other things. If they couldn't even get into the Bai family, wouldn't everything be in vain? Yi Tianqi, are you bragging? The Bai family actually doesn't take you seriously at all, otherwise, why would they not answer your call? You are the only one who takes yourself seriously, I told you. Yi Tianqi, why are you so arrogant and self-righteous? Now you are exposed. I don't care how you want to brag, but if you can't go to the Bai family, you know the consequences of deceiving Master Shi. I am not afraid to tell you, before you came today, Master Shi didn't intend to let you leave easily. It was only because something unexpected happened that he felt you were still useful, so he kept you. Otherwise, don't even think about pretending with me, you might not even get out alive. He really didn't mean to scare Yi Tianqi after all. Shi Shaoke didn't intend to let Yi Tianqi off easily at that time. Yi Tianqi was not angry. He shrugged and said calmly, it's just that the call didn't go through. There's no rush to go there now. Besides, even if the call didn't go through, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that I can't go to the Bai family. I never said whether I have faith in the Bai family or not. It's always you who said it. What's the matter now? Are you blaming me? Seeing that Yi Tianqi dared to be stubborn and refute, Lin Xingyue immediately became annoyed. Trash is still trash, even after putting on a layer of skin, it's still trash. I was right about you. I am lucky I divorced you back then, otherwise, I would have been humiliated. At this point, Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and gritted her teeth. Call Boss Bao. I don't have Bai Yilong's phone number, but Boss Bao definitely has it. Relying on Yi Tianqi is really blind and confused. Let's just rely on ourselves. Sun Xiaoya didn't want to listen to Lin Xingyue. But as Lin Xingyue said, if the Bai family's affairs could not be accomplished, Shi Shaoshang would really be furious, and then they would definitely be the unlucky ones. However, Lin Xingyue must have done this on purpose. She clearly had Boss Leopard's phone number, but she asked herself to call, and in front of Yi Tianqi, even if it was just an act, Sun Xiaoya had to pretend. So, Sun Xiaoya seemed very hesitant and looked at Yi Tianqi, as if she was afraid that Yi Tianqi would think too much and get angry. This made Lin Xingyue so angry that her teeth itched. Why are you looking at him? He's just a piece of trash. If he could accomplish this, would you still need to come forward and beg Boss Leopard? That's why I'm telling you, keep your eyes open. Trash is always trash, even if it's covered in skin. Sun Xiaoya looked at Yi Tianqi and frowned slightly, and said quickly, okay, don't say anything, I'll beat you. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya called Boss Leopard. From the moment the phone call was connected, one could tell at a glance that the attitude and expression were flattering and fawning, even tempting. He acted as if he cared a lot about whether Yi Tianqi would think too much, but in fact, what he did not take Yi Tianqi into consideration at all, as if Yi Tianqi did not exist. Still, the call came back. Lin Xingyue dialed Bai Yilong's number, then looked at Yi Tianqi and sneered, see, just because you're a loser, your woman has to fawn over other men. Humiliating, huh? You deserve it. You're a loser, yet you still act like one. After saying that, without even looking at Yi Tianqi, Lin Xingyue dialed the number. When the call was made, Lin Xingyue felt nervous, fearing that Bai Yilong would not answer the phone. Only when the call was connected did she feel relieved. Just now she was saying that Sun Xiaoya was flattering, but now she is just as flattering as Sun Xiaoya. Is that young Master Bai Yilong Bai? I'm Lin Xingyue, you still remember me, right? Her voice was soft, sweet, and gentle to the extreme, and even her eyes were smiling like flowers. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqi sneered in his heart. Although I have seen how Lin Xingyue flatters and fawns over these rich and powerful people, I still feel unhappy every time I see it. This kind of Lin Xingyue has never appeared in front of him. I don't know what Bai Yilong said on the phone, I just watched Lin Xingyue talking excitedly. I'm so touched that you still remember me, Mr. Bai. I want to visit you at the Bai family. When do you have time? No, it's nothing. I just want to thank you really. Thank you so much. I am sorry for causing you so much trouble. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would be doing now. Really, that's great. By the way, can I bring someone with me? You should still remember Yi Tianqi, the one who treated the old man. He also came to Dongzhou after learning that it was you who saved me. He wanted to come with me to visit you and the old man. He knows a little bit about medicine, so it would be good for him to check on his health. Really? Really, that's great. Okay, we'll go there tonight. Okay, well, you're busy, Mr. Bai. See you tonight. Afterwards, Lin Qingyue hung up the phone, and she couldn't stop smiling. He looked at Yi Tianqi with arrogance and said with a smile, "See, do you really need a so-called miracle doctor like you? If I hadn't said it, you might not even be able to get through the door." Doctor, the thing this world has the most is doctors don't think you're a big shot just because you have some medical skills. What are you in front of those who truly control money and power? Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. I am in a good mood right now and don't want to bother with you. Be good when the time comes and don't embarrass me. Go back to the hotel and rest for a while, then go to Bai's house around 6 in the evening. At this point, Lin Qingyue frowned, looked Yi Tianqi up and down, frowned and sneered, "Country bumpkin. Uncle Bao, go to the biggest arena in Dongzhou first and pick out some clothes for this loser, so that I won't lose face later." This means that he looked down on Yi Tianqi from the bottom of his heart, otherwise, he would never have said such words. Looking down on someone can be reflected in many ways. Lin Qingyue didn't care at all. 182, Chapter 182. A giant that is as wealthy as a nation. As the capital city of Dong Province, Dongzhou is naturally prosperous. There are more than one famous business districts. Near the location of the Bai Family Hotel, there is a large shopping mall ranked among the top 3 in Dongzhou, Yunnan City. Standing at the foot of the cloud-top city wall, looking at the bustling crowd coming and going, except for the ordinary people who forced themselves to go in for a look, everyone else was either rich or noble. There's no way around it, as it is full of all kinds of first-tier and super first-tier high-end brands. Even if you enter Cloud City and want to buy something in a store, you have to see if you have enough money in your pocket. This is a place that Lin Qingyue could only look up to and didn't even dare to enter. This is also the place where Lin Qingyue went on a crazy revenge spending spree after she became rich. It seems that only in this way can I erase my poor past. Yi Tianqi, do you know how much the annual turnover here is? Hundreds of billions. The annual turnover is nearly 10 times greater than the assets of my entire Qingyue group, and there are 10 cloud cities like this in the first-tier cities of Dragon Country. Can you imagine how wealthy the Cloud Group is? Is the boss behind the Cloud Group as wealthy as a nation? But I tell you, sooner or later, my Qingyue group will not be worse than Yunnan Group, absolutely not. It seemed as if she was making a vow to herself, setting a long-term goal, and also as if she was finding hope for herself. Looking at the extremely high-end appearance of the Cloud City in front of her, Lin Qingyue's eyes were shining. Not to mention Lin Qingyue, at this moment, Sun Xiaoya and Uncle Bao's eyes were also shining. Reality may be cruel, but who doesn't have dreams, even fantasies? Let alone owning 10 cloud cities. Even if you own just one, that would be enough wealth to last a lifetime, which is more than 99% of people. The most terrifying thing is that such a cloud city has an extremely terrifying cash flow. Sun Xiaoya swallowed her saliva and said, "A place where you can make a fortune every day, wouldn't other people be jealous?" This is a very tactful way of saying it. After all, in a place like this where you can make a lot of money just by lying down, and it is already a mature business, the local tyrants would not think about getting a piece of the pie. Uncle Bao, you're from the underworld and know a lot. Let me ask you, if Mingzhou had a place like this, wouldn't those businessmen, including those from your underworld, be tempted? After all, this is a huge piece of fat meat. Even if you just drink a sip of the soup, you can still make a lot of money. That is true. But Uncle Ba shook his head bitterly when he heard this. He looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, "Assistant Sun is right, but I think that Mr. Lin should be able to give you the answer. It's not that there are places like this in Mingzhou. They may not be as profitable as Cloud City, but in our opinion, there are many good projects that can make a lot of money. However, not everyone can get involved. For a businessman like Mr. Lin who has such strength and background, we will naturally try to find ways to cooperate. It's not surprising that people in the underground world are envious, but once you try, you will find that behind every such treasure chest stands a figure we cannot afford to offend. Perhaps they find it troublesome, or perhaps they need some help from the local tyrants, so they will give us a share. But I'm afraid that won't even be enough for a share of the soup. Don't even mention being ruthless. If you're ruthless with a person like this, he'll only get more ruthless. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't cross the river. I think you should understand this principle. This is quite pertinent. Lin Xingyue also nodded and said, that's right. Apart from those random projects that suddenly make people rich, which other good projects that can make people rich without people behind them? Take Cloud City for example. Although I don't know what kind of big shot is behind this treasure trove, I think it's definitely not something that ordinary people can afford to provoke. Even if they cooperate, they will cooperate with the top people in East Province. But as far as I know, it seems that the Bai family is not involved in East Province. I don't know which force has a stake. Or even these major forces in East Province can't participate. That would be terrible. But think about it, the sheer size of the 10 Cloud Cities makes the Cloud Group itself the most powerful force. Who would dare to mess with them? Furthermore, the Cloud Group encompasses more than just Cloud Cities. It also encompasses hotels, real estate, finance, tourism, high-tech, and so on. The size of each of these entities seems staggering. As soon as these words were spoken, both Uncle Bao and son Xiaoya showed expressions of disbelief. Is Yunyuan Group really so terrifying? Boss Lin, this isn't possible, is it? I know Cloud City of the Cloud Group is doing well, but are its other areas as terrifying as you say? This Cloud Group is simply an unimaginable behemoth. But why haven't I heard of it? Moreover, the Cloud Group isn't even listed on the Dragon Country wealth list. This is indeed true. Considering the size of Cloud City, it doesn't even need other businesses of Cloud Group. This one item alone is enough to make the person behind it included in the rich list, but unfortunately, his name is not on the list. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue sneered, the list is made by humans. Since it's made by humans, then naturally whoever you want on the list can be on it, and whoever you want off can be off it. Don't you understand this? Besides, you can't say it's not on the list. If you search for Yunyuan Group among the top 500 companies in Dragon Country, you'll find that it ranks over 490 THISNT. That ridiculous? Let alone the bottom of the ranking, even the revenue of the top 50 companies is not as large as the volume of 10 Cloud Cities, but it ranks last. If I say there is no trickery involved, do you believe it? At this point, Lin Xingyue fell into deep thought and said, I think you've all heard of Yuntian Investment, huh? If it weren't for a chance coincidence, I wouldn't even know that this famous investment company in Longwei is actually under the Yundu Group. You can imagine how terrifying the size of Yundu Group is. Upon hearing this, Uncle Bao and son Xiaoya were both shocked. How could they not know about the famous Yuntian Investment? It was in charge of huge wealth. Among the many projects it invested in, there were many well-known companies that were on the list. It could be said that Yuntian Investment was extremely rich. But who would have thought that Yuntian Investment actually belongs to Yunyuan Group? This is terrible. Such a huge monster that blocks out the sky and the sun is hidden in everyone's sight, which makes people wonder how terrifying the person behind it is. If you don't have any powerful means, how can you hide? How can you hide? At this time, Lin Xingyue and the others also discovered Yi Tianqi. From the moment he arrived at the gate of Yunyuan City, an intriguing expression appeared on his face, which seemed to be regret, remembrance, and more like emotion. But in Lin Xingyue's eyes, these expressions became a kind of desire and jealousy. 183, Chapter 183, Invaluable. Looking at Yi Tianqi's expression, Lin Xingyue felt an inexplicable excitement and pride. No matter how poor her Xingyue Group is, it is still a large group with assets of over 10 billion. She is still the number one in Mingzhou. Moreover, as long as she gets the approval of Master Shi, if she performs well this time and Master Shi's plan is perfectly implemented, then it is conceivable how much benefits she will get in the future. At the same time, her group will also expand rapidly. Even if her assets don't reach 10 billion, I'm afraid they will increase several times by then. Her net worth ranking will be completely different. And what about Yi Tianqi? Besides knowing some medical skills, what else? There are so many people with good medical skills. What is Yi Tianqi? There is no need to think about who is more important between her and Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi, is that an expression of jealousy and envy on your face? To be frank, you don't even have the qualifications to envy in this life. You can only look up to them. Forget about Yunyuan Group. Even this Yunyuan City, you can only enter it a few times in your lifetime. It's already a rare opportunity. This time, I'll give you a reward. It seemed as if Lin Xingyue could not face her own heart unless she humiliated Yi Tianqi with a few words. Yi Tianqi didn't say anything after hearing this. He just glanced at Lin Xingyue calmly and said, "Then I wish you to achieve your goal as soon as possible." After saying that, Yi Tianqi ignored him and walked directly towards Yunwan City. Others may not know about this Cloud City, which is out of reach in the eyes of others, or even the entire Cloud Group, but how could Yi Tianqi not know about it? It can even be said that the success of Cloud Group was entirely created by him. Lin Xingyue was curious about who was behind the Yunwan Group, but Yi Tianqi could answer her now that behind the Yunwan Group were the Qi family and the Tang family. These two families are now in charge of the Yunwan Group. However, it was with the consent of Yi Tianqi, who facilitated the establishment of this group when he was still Qi Tian at the beginning. The Qi family alone had not yet returned to the position of a first-tier family, but Yi Tianqi had already seen very far. After all, such a huge Yunwan group naturally could not be controlled by only the Qi family. It's not that the Qi family is not qualified, but it's not safe. But with the addition of the Tang family, that's enough. With two major first-tier families jointly in charge, anyone who wants to have any bad intentions towards Yunwan Group should probably think twice. This was originally given to Tang Qingyu by Yi Tianqi, but based on Tang Qingyu's current situation, Yi Tianqi knew without a second thought that Tang Qingyu had completely lost her voice in the Yunwan Group. Just like himself, all the power had been taken over by the family. It's ridiculous to think that you are making wedding dresses for others in vain. However, for Yi Tianqi, he always keeps a few backup plans when doing things. For example, Yunwan Group. In fact, he can take it back at any time as long as he wants. By then, I am afraid that the faces of the Yunwan Group's board of directors, including the Tang family and the Qi family, will be extremely ugly. It's not just embarrassing. The mere fact that Yunwan Group was taken back is enough to make the Tang and Qi families fall from the position of first-tier families, or even seriously damage their vitality. After all, over the years, the two families have put a lot of effort into the Yunwan Group and poured countless resources into it. It is true that this is the treasure pot of their two families, but at the same time, it has been closely related to them for a long time. It's really hard to say who was making the wedding dress for whom now. This Yi Tianqi is really just tough talk. After Lin Xingyue sneered, she looked at Yi Tianqi's back and also thought about walking towards Yunwan City. Several people soon arrived at a top international clothing store. The suits in this store were all priced at hundreds of thousands of yuan each, and the best ones were even jaw-dropping. Even so, this casual set made Lin Xingyue regret bringing Yi Tianqi here, because she felt it was not worth it. Spending so much money on Yi Tianqi felt like throwing money into the water. No, it was even more painful than throwing money into the water. Feeling bad? Forget it. It's just a dress for a visit to the Bai family. There's no need to buy a dress worth hundreds of thousands or even millions just for this. As soon as Yi Tianqi saw Lin Xingyue's expression, he knew that she was feeling a little distressed. When Lin Xingyue heard this, she felt as if her tail had been stepped on. She looked at Yi Tianqi coldly and said, "Of course I feel bad. He spent so much money on a loser like you, and you don't even look in the mirror to see if you deserve it. Trash is trash. No matter how nice the clothes are, it won't change your essence. Do you really think that wearing such nice clothes can turn you into an upper-class person? That's ridiculous. But for my own sake, I endured it this time." After saying that, Lin Xingyue pointed directly at a suit that she had looked at, the cheapest one, which cost over 300,000 yuan, and said to Yi Tianqi, "This is the one. If it doesn't fit, go to another store and have a look. This store sells the most expensive clothes in the entire Yunwan City." Lin Xingyue brought Yi Tianqi here in a moment of confusion. Otherwise, no matter which store she went into, the clothes would not be as expensive as this one. As a result, a problem that could be solved with tens of thousands of dollars now costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. How can we not feel bad about that? The waiters noticed that the relationships between these people were a little unclear, so they didn't dare to say much. He just quietly led Yi Tianqi to change clothes. Only a few minutes later, when Yi Tianqi came out of the fitting room, both Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoyao were stunned. They had never seen Yi Tianqi wearing formal clothes before. Even if they had seen him before, they had long forgotten what he looked like. But now, they didn't know whether the clothes were too fitting or what. But the moment Yi Tianqi walked out, they seemed to see a truly noble man, the indescribable nobleman. Every gesture, every smile, even a glance, possesses an elegance and nobility ingrained in her bones, making people dare not even take a second look. Sun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up and her heart beat faster. Even Lin Qingyue swallowed her saliva, wondering if she had seen the wrong person. Was this person Yi Tianqi? Just a set of clothes, can it really make a person look like another person? Uncle Bao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Mr. Yi, it is indeed priceless." This was just a casual remark, but Uncle Bao knew that Yi Tianqi was not a waste at all, but a real big man that people could only look up to, so this was an involuntary statement from the heart. This is right, this is what it looks like. Not everyone can fake the nobility and dominance in his bones. However, it was this sentence that brought Lin Qingyue back to reality and made her sober up. Although there was still complexity in his eyes, there was more anger. It's not expensive at all, it's just the clothes, it looks the same on anyone. This country bumpkin, I didn't expect that after putting on such nice clothes, the whole person looks a little more energetic. Unfortunately, no matter how energetic he is still a loser at heart, After saying that, Lin Qingyue walked directly towards Yi Tianqi, looked at him indifferently, and said, "I didn't expect that you can really suit this dress. If someone didn't know you, they would really think you were a noble son of some family. It's a pity that you can only deceive some ignorant people." 184, Chapter 184. They are not worthy of comparing with me. Yi Tianqi looked at himself in the mirror at this time, as if recalling the past, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you trying to fool ignorant people? Then who is the ignorant person? Looking at Lin Qingyue, whose eyes were filled with a complex expression but still full of contempt, Yi Tianqi said calmly, "How do you know that I am not more noble than those so-called noble sons?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue burst into laughter and even bent over with laughter. "Ah, Yi Tianqi, you're going to make me laugh to death. You are so much more noble than those noble young men. How can you have the nerve to say that? Change your clothes and look in the mirror. Have you fooled yourself? Okay, you want to pretend, right? Then I'll let you pretend. How about Mr. Qian Wu, can you compare with this noble young man? How about the Bai family's Bai Along, young Master Bai, how can you compare with this noble young master? Not to mention young Master Shi, the true nobleman from the imperial capital, and the bigwigs behind him. How can you compare with them? It's simply hilarious. Yi Tianqi, are you suffering from delusion? Have you been stimulated too much recently? So, are you almost going crazy? So it seems I was going to send you to a mental hospital, or I saved you. Can Lin Qingyue be trusted? Yi Tianqi had long become a joke in her eyes. If she had believed such words, she would not have reached this point today. At this moment, even the waiter next to them felt that Lin Qingyue was too mean, and Sun Xiaoya and Uncle Bao felt the same way. Is this necessary? There was no love between Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi, let alone any deep hatred. At most, Lin Qingyue's mother and brother were beaten up by Yi Tianqi. Yes, this was quite hateful, but everything has cause and effect. What's more, how much affection did Lin Qingyue really have for her mother and brother? They were a pair of vampires, the kind that lay on her and sucked her blood, and even wanted to suck her dry completely. How much did she, Lin Qingyue, care about them? Therefore, even Sun Xiaoya didn't know where this hostility and hatred towards Yi Tianqi came from. Especially after learning that Yi Tianqi was a miracle doctor, Lin Qingyue became completely abnormal. She seemed to be targeting Yi Tianqi like a madman and humiliating him. It seemed that she would not give up until she stepped on Yi Tianqi, spit on him, and made him completely humiliated. She was unwilling to give in and was not happy. It seems that only by being high and mighty can one find a sense of existence in front of Yi Tianqi, which is incomprehensible. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Qingyue deeply, chuckled, and shook his head slightly. This made Lin Qingyue angry. What's wrong? Still not convinced? Do you think I'm wrong? Yi Tianqi, what do you mean, am I wrong? What's with that expression on your face? Are you mocking me? Yi Tianqi shook his head, sighed, and said, No, I mean, you are right. At least, one thing you said is right. There is no comparison. There is really no comparison. There is no comparison between me and these people. After hearing this answer, Lin Qingyue nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Yi Tianqi had given in to her. But how could she know that what Yi Tianqi said about incomparable was true? There was indeed no comparison. If they were asked to compare themselves with her, would they dare? Just the 3 words, noble young master alone, Yi Tianqi, was recognized by the entire dragon country as the unrivaled noble young master of the Qi family, a figure who dominated an era. How could he be compared? How could he be compared? It's a pity that Lin Qingyue didn't know. It seemed that she didn't want to say anything more. After quickly paying the bill, Lin Xingyue was about to leave with Yi Tianqi. At this time, Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said, "Xingyue, isn't it missing something to have only one set of clothes? Don't successful people, or noble gentlemen, need to wear something?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyue was furious. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said coldly, "What, I bought him a big gold chain to hang around his neck, do you think it's appropriate?" Sun Xiaoya was speechless. Is this what she meant? When did she ask Lin Xingyue to buy a big gold chain? Wearing a suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and hanging a big, shiny gold chain around the neck, anyone who sees it will find it too incongruous. I'm talking about a watch, Xingyue. Of course, you can just ignore me. Just think that if you want to make the scene more realistic, you should give him, or you too, a watch. A couple's watch. It'll be clear at a glance that you two are in a great relationship. Although she really wanted to refute, after thinking about it, Lin Xingyue decided to forget it. Sun Xiaoya was right. A pair of couple watches can indeed solve many problems. But it would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt. It's hard to say about watches. There are cheap ones that can be bought for tens or hundreds of dollars, while the expensive ones are real top luxury goods, costing millions or even tens of millions. Spend this money? It hurts. Even if it is a couple watch, it still hurts. Yi Tianqi chuckled at this time and said, "Forget it, I don't have the habit of wearing a watch. Besides, a watch is more expensive than clothes, so forget it. Besides, it's just acting, there's no need to be so serious." These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Lin Xingyue immediately glared at Yi Tianqi and said, "What do you mean by this? Do you look down on me and think I can't afford it, and you're just acting? Do you think this is just a child's play? What if this detail delays young Master Shi's important matter? Will you be held responsible, or will I be?" "Buy it, you have to buy it. It's just a watch. I'm the CEO of Xingyue Group, with a net worth of over $1 billion. Why would I care about this? Besides, even if I can't own Cloud City in the future, I will become the top VIP here. What's a watch? Just follow me." It's really hard to refute what he said. Yi Tianqi shrugged and didn't care. However, when he went out wearing this outfit, he would be the focus wherever he went, because Yi Tianqi looked like a noble young man at this moment, and almost everyone would look at him twice. This made Lin Xingyue even more uncomfortable. He thought that these rich people who came here to shop had no taste and only looked at the surface. They couldn't tell that Yi Tianqi was a poor guy and a loser at heart. Lin Xingyue was naturally familiar with internationally renowned luxury brands, but when it came to spending so much money to buy such an expensive item for Yi Tianqi, to be honest, she was just talking about it and couldn't bear to buy it for real. So, Lin Xingyue picked for a long time and finally found a brand she had never heard of at the corner. It can even be said that if she hadn't seen watches inside these two storefronts from the outside, she wouldn't have known that this was a watch store. Moreover, in the store, apart from an old craftsman who was either repairing or making watches, there was no one to serve guests. "It's right here, go in." In Lin Xingyue's opinion, this is probably the cheapest place in the entire mall. The watches here can't be too expensive. After all, I bought it in Cloud City, so I can tell others about it. Yi Tianqi glanced at the store that barely had a sign, looked at Lin Xingyue with a half smile, and said, "How about we go find another one?" 185, Chapter 185, only 800,000, I bought it. When Lin Xingyue heard Yi Tianqi's words, she immediately became angry. What's the matter? Is he addicted to eating out at the rich restaurant? Did he immediately become more discerning after seeing the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of clothes he just bought him? Did he dislike the watch shop in front of him because it wasn't a well-known luxury brand? So you look down on it? When she thought of this, Lin Xingyue felt so angry that her teeth were itching. Yi Tianqi was really so fearless. "Yi Tianqi, what's the matter? Do you still want me to take you to one of the world's top luxury brand stores? Are you not satisfied with cheating me out of a suit worth hundreds of thousands, so you want another watch worth hundreds of thousands? I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. If this weren't for acting and you weren't afraid of being exposed, do you think you deserve this outfit? Do you really think you can become a noble son of a wealthy family just by putting on this outfit? Take a look in the mirror, please." "This is the store. Stop haggling. You're so lucky to have just this one. What do you think Cloud City is? The rent here is ridiculously expensive, and there's even a brand review process. Not every brand can open in Cloud City. Don't worry about what you've heard of. If they can open a store here, they must be the real deal." Lin Xingyue gave Yi Tianqi a lecture, but she was right about one thing. Yunhuan City focuses on high-end products, and ordinary brands are not qualified to open a store here. At the very least, they have to be well-known. So, you can shop around here and you won't buy any fake brands. Yi Tianqi shrugged his shoulders, looked at the somewhat annoyed Lin Qingyue, and said, I've already warned you since you insist on going into this place to buy it, then fine, I don't mean any other harm, I am just worried that you can't afford it even if you can afford it. I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken. Who would believe this? There are only a few famous top watch brands in the world, how could Lin Qingyue not know them? It was obvious that Yi Tianqi himself felt that this brand was not top-notch enough. Not to mention Lin Qingyue's thoughts, Sun Xiaoya and Uncle Bao also had the same expression at the moment, thinking that Yi Tianqi just wanted to coax Lin Qingyue to change a watch store, and they also didn't think that this watch store was more expensive than those first-line big brands. Can't afford it? Lin Qingyue, have a net worth of 1 billion. Do you know what that means? Yi Tianqi, can you please stop showing off your incompetence and worthlessness? Forget about this obscure watch shop even if it's the top brand store, as long as I, Lin Qingyue, want to buy anything, I can do it. I just don't want to spend money on a loser like you, even if it's for a play. After saying that, Lin Qingyue went straight into the store and ignored Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi shrugged, glanced at Sun Xiaoya and Uncle Bao, and said with a smile, I really have good intentions, don't you believe it? Uncle Bao laughed dryly, while Sun Xiaoya pretended to like Yi Tianqi, so she smiled and said, I believe it, but don't say so much to her anymore, she spends her own money and can go wherever she wants. Do you really want to be scolded by her? Are you happy? Yi Tianqi sneered in his heart, calling everyone a waste and trash, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Who could be happy? But now, he just didn't want to attack Lin Qingyue, he just wanted to see to what extent Lin Qingyue could humiliate him, he just wanted to see how bad Lin Qingyue could treat him. The more awful and humiliating she is now, the better Lin Qingyue's expression will be in a few days when the truth comes out. But now, he was too lazy to say anything. After entering the store, the old master didn't even raise his head, and seemed to have no intention of greeting customers. I'm not worried about someone stealing my watch, as everything here is locked. Besides, stealing in Cloud City, do you really think the security guards are just for show? If you get caught, the consequences will be 10 times worse than if you were caught by the Public Security Bureau. Lin Qingyue looked at the master, who was still concentrating, as if he didn't see them come in, and felt a little dissatisfied. When a customer comes, you should at least greet him, but he is so indifferent, as if he doesn't even know that someone is coming. It's no wonder that business is not good. It would be strange if it could be good. However, it can also be seen from this that the business of this store is really not good, otherwise, how could this person do this? But to be honest, the watch is really beautiful. The store is not big, but not small either. There are not many display cabinets, but not too few either. However, there are only a dozen or so watches on display, but it must be said that since Lin Qingyue came in, she couldn't take her eyes off them. She is not a person who likes watches, but after seeing these beautiful watches that are almost in disrepair, she would be lying if she said she didn't like them. The old master ignored her, and she was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, she walked towards a watch that was similar to a couple's style. She looked at it again and again, and liked it more and more. This is not a watch, it is a work of art. Unfortunately, after searching around, Lin Qingyue still couldn't find the price. After thinking for a while, Lin Qingyue looked at the old master and said, Hello, are you the boss? Let's check our watches. The old master said calmly without even looking up, Just watch. Lin Qingyue frowned slightly, but didn't say much. She pointed at the women's watch she liked and said, Boss, how much is this women's watch? It's the one called Wings of Light. The old master still didn't look up and said directly, That's a couple's watch, not sold separately. It was obviously a couple's watch, but Lin Qingyue still asked about the women's watch separately. Obviously, she didn't want to buy it for Yi Tianqi. She asked about the women's watch first because she wanted to buy it for herself if the price was high. Now after hearing what the master said, Lin Qingyue had no choice but to laugh. He smiled and said, I know it's a couple's watch. How much is this pair? I want it. He said this with full confidence, and he just wanted it before the price was even mentioned. It can be seen that Lin Qingyue really likes this watch. At the same time, she has sufficient confidence in her financial resources. As she said, even if it is the world's top luxury watch store, as long as she wants, she can still buy whatever she wants. At this moment, both Uncle Bao and Sun Xiaoya were attracted by these incredibly beautiful watches. Uncle Bao was fine as a big shot in the underworld of Minnesota for so many years. He must have a lot of money, so he thought that if possible, he could get some for himself. Sun Xiaoya, on the other hand, could only show envy in her eyes. Her annual salary was only this much after deducting the money she spent and saved. How much could she have left? At least, in her opinion, the cheapest one would make her feel painful. Thinking of this, she became extremely jealous. Why could Lin Xingyue buy whatever she wanted without asking the price, but she couldn't? This is not the life she wants. At this time, the old master stretched out 2 fingers and made an 8 shape, not even bothering to say anything. Lin Xingyue didn't care anymore and laughed immediately. It didn't exceed her budget, which was good. 80,000? Lin Xingyue was actually too embarrassed to say this, but in order to avoid calling the wrong number and letting the person make a huge profit, she started with the lowest number and didn't even call out 8,000, because she knew it couldn't be only 8,000. Seeing the old master shaking his head, Lin Xingyue felt relieved. 800,000? That's fine. It's so beautiful, even if it's an unknown brand, it's worth it. 800,000, okay, boss, take it out for me. I'll pay you right away. I said it with full confidence, just waiting to wear it. 800,000, is that too little? It's really a lot. 800,000 yuan for a watch, even if it's a couple's watch, is 400,000 yuan. This is probably the price of top luxury brands. In fact, when Lin Xingyue entered the store, she didn't plan to spend more than 300,000 yuan, but she liked it so much. But in fact, the result was that the boss didn't move at all, didn't even raise his head, and had no intention of taking the watch for her. He was even too lazy to make a move, as if he was too lazy to talk to Lin Xingyue anymore. 186, Chapter 186, The Destined One. Lin Xingyue waited for a long time, and seeing that the old master did not respond, she immediately became a little dissatisfied. I spent 800,000 yuan to buy 2 watches. This store, which no one even enters, has finally opened. Why don't they welcome people warmly? That's it, I agreed to pay, but you still ignore me? Boss, what are you doing? I've already said I want to buy these 2 watches. Come over here and take them out. I'll pay you. There was already a hint of dissatisfaction in Lin Xingyue's voice. In the end, the old master still didn't raise his head, but said in a somewhat indifferent voice, "You can't afford it, so go ahead and look when you're done, just leave. Don't disturb me while I'm working." Lin Xingyue wanted to hit someone after hearing this. Uncle Bao and son Xiaoya were also confused. What kind of joke was this? It's rude, but is this also because of his hearing problems? Didn't you say you want to buy it and pay immediately? You haven't even bargained for the price yet, and you still say you can't afford it? Only Yi Tianqi seemed to have expected it. He stood there, carefully admiring the watches in the display case. Lin Xingyue was fed up. Her voice immediately rose an octave and she said indifferently, "Boss, didn't you hear what I just said? I'll buy this watch." I said I bought it, understand? What do you mean I can't afford it? It's only 800,000 yuan, right? I'll pay now, so please give me these watches. The old master scoffed upon hearing this, still shaking his head, and said, "Who told you that this pair of wings of light is worth 800,000? Little girl, it's okay to be young and full of energy, and it's okay to be proud and conceited, but in my shop, your 800,000 is just a look. Let's go now. Don't bother me here. I don't have any watches worth 800,000 yuan in my shop." The old master seemed a little impatient and spoke in a cold tone. But these words made Lin Xingyue and the others confused. 800,000, just for a look? There are no watches worth 800,000 yuan in the store? What a joke! Even the world's top watch brands wouldn't dare to say that 800,000 is not a low price at all. It's enough to buy a top brand watch. Come here, just to take a look? Are you sure you're not trying to embarrass me? Are you kidding? Lin Xingyue was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She really wanted to know how shady this store was. Even if they can only look at it for 800,000, how can this pair of watches be sold for 8 million? Boss, you're being quite arrogant. As far as I know, even the world's top brands can buy a decent watch for 800,000. So what? Are you even better than those world-class brands? 800,000 was just for show. No brand in the world would dare to say that. Then I'd like to ask, are these watches still worth 8 million? Even if it's 8 million, how do you know I can't afford it? I'd rather see if your watch is worth the price. Boss, are you really that hungry in business? Customers come to your door, and you don't even raise your head to greet them, let alone entertain them. Do you think that's appropriate? Today, I've fallen for this watch. Boss, if you can convince me why this watch is worth 8 million, I'll buy it. Lin Xingyue saw that she had been talking for a long time, but the master still didn't move. She really didn't want to experience the feeling of being looked down upon. It's so hurtful. What's more, Uncle Bao and son Xiaoya are still watching here, and Yi Tianqi hasn't let him enter the store since the beginning. They are all people who want to laugh at him. It's too late to say anything now. She's already here and the words have been blown out. If she is bullied by this small watch shop, what face will Lin Xingyue have left? 8 million, it's not that she can't afford 8 million, even if it means breaking her bones she can still afford it, but is this watch worth it? What's more, compared to this watch, her face is the most important. Lin Xingyue was so angry she hadn't felt this way about being looked down upon for many years. Moreover, she felt that the boss was clearly taking advantage of her. Just this pair of broken watches, and 8 million? Why don't you go and rob it? At this moment, even son Xiaoya couldn't help but pull Lin Xingyue's arm and said, Xingyue, don't be impulsive. This is not a top brand, and they dare to ask for 8 million. You can't buy it, absolutely not. Son Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore. Just this, 8 million? She felt that 800,000 was worth it. After all, it was so beautiful, but 8 million, that's not the way to rob. People are like this. Sometimes they can still endure it, but the more people persuade them, the more they can't endure it. Seeing son Xiaoya trying to persuade her with a pained look on her face, Lin Xingyue immediately said coldly, it's only 8 million. Whether it's worth it or not, I, Lin Xingyue, am not unable to afford it. However, if he is trying to trick me like this, then he is not kidding. If he can give me a reason today that this pair of watches is worth 8 million, I will pay immediately. But if he is just trying to trick me, then I will file a complaint with Cloud City. Boss, tell me, how can this watch be worth 8 million? As long as you can give me the price, I will pay immediately. This voice was clearly filled with anger. The boss seemed to notice that Lin Xingyue was angry, although he still looked as if he didn't take it seriously. He sighed, finally stood up slowly, looked up at Lin Xingyue, and said lightly, when did I ever say that this pair of watches was worth 8 million? Whether it was 800,000 or 8 million, it was all you said. I advise you not to ask anymore, and stop looking for your destined partner. Clearly, you are not the destined partner for the Wings of Light. Please leave. These words made Lin Xingyue even more dissatisfied. What does it mean to look for your soulmate? Do I need someone to be with me when buying a watch? You just say, as long as the money is in place, fate will come. The boss still looked down on her and thought she couldn't afford the watch, and that was the truth. Lin Xingyue looked at the boss angrily and said, Boss, let's stop beating around the bush. You want to order this watch, just tell me how much it costs. Also, when running a business, you have to be more discerning, otherwise, you might miss out on a good deal and offend people, only to realize it was your own ignorance. Upon hearing this, the boss pretended not to hear Lin Xingyue's ridicule. He sighed, shook his head and said, Go away. I told you, you and the Wings of Light are not meant to be. Are you starting to chase people away now? Don't you even tell me the price? Lin Xingyue was immediately furious. She looked at the boss angrily and said, What's the point of this? It's all about money. Tell me, how much is this watch? If I buy it, who are you looking down on? How do you know I can't afford it? After saying that, Lin Xingyue seemed to be greatly stimulated and slammed her bank card directly on the counter. At this time, the boss didn't say anything, but a nonchalant voice came from outside the door. Beautiful lady, that's a very arrogant thing to say, but please listen to the boss's advice. He's doing this for your own good. It seems that few people can afford the watches here. Even if they can, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to spend such a huge amount of money on them. As the voice fell, 7 or 8 strong bodyguards in black came in one after another, and a young man in his 20s, dressed in a luxurious manner, walked in. This young man, with a cynical expression on his face, looks like a dandy, or rather, he is a dandy. 187, Chapter 187. The Tang Family. Lin Xingyue suppressed her anger. It looked like this person was not someone to be trifled with. She did have some common sense. Although he was unhappy, he still frowned and said, Sir, aren't you being too contemptuous? It's just a watch. How do you know I can't afford it? It's just a little known, small brand. Even a top brand wouldn't dare say that, no matter how expensive it is. How much more expensive can it be? Besides, I already said, 8 million, I can afford it. Why are you still looking down on me? Lin Xingyue really felt a little aggrieved. She brought Yi Tianqi and the others here to show off her financial strength, but in the end, she was looked down upon. Who would feel comfortable with this? As soon as he said this, the young man burst into laughter, as if mocking Lin Xingyue. Why are you laughing? Lin Qingyue frowned slightly. The young man looked at Lin Qingyue, sizing her up and down, like a hunter looking for prey. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you, beautiful lady, that the brand of this watch shop is Yundian. Of course, you may not have heard of it, but the most important point is that none of the watches here are priced below 8 figures, so the 8 million you just mentioned, does seem a little insufficient. When these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. Boss Bao and Sun Xiaoyao also looked like they had never seen the world before. They were not making a fuss, it was just too unbelievable. Even top brands like Patek Philippe don't say that any of their watches will cost less than 8 figures. This is simply a money grab. Are you kidding me? Just such a little known brand? Any watch that costs less than 8 figures? Are you crazy? Lin Qingyue was unwilling to accept this and thought that the young man was playing tricks on her. The young man didn't seem angry either, he just smiled faintly, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. Obviously, he really looked down on Lin Qingyue, but he didn't show it. Girl, this world is huge. What you think and what you see are just superficial things. You can't see anything deeper. There's nothing I can do. The level is right here, so it's not your fault. What you call a top brand is just what ordinary people understand. The real top-notch stuff, as you said, is unknown, but everyone who knows about it is a big shot that ordinary people can only look up to. By saying this, he was indirectly raising his own status and position, as if he was saying that he was a big shot who could be counted on. But looking at his style and temperament, it has to be said that he is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Even Mr. Qian Wu, Mr. Shi, and even Bai Yulong have never given her this feeling. It seemed as if this person was much higher than their level. Lin Qingyue calmed down, took a deep breath, looked at the young man, and said, "Sir, isn't that a bit exaggerated? So, how much is this watch?" The young man smiled and nodded. He looked at Lin Qingyue and said, "You just asked about the wings of light. Master Lao Wu told you 8, so you thought it was 8 million, huh? That I think I understand. The price of the wings of light should be around 80 million. Well, if you had been more polite, you could have gotten it at that price. As for Master Lao Wu being unhappy, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to get it even if he doubled the price." 80 million? Even if you are not satisfied, you can't take it away even if you get double the price? It's simply a fairy tale. Lin Qingyue didn't believe it, Sun Xiaoya didn't believe it, and Uncle Bao didn't dare to believe it either. Only Yi Tianqi seemed to have guessed it a long time ago, with a calm look on his face. Are you kidding? Who can believe this? A pair of watches costs 80 million. What kind of watch can be sold for the astronomical figure of 80 million? The most incomprehensible thing is another sentence said by this young man. If the boss is unhappy, don't even think about taking it away even if you double the price? This is simply incomprehensible and unreasonable. Impossible. How is this possible? 80 million, you said this pair of watches is 80 million, even if it's doubled. You can't even think of taking it away. You're kidding, 80 million, that's 80 million. Lin Qingyue is now worth 1 billion yuan, but this so-called 1 billion yuan is just her net worth. If she really wants to take out cash, let alone 1 billion yuan, even 30 million yuan would be difficult. Give her some time to raise the funds, and maybe she can come up with tens of millions more, but that would be the best she can do. The cash she had managed to get might not even be enough to buy this pair of watches. How could Lin Qingyue believe this? How could she believe this? The young man seemed accustomed to seeing Lin Qingyue's expression upon hearing this. He smiled faintly and said, 80 million, is that a lot? But do you know that most of the watches here have actually been ordered long ago, some even 2 years in advance, and the ones that haven't been bought are not because they can't be sold, but because the boss doesn't want to sell them. Beautiful lady, I just said that this world is very big, even bigger than you think. Do you think that we are all fools? We have too much money to spend. Since we are willing to spend money, there must be a reason, huh? After saying that, the young man stretched out his hand, and his subordinate immediately took out a box of custom-made business cards that looked extremely luxurious from his pocket. The young man took the business card and handed it to Lin Qingyue, chuckling, we can talk more when we have time, but today, I'm busy. Lin Qingyue took the business card, which had only a simple sentence on it. Vice President of Cloud Group's Southern Headquarters. Tang Yunhai. A simple introduction made Lin Qingyue instantly understand the identity of this young man. She felt that this person was really qualified to say such words, and he was definitely not bragging. Just people outside are still talking about the giant Cloud Group. As a result, a vice president of the Southern Headquarters suddenly appeared. What is the concept? This is the vice president of the Cloud Group's southern headquarters, not just the vice president of Cloud City. This means that this person is one of the most influential people in the entire Cloud Group and in the entire South. Dongzhou Cloud City is just a shopping mall under the Cloud Group. This is a real big shot. Although Yunduan Group has not publicly announced who is behind it or who makes up the group's board of directors, there are always rumors. The Tang family, the unattainable aristocratic family in the imperial capital, is rumored to be one of the bosses behind the Yunduan Group. At this moment, looking at the name of this young man, it seems that the truth has surfaced. You are actually the vice president of Yunduan Group's southern headquarters? Lin Xingyue swallowed and looked at Tang Yunhai again. There was no longer any dissatisfaction in her eyes, only shock and tension. Tang Yunhai smiled at Lin Xingyue, then looked at the boss and said with a smile, Master Lao Wu, my eldest brother asked me to pick up the watch he ordered before. Is it ready? If it is, I will take it away. Master Lao Wu didn't seem to care about Tang Yunhai's identity at all. Not only that, he didn't even look at Tang Yunhai. Instead, he frowned slightly, and his eyes were always on Yi Tianqi, as if he saw an acquaintance but didn't dare to believe it. 188, Chapter 188. All this belongs to Tang Xingyu. At this moment, everyone could see that something was wrong with Master Lao Wu. He kept staring at Yi Tianqi, and there was even a hint of surprise and shock in his eyes, as well as a hint of doubt, as if he knew him. But how could Master Lao Wu, who even ignored the vice president of Yunduan Group's southern headquarters, know Yi Tianqi? If Lin Xingyue doesn't believe it and Sun Xiaoya doesn't believe it, then no one will believe it. Tang Yunhai frowned slightly, glanced at Master Lao Wu, and said, Master Lao Wu, what are you looking at? After saying that, Tang Yunhai followed Master Lao Wu's gaze and looked at Yi Tianqi. His eyes immediately lit up, and a hint of inexplicable emotion flashed in his eyes. No, but it feels a bit familiar. At this time, Master Lao Wu walked towards Yi Tianqi, took a deep breath, and said in a soft voice with a hint of respect, Hello, have we met somewhere before? Yi Tianqi sighed softly, then shook his head and smiled, I have an ordinary face, maybe you recognized me wrongly. Lin Xingyue immediately smiled and said, Yes, his name is Yi Tianqi. Do you know him? He has been in Mingzhou all these years and rarely comes to Dongzhou. You probably haven't seen him if you think he's dressed like a nobleman. It's a complete misunderstanding. He's just dressing up to look impressive. In fact, he's just an ordinary person. Lin Xingyue didn't know what was going on, but she just felt that it was Yi Tianqi's clothes that made Master Lao Wu feel familiar. She had also felt a little shocked about this before. When I first saw Yi Tianqi dressed like this, his temperament was simply indescribable. He had just proven how many people turned their heads to look at him when he walked outside. Master Lao Wu couldn't help but make a mistake. However, she had to quickly avoid this situation from happening. After all, she didn't know yet that Master Lao Wu was not an ordinary person, and this watch shop was definitely not an ordinary watch shop. A big shot like Tang Yunhai is so respected, how could anyone afford to offend him? Did you admit your mistake? Master Lao Wu murmured to himself, maybe it's just my age, my eyesight is blurry, or maybe it's just that I've waited too long since the time isn't right yet, let's just wait a little longer. Although he said this, Master Lao Wu's eyes remained on Yi Tianqi's face and did not move away at all. It seemed that he had already determined in his heart that the person in front of him was the one he was waiting for. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, nodded gently, and said, God will not let down those who work hard. Maybe the time has not come yet, but I think that no matter who the old man is waiting for, he will wait for him, and soon. It sounded like he was comforting Master Lao Wu, but Yi Tianqi's comfort made Master Lao Wu laugh out loud, as if he had untied a knot in his heart. Okay, that's good, it will be fine soon. After saying that, Master Lao Wu turned around and looked at Tang Yunhai. He already had the answer, an answer that was enough to make him cry with joy. The so-called very soon was probably really very soon, but now, since it was inconvenient and inappropriate, how could he not understand what to do? Tang Yunhai, your brother's watch is ready, I'll give it to you right away. At this moment, everyone could see Master Lao Wu's happiness. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunhai immediately smiled and said, Thank you very much, Master Lao Wu. If I don't get it this time, and my eldest brother knows about it, he will definitely skin me alive. After saying that, Tang Yunhai also looked at Yi Tianqi, and asked with a puzzled look, Strange, you look familiar to me. It's not just your clothes and temperament, of course, this is also the reason your name is Yi Tianqi? Yi Tianqi nodded and said, "My name is Yi Tianqi." Tang Yunhai frowned slightly and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly and said, "Maybe you've got the wrong person. How could I possibly meet such a great figure like you? Of course, it's not completely impossible. People's memories are sometimes so strange. Perhaps you've met someone once before in this vast sea of people. When you meet again, if you can remember, you'll have a sense of déjà vu, but you just can't remember where you've met them. This possibility still exists." This was said so logically that Tang Yunhai was confused. If you have seen it, you have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. Why say so much here? Lin Qingyue quickly glared at Yi Tianqi, then said to Tang Yunhai with a smile, "Don't mind, Mr. Tang. Yi Tianqi is a doctor, so sometimes he speaks a little bit harshly. Please bear with me." She was not worried about what would happen if Yi Tianqi said something wrong. What she was worried about was that Yi Tianqi might offend someone and get himself implicated. That would be really bad luck. "Doctor?" Tang Yunhai nodded, agreeing with Yi Tianqi's statement. After all, a big shot like him had to meet too many people on a daily basis, so how could he possibly remember all of them? "Tang Yunhai, do you still want it?" Before Tang Yunhai could ask any more questions, Master Lao Wu's impatient voice came over, which made Tang Yunhai quickly shift his gaze. He didn't dare to offend Master Lao Wu, otherwise, he would be in big trouble if he couldn't get the things. Afterwards, under the gazes of Lin Qingyue and others, Master Lao Wu solemnly took out a women's watch from a secret compartment that was so beautiful that it would make people fall in love with it at first sight. This women's watch seems to have its own magic, making everyone who sees it fall in love with it. Even Tang Yunhai, who had seen the world, stretched out his hands and carefully held the watch in his palms. "Master Lao Wu, this is truly beautiful. My eldest brother will be very, very happy when he sees it. Your craftsmanship is truly excellent." Tang Yunhai blows from the heart. He praised Master Lao Wu. However, what he got in return was Master Lao Wu's indifferent look and cold tone. "Are you overthinking it? Whether your Tang family's eldest young master is happy or not, what does it have to do with me?" This goddess smile was made specifically for Miss Qingyu. "Does it have anything to do with your eldest brother? Of course, your Tang family has to pay this money, but this is what you owe Miss Qingyu. Don't forget that everything you have now is because of Miss Qingyu, and all of this originally belonged to Miss Qingyu." These words made Tang Yunhai feel a little dissatisfied, and even a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Tang Qingyu, yes, Tang Qingyu from the Tang family, the girl who had been waiting for Yi Tianqi, the girl who had once been engaged to Yi Tianqi. All of this should have belonged to Tang Qingyu. The Tang family had only stolen Tang Qingyu's things. But these are the words that the Tang family cannot bear to hear the most. In other words, Master Lao Wu has a special identity, otherwise, Tang Yunhai would definitely not tolerate it. Even so, Tang Yunhai said with some dissatisfaction, "Tang Qingyu is my sister. Girls will get married sooner or later. Master Lao Wu, I know you are still thinking about Qi Tian, but it has been more than 10 years. Qi Tian has been dead for a long time. The most important thing is that my sister will be marrying Yi Shaosun. It's better not to let Yi Shao hear these words, otherwise he will have a bad temper. Yi Shao is not like us, he is a lunatic." 189, Chapter 189. You ungrateful people. Tang Yunhai has tried his best to control his temper. If Tang Yunhai didn't know that this old Master Wu was not just someone who was not easy to mess with, would he really have such a good temper and would speak nicely here? Others don't know, but they know very well that Master Lao Wu, just like the title suggests, is ranked 5th, and there are 8 of them, brothers, or people who call each other brothers. There are 8 people, and each of them is a top master. For example, the 5th master makes watches, but the 3rd master makes jade. But anyone who looks down on them just because they are handmade masters will suffer a great loss. Tang Yunhai actually didn't know the reason, but they all knew one thing: there was once a powerful family in the imperial capital that provoked one of the 8 brothers. The result was that the head of the powerful family came to the door in person and almost kowtowed. Of course, many people didn't know whether he kowtowed or not. Moreover, the Tang family has also made it clear that they will never allow anyone to act wildly in front of these 8 brothers. Tang Yunhai naturally did not dare to disobey. But if you are unhappy, you are unhappy, so you still have to say what you need to say. Especially since this matter concerns Tang Qingyu. This old master was full of respect for Tang Qingyu, but ignored him. He even looked down on his elder brother, the eldest young master of the Tang family. This was a bit hard to accept. Lin Qingyue and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected to hear the name of Night Owl here again. What he didn't expect was that Tang Yunhai, who already had a terrifying identity, had a sister who was actually going to marry Yi Xiao. Also, who is Qi Tian? It goes without saying that anyone who can be singled out and compared with Night Owl is definitely not inferior to Night Owl. At the very least, they can be compared with each other. Dong Zhou, when did it become so full of hidden talents? At this moment, Lin Xingyue didn't think that Master Lao Wu was neglecting her. Just kidding. Even Tang Yunhai, and even Master Lao Wu of the Tang family seemed to be indifferent. What was she, Lin Xingyue, too? Master Lao Wu turned around and suddenly looked at Tang Yunhai, with a gleam in his eyes, which seemed to contain great power and murderous intent. You idiot, don't think that no one knows what your Tang family has done. Just wait, sooner or later, someone will settle accounts with you. Also, are you qualified to mention Master Qi's name? Not to mention that Master Qi just disappeared, not died. Even if he really was dead, you, Tang Yunhai, a piece of filth, have no right to mention his name. Do you understand? Tang Yunhai was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. This was being scolded in front of outsiders. Master Lao Wu was really disrespectful. This was not just a slap in the face of him, but a slap in the face of the entire Tang family. Their Tang family is not comparable to any other force. They are one of the top families in Longhua, and now they can take further steps at any time wherever they go. Will others not give them face? Who dares not to give face? But unfortunately, today Tang Yunhai was really upset. If he said he was not upset or in pain, that would be a lie. Master Lao Wu, I respect you, so I have always treated you with respect. Even if you say something unpleasant, I will pretend not to hear it and will not argue with you. But aren't you going a little too far? I know you've all received great kindness from Qi Tian, but Qi Tian is dead. Even if he weren't dead, what could he do? He's just a man who's been removed from the Qi family tree, driven out of the family, and even wanted to be killed. Is it really worth it to offend us for him? Yes, I admit, I'm not as good as Qi Tian. Not just me, many people can't compare to Qi Tian, who was only a teenager and was able to accomplish earth-shaking feats. I still remember the title of the Qi family's noble son, a banished immortal, but so what? Where is he? Where is Qi Tian? At this point, Tang Yunhai sneered and said, Qi Tian has disappeared for too long now. Even if he's still alive, how can he come back? Is it that he can't come back, or that he doesn't dare to come back? With his abilities and the level he was at back then, even if he didn't want revenge, he wouldn't at least be so obscure, right? It would be best if he were dead. If he were alive, not to mention that many people wouldn't let him go, I would also call him a coward to his face. Do you believe it? So, Master Lao Wu, I advise you to face reality. I, Tang Yunhai, am not representing myself today, or even just the Tang family. After my sister and Yi Xiao get married, our Tang and Yi families will be relatives by marriage. I still say that we spoil you, but if Yi Xiao gets angry, he won't be so good-tempered. Tang Yunhai was also furious. He had long been fed up with people like Master Lao Wu. They all looked down on everyone with their arrogant eyes. That would have been fine, but these brothers were extremely respectful to Qi Tian back then, and it had been the same for more than 10 years. Who could feel comfortable with that? As a result, Tang Qingyu also became an object of respect for people like Master Lao Wu. Even when they learned that Tang Qingyu was unhappy, they did a lot of things. This gave the Tang family a headache, but Master Lao Wu and his people were still safe and sound. Isn't this infuriating? Tang Yunhai had heard this kind of ridicule more than once or twice, and he had heard even worse ridicule before, and he was just one of the many people in the Tang family. The Qi family was even worse off than them. They were even forbidden from entering their brothers' shops. Otherwise, they would be scolded at best and beaten at worst. Having endured till this point, Tang Yunhai didn't want to endure it any longer, and he couldn't endure it anymore. Why should they, who were the center of attention wherever they went, have to endure the bullying of Master Lao Wu and his men? Is there really nothing we can do about them? That's not necessarily the case. Master Lao Wu heard Tang Yunhai's words were full of sarcasm, and murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. He looked at Tang Yunhai coldly and said, You ungrateful, disloyal dogs, sooner or later, you will die more miserably than anyone else. Get out of my shop now, while I can still bear it. Get out now. This is not just an order to expel someone, this is a direct order to drive Tang Yunhai out. And those cries of ingratitude and betrayal are so unpleasant to hear. Tang Yunhai was also furious. He pointed at Master Lao Wu's nose and cursed directly, Lao Wu, you better understand this clearly. This is Yunwan City. You are in my territory. The entire Yunwan group belongs to our Tang and Qi families. If anyone wants to leave, it's you. You better keep your mouth shut, otherwise, others may spoil you, but I won't. He looked like he was going to attack Master Lao Wu if they had a disagreement. What followed were the 7 or 8 bodyguards brought by Tang Yunhai. They glared at Lao Wu ferociously, as if with a single order, this ignorant old man would be beaten to a bloody pulp. The situation is tense and ready to explode. 190, Chapter 190. Who are you? This sudden and murderous scene made Lin Xingyue and the others feel their scalps tingling. I just came here to go shopping and do some shopping, and not only did I meet a rare big shot, but now it seems like there's going to be a life and death fight. Moreover, I also heard a lot of secrets that even though I don't know the details, I know they are definitely secrets that ordinary people are not qualified to know. But at this moment, Lin Xingyue really wanted to slip away. This was not something she could get involved in even if she wanted to establish a relationship with Mr. Tang. Now was not the time. Both Sun Xiaoya and Uncle Bao looked extremely nervous. Only Yi Tianqi remained calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Not only that, he was watching the show with great interest. This made Lin Xingyue feel that Yi Tianqi was indeed not in his right mind. What is going on? Do you really think this is just a street shrew scolding someone? I am just here to watch the fun. If I am not careful, I will get hurt. So, Lin Xingyue hurriedly walked up to Yi Tianqi, gently pulled his arm, and whispered, Yi Tianqi, what are you doing? Is this something you can watch? Hurry up and look away. Find a time to leave quickly. This is not something we can participate in. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi glanced at Lin Xingyue in surprise and whispered, why do you seem scared? This is unlike you. Aren't you quite brave? When Lin Xingyue heard this, she felt it was just a mockery. Being brave also depends on the time. Lin Xingyue, was almost very prestigious in Mingzhou, but after arriving in Dongzhou, what had she experienced? At the beginning, she was almost bullied. Of course, the final result was definitely good. As a result, she met Boss Bao and Mr. Bai, and finally met Mr. Qian Wu and Mr. Shi. This broadened her horizons a lot. Not only that, she was full of confidence in her future. But now, it's different. This is the Southern Vice President of Yunwan Group, and this is the young master of the Tang family in the imperial capital. Is this something they can participate in? However, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Before Lin Xingyue could scold Yi Tianqi, she saw Tang Yunhai, who was already unhappy, set his eyes on them. Obviously, he felt insulted that they not only did not run away but also whispered to each other in this situation. Ha, I forgot about you guys. Is it good? Is it fun? You're really brave. Who are you trying to make fun of? Seeing Tang Yunhai staring at them with a malicious expression, Lin Xingyue trembled immediately, and quickly put on a smile and said, Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. How dare we laugh at your joke? We just didn't react for a moment, so we couldn't leave. We're leaving now. After saying that, Lin Xingyue wanted to leave quickly as if she was running for her life. But at this time, it was clearly too late. Tang Yunhai waved his hand and sneered, you want to leave now? Can you? You even dared to whisper and laugh at me just now. Since you want to watch, I'll let you watch enough. If a real tiger doesn't show its true colors, everyone will think I'm a sick cat. As soon as Tang Yunhai finished speaking, several bodyguards immediately blocked the door and did not allow anyone to enter or leave. At this moment, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya's faces turned completely pale. Even Uncle Leopard, who was fighting in the underground world, was very nervous at this moment. The only one who could still remain calm was Yi Tianqi. Yes, if anyone should be afraid, it shouldn't be Yi Tianqi's turn to be afraid. Isn't he the Qi Tian that Master Lao Wu said would come back sooner or later to settle accounts with them? Of course, he is also the Qi Tian that Tang Yunhai said had been dead for more than 10 years, and even if he were still alive, he would be a waste. Ha, what a pity, even though they were right in front of me, they didn't recognize me. No, Master Lao Wu, they actually recognized me. Flash of excitement in their eyes could not be hidden from Yi Tianqi's eyes. However, seeing that Yi Tianqi had no intention of recognizing them, they did not dare to act on their own. But it was enough. As long as they could see Yi Tianqi and know that Yi Tianqi was still alive, everything was enough. But unfortunately, Tang Yunhai did not recognize him. Otherwise, he would not dare to say those words even if he was beaten to death. More than a decade has passed, and indeed, things have changed and people have changed. However, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Qi Tian back then did more than just accomplish some things. The reputation that dominated his peers of an era was definitely not earned in vain. Many people simply live under the shadow of his domination. Tang Yunhai, what is that? Even his elder brother, the eldest young master of the Tang family, trembled with fear when he saw him. Sooner or later, what needs to be settled will be settled, and that day will come very soon. Lin Xingyue was sitting on a treasure trove without realizing it at this moment. She was already frightened and pale, and just wanted to get over this hurdle as soon as possible. Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. You really misunderstood. Besides, we are family really, we are family. Lin Xingyue was afraid that she would be punished if she didn't explain in time. Moreover, she was almost 100% sure that her so-called backer Shi Shao could never be a match for the Mr. Tang in front of her. It is an absolute blessing to be able to look forward to the two sides getting to know each other. Mr. Tang, you know Mr. Shi, right? He's from the Shi family in the imperial capital. He has a very good relationship with young Master Yi Shao. I just heard you mention young Master Yi Shao, and I know your family is going to marry him, so we are family, right? Hearing Yi Zhao's name, Tang Yunhai frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xingyue, saying, young Master Shi, that lackey beside big brother Yi Shao, the rotten stone. Oh, so you really do know him? What's your relationship with him? Listen to what Tang Yunhai calls him, big brother night owl, lackey, rotten stone. This shows that he has never looked down on Shi Shaoguo from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Shi, who is regarded as a big shot by Lin Xingyue and others, is just a lackey in front of a real big shot like Tang Yunhai. Shi Shao calls Yi Shao Master Shao, while Tang Yunhai calls Yi Shao big brother. The difference between them can be imagined. That is to say, Night Owl was mentioned otherwise. If only Shi Shao was mentioned, Lin Xingyue could now imagine that Tang Yunhai would not give them even the slightest face. Yes, we are Mr. Shi's friends. Mr. Shi came here on the orders of Mr. Yi Shao to attend Mr. Bai's birthday banquet. We will also go to the birthday banquet when the time comes. We are friends. We are all friends, Mr. Tang. You see, we are really family. How can we laugh at a joke? It's all a misunderstanding. Didn't you see it when you came in just now? I wanted to buy a watch, but this old man ignored me. We are on your side. Lin Xingyue showed a flattering expression and immediately climbed up the pole. Seeing Tang Yunhai's expression gradually relax, the worry in my heart also slowly disappeared. Tang Yunhai pondered for a moment before saying calmly, since you're working for big brother Yi Shao, let's just treat it as a misunderstanding. But you guys stay here first. Once I've dealt with this old bastard, I'll talk to you guys later. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yunhai frowned, looked at Yi Tianqi deeply, and said in a cold voice, who are you? 191, Chapter 191 Miracle Doctor? Then heal the injury. From the moment he first noticed Yi Tianqi, Tang Yunhai felt that Yi Tianqi looked a little familiar, but after hearing the explanation, he didn't take it seriously. But now, the more he looked at Yi Tianqi, the more he felt a sense of déjà vu. The most important thing was that Yi Tianqi's clothes and temperament made him look like someone he had seen before. To put it bluntly, he looks more like a nobleman than him, the young master of the Tang family. Moreover, this calm and composed look is a little too abnormal. Lin Xingyue and the others were all trembling with fear. That kind of fear could not be faked, but Yi Tianqi remained extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. This was completely abnormal. That's why Tang Yunhai asked this question, asking Yi Tianqi who he was. Yi Tianqi chuckled when he heard this, and without any nervousness, he said, Mr. Tang, I'm Yi Tianqi. Didn't I just explain it to you? It's normal that you're somewhat familiar with me. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tang Yunhai said coldly, your temperament doesn't seem like someone who has never seen the world, especially in this situation. They are all afraid. Why aren't you afraid? These words made Yi Tianqi feel a little unreasonable. Although it makes some sense, it is a bit far-fetched. Just because he acted a little too shocked and wasn't afraid of them, therefore, something was wrong? Shaking his head, Yi Tianqi sighed and said, Boss Tang, maybe I've seen a lot, so I'm not that scared. Besides, Boss Tang's attitude just now clearly shows that he's a reasonable person. Is also a senior executive of Yunwan Group. We came to Yunwan City to shop, so we're your guests. How could Boss Tang do anything bad to you? He definitely won't. That's why I'm not scared. This explanation was really impeccable. Tang Yunhai looked at Yi Tianqi deeply and said with a smile, interesting. I thought you were interesting before, and you are still interesting now. Yes, I am a reasonable person. I only use unreasonable means to deal with unreasonable and unreasonable people. But I still think your statement is far-fetched. You said you've seen a lot of things, but what have you seen? Have you seen dead people? This is really a point. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and nodded, I have seen it, and I have seen quite a few. This is absolutely true. Tang Yunhai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Tianqi to answer him like this, and immediately frowned. Fearing things would get worse, Lin Xingyue quickly said, Mr. Tang, have you forgotten, Yi Tianqi is a doctor, a miracle doctor at that, so, you know, doctors have seen a lot of bloodshed. Miracle doctor? Tang Yunhai laughed heartily, obviously looking down on him. What kind of miracle doctor is this? Has the Tang family never seen him and can't invite him? Yi Tianqi looks like a young man at his age. He is probably not a miracle doctor, he probably doesn't have enough experience, so how can he be a miracle doctor? After all, small places are small places. Oh, so you're a miracle doctor, huh? I was a little disrespectful then. That's perfect, you can do your job now. Whatever happens, this old bastard is getting more and more reckless. I may not kill him, but he's bound to lose some limbs. You being here is perfect, I can take care of him without worrying about not being able to treat him in time. These words made Yi Tianqi speechless. How come he was drafted into the army like this? What do you mean by that? Just because I'm here, I can safely beat up Master Lao Wu without worrying about Master Lao Wu being beaten to death. Doesn't this mean that my existence makes Master Lao Wu's situation even more dangerous? Of course, Yi Tianqi just smiled and had no intention of helping. It wasn't that he didn't know Master Lao Wu, nor was he going to watch Master Lao Wu being bullied by Tang Yunhai, but there was no need to take action at all. Most people only know that Master Lao Wu and his team are mysterious and skilled, but very few people know that Master Lao Wu and his team's skills are absolutely astonishing. Anyone who really treats them as ordinary old people is asking for trouble. Before Yi Tianqi could speak, Lin Qingyue quickly said with a flattering smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor who even saved Mr. Bai with him around. You can use whatever methods you want, no one will die." At this time, Lin Qingyue felt the benefits of Yi Tianqi's identity as a miracle doctor. Maybe she could get in touch with Tang Yunhai because of this. What a good opportunity. When Tang Yunhai heard this, he didn't take it seriously at first, but now he looked at Yi Tianqi with some seriousness. "Oh, you also saved Mr. Bai from the Bai family in Eastern Province?" Yi Tianqi nodded and chuckled. It was just luck. Tang Yunhai laughed heartily and nodded. "This isn't a stroke of luck. Back then, many people were helpless when it came to Mr. Bai's illness. You were able to save him, so you must have some real talent. Haha, well, then I don't have to worry about anything." After saying that, Tang Yunhai turned around and looked at Master Lao Wu, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "You old fool, I'm giving you one more chance now. Apologize and beg for mercy immediately, and swear never to be so arrogant again. I can still let you go. Otherwise, even if you survive today, I will make you live a life worse than death." Master Lao Wu looked at Tang Yunhai coldly, laughed sarcastically, and said, "You clown, you were so disgusting. Let me apologize to you. You are just daydreaming. You ungrateful bastards will get your comeuppance sooner or later. If you want to do it, then go ahead. I want to see what you can do to me." Master Lao Wu had a fearless look on his face, and even said something that added fuel to the fire language. Hearing this, Tang Yunhai said coldly, "Since you are looking for death, then go ahead and die. Come on, beat me hard. As long as I can't kill you, I will beat you to death." As Tang Yunhai's voice fell, the bodyguards he brought with him rushed forward and rushed directly towards Master Lao Wu. The posture and the tall and strong appearance of each of them made anyone think that Master Lao Wu was in danger. Tang Yunhai had even sat on a stool, waiting to watch the show with a smile on his face. But the result was surprising. Master Lao Wu, who seemed bound to lose by anyone's standards, did not behave like an old man at all during the fight. No, it should be said that he only had a few moves, but each one was clean and neat, even hitting the vital points. Most importantly, Master Lao Wu seemed to possess extraordinary strength. A strong man who was nearly 19 meters tall and weighed more than 200 pounds was knocked back by Master Lao Wu with just one punch. He lay on the ground and coughed up blood. This is simply unbelievable. If Tang Yunhai hadn't known that his bodyguard was a former underworld boxer and was very skilled, he would have suspected that this was an act. And this is just the beginning. 192, Chapter 192, Battle. The Terrifying Old Five. Master Lao Wu seemed to be assisted by God. He was an old man who was usually very low-key. Most of the time he just sat there making and repairing watches and was too lazy to talk, but when he started fighting, he was like a madman. The murderous intent and coldness in those eyes made Tang Yunhai tremble, as if he could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood in them. The bodyguards he hired at a high price were all personally assessed by him. The weakest one could handle more than a dozen ordinary adult men, but what was the result? None of them could last more than 2 seconds under Master Lao Wu's hands. It was simply terrifying, inhumanly terrifying. Tang Yunhai was no longer as calm as before. He stood up directly, his eyes showing an unprecedented solemnity, even a hint of fear. "Jinzi, you go ahead. How can this old fellow be so good at fighting? It's unbelievable." There was a bodyguard beside Tang Yunhai, who had been standing there without moving, just staying quietly beside Tang Yunhai, as if he was only responsible for protecting Tang Yunhai and was not responsible for anything else. This man looked to be in his 30s and was not very tall and strong. The solemn look in his eyes had never faded since Master Lao Wu made his move. Only masters can truly appreciate the power of masters. Master Lao Wu is an absolute master. He has definitely seen blood on his hands and has killed people, and more than one. The move was quick and decisive, extremely ferocious. No one would believe that it was not a killing skill. The most important thing was that Master Lao Wu was so strong. This could only prove one thing, that Master Lao Wu was not an ordinary professional killer. He was a master of ancient martial arts with his own heritage. Jin Zi looked at Tang Yunhai and said in a deep voice, "Young master, even if I take action, I am not completely sure that I can defeat Master Lao Wu. Once I lose, I will not be able to protect your safety. Therefore, I cannot take action." Hearing that Jin Zi actually refused to take action, and even said that even if he took action himself, he was not completely sure of defeating Master Lao Wu, he even said that there was a possibility of defeat. Tang Yunhai's expression changed completely. It is true that his confidence comes from his bodyguards, but his real confidence lies in the gold around him. This is the bodyguard assigned to him by the family, a real strong man, a master of ancient martial arts, who can enter the Dragon Country combat power list. Compared with the combat power of normal humans, this kind of person has reached an inhuman level. Tang Yunhai had witnessed with his own eyes that in the wilderness, Jin Zi single-handedly killed 3 lions. Whenever he thought of that scene, Tang Yunhai trembled uncontrollably. It was as if the devil had descended. But now, Jin Zi actually said that he might not be able to do it? How is this possible? You're not sure? This old 5 is so powerful. He's not kidding, is he? Tang Yunhai couldn't believe how this old man could be so powerful. How could he be so powerful? At this moment, he finally understood why people like Master Lao Wu were so confident, as if they cared little about anyone from the beginning, and why those big shots didn't care much about them. That's right, with Master Lao Wu's current fighting power, how many of them would dare to offend them to death? And if it's not just Master Lao Wu who is like this, and the other 7 people are also like this, then what kind of power is this? It's scary to think about it. Tang Yunhai took a deep breath, feeling that he had been too impulsive today and had hit a wall. At this time, Master Lao Wu had already completely dealt with everyone else. Apart from Yi Tianqi and other seemingly unrelated people who were still standing safely, only Tang Yunhai and Jin Zi were still standing safely. However, at this moment, they were facing a powerful enemy. Jin Zi looked at Master Lao Wu, whose eyes were already on them, and his hair stood on end, and he immediately adopted a defensive posture. Master Lao Wu wiped the bloodstains on his face and just casually wiped it across his face. The old man, who originally looked quite kind, suddenly became hideous and ferocious. Especially the eyes, which seemed to contain endless murderous intent. Jin Zi, I know you, the Tang family is really wasting your talents by asking you to protect this loser. However, even you can't stop. It's not easy for young people to have such abilities. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Get out of the way immediately, otherwise, I will destroy you. Master Lao Wu spoke with unparalleled dominance. His words were as valuable as gold, and anyone who dared to stop him would be crippled. What he said was more than just domineering, it was simply overbearing. Jin Zi frowned, his expression solemn. He looked at old Master Wu and said in a deep voice, "Fifth Master, I'm only following orders. Please don't make things difficult for me." Young Master Yunhai did make mistakes, but he's still a member of the Tang family, and one of the most respected young masters of the 3rd generation of the Tang family. I know that 5th Master is fearless. If all 8 of you possessed your skills, you too would be fearless. But, you've lived peacefully for so many years without fighting or competing. You don't want to completely offend the Tang family because of this incident, right? That would not only be a loss for you, but would also cause you to lose the peace and tranquility you have now, Master Wu, don't you agree? These words are like gold being kept in reserve. But he knew that Master Lao Wu could understand. It's very simple. Maybe today his gold can't protect Tang Yunhai, but if anything really happens to Tang Yunhai, you people don't have to think about it. After all, this is the Tang family. The Tang family has never been a pushover. They are not a small family or a small force. They, the Tang family, have the confidence and qualifications to start a war. By then, Master Lao Wu and the others will have no hope of a good life. However, Master Lao Wu will. Are you going to give in just because of what you said? If they were afraid of trouble, this wouldn't have happened today. Looking at the gold and the trembling Tang Yunhai, Master Lao Wu sneered, "If you want to fight, then fight. No matter how powerful the Tang family is, we are not afraid. Tang Yunhai actually dared to attack me and speak rudely to Mei He must be taught a lesson. Don't even think that you, Jinzi, want to stop Meido. You really think you can stop me? Since you don't value your hard-earned combat power, then go ahead and fight. If I destroy you later, I can only say that you have brought this upon yourself. After saying that, Master Lao Wu seemed to have lost his patience. He looked at Tang Yunhai with murderous intent and roared, "Kill!" The cry of kill was so loud that it shook the earth and was so powerful that it made people feel as if they were really on a battlefield with mountains of bones. Tang Yunhai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Jinzi was also extremely nervous at this moment. He felt that Master Lao Wu was really murderous. He didn't know whether Tang Yunhai would die, but he knew that if he really dared to take action, he would definitely lose. At this moment, Master Lao Wu rushed directly towards Tang Yunhai like a tiger descending from the mountain, and Jinzi could only choose to protect Tang Yunhai and could not escape. The two sides had their first contact. The battle broke out again in an instant, and this time, although there were only two people, the shock it brought to people was far greater than just now. 193, Chapter 193. Kneel down and repent. The battle between truly powerful people may seem dull, but in fact it is full of murderous intent. It was just a simple collision, but it brought about a deafening sound. The power was so great that you can imagine. The most important thing is that this simple fight contained endless murderous intent. Both sides wanted to kill with one blow from all kinds of tricky angles and at a speed invisible to the naked eye. When masters fight against each other, holding back is a big taboo. The so-called battles between masters are not as gorgeous as those in movies and TV dramas, where hundreds of moves are often exchanged and the fight lasts for days and nights without a clear winner. That was fake, but now, it is real. As long as you are not careful, you will be defeated immediately and be hunted to death. And now, in just a few seconds, the danger has made people feel suffocated. It was even visible to the naked eye that Master Lao Wu was kicked by Jinzi, and blood was already flowing from the corner of Jinzi's mouth. Gold did not gain the upper hand, but fell into a disadvantage. As expected, Master Lao Wu soon seized the opportunity and punched Jinzi directly, sending him flying backwards and falling directly in front of Tang Yunhai. He struggled to stand up, but eventually spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was shaking. He had already lost. Although Master Lao Wu also suffered Jinzi's attack and his face turned pale, his condition was obviously better than Jinzi's. Watching Master Lao Wu walking towards Tang Yunhai step by step, Jinzi stood up tremblingly and took a shaky defensive posture. Everyone could see that he was holding on and had no fighting power at all and could not withstand Master Lao Wu's next attack. But he still stood stubbornly in front of Tang Yunhai, shouldering the responsibilities that he should bear. At this moment, Tang Yunhai was also afraid. If Jinzi was defeated, he would have no way out. He was just the young master of the Tang family. He had been spoiled since childhood and could not be said to have thick skin and flesh, let alone fighting ability. With the strength of Master Lao Wu, who can knock a strong man away with just one punch, I'm afraid that just one punch can break all the bones in his body. Master Lao Wu, you, don't come over here. I am Tang Yunhai. If you really dare to attack me, the Tang family will not let you go, and the Yi family will not let you go either. Think clearly, you can't touch me, you absolutely can't touch me. Tang Yunhai was really used to being a rich young man. He clearly wanted to beg for mercy, but his words were threatening. Jinzi was extremely frustrated when he heard this, and said weakly, Master, if Master Wu was afraid of threats, this wouldn't have happened. You can't have this attitude anymore. At this moment, Master Lao Wu had already walked in front of Jinzi and said calmly, Is it worth it for such a dandy? Is it worth it? Jinzi really wanted to say that it was not worth it. He was once arrogant and ambitious, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. No matter how strong one's personal ability was, it was useless in the face of absolute power and strength. Of course, he has his own persistence, otherwise, he would not have come this far. He didn't want to protect a playboy like Tang Yunhai, but since it was an order from the Tang family, he had to do it. Master Wu, don't you also have your own persistence? Although I don't know your situation, based on what you just said to young Master Yunhai, I can tell that you are all people who value friendship and loyalty. Otherwise, why would you target young Master Yunhai? It's just that your gratitude or loyalty just happens to conflict with what I believe in. However, loyalty is not about right or wrong, and I also have my own persistence. So, Master Wu, please show some mercy. Otherwise, Master Wu, please step over my dead body. Jinzi's words were very confident and absolutely correct. Master Lao Wu and his men have their own beliefs and stick to them. He also is gold, but they just serve different masters. There is no right or wrong in this. Master Lao Wu sighed softly, looked at Tang Yunhai, and said coldly, "It's not worth it for someone like Jin Zi to die for you. Tang Yunhai, do you want to live?" Tang Yunhai knew that his life was now in the hands of Master Lao Wu. What else could he say or dare to say? He no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. The Tang family's reputation could not scare Master Lao Wu at all. "Master Lao Wu, I was impulsive. I was wrong. I won't tell my family about what happened today. Can you just pretend nothing happened?" This is equivalent to Tang Yunhai admitting defeat. But this is not enough, and this is not the result that Master Lao Wu is satisfied with. It had come to this, with Lao Wu already taking action and so many people lying on the ground. How could it just be let go? What was that? Besides, could he believe what Tang Yunhai said? Looking at Tang Yunhai, Master Lao Wu had an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at an ant. "Do you think we can just pretend nothing happened here?" Tang Yunhai's heart trembled, and he immediately said, "Master Lao Wu, don't worry. I was too arrogant before and underestimated a hero like you. I will definitely change from now on. He will handle today's matter. My bodyguards will not say anything careless. Don't worry, as long as you don't pursue it, we can just pretend that nothing happened today." After saying this, Tang Yunhai seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Lin Xingyue and others with a frown. Lin Xingyue just felt that she might have bet on the wrong horse again. From the moment Master Lao Wu started to take action, she was already scared. This was not an ordinary old man, this was clearly a ferocious beast today. If Master Lao Wu wanted to hold them accountable, Lin Xingyue didn't dare to think about what would happen to her. In this place, there is really no way out. Now that even Tang Yunhai has admitted his mistake, what qualifications does she have to be proud? "Don't worry, Mr. Tang, we will keep our mouths shut. Don't say anything. Absolutely pretend you didn't see anything. I swear, nothing that happened today will leak out from our mouths." I almost cried when I said this. The others also hurriedly raised their fingers and swore there was no other way at this time. No one could tell the difference between the seriousness and the minorities. Those lying on the ground were all powerful figures. Could they withstand the fists of Master Lao Wu, or the revenge of Tang Yunhai? They can't afford any of them. So what are they waiting for if they don't swear an oath immediately? Only Yi Tianqi still looked calm, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Tang Yunhai's eyes flashed coldly, and he was about to say something. Master Lao Wu sneered and said, "Tang Yunhai and the Tang family are not weak, but they are not at the stage of looking down on the world even if they marry into the Yi family and have a close relationship with the Qi family. So what? Not everyone will give you face. Besides, don't you three families know how you got to where you are today? Who owns Yunwan Group, who made the Tang and Qi families rise to prominence in the imperial capital? Am I wrong to say you are ungrateful? And the Yi family, relying on flattery and relying on a powerful backer, have become arrogant and think everyone is inferior to them and must give in to them. They have even committed crimes to a heinous degree, especially Yi Shao, who even dared to force Miss Qingyu to marry him. Do you think this matter is over?" Master Lao Wu laughed heartily and looked at Tang Yunhai, as if he was venting his anger, and it seemed that he had finally found an outlet. "Wrong, absolutely wrong. If you don't sincerely repent, you will definitely suffer retribution and be held accountable. If you don't believe me, we'll just have to wait and see. Benefactor, you're not dead yet. Ha ha ha." Back then, he was able to change the entire landscape of Dragon Nation with his own strength. When he returns, do you think you will still be able to survive? Having said that, Master Lao Wu showed a rare look of anger. His teeth were grinding and veins on his forehead were popping out. "Even if it's inconvenient for our benefactor, the 8 of us brothers will clean up the mess for him. Tang Yunhai, who do you think you are? Kneel down, apologize and repent immediately for slandering our benefactor. Otherwise, you will be dead today, and no one can save you. Kneel down and apologize immediately. This is what you owe our benefactor, and you must repay it." 194, Chapter 194, Dissociating. Kneel down? Repent? Apologize? This was Master Lao Wu's requirement, and it was the premise for not arguing with Tang Yunhai. However, for Tang Yunhai, this was no less humiliating than stomping on his head with his feet. Just these few words made Tang Yunhai so angry that his whole body was shaking. What is this? What's this? He is the young master of the Tang family and the vice president of the southern headquarters of Yunwan Group. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by stars and is high and mighty. When did it come to this? But he knew that if he didn't do this, he would die, really die. Jinzi also felt that this matter was too difficult for Tang Yunhai, and it was equivalent to tearing the face of the entire Tang family. Therefore, even if he died, he had to persuade him. Fifth Master, you're really forcing me to do this. The young master is a member of the Tang family after all. You're asking them to apologize and repent, and even kneel down. If this gets out, the young master's reputation will naturally be bad. But do you really think the Tang family will let you go? I think we should just forget it. I'll ask the young master to apologize, and this matter will come to an end, okay? Tang Yunhai could accept a simple apology, but there were many different ways to apologize. At least, what Master Lao Wu said is absolutely unacceptable. Master Lao Wu didn't waste any words at this moment. He looked at Jinzi coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. His eyes were so cold and scary. However, what was even more frightening was that the next moment, Master Lao Wu actually stepped forward and hit Jinzi's head with a heavy punch, knocking Jinzi back. He didn't even have time to spit out the blood in his mouth before he passed out. This scene once again shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Master Lao Wu in amazement. No one expected that he would suddenly take action. Didn't you say that you showed mercy because you admired Jinzi's loyalty and persistence? How could he attack without any hesitation? Even though Jinzi didn't die, he was definitely seriously injured by this heavy punch. Master Lao Wu said coldly, just because I admire you doesn't mean you have the right to bargain with me. I've already let you go, but you still don't know what's good for you. You're courting death. These words were spoken to Jinzi, who was already unconscious, and also to Tang Yunhai. I've given you a chance. If you don't want it, then forget it. At this moment, Tang Yunhai knew that Master Lao Wu could do it. After trembling for a moment, Tang Yunhai looked at Master Lao Wu and gritted his teeth and said, Master Lao Wu, please wait a moment. After saying this, Tang Yunhai looked at Lin Qingyue and the others, a fierce gleam in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, all of you get out. I'll remember you if even a single word of what happened today gets out. I swear, the entire Tang family will not let you go. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you and kill you all, until your bones are pulverized and your ashes are scattered everywhere. What is an unexpected disaster? This is the unexpected disaster before our eyes. Everything was fine just now, but when the situation changed, everything changed. They had seen Tang Yunhai in his prime, and everything was fine, but when they saw his miserable state, they could even guess that things would get even worse. It was like they had witnessed Tang Yunhai's scandal, the scandal of the Tang family. How could they let him go? How could it be possible? Lin Qingyue immediately panicked and swore to the heavens, don't worry, Mr. Tang, we haven't been here today and we know nothing. I swear, we won't let a single word slip out of our mouths, absolutely not. Let's go now, let's go now. After saying that, Lin Qingyue pulled Sun Xiaoya and was about to leave. At this time, Master Lao Wu said calmly, Tang Yunhai, aren't you going to treat your people's injuries? The others can still hold on, but if Jinzi doesn't get timely treatment, he will definitely die. Even if he survives, he will have sequelae and will never be able to fight anyone again. Tang Yunhai didn't want other people to know what happened next, including the many bodyguards who were still here today. Even though many of them were unconscious, he was still worried. According to his thinking, after today, these people cannot stay. Even if he wants to stay, the Tang family will definitely not let him go after they know about it. Gold is no exception. But Tang Yunhai no longer dared to test Master Lao Wu's bottom line. He was a man who could turn against someone at any time and could fight at any time. You had no idea what he was going to do next. Just now you said you admired Jinzi's persistence and loyalty, but the next second, you were fed up with it, right? Now he specifically said this, that is, he wanted to keep Yi Tianqi to treat Jinzi's injuries. What would happen if Tang Yunhai minded? What would happen if he didn't mind? Tang Yunhai, don't dare to gamble. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yunhai looked at Yi Tianqi and said, you are a doctor, you stay, everyone else, leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded without saying anything more. It seemed that it didn't matter to him whether he stayed or not. Lin Qingyue and the others' faces changed and they left. It was okay, after all, they didn't see what happened next with their own eyes, but if they stayed alone, they would see everything that happened next. It doesn't matter whether Yi Tianqi is dead or alive, but what matters is that they are afraid that if Yi Tianqi sees something and Tang Yunhai wants to silence him, they will be implicated. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyue immediately looked at Tang Yunhai in horror and said tremblingly, "Boss Tang, Yi Tianqi, has nothing to do with us. If you think he saw something he shouldn't have seen, please find him. We don't know, and we definitely don't want to know. I hope you can understand." For Lin Qingyue, preparing for a rainy day and cutting off relations with Yi Tianqi in advance was already a piece of cake. Even at this moment, Lin Qingyue blamed everything on Yi Tianqi. If it weren't for Yi Tianqi, she wouldn't have thought of coming to Yunduan City at this time. If it weren't for Yi Tianqi, she wouldn't have thought of saving money to go to a watch store whose name she had never heard of. If it weren't for Yi Tianqi would not have stayed at this moment, and her risk would have been reduced a lot. So, all of this is Yi Tianqi's fault. It's all Yi Tianqi's fault. In Lin Qingyue's heart, Yi Tianqi had become a lingering ghost who brought her misfortune everywhere. But she never thought that if it weren't for Yi Tianqi, would she still be who she is today? He tries to be too clever again and again, but in fact, his cleverness backfires. But how many truly smart people are there in this world? Lin Qingyue is anxious to distance herself from the matter at this moment, and Sun Xiaoya is actually in the same boat. What a bullshit couple, it's just a game. Does she love Yi Tianqi? How could she possibly love Yi Tianqi? Everything was just acting, all fake. It was just revenge, just for more revenge in the future. Tang Yunhai waved his hand indifferently and said, "Get out of here." Lin Qingyue and the others hurriedly left, fearing that if they stayed for even a second longer, they would be unable to escape. After they all left, Tang Yunhai looked at Yi Tianqi deeply and said, "Give Jinzi treatment. If he's alive and has no sequelae, then you can live. Otherwise, you're dead. Even if you're a miracle doctor who can save everyone, I guarantee you can't save yourself. Not only can you not save yourself, but even the gods can't save you. I am telling you." 195, Chapter 195, Numerous Evil Deeds. Tang Yunhai only dared to be so arrogant in front of Yi Tianqi. He would also be filled with anger and have no place to vent it. Next, he would do the most humiliating thing, but unfortunately, Yi Tianqi was there, and he would not feel at ease if he did not threaten him in advance. Even though we know that these people dare not spread the news, only the dead can keep secrets for things like this. Therefore, Tang Yunhai had almost made up his mind. As long as he walked out safely, no matter whether it was Master Lao Wu, Lin Qingyue or Yi Tianqi, no one would be able to survive. No one would have the chance to survive. At this moment, Yi Tianqi didn't need to use his eyes or ears to see, he only needed to think about it to know that Lin Qingyue, Sun Xiaoya and the others had already run away completely. In this kind of situation, do you still expect them to wait here for you? That's a dream. As for Uncle Leopard, he naturally ran along too. After all, there was no point in him staying, and he might not be willing to stay. Yi Tianqi still had a calm expression on his face looking at the hysterical and almost crazy Tang Yunhai. He chuckled and said, "Is it necessary to save them? Anyway, even if we save them, they will still die. Rather than letting them die at the hands of your master, it would be more appropriate to let them die in battle. What do you think?" Tang Yunhai looked at Yi Tianqi as if he was looking at a fearless ant. Is he crazy? Even though these are what Tang Yunhai thought in his heart and what he wanted to do, what qualifications did Yi Tianqi have to say these words? What right did he have to say these words? Doesn't this mean that Tang Yunhai is willing to kill even those who follow him loyally just for his own reputation? That he's heartless, that he's ruthless, that he doesn't care about his family? Or is it that he, Tang Yunhai, is not even a human being? Tang Yunhai's anger was visibly rising, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense from the moment he entered the door. He felt that Yi Tianqi was a little awkward, and always had a feeling of discomfort now. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. "What did you say? Do you want to die?" Yi Tianqi's eyes became indifferent. He walked directly in front of Tang Yunhai and said indifferently with an expression of contempt for all living beings, "I want to die. Can you kill me?" After saying that, Yi Tianqi actually slapped Tang Yunhai in the face, causing Tang Yunhai to see stars and bleed from his mouth and nose. Compared with the burning pain on his face, Tang Yunhai felt like he was dreaming. He was actually slapped in the face by an unknown little person whom he had never heard of. This is such a shame and humiliation. If you say that Master Lao Wu beat him, he can still accept it. After all, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. But what is Yi Tianqi? For him, this was almost better than asking Master Lao Wu to kneel down and repent. You actually dared to hit me, you bastard. you actually dared to hit me, you are dead, I swear, you are dead, no one can save you, no one can save you. After saying this, Tang Yunhai looked at Master Lao Wu angrily and said, Master Lao Wu, I agree to your conditions. I am willing to kneel down and repent, but I hope you will not meddle in other people's business. I want to kill Yi Tianqi. I must kill him. Tang Yunhai knew that he had completely offended Master Lao Wu, and was afraid that Master Lao Wu would meddle in his affairs. If that happened, he would be unable to do anything to Yi Tianqi. So, he readily agreed, was willing to kneel down and repent, and only asked Master Lao Wu to stop interfering. As for asking Master Lao Wu to help him, Tang Yunhai didn't even dare to think about it. It was simply unrealistic and impossible. Master Lao Wu's eyes were full of mockery when he looked at Tang Yunhai, as if he was looking at a fool. Then, he gently pressed a button, and a door outside the store slowly fell, completely sealing it off from the outside world. Then, Master Lao Wu looked at Tang Yunhai and said, Of course I won't interfere in your affairs. However, you said you wanted to kneel down and repent, right? Fine, then kneel down. After saying that, Master Lao Wu walked to Yi Tianqi's side, somewhat excited and wanting to say something, but he didn't dare to. Just seeing the faint smile in Yi Tianqi's eyes, he was already very happy. This gentleman was planning to play a good trick on or humiliate Tang Yunhai. Tang Yunhai glared at Yi Tianqi viciously and said through gritted teeth, Yi Tianqi, when I get out, I swear, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Not only you, but everyone related to you will become the target of my revenge. By then, I will make you suffer so much that your life would be worse than death. Ha ha ha. After saying that, when he was about to kneel down, he saw Master Lao Wu standing next to Yi Tianqi. This was a bit disgusting. If he knelt down, wouldn't it look a bit like Yi Tianqi kneeling down? How can this be? Master Lao Wu, please move away and don't get too close to this damn thing. Master Lao Wu looked at Tang Yunhai coldly and said, Do you have the qualifications to bargain with me? Kneel down and repent. Tang Yunhai looked at Master Lao Wu's impatient expression and felt a little scared. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt down, suppressing his frustration. Then he looked at Master Lao Wu and said, Master Lao Wu, it is me, Tang Yunhai, who was blind and didn't recognize the true master. I have offended you. I kneel down before you and beg for your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Master Lao Wu sneered, Are you kidding me again? If you don't want to repent, then there's no need to repent. What should you repent for? Do you need me to remind you? I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't know what to do, then you don't have to do anything. Doesn't Tang Yunhai know? Of course he knew, but he just didn't want to say it. But now, he had no choice but to say it. He had already knelt down and admitted his mistake. What else could he not say? I have lost all my face, so what's the point of persisting? Thinking of this, Tang Yunhai slapped himself hard, then gritted his teeth and said, I, Tang Yunhai, am ignorant and stupid. I was wrong. I shouldn't be ungrateful, and I shouldn't speak rudely to Qi Tian just because he's dead. Qi Tian has made an indelible contribution to the Tang family's success today. It's us who have forgotten this. We deserve to die. And Yunwan Group, it was originally the property of Qi Tian and my sister, but after he left, it was divided up by my Tang family and the Qi family. We used despicable means to take control of Yunwan Group from my sister, but we are ungrateful and even forced my sister Tang Qingyu to marry Yi Xiao, a wicked bastard. We are not human. I, Tang Yunhai, am not a human being for my own selfish interests. I bully the weak and fear the strong. I recognize Yi Xiao as my brother-in-law and elder brother. I am sorry to Qi Tian, sorry to my sister, sorry to everyone. I am wrong, I am guilty, and I deserve to die. Tang Yunhai's words hit the nail on the head. Although they were not profound enough, they had already exposed their numerous evil deeds. Master Lao Wu, is it okay now? 196, Chapter 196. No. You are already dead. Is that okay? At this moment, it is no longer Master Lao Wu who has the final say. Yi Tianqi was right next to him at this moment. His expression was extremely indifferent, and deep in his eyes, there was a coldness that even Master Lao Wu felt afraid. Whether Tang Yunhai lives or dies is entirely up to Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi looked at Tang Yunhai with indifference and said, It's quite ungrateful, but why do you even force your sister? You've already got your sister's property, so shouldn't you be grateful to her? Why are you forcing her to do something she doesn't want to do? Tang Yunhai, even if you are shameless, you can't be so shameless. Have you ever thought that if you do too much evil, you will eventually perish? If these words were said by the fifth master, Tang Yunhai would not be angry, but who is Yi Tianqi? When he was kneeling, he just stared at the joke of himself and didn't mention the beating he had just received. What was this now? Listening to my confession, I asked, "What are you going to say? Are you going to insult me? Is he crazy? Yi Tianqi, what about our family? When will it be your turn to say anything? You really don't want to die, okay? You wait for me." After saying that, Tang Yunhai was about to stand up. At this time, Master Lao Wu said coldly, "Kneel down, who allowed you to stand up?" Tang Yunhai was furious and said angrily, "Master Lao Wu, I have knelt and confessed you can humiliate me, but you can't let someone like this humiliate me as well, right? Who the hell is he? What qualifications does he have to humiliate me?" Master Lao Wu, "I, Tang Yunhai, am afraid of death, but if you are determined to humiliate me for a loser like him today, then you might as well just kill me. Won't care about what happens next. You and the Tang family can handle it yourselves." Tang Yunhai was also forced into a corner, and he was so righteous that he looked like he could not bear the humiliation and would rather die. When Master Lao Wu was about to say something else, Yi Tianqi sighed softly, waved his hand, and said, "Master Wu, leave it to me next. Thank you for your hard work over the years. As for these people, you can handle them after I leave. I don't want anyone to know about my return for the time being." Hearing Yi Tianqi finally speaking and giving him orders, Master Lao Wu's eyes instantly turned red, his eye sockets immediately became moist, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He was so excited that his body was shaking. They had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Like everyone else, they once thought that Yi Tianqi was dead, but they knew that Yi Tianqi would not die. He would definitely not die. If Yi Tianqi was so easily hunted down and killed by the Qi family, he would not be Yi Tianqi. Finally, their hard work paid off and they got what they had been waiting for. "Don't worry, benefactor, I know what to do." Yi Tianqi nodded gently, then sat down on the chair looking at the bewildered and dumbfounded Tang Yunhai. He shook his head gently and sighed, "Tang Yunhai, I remember that you were quite smart before, and not as bad as you are now. I also remember that Qingyu loved you very much, but why did you become like this now? Tell me, Qingyu must be so sad and upset when you're like this. You seem to have said that you would never let your sister be sad for the rest of your life. Even if the whole world bullied your sister, you would risk your life to help her. I am afraid you don't remember all this." If before, Tang Yunhai was just confused because Master Lao Wu seemed to know Yi Tianqi, then now, as Master Lao Wu addressed Yi Tianqi and as Yi Tianqi spoke every word, Tang Yunhai's whole heart was trembling violently. Fear gradually emerged in his eyes until it became so terrifying that it was as if he had seen a demon crawling out of hell, nearly causing him to have a mental breakdown. How could he not guess who this person was? The sense of déjà vu he had just been talking about, as if he had seen him before, overlapped in his mind with a young figure. That was an existence that he once looked up to but also feared. That was an existence that made countless people despair, thinking that they would never be able to catch up with it in their entire lives. That is a person that everyone knows that as long as they remain safe and stable, they will be at the top even if they do nothing. That existence had caused countless people to tremble in fear and live their lives under his control. Today, the person who had disappeared for so many years, who was thought to be dead by countless people, actually appeared. Moreover, it was right in front of him, and he was speaking nonsense and even speaking rudely in front of this terrifying existence. At this moment, Tang Yunhai realized that death was so terrible and so close. No, it's impossible, you're already dead. How could you be here? How could you still be alive? No, it's fake, it's a lie, this must be fake, it's all fake." It's not that Tang Yunhai didn't believe it, but he didn't dare to believe it, and couldn't believe it, even though he actually knew that the person in front of him was Qi Tian. "Master Lao Wu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I repent. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Please don't scare me in this way. Please, tell me he is fake. He must be fake." He was deceiving himself, but Master Lao Wu just looked at him coldly and remained silent. Yi Tianqi, looking at the horrible Tang Yunhai, sighed softly and said, "Do you really want me to die? This is what all of you wish for, right? After all, only when I die will the dark cloud weighing on your heads and the fear in your hearts dissipate. However, has it really dissipated?" Tang Yunhai, the young master of the Tang family, vice president of the Yunwan Group's southern headquarters, so impressive, so domineering, but where is your sister? When Tang Qingyu was mentioned, raging anger began to flicker in Yi Tianqi's eyes. "I don't care about the Cloud Group or how wealthy they are. If you want it, just take it. But why are you being so ungrateful and bullying?" Whisper. Why force her to marry a man she doesn't like at all, a man who doesn't like her in fact? Is it just because the Yi family is now at its peak, because Yi Xiao has almost become another sky above your heads? So, the Tang family didn't dare to truly break off relations with the Yi family, therefore, they even had to endure the humiliation and send Tang Qingyu away, right? Or perhaps, you all had the intention of forming an alliance with the Yi family in order to further elevate the Tang family's status even though you knew you were courting disaster, you didn't care after all. It was Tang Qingyu who jumped into the fire pit and fell into hell, not you. You guys deserve to die. Yi Tianqi seemed to have seen through everything in just a few words. That indifferent tone, which seemed to be devoid of any emotion, was like a cold wind blowing from hell, making Tang Yunhai feel as if he was in hell, with chills running down his bones. It is confirmed without a doubt that this is the long-lost Qi Tian. It must be him, it can only be him. An unprecedented despair swept over him, making Tang Yunhai even think that perhaps dying now would be the best relief. Looking at Yi Tianqi's cold face, Tang Yunhai finally broke down completely and burst into tears. Although he was not tortured, it seemed as if every word and sentence was torture, making him feel extremely painful. Can't live, can't die. 197, Chapter 197, A Poison Pill. Tian brother, no, sister, brother-in-law, is it really you? You are really still alive. When all hope was gone and he confirmed that the person in front of him was Yi Tianqi, Tang Yunhai felt dizzy and the world was about to be destroyed. All the past events, all that I had seen with my own eyes and heard from others, all came to my mind. This is Qi Tian, the one who was so stunningly beautiful when he was in his teens that people could only look up to him. Don't be fooled by what he said before, as if he looked down on Yi Tianqi, but what was the reality? Until now, even though Yi Tianqi has disappeared for such a long time, his influence, especially in the hearts of the older generation, has decreased a lot, but it is still unmatched by countless people today. Isn't Night Owl powerful enough? He is one of the most popular people today, but even now, Yi Xiao thinks he is no worse than Yi Tianqi back then, but the difference is huge. Night Owl, how old are you? How powerful is the Yi family now? Even though Night Owl also contributed to this, don't forget that when Yi Tianqi single-handedly built up his family and made a huge leap into the top level, he was only in his teens. If the Qi family had not driven Yi Tianqi away, what kind of situation would the situation be today? No one dared to imagine it. Even if the news that Yi Tianqi is still alive spreads, not to mention how many people will want him dead, a huge uproar is definitely inevitable. Although the person is gone, the tigers might remains. Looking at Tang Yunhai, who was crying and calling him brother Tian, and even called him brother-in-law, there was only indifference in Yi Tianqi's eyes. He could have killed Tang Yunhai directly, and there were even 1,000 ways to make sure that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he did not do so, not only because Tang Yunhai was Tang Qingyu's younger brother, but also because Tang Qingyu really loved this younger brother. Even though, now, this younger brother is no longer the caring person he used to be, but with Tang Qingyu's kindness and loyalty, at least she doesn't want to see Tang Yunhai die. Brother Tian or brother-in-law? Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of a cold smile and said, I am not worthy of being your brother, let alone the brother-in-law you mentioned. You said, Yi Xiao, am I not your brother, your brother-in-law, he? At this moment, Tang Yunhai really wanted to slap himself a few times. Although he thought there was nothing wrong with what he had just said, the mistake was that Yi Tianqi had heard all of his words. It is true that the Night Owl is scary, but Yi Tianqi is not weaker at all. Even though he has disappeared for so many years, when people know that the Yi Tianqi in front of them is Qi Tian, all the fear comes to them like a shadow. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. It's my fault. I deserve to die. Please, for my sister's sake, forgive me this time. I swear, I will never do this again. I swear, please. Begging for mercy, only begging for mercy, not even daring to show a little bit of toughness. This is the only way Tang Yunhai can save himself. Relying on various identities, statuses, and connections to threaten Yi Tianqi is courting death. Yi Tianqi didn't look at Tang Yunhai, who was kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy like a puddle of mud. Instead, he looked at Master Wu and chuckled, Mr. Wu, do you think you should forgive him? Dr. Lao Wu glanced at Tang Yunhai calmly, then looked at Yi Tianqi respectfully and said, "It's not a pity for him to die, but I'm afraid that Miss Qingyu might be a little sad." Tang Yunhai seemed to have received a revelation and immediately nodded heavily. "Brother-in-law, my sister loves me the most. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my sister will be sad. She will definitely be sad." I know you want to vent your anger on my sister's behalf, but I really haven't treated my sister badly, I really haven't. Brother-in-law, I have no choice. My eldest brother is in power in the family to let my sister down. In fact, I have always been able to secretly bring some benefits to my sister so that she can live a better life. Brother-in-law, this is all true. If you don't believe it, you can check it out. It's true, you can check it out. As for why I support my sister marrying Yi Xiao, brother-in-law, it's because everyone says you're dead. My sister has no one to rely on, and she's even been targeted because of her engagement with you. Only Yi Xiao shows that he loves my sister very much. Because of him, my sister can live a freer and better life in the family. I think that only by marrying him can my sister live a better life and gain freedom. It's really not for any other reason. Brother-in-law, you must be careful. You must be careful. Is it fake? It may not be entirely false. A person's eyes often cannot deceive others. At least, it is difficult for Tang Yunhai to lie to Yi Tianqi. Although some of it may be different from what he said, Tang Yunhai may still have some goodwill towards Tang Qingyu. As for the matter of Yi Xiao, it can only be said to be half true and half false. After all the talk and blame, Yi Tianqi felt that he had no right to blame anyone. After all, if it weren't for him, Tang Qingyu wouldn't have ended up like this. I should have gone back earlier. I should have gone back earlier. Blame yourself, and only yourself. Looking at Tang Yunhai, Yi Tianqi sighed softly and took out a black paint from his pocket lacquer, with only a tiny pill, said, "Eat it." Tang Yunhai looked at this thing that looked like a dirty mud ball. With a bitter face he looked at Yi Tianqi cautiously and said, "Brother-in-law, what is this?" Yi Tianqi said calmly, "Have you forgotten how they introduced me just now? I'm a doctor, and I can even be called a miracle doctor. The counterpart of a miracle doctor is a poison doctor. So what do you think this is?" It would have been fine if he hadn't explained, but after this explanation, Tang Yunhai instantly broke down in tears and begged again. Yi Tianqi frowned and kicked Tang Yunhai to the ground, saying coldly, "I won't let you die immediately, but if you don't get the antidote in a month, you'll die of ileal perforation and stomach rupture, and even gods can't save you. You should be very clear about my methods, so go find a hospital or a doctor. I guarantee that no one can find out what's wrong, let alone save you. So, whether you eat it or not is up to you. After all, I don't trust you. And it's not time for me to show up yet, Just think of it as your atonement. It's up to you. If you don't want to eat it, it's fine with me. I'll let you go later, but if you eat it, I'll believe that you're truly repentant. It's up to you." 198, Chapter 198. The world owes him. To eat or not to eat, this has become a fatal question. But compared to this, the most terrible thing is that Tang Yunhai has no choice at all. He is not a real fool. How could he not know that this question, which seems like a multiple choice question, does not have any choice at all? Does he have any other choice except eating? Does he dare to have any other choice? What's more, Yi Tianqi made it clear that this poison will not take effect until a month later. In other words, Tang Yunhai will be fine in this month if he performs well. There is a high probability that he will get the antidote after a month, but if he does not perform well, there is no need to talk about whether there is an antidote or not. Over the years, who dared to threaten Tang Yunhai, but today, he had no choice. He didn't even dare to question the authenticity of this thing that looked like a mud ball that was casually molded, because the person in front of him was Qi Tian, who once controlled their joys and sorrows. "Eat, I'll eat, brother-in-law, I'll eat now." After saying this, Tang Yunhai gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and swallowed the poison. He then gave Qi Tian a flattering smile and said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I listened to you the most. It was always the same before, it is the same now, and it will be the same in the future. So, if you have anything to say, just tell me. If I don't do well, you don't have to give me the antidote. Just let me die from a ruptured stomach, but I promise, even if I die, I won't let you down. I know you don't want anyone to know that you're still alive. I can tell you that. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, even if you kill me." After all, Tang Qingyu used to love her younger brother very much, not only because he was not very popular in the Tang family, but also because he was sweet talker. "I still have some clever tricks. I can immediately distinguish the pros and cons, and know what to do and what not to do, what to say and what not to say. As for the stupidity, let's not even mention it. If he wasn't stupid, how could he treat Master Lao Wu like this? People should not be too arrogant. Yi Tianqi watched Tang Yunhai swallow the so-called poison with great indifference. It was not a poison at all, just something he had casually rubbed out of his pocket. However, whether it is poison or not is not up to others to decide, only Yi Tianqi has the final say. It doesn't matter whether he believes it or not. From the moment Tang Yunhai knew who he was, he had to believe it and dared not disbelieve it, because he knew very well that even if this was nothing, when he said it was poison, then this completely non-toxic thing would really become poison. If you say it will break out in a month, then it will definitely break out in a month. If you say it will cause his intestines to perforate and he will die, then he will definitely die from his intestines to perforate and he will die. This is the truth. Yi Tianqi ignored Tang Yunhai and looked at Master Lao Wu. He smiled and said, Master Lao Wu, what do you think? Can you trust him? Master Lao Wu glanced at Tang Yunhai coldly and said, this boy is not trustworthy. He is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. If you ask for my opinion, I suggest just killing him. Hearing Master Lao Wu's answer as casually as if he was going to kill a chick, Tang Yunhai was shocked and angry. He was furious to the extreme at this time. Not only did he not speak up for him, but he also wanted to kill him? This is simply outrageous. But would he dare to lose his temper? Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do that in front of Yi Tianqi. Therefore, Tang Yunhai could only laugh dryly, looking at Master Lao Wu with trembling eyes, and said, Master Lao Wu, you are a great man who does not bear grudges. I know I have offended you, and I know I was wrong. Is that not enough? After saying that, he immediately looked at Yi Tianqi with a pitiful expression, and didn't even dare to say a word to beg for mercy. Tianqi smiled faintly and said, killing them would save trouble, but I'm afraid Qingyu will be sad. Of course, I will enter the imperial capital soon. By then, everyone who makes Qingyu unhappy will die, no one will escape. When saying this, Yi Tianqi's expression was calm, and his tone was even more indifferent, as if he was not talking about killing people, but about stepping on a group of ants. Tang Yun was still trembling with fear when he heard it. Only Master Lao Wu looked at Yi Tianqi with some relief and said, my benefactor, you were too kind-hearted back then. Otherwise, who could have done anything to you if you wanted to? As a result, you left the imperial capital and lived in hiding for so long. You could have avoided all these grievances. When mentioning these, Master Lao Wu felt a little sad. Yi Tianqi back then was truly a man of unparalleled brilliance that could not be described in words. People only knew that he was extremely talented, had unparalleled strategy, and was even known as a banished immortal. And in fact, he did so. He could make clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with a flip of his hand. He used the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. It sounds unbelievable and unbelievable, but that is the fact. Is it true that there is no countermeasure against such a shocking figure? Is there no confidant willing to support and follow him? Not to mention anything else, the 8 brothers of Master Lao Wu alone are willing to die for him, and Master Lao Wu knows that there are many more people like them who are willing to give everything for Yi Tianqi. Qi family, remove him from the family? The Qi family also has the right to expel him, drive him out of the family, even hunt him down? It's simply a huge joke. How could they know that as long as Yi Tianqi is willing, Yi Tianqi has the final say in the Qi family? Even if he doesn't have the final say, how can the Qi family be Yi Tianqi's opponent? However, the result was that Yi Tianqi became disheartened for some reason, and even, at certain times, almost lost the will to live. Of course, it could also be that he wanted to repay the kindness of his father who gave birth to him. In short, Yi Tianqi surrendered and chose to leave instead of resisting. Otherwise, today, the whole dragon country would be in chaos. The situation, I'm afraid, is about to change. However, many people are still unaware of this and think that Yi Tianqi is just to show off. It is simply ridiculous. Now that Master Lao Wu has seen Yi Tianqi again after many years, he sees that Yi Tianqi is completely indifferent and more mature at the same time. He can directly feel the murderous intent hidden in Yi Tianqi, which is the result of experiencing countless life and death experiences. He didn't know what Yi Tianqi had experienced over the years, but he knew that the returning Yi Tianqi had been reborn and become a different person, more perfect, more indifferent, and at the same time, more ruthless. And these, just from the words just now, can reveal some clues. If you say kill, then kill. It doesn't matter if you kill them all. What kind of murderous intent and contempt for all living beings must one have to say such words? Master Lao Wu didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He just felt that he was too surprised, even too moved, and almost wanted to cry. Yi Tianqi doesn't owe anything to this world, nor to anyone. If he owes anything, it is ultimately this world and those people who owe Yi Tianqi. He finally came back. He finally came back to collect the debt openly. 199, Chapter 199. If you can't coax me, you'll die. Yi Tianqi patted Master Lao Wu on the shoulder, smiled slightly, and said, life is not always smooth sailing. We always have to suffer some grievances. Others can do it, so why can't I? It just depends on whether these grievances and hardships are worth it. At least, in my opinion, they are valuable, and that's enough. Master Lao Wu, I've wronged you brothers over the years, but this will all pass. Just be patient. Soon, very soon, everything will be settled. After finishing speaking, Yi Tianqi did not look at Master Lao Wu, whose eyes were so excited that they were almost in tears. Instead, he looked at Tang Yunhai and said indifferently, Tang Yunhai, I spared your life not because you were valuable, but simply because I was afraid that Xingyu would be sad. After all, I have let Xingyu down all these years, so I don't want her to feel even a little bit of sadness again. Go back, take the watch with you, and return to the capital. Don't tell your sister I'm back yet, but I believe you have a way to make her happy, right? Is there any way? It was true in the past, but now, Tang Yunhai didn't dare to say this. Tang Xingyu was probably annoyed to death by now, or it could be said that she resented him. He makes Tang Xingyu happy? The simplest way is to say that Yi Tianqi is back and has reappeared. Not only that, but he is going back to the imperial capital to save Tang Xingyu. Once this is said, nothing needs to be done, and Tang Xingyu's sad expression that has lasted for many years will immediately disappear. But Yi Tianqi didn't let him say it. He was really in a difficult situation. Of course, it was just a dilemma. Did he dare to tell Yi Tianqi that he had no other options? If he dared to say this, his fate would probably be doomed. If he can't even do such a small thing, what's the point of keeping him around? Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will make my sister happy and cheerful, and I will never reveal your situation. Believe me, if I can't do it, I'm willing to die. Yi Tianqi looked at Tang Yunhai, who swore a poisonous oath and naturally didn't believe it, but he still believed that Tang Yunhai had the ability to change Tang Xingyu's mood and make her happier. Just be happy and wait patiently for him to return to the capital to surprise her. As for why he didn't let Tang Yunhai tell Tang Xingyu about his reappearance, it was naturally not because he didn't trust Tang Xingyu, but because he was afraid that Tang Xingyu would not be able to help but come to find him. At that time, Yi Tianqi was not afraid of exposing his identity, but he was afraid that someone would secretly harm Tang Xingyu. Don't worry, if you can't do it, then you are useless, and there is no need for you to die by banging your head against the wall. You will suffer 100 times more than death. I think you know exactly what to say and do about things here. Okay, get out of here. Tang Yunhai didn't want to stay here for even a second. In his mind, this was a devil's den where lived the biggest devil, the kind who would eat people without leaving any bones. The longer he stayed, the greater the danger would be. Who knew if Yi Tianqi would regret it and kill him? Leave, you must leave. After respectfully saying goodbye to Yi Tianqi, Tang Yunhai left Master Lao Wu's shop as if he was running for his life. As for what happened after he left the store, Tang Yunhai acted out his whole act. Without any sign of panic, he walked with the wind, as if he were a winner. Of course, the panic and fear in his eyes could not be hidden. After Tang Yunhai left, only Master Lao Wu and Yi Tianqi were left in the shop. Of course, the people lying on the ground were still there, but they had all been knocked unconscious by Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi didn't want them to hear anything before deciding whether they lived or died, otherwise, they would die. Mr. Wu, I'll leave these people to you. I'll be leaving now. We'll meet again someday. Upon hearing that Yi Tianqi was leaving, Master Lao Wu felt reluctant. From the bottom of his heart, he hadn't seen Yi Tianqi for so many years, and he really had a lot to say. He also wanted to know how Yi Tianqi had been doing and what he had experienced over the years. However, he also knew that he couldn't let Yi Tianqi's affairs be delayed because of himself, so if he knew the answer to some questions, it would be best not to mention them at all. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I know you're kind-hearted, so you won't take their lives. Leave it to me, benefactor. I just want to tell you one thing. I hope you won't be distant with us, and don't be afraid of causing us trouble. Don't even think about that. You've saved our brothers' lives, and more than once if possible. Please let us do something for you. It's true that I value friendship and loyalty. Yi Tianqi smiled when he heard this and said, don't worry, I'll need your help when the time comes, but for now, I won't need you. I'll be leaving first. Master Lao Wu was about to personally escort Yi Tianqi out, but before he could take 2 steps, he quickly turned around, wrapped up the pair of watches that Lin Xingyue had seen earlier, which were worth a huge fortune, and handed them to Yi Tianqi, saying, my benefactor, please accept this pair of watches. I don't know if you like them, but please accept them. Master Lao Wu did not ask about the relationship between Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue, but he could see that there was a story between the two, although this story might not be a beautiful one. But since Yi Tianqi is still by her side, there must be a reason. In this case, he naturally won't ask too many questions or interfere. Yi Tianqi didn't bother to be polite with Master Lao Wu. He smiled slightly, nodded, and said, okay, then I won't be polite. You can go back. After saying that, Yi Tianqi left, holding the valuable watch casually in his hand as if he was carrying a vegetable basket. Yes, no matter how high the value is, for Yi Tianqi, it was just a drizzle. He has long surpassed material enjoyment. Of course, this does not mean that Yi Tianqi is a person who is out of touch with the world. On the contrary, he now understands more and more the importance of money and power. However, compared to these, some things are more important in Yi Tianqi's eyes. As soon as I went out, it was obvious that I couldn't find Lin Xingyue and the others, not to mention people. I couldn't even see their shadows. Given the scene just now and Tang Yunhai's identity, it would be strange if Lin Xingyue and the others didn't run away. When disaster strikes, everyone runs away. Fortunately, Yi Tianqi never had such hope. However, after they left, Yi Tianqi still had to go look for them. After all, he couldn't go back on his word. He just didn't know what kind of expressions they would have when they saw that he was safe and sound and had brought back this pair of priceless couple watches. 200, Chapter 200. How long will he keep me in trouble? Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya almost ran back to the Bai family hotel as if they were escaping. It seemed that only here could they feel at ease. Of course, if possible, they would rather go to Shi Xiao now. After all, no matter what, they know Shi Xiao, so they can at least talk to him. But they didn't dare. They hadn't completed the tasks given by Master Shi yet, and now they didn't know how to explain it. As for Uncle Leopard, they left him outside Cloud City and even left their car to him, under the pretext of asking him to wait for Yi Tianqi and see if he could come out alive. If he could, it would mean that things had not reached the worst point and they could bring Yi Tianqi back. And if you can't wait, the result will probably be obvious. They have to think of a way to get past Master Shi. Uncle Leopard is very brave. Do you want to stay? He didn't want to, not at all, but he had to stay. Compared with Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, Uncle Bao had a genuine fear and dread of Yi Tianqi, and he knew that Yi Tianqi was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Just now in Master Lao Wu's shop, Uncle Bao had actually been keeping an eye on Yi Tianqi. His indifferent expression was exactly the same as when he first knew who he was. When he heard Tang Yunhai's name, the Tang family's reputation, and even that Yi Tianqi didn't care about being left behind, Uncle Bao had a premonition that Yi Tianqi might still be safe this time. If this is true, it would be horrifying. What good can come of it if his Uncle Leopard runs away? I'm afraid even Boss Leopard won't let me go. It's better to stay, it's a good opportunity to take a look. Fortunately, after waiting for a long time, the day finally came. Sitting in the car, I watched an extremely noble man walking out of Yunwan City. Who else could this person be but Yi Tianqi? He came out, as expected, with a calm look on his face, not a bit hurt at all. At this time, Uncle Leopard didn't bother to hide anymore. He got out of the car and ran towards Yi Tianqi. He looked like he was rushing to greet his ancestor. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Yi Tianqi looked at Uncle Bao, smiled calmly, and said, "Why, are you looking forward to something happening to me? Or, if something happens to me, what good will it do you?" Uncle Bao turned pale with fright. Upon hearing this, he slapped himself hard on the face and said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Mraya, it's my fault for not being able to speak. I deserve to die. Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Uncle Bao feel ashamed at all at this moment. What's wrong with slapping himself? It's better than losing his life. Yi Tianqi is so unfathomable and terrifying. It's unthinkable that he can even talk to Yi Tianqi. This is an honor. Yi Tianqi looked at Uncle Bao, who had a somewhat frightened but flattering expression, nodded and said, "Okay, let's get in the car first. If you have anything to say, we can talk in the car." Afterwards, Uncle Bao hurried over to open the car door for Yi Tianqi, looking like a lackey. After Yi Tianqi got into the car, Uncle Bao quickly sat in the driver's seat. "Mr. Yi, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya have already returned to the Bai family hotel. Do you want to go there now, or do you have another destination?" When Yi Tianqi heard this, he immediately laughed and looked at Uncle Bao and said, "I'm not surprised that they ran away, but why didn't you run with them?" Uncle Bao heard this and quickly said timidly, I believe that you will be fine, Mr. Yi. The Tang family or anything else can't hurt you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and said, "Although this is not true, at least you are waiting here. Well, okay, let's go to the Bai family hotel. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. This flight is a bit too fast." Uncle Bao didn't dare to respond to these words. But he was very sure that Lin Xingyue had made mistakes again and again, and each time she made mistakes, her mistakes were irreparable, and when the truth came out, it would be too late to cry. And how much better can Sun Xiaoya be than Lin Xingyue? Isn't it the same? At this moment, when Uncle Bao was driving Yi Tianqi to the Bai family hotel, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya were still in shock and looked at each other in bewilderment. Even though they were here, they still couldn't let go of their worries. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and gritted her teeth. "Tell me, what kind of jinx is this, Yi Tianqi? Why is it that wherever he is, there are such bad luck, time and time again? How unlucky am I to have met him? I regret it so much. I shouldn't have let him come. I shouldn't have cared so much. If I had been more ruthless and gotten rid of him, would we still have all these troubles today? This damn bastard, does he really have to get me killed?" Lin Xingyue kept cursing, without any reflection, and just kept cursing Yi Tianqi, as if Yi Tianqi's existence made her extremely unlucky. At this time, Sun Xiaoya didn't know what to say. What was going on? Everything was fine. I could meet a terrifying person like Tang Yunhai while shopping, so what? It's a good thing, not a bad thing after all. If we get to know each other, the benefits can be imagined. But Tang Yunhai suddenly lost his temper and implicated them. If he hadn't mentioned Shi Xiao and Yi Xiao, would they have been able to get out of this today? No, even if it was mentioned, Tang Yunhai didn't seem to care at all. After all, how heavy their own weight was, others might not know, but how could they not know it? And Tang Yunhai is not a 3-year-old child anymore, so how can he be fooled so easily? This is a big shot that even young Master Shi can't afford to offend, a very important shot. I'm sorry for offending you. To put it bluntly, even if you didn't offend him, nothing good would happen in the end. Not being able to get to know him would be the biggest loss. Not to mention Lin Xingyue's scolding, Sun Xiaoya was no less angry than Lin Xingyue. "Xingyue, do you think Yi Tianqi can come out alive? From what I saw from President Tang's attitude, it's clear that he wants to kill someone." Yi Tianqi stayed there and saw everything. Can President Tang let him go? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue glared at Sun Xiaoya and asked, "What, you little slut, have you really fallen in love with Yi Tianqi, and now you're even worried about his safety? In that case, why did you run back? Why didn't you just stay there and wait for him?" Sun Xiaoya was also in a panic and said the wrong thing accidentally. Is she in love with Yi Tianqi? She just needs to lie to herself about this. How could she not know whether she loves him or not? She was not worried about Yi Tianqi at all in the final analysis, she was still worried about herself.